It's not even close.
That's fair.
Rings of Power, season 2, episode 5 and 6.
Can we just not?
What do you mean?
I don't know. I'm just asking. I'm just asking.
They worked
Just
really hard on
asking.
this.
Like, could we talk about something
Oh, man.
else? Is that what you're asking?
Maybe they shouldn't have worked on it at all and just, I don't know, had some ice cream.
I think you have some rope in the basement, Metal, if you want to borrow it.
He must have plenty at this point, Mel. Like,
Yeah, that's fair. Yeah,
done
that's
this so many times. Yeah,
Fine.
you know, he's experienced. He's got the strongest of rope.
fair. Mhm.
Yeah. Not today, old friend.
I guess you have like a character,
Old
and oh, it's kind of low. It's a big picture, and it just looks like.
I mean, after my current media diet would lead someone to just use a rope, to be honest. So,
Wait, the dude in the bottom right looks like Elrond.
He does.
Oh,
actually.
no.
Elrond.
Look at him go. He's in a game now.
Also, his eyes are pointing in different directions.
Just like Elrond.
Like Elrond.
Yes, like
He's looking at the two different characters, the two wolves inside of him that are fighting.
Are both of them retarded?
Yeah.
Hello, chat. How do you do?
Whoa, Chad is here too?
Yeah.
That's
Chat,
crazy.
I'm so glad you're here, chat, because did you
Chat.
know that misery is divisible? So that
Oh.
means that the more people are here, the less misery for each one of us individually.
Oh,
we can
that's
share the load.
Oh.
That was a
Damn
hero.
hot.
Load sharing. One of
Speaking of share the load, who am I going to ask? Let's ask Metal.
Hello.
Are you more of an everybody wants to rule the world guy, or are you more of a shout guy?
Like shouting at people? Or
You know what? Don't
taking
worry
over the
about it.
world?
Don't worry about it, man. Don't worry about it. It's all good. We can talk about rings of power.
I think my situational disability just kicked in. I don't know what's happening.
Mhm.
Oh, it's
Well,
a permanent disability.
Oh,
No,
damn
it's
it.
permanent. Don't you worry. You'll we'll hit that offline button in 10 hours and you'll take it with you.
That's just
Wow.
gonna stay forever.
will we be as long this time? Where we have
12
lost
hours.
a little platoon? I'm afraid he's got the coffins. He's going.
He's dead?
How many coffins does he have?
Why would he be dead if he had a coffin?
No, he's a vampire.
It
We
belongs
lost
to
it.
the dead person. Everyone
Yeah, the
knows
coffin
that.
belongs
it's their
to you,
property.
right?
It does not belong to the dead person. That is
Yes,
not
it
how
does.
works.
Legally, it belongs to the dead person.
Idiot.
If you dig them
Fucking
up, they will
fool.
sue you.
That's
Mm.
like never happened.
Yeah, it has.
Not even once. Name
that's
one.
why grave robbing. That's why grave robbing as an entire profession died out because it was all the litigation
From the dead people.
from the dead people.
From ghosts?
Ooh, spooky.
That would be annoying to go to court with a ghost. It's like, I feel like you shouldn't
Stop
be able to do this.
floating.
To me. Ghost rights are stupid. The ghost's like, wow. Yeah. You'll be saying that when you're a ghost.
Which
You know,
really
the Catholic Church put the Pope on trial once, so it kind of did happen
My God.
in a way.
you can put dead people on trial.
Yeah, they dug up his corpse and everything.
Neat.
Yeah,
That's just
so-
ceremony. Posthumous
Um,
trial.
As per usual, we should probably simply get going because we've got a whole bunch of story to talk about.
Yes, we do. We
Whoa.
Oh,
sure
what
do.
are we talking about that has story?
We're talking about rangs.
Yeah,
We're
maybe I
talking
shouldn't say
about
story.
them
We've got a
rangs.
whole bunch of
Them
time
rangs.
code to discuss.
Ooh,
bunch of
Oh, yeah, I
a
know about that.
lot of them rangs.
It is indeed.
I got more notes for season 2, episode 6 than any of the others.
Damn.
Okay.
At
I
least I
haven't-
think
There's
so.
a lot that happens in there.
I've only watched it. I haven't taken like super notes yet because I have to rewatch it anyway when I go to my video. But yeah, there's a lot of things happening in that episode.
I think I have approximately 25% more notes on 6 than 5. Approximately.
I think you have about the same, but I was sick when I took the notes, so probably would have a bit more if I wasn't.
Yep, I was healthy as a. What are healthy things that you use to describe one's health? Let's say healthy as a.
A
Click.
dragon snake.
Healthy
Something
as a
immortal?
horse.
Hmm.
Healthy as a horse seems to be the one that pops up.
All right, well, I guess.
If you're
Horse
healthy
it
as
is.
a horse, you're very healthy.
You're saying it like you've never heard that saying before.
I don't think I have. Maybe I have, but I just
No.
don't remember
Have you?
it.
Oh, really?
I
Yeah,
think you have. But horses
healthy
can
as
do
a
that, like,
horse.
pretty,
I didn't know that. I didn't know
common.
horses were the Horses must feel really good because we use them
Mhm.
as a comparison for if you're healthy and if you have a massive cock. So horses they must be like, hey, all right.
I got it going.
Yeah.
I got it on their
Now,
side.
smart as a horse, though, that's not really one that goes around all that
Nah.
much.
No.
Yeah, the other two they like, but not that one. Smart
Would
as a
the
horse is
opposite-
not really.
I feel like the
Would the
writers of
opposite
the
be-
show are smart as a horse.
Ha!
Nice.
Would the opposite be sick as a dodo, or did I just make that up?
Oh! I've never heard sick as
That's
a.
That's a new one.
It's dead as a dodo. is
Dead
the
as a
saying.
dodo.
Damn,
Yes.
sick as a-
Oh.
They're sick as a dodo. I mean,
Oh my gosh! I looked that up, sick as a dodo, and like the first thing that pops up is a Reddit comment for Ark. Can you cure dodos of swamp fever?
Well,
I don't know, man.
We're here to answer the
It says if
hard-hitting
you level.
questions.
It says if you level them up, they will also be cured.
Nice.
yeah, that's how it usually goes, right?
If you level up, you get normally you get like your health and your stamina and all that recharged when you level up.
Mhm.
So you can save your levels up, put it in your pocket for when you really need them in some games. Yeah. What's happening? Sorry. Oh, Rings of Power.
Yeah.
Right. I was thinking about
Unfortunately.
dodos and horses. Episode 5, Halls of Stone.
Whoa.
We're
Worst
co-
episode of the season.
Ooh, interesting. Are you saying that in context of episode 6 as well, or just so far?
Well, yeah, probably the worst of the season. Yeah.
All
I-
right.
I
Well,
think
now
I-
we're
I-
excited.
I found
got
this
more angry at the
particularly
episode.
frustrating experience. This one more
Yeah,
so than
5.
normal.
5 really
Fair,
annoyed me.
fair.
I'm not sure that I
Yeah.
would say it's worse than 4, but I get my mind might be changed.
I stopped figuring out which one is the worst. It's just all bad.
I'm kind of with Mel. Whenever someone says like this one's the worst one, I'm like, okay.
Yeah.
I got the most angry at episode 6, but I think episode 4 is still
Yeah.
the worst.
People say it, and I'm like, oh, look, another worst episode.
Yeah.
Keep digging.
Oh, they keep
Our
pulling it
very
off.
good friend, worst episode. All right. Well, I suppose we can begin. We can start
can.
with episode 5, Halls of Stone of Amazon's The Rings of Power. What a cool show. I really like it. At the end,
Amazing.
we'll tell each other our favorite parts.
Nice.
So,
Okay.
episode 5, the dwarf rings are a thing now. They've been crafted.
They're done.
You know how like that happened?
They
You
also
know how, that's just the rings of power exist now. They've just been
Yeah.
they were made in
transported to Khazad-dûm as well. That all happened off
Mhm.
screen.
Yep. King Durin
As-
decided to use them, and he's now decided to trust them.
Yeah, we've
entirely
skipped
off-screen.
over so many
Yep.
payoffs that would happen with these things. They don't care. They're just
Yep.
like, nah,
Yeah.
we're moving on.
nope. King
the way-
Durin's got it. It is in Khazad-dûm. He's got it. He like hears it whisper even, and he picks it up,
Yeah.
puts it on.
Does anyone else get this impression, or am I feeling a bit crazy here? This to me feels like tacky cinematography, where it's like, oh, this is such a great
Which
shot, and then
part?
I'm looking at it and I'm like,
Oh, are you talking about like the gem that turns into the mountain?
no. Well, I mean, we can talk about that one as well, but I meant this shot.
Oh,
So is the red one
Um,
not properly in the
I-
middle? Now that I look at it.
I don't know
think
why
it's
it's
a
a
bit
bowl.
offset,
Like,
isn't
is
it?
that what you?
Yeah, I
eat
just
your-
think the bowl looks really
your
bad.
that's for the cereal of power that you
Yeah.
have later on to start your day.
This one is really. The thing is, he also just carries it around. There's like a shot later where he just fucking drops it on the table, and the
Yeah.
rings just don't move it as well, and looks like really light. I feel like that's like a problem of the show in general. Like every time they have props, like a pickaxe or whatever, like the way they handle it, it just feels fake. Like it's
Oh
like
yeah,
super
their
light.
axes come across like they're made of fucking polystyrene
Yeah.
and they're painted or something.
Yep.
Um,
The way to
part
fucking
of why
fix
this looks a
them.
little bit goofy is because all the rings are standing up, whereas
Yeah.
like the
Yeah.
shot in Fellowship, they're all lying down because that's what a ring would do. But
Hey, they would
guess if-
stand up if you put them into perfectly sized tiny divots at the end of the bowl, at the edges of the bowl.
I mean,
Power
yeah, but
roll.
You'd
they're
have
not
to
in like a
balance
box.
really carefully.
Yeah, like did they walk that little plate across to Khazad-dûm? Like surely
Yes.
not.
They
Yeah.
they fucking tossed them into the bowl. Like we'll put them back up once we get there. I'm not
Yeah.
gonna lie to you.
The,
We're
the
not
wolves
balancing
have this
lesser
that.
ready for the
rings.
rings to arrive. You know?
Lesser rings would have fallen over, but not
My king,
these
do you
ones.
expect me to balance them the
It's a-
whole way? Yes.
It is one of those creative decisions that is just odd. Like, why would you have a bowl but it's not like a round bowl. It's a 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Octagon. Why would you have a bowl that is an octagon? Why? What's the point? Why would you want to have like a big pillow for them, or
Wait, it's
each of
not
their
an
individual
octagon.
ring boxes?
7.
There's not
It
1,
would be
2,
7,
3,
a
4.
septagon.
Oh, okay. I thought there'd be 4 on one side. I guess it is
7 rings.
Okay, for the 7 rings.
It's
yeah.
7 rings.
Yeah.
I just assumed things would be orderly.
That's
No.
not orderly.
In
That's
this-
the opposite of orderly.
No, haven't you learned odd numbers means that there's balance, right?
Oh, yeah,
right,
that's right.
Sure.
I
7
think
plus
that the
3
ring
plus
on the
9
right-
can be divided by 3. Shut up.
The one that's on the second from the right that looks like it has a black gem.
Yep.
I think that's my least favorite. What's your favorite?
Oh, well, hold on. The worst one has got to be the one that's not there, the one that King Durin's taken, right?
Oh, the big one? Oh,
Yeah.
it's too much of a chunker. Yeah, I
Mm,
don't
Yeah,
like
I don't like
Galadriel's
chunky
either.
rings.
I don't like
This
the
one is a bit
Nunya
big.
ring.
I
that
don't know
she's
why they
got.
cha-
It
I don't
sticks up
even-
too much.
I mean,
I don't know why they
think the
changed the
Dwarven-
rings in general. Like, they look completely different from the OT, right?
Yes, they look
Yeah.
way fucking worse.
But why?
Yeah, the
Why
ones
did
in
they change it?
Fellowship, I
Because they're
think,
shit.
all look the same, pretty much. They all look basically exactly the same.
The Dwarven rings, there's a bunch of different like artwork of them from the movies as well, like in the card game and shit.
Right.
But when they're on the like table, I think they're very similar at least.
Here, I'll get you.
Yeah.
I'll get you a picture here. I'll get you a picture of the. Oh wait, no, these are the Rings of Power ones. Okay, well, those are the Rings of Power ones. These ones here.
Well,
Let
the
me-
Elven ones,
Those are the
yeah.
elven ones, yeah.
Those are Narya, Ninya, and Vilya. So you could,
I wonder when they named
Use that
them,
later?
because at some point, I think in these episodes, they start saying the name of one of the rings.
Yeah, Galadriel
just-
names Nenya in episode 6, and I don't
Yeah.
know
I
why.
Yeah, because that's off-screen. Off-screen rings of power is very powerful. They just
I like
happen.
these
things just
more.
happen.
They're more slim. You know,
Yeah.
I don't want to carry
Yeah.
this weight around on this big rock. Yeah, it'd probably be more valuable technically, but like I don't care, man. I got a ring of power.
Man,
If I'm
looking at
at
the-
the point where I'm getting rings of power, I don't care if I have a slightly larger gem on my finger.
Looking at the trilogy ones makes you wonder what happened to Elrond's other rings. Was it just like, you know what? I think that's actually too much, and they just took them off.
You know what? You
Kill
got to be like
Gallus.
this guy here.
Huge selection
Remember-
of rings.
Yeah, I already. Yeah, you and I are on the same page.
Dude, like every ring he has is like chunky as fuck. It's like, yeah, I got my ring collection
Which
with
one's
me
the Rings
at
of
all
Power? Or,
times.
Like, I think it's. Oh yeah, it's the blue one. It's the blue
I
one.
think it's the blue one. Which one
My
is whispering to me?
My favorite dwarf ring of power here is the third from the left. It's got kind of the small greenish gem on top of it. I think that's my favorite. No, actually, I think I'd want one that has the smallest band, because I feel like with that one, even though I like the top, it's so chonky. Look at how chonky it is. Look at how
Mhm.
thick it is for your finger. You
I
wouldn't be
mean-
able to close your hand. Your fingers would always be like splayed open because of how how thick the ring band is.
Yeah, it would be very
Dwarves-
uncomfortable to
dwarves
close your
do
hand.
Maybe
have
we'll get through this
very
episode
chunky
fast because
hands.
Little Platoon's not here. He said. Maybe.
You can't make that claim if you're the one that's dragging rags.
I don't
God.
give a shit. I'll be here
Wow.
till tomorrow. We'll talk about rings all day. I'll just get pictures of rings and we'll just grade rings. We'll make a ring tier list. It doesn't even
Oh
have
my
to be Lord of the
God.
Rings, just
Yeah,
general
fuck the
rings.
show.
Here. What do we think about? Here we go. Ring. This is the first thing. This is the Relenfink women's ring.
God damn it,
It's
Drags.
a
Oh, that-
silver bridal zirconia.
That's excessive. That you wouldn't want to wear that.
I think so. It's too much. It's too much. It's too gaudy, and that's not me. That's not what I'm about.
Yeah.
How do we feel about this one?
Are
That's
we actually
nice, though.
doing this?
Yeah, I think
kinda-
that's
I
all
kinda
right.
like that
I
one.
like it too. The way that it weaves in and out, and how one of them's black and the other one's got the little diamonds in it. I like
Reminds
that
me
one
of
a lot.
Karl Marx.
Yeah.
I think so too, because when I see opulence, I think Karl Marx.
I think communism.
I really like this one. I really like these.
Yeah.
Those are very
Yeah.
nice. Yeah.
I like the band and it's got the design on it, and it's kind of, I think it's confident. The man's ring there. It just says, you know what, I'm confident.
How
Just
do you
a
know it's a
little bit of
man's ring?
decor, but
I've
because it's
got
the big
wood-
one.
I've got wood on my
Wow.
ring and wood in my pants.
No, yeah,
What it says.
that's literally just true. The men's ring will typically be bigger because men have bigger hands.
Fucking sexist.
True. All the jewelers are sexists.
Yeah.
Cool.
Yeah. So yeah, it is. I mean, memes aside, memes of power aside, it is kind of wild that the episode just starts. All 7 dwarf rings have been created. They are here in Khazad-dûm, and we have King Durin of Khazad-dûm. He's putting one on. Boom. When you think about the pacing of the show and all the stuff that they waste time on, and the things that are slow, and then it's like boom, we got rings of power already. This big important thing for the world, 7 dwarf rings. Made, boom, done.
The
I think
show
it
is
was a
fucking
little odd.
bipolar, like it's insane.
Yeah.
I think in this episode I started writing down how many tracks happen between Eregion and Khazad-dûm.
It's
Because
insane.
I think in this episode I get to like 9 or 10, like in the time frame we present, and I was like, oh, that's like a day each or something. I don't know, whatever crazy time zone you use, like the proper one or the show one.
I also love how, like, correct me if I'm wrong, but in the lore, like Anatar shows up and then he basically works with Celebrimbor for like 600 years or something like that, and they kind of gradually make the rings. Whereas in Rings of Power, he's just like, bam, we got to make rings.
Well, the
Let's go.
600 minutes.
They've,
Wait, but whoa,
they-
worked for 600 years for this person?
They work for a
they've,
long ass time. at
Okay,
least. Like,
I've got-
it's way fucking longer than.
Yeah,
So
it's-
do you
show
get
for.
do you get paid a little bit more every year? Like in real life, you get a little bit of a raise like every year.
Elves
So
don't
after
get paid.
600 years, they got to be like, listen, we gotta cap this out, right? We can't be giving you a little raise every year.
Mm.
All right,
You-
you've been
you
here
get
for
paid- you get paid in,
629 years. You're we gotta stop this.
You
They've,
only
like,
get food and board,
seriously-
you don't get anything else.
They have like dramatically. It seems to me that they've dramatically condensed the time that it takes for everything to happen for the sake of drama, instead of it being that the things play out over a long amount of time. It's like, well, no, the drama's better if Sauron, he's in like a rush to get it done before Adar gets to Eregion and before Galadriel and Elrond are able to like warn Celebrimbor of what's happening. It's this dumbass like attitude on writing where the more you condense it and thus create more contrivances and like coincidences, like the better it becomes.
They built
They-
everything around the Region battle, the sack of it, like
Absolutely.
everything is
Yeah.
just needed to make that
But
happen.
also no matter which which thread you're looking at in terms of story for this show, they love to just do a setup and payoff in like the same episode.
Same
a lot
scene,
of
yeah.
times, just one scene later, it just happens. Like, oh, good job, we
this-
did a writing.
As if they've accomplished something.
Yeah. There's a moment later in this episode where they set something up, and I was like, okay, well, that is going to pay off pretty soon because I know how this show works now. Literally 3 minutes later.
Yeah, it happens all the time.
Yeah.
I think something that bothers me significantly about this is Durin the Third comes across, at least to me, as one of the characters I can care about in Rings of Power, even if it's tiny bit. And very discerning, very wise relative for dwarves. At least that's how I thought of him. And so this whole like, well, pop the ring on. It's like, whoa, now.
Mhm.
What? There's so many questions he needs to have answered. There's so much like information. This is, you got it from elves. You have no idea what like.
Yeah, exactly.
All of that
Like,
happened off
You
screen.
may not know that it's evil, but like they're magical rings. Like they're gonna have some impact on you psychologically in all likelihood.
Yeah, we skip any potentially interesting things on that level, and it's like, yeah, but we want to get to when he puts the ring on. It's like
like a dwarf
okay.
asking like, what do they do? Before I put this on my finger, what does it do?
Yeah,
Well, I just think that we should have absolutely, in episode 3, I guess it would have been, had a conversation between King Durin and Celebrimbor and Anatar, because Prince Durin told the king, like, I really don't trust this, but he wasn't allowed to say why, and he wasn't allowed to say that he's suspicious of Anatar. And then the scene at the very end with the little cliffhanger, we don't get any dialogue at all. And the fact that he's just immediately like, oh, let's get rings, and then he puts one on, it feels like the writers are just leaning entirely on, well, they're struggling to get food. Some of them don't have food. So obviously he would put the ring on. It's like, that's not how that works.
yeah.
You need to actually explore this and develop it and question it.
No,
so
that
we can
that
then learn
checks
a little
out. I'm hungry. I need to put this ring on.
Yeah. It's just crazy to think about. It's like, oh, you're willing to take these weird magical rings from the elves, but you're not willing to do a trade agreement to get some fucking food for your
I do
people.
like the idea. You're hungry. You put the ring on. It starts like going. It's like around your house.
Yeah.
You punch a hole in the wall. And there's a rat. And you eat it. You're like, that's not good, man. That's bad. Like, Go to the fucking store.
Yeah, I did check, by the way. It was 400 years for the rings to be crafted, like from Anatar arriving to the final one ring being crafted.
I think you mean 400 seconds in between episodes.
Yeah. Well, the
Of
thing
course.
is, if you would do it that way, you would have had to do something smart with how Sauron operates and not be like, I am holy man, by the way. And then
Well, it's
Celebrimbor
like a
goes
cheat
like,
code.
oh, okay. Let's
we don't
make
have
some
we don't have
rams.
to worry about writing these important pivotal elements of our story if we just skip away for dramatic whatevers, and then we just come back later after it's all been resolved and finished, which will continue to be
Drives me
a
insane.
plague on this show in this episode and in the next. It is actually super. I don't know why it is super frustrating as expected.
Yeah, like it's been mentioned many times before. The timeline is absolutely completely fucked and borked and shit. Like there's several events which shouldn't have happened yet, some that should, and like everything's condensed into happening in a few like days, and it's all just completely fucking broken and like unrecognizable from the source material.
I think as we go, we'll point it out. It's like one of the rules for this show. Incredibly frustrating. Although some of the best stuff that should be in the show is not shown.
Yeah, there's lots of cool things you could do, like Sauron going through a region, maybe stroke. The initial thing was that he wasn't allowed to get in, so at that point you could be like, oh, he's like Deceiver Man, he's really smart. So because we had like the whole setup that never actually did anything, where he shows the assistant lady Meridian or whatever her name was, like, oh look, I'm injured, and I was like, oh, we're doing like a setup where he, I don't know, leads her out of the thing, and then he kills her and takes her form and goes inside or something like that, and get closer to Celebrimbor, blah blah blah. You know, things you could do with him being able to transform and take different appearances and whatnot, but that's not used whatsoever. We actually just use the pointy-ear one, Valar Man, and that's just him the whole time. It's like nothing they do with this at all. It's really
we don't have time
annoying.
for that. We need fake Gandalf and fucking Harfords.
Yeah.
And Bombadil.
And as already pointed out, this all goes back to, oh, we have this ticking time clock with Galadriel and Elrond trying to get to Celebrimbor to warn him, but don't do it for X amount of time until Galadriel is like, Elrond.
Really hard to make that not happen.
It's insane.
Desperate to make it not happen.
But instead of sending like anyone except the messengers to a region, they just send everything they have to Mordor, apparently. Like everything. Like what?
I would like to say that as I want to I didn't notice it there in the show, but there's this dwarf standing in the background and his face makes me laugh.
I guess the mask helmet.
I never noticed.
Oh,
but
no.
It does look like he has blackface.
Blackface dwarf. Oh,
what
no.
are you doing? No.
Cancelled.
That armor is just so ridiculous. We mentioned it before, but like compare that to like some of the designs you see in like the Hobbit movies in particular. It's ridiculous. It's beard armor. Like they've got like fucking metal to go over their beards. It's so ridiculous.
They stab you in the beard, though.
That part's cool. I approve of the beard armor.
But the beard doesn't fit in there.
It goes over. The proper one goes over the top. As a Vermintide 2 Barden Gorkson enjoyer, I am big on the beard protection, and I think that it makes sense the dwarves would have like armor that would have the beard cover to make sure the beard wasn't damaged.
Better than that.
Yes, you can. You can absolutely make it better. Good. Yeah, I mean, the Dawnless Stays. Yeah, I mean those look better.
Yeah, this from a mod.
Is that a single player one or the multiplayer one?
It's the mod for Attila Total War.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, so it doesn't have a campaign yet. Only has like multiplayer battles and
yeah.
That bottom one that you just posted, Regs. That one, yeah, there we go. That one looks so much better than what they've got in Rings of Power.
Oh, I think I have that piece of armor in Vermintide. I remember that.
Let me. So yeah, King Durin's got a ring. He's putting on the ring, but it'll probably. You know how no, obviously. They don't have to play by these rules because it's different thing. But I remember how in the Lord of the Rings trilogy, we didn't get it wasn't until like the very end of the Two Towers at Osgiliath, where like Frodo has his first ring freak out. You know, it takes a long time to he's got to have it for a while. There needs to be build up. Even in the intro during Rings or the Return of the King, it's implied it takes a long time for the ring to potentially start having really big effects, unless you're super weak-minded or you're not resilient. You know, we can't all be Deagle, but there's this implication that a lot of people, it takes a while for it to sink in. It's subtle, really subtle at first, and it grows and grows. So let's go to the first scene of Durin having the ring for no reason. There's this they're still trying to like mine out of the mine through, because the light got there's a rock collapse, and so all the light that comes in the mirrors and stuff, it got closed up. So they're still trying to find out how are they going to mine these holes, these light shafts, so that they can start growing crops again. The Stone Singers, right, Disa and company, they can't like talk and chat with the mountain anymore because of miscellaneous, ambiguous, evil stuff that's happening in the core of Middle Earth. Sauron did it. Sauron does not appreciate the arts, Philistine piece of shit. So they can't do it, and normally they can, but they can't do it now. And so they're kind of doing it the old-fashioned way, but they're just not making any projects.
If not for the Stone Singers.
Now, Durin shows up in the mine shaft, and he's like, "Yeah, I dig here, go and dig here," and everyone's like, "Holy shit, King Durin, that's a load-bearing cave. You can't just dig a hole through there." And he's like, "Oh, lol, diggy hole time," and he gets a pickaxe. King Durin himself, personally, he gets a pickaxe. It looks really not like a real pickaxe, and he like bonk, and he starts hammering through, personally digging through the wall. Smack. Dwarves are insanely powerful, by the way.
There's actually a little part here that I like. Just a little thing that Durin does. He just tells everyone to fuck off because he thinks his father is insane, and they're probably just gonna kill them all.
Because everyone there is like, "You're digging."
Isn't it the dig master?
I think Narvi. Narvi is the.
Durin tells Narvi to tell
Durin
them
tells Narvi to do it.
Yeah. Okay.
So yeah, they're like, "King Durin, you're fucking nuts. That's a foundation wall or something." But he digs through with his. I guess he like puts his hand on the wall, and he's got his ring, and I guess the ring is telling him where to dig through the stone to get through the light shaft to the light, and then he just digs on through, and then boom, the light comes through.
It gets to the outside. They're right next to just the outside of the
mountain.
Yeah. How did all of them not know that they were right if they just dug through, they would literally see the sun.
It's like it's like in Minecraft when you're digging through a mountain, and all of a sudden you just mine a block, and you're like, shit, we're through. It's done. We're through, everybody.
That should not be a surprise to these dwarves.
Yeah, exactly. This is what they do. They mine.
I don't know. Steve is a miner.
How do they not know that they're at the top of the mountain, right next
because
to
the singing isn't working anymore, Fringy.
That was their only metric for knowing where they were in the mountain.
Yes.
Yeah, Sauron's even made all the maps wrong.
The only defense I've got of that is maybe they did know, but they didn't consider digging through to be an option because it's a load-bearing wall. But like, is all of the walls outside load-bearing walls? You know, it's not.
The thing is that has anything even been disproven? Like, couldn't it just
also? They don't say load-bearing; they say foundational, as if what it's like built upon. Built upon it is like it's necessary to hold something or whatever. It's like, well, you can poke a hole in the top.
Yes, you would think.
The whole thing doesn't make sense, and it's really played out as well. It takes like 4 minutes for this to happen. And all that happened is Durin just comes along, touches the wall, and digs a hole in it. But that takes 4 minutes to happen.
I also
wouldn't it be way more interesting because he only just put on the ring? He's just kind of feels like, oh, the ring is like here, but this is like a foundational wall. Probably shouldn't go here. Let me try. I don't know, 7 of the other ones he's gonna do. He's gonna show them everyone. I
think that's twofold, by the way, because you were kind of saying you kind of like that they take care of the men. I almost don't like it because it means that Durin the Fourth believes that this is dangerous enough. We might get a cave-in that could kill everybody.
And doesn't stop him,
and he's not desperately stopping his father. Like, I don't buy that. I think if he
that's true. Yeah,
should at least be pleading with him a bit more than he is.
Yeah, he doesn't
like,
really. He mostly stands there going like, "Wow, what a crazy nutball," and it's like, no, you wouldn't be doing that. You'd be like, "Please don't do this. Please, you're gonna die."
If
like,
show some urgency, man. You think
Yeah.
this guy's gonna kill everybody?
Yeah.
You should be like, I don't care if you're the king. You can't kill us all.
Well, and that would be a great opportunity for payoff. He'd be like, "You will do as you are commanded." They'd be like, "I will not let you die." Something like that.
And then you could do something like after it's all resolved, and he's like, Durin, my son, you were willing to, you were willing to try and stop me because you thought what I was doing was dangerous, and I appreciate that in you. You'll be a good leader one day, or something like that.
Something.
But we don't get to
this
have
is
conversations between this father and son. Really
so
anymore,
fast too, because
Yep.
I would have way preferred some kind of degradation over time, as everybody would. But we've snapped during the third. He's just done so, and it's kind of frustrating that even with a ring, you should probably have some recognition of that. It's like, don't you find it curious that the elves provided you something that you have now completely switched your entire mode of operation, almost like you're compromised in the way that if you take a drug and everything changes for you. If a friend tells you that, you're gonna be able to recognize that. You'll be like, you have memory. Like, yeah, it is weird actually that I thought this, and all of that's been switched now that I put the ring on. It's like, oh, the ring's so great. It's like, it's from the elves, mister. We gotta be careful with those fuckers.
Yeah, it seems like kind of what they're suggesting is that once he's put the ring on, his attitude is completely changed, and he is now willing to do things that are risky because
you may as well think of him as a different character.
Exactly, yeah.
Character.
Because like we've been told that the dwarves are currently digging tunnels, and it's more dangerous than normal because they're digging quote unquote in the dark. They don't have the guidance from the stone singers. And he just puts on the ring and walks on in there and he's like, hey, dig through this foundation wall. And like that on its own might, like, there's still problems with it, but like the idea of him suddenly being willing to take risks might be coherent as like a character point. But the problem is that in season 1, he walks straight into the dangerous mithril mine for no reason. So he definitely he does have a tendency to just kind of walk into dangerous spaces, even though he's meant to be really, really cautious. So I don't even think it works on that level.
I mean, all you'll get for this is just, the ring's doing it. You're like,
Yeah.
Okay.
From this point on, he's not a character. It's the same as Celebrimbor. He will do what the plot says.
That's a shame because I enjoyed during the third.
Yeah.
It's too late for that now, though.
I think I there was a quote that I thought was really strange, so I actually wrote it down. He said, it's like basically, pity those who dwell above, slaves to the sun.
Yep.
Retarded.
Which I thought was interesting that he says that right after,
getting the sun in.
they have to get the sun or they'll die.
Yeah, it's the whole point of why they're in trouble.
The sun as well, you fucking idiot.
They don't have sunlight. Huh.
Dwarves should have they should have an entire like mushrooms.
Yes.
They should have like a whole bunch of styles and types of mushrooms that they've cultivated and crossbred over the centuries, so that because they can grow underground and stuff. That would be really cool to see if they had a whole bunch of mushrooms all over.
We do
the place.
see a single mushroom.
They should have
we see a few.
a sort of like maybe lowly maintained but absolutely available surface farm sort of area.
Yes. 100%.
Yeah, the dwarves can exist. Yeah, they don't.
The second this happened, they should have been like,
all
right, open up the emergency farm sort of situation. And maybe there was like 3 guys there maintaining it, but when something like this happens, you pull all your people in to just like spam it, get that shit going. Because our innards are.
And they should be like.
The dwarves
should have a bunch of like
operating
mosses and underground fishing and shit like that as well.
It's embarrassing watching them lose their stupid mirrors and then almost die like a week later. It's like, guys, no way.
We run out of food? It's like, oh, why?
Yeah, because I don't think there's any reason dwarves. I think it's mostly cultural that they live in mountains and they're just accustomed to it, and that's what they.
I'm totally fine with that.
But there's no reason they can't. Yeah, there's no reason they can't. Go
just don't kill yourselves by.
It's not worth dying for.
Yeah. And they're supposed to be intelligent, like at least in the way of like logistical. I don't buy that they're so stupid that they're like, well, we can't make use of the sun unless we get mirrors.
Yeah, and the whole idea in the previous episode 3, I think it was, that King Durin had prohibited trade with the outside world, like that's just insane.
Yeah, especially if he cares about these people as much as they portray. It's like, oh no, we need food. Can Can any one of you that does all these trips like every day to Aragon, can you guys bring some food back? That would be nice. Thank you.
If it was after he put the ring on, then like it would still be like, oh, really, you're doing that? You're just going to destroy the character and turn him into an idiot. But this was before he put the ring on. So
well, they're not. It's so fucking insane because you've got so much time to use, but they haven't used it, and now it's like, oh, you've got a thing here. You've got to let's see him change gradually over many scenes with subtle dialogue that becomes not so subtle and decisions that are like, oh, that's a bit. It's like, no, you will be crazy now, and you're like, okay,
instantly. It's like another one of these things that just writes itself. It's like, oh, these like it's like corrupted, like slowly, and maybe he puts on the ring, realizes, oh, this is kind of weird. Why is it showing me the foundation wall is being saved? That's kind of weird. I'm just gonna put it.
I prefer if it does.
I'm gonna put it off.
He puts it on, and he's like, huh. I didn't do
Well, I
anything.
mean, surely
maybe that.
It's actually more applicable and meaningful as a thematic element, right? The idea of the corrupted by power. That it shouldn't just be like, oh, instantly you just turn evil, right? It's more like, oh no, it's just gradual, right? It's like you just sort of push there and push here and then gradually, because especially if it was, if you put on the ring and then someone's personality instantly changes, then any reasonable person's like, oh, there's something wrong with that ring.
Exactly. The whole fucking kingdom should have noticed.
And then the gig will be up,
Exactly. So it's stupid. It's also pretty funny as well, considering that, I mean, it's like, what do you think happens in the Lord of the Rings as the journey goes along? Frodo becomes more like unstable, right?
Yeah.
Like it's
and as I said, it takes till the end of the Two Towers for him to get his first.
That's with the One Ring, a notably not special ring compared to during the Third ring.
If anything, the One Ring is way less
mind right at the beginning.
Yeah, the One Ring's kind of a shitty ring. Nobody cares about that.
Yeah, compared to these, it's a balls ring. Fuck it.
This one, when you push somebody, they get attached to a wire system and go flying.
Whoa. If the goal here, if you're a writer and your goal is to show that the ring is changing King Durin, like, I'd expect that. That's the goal. But instantly the shift happens, and instantly the shift happens in a way that it is very out of character for him. The ring isn't corrupting elements of his personality and using that against him. It swapped him to a new character. If King Durin is portrayed and known as being stubborn, cautious, steady as she goes kind of personality, to have him put on the ring and instantly say, I'm going to personally tear through this foundation-bearing wall, and everyone thinks that we're all going to die. That's like, well, why did you do it that way? Instead of him just subtly sort of implying, what if we dug that way? And we're like, oh, we don't think anything's over there. We haven't seen
a corridor of miners, and he's walking through, and he's like, you guys are doing great. This is excellent. And then he sort of stops with one of them, and then he's like, and we're just like, why is he curious about this particular one? And then he's like, keep going, and then that guy does, and eventually that guy finds the light first, and everyone's like, what was that? Was that the ring? Was that you? And he's just like, I don't know. I got a sense that this was where the wall was actually, like, just start further away. But the thing is, I think that the writers are like, no, we've got to get going. We've got to get Khazad-dûm back to like full power with the light.
We don't have time.
Right, but the thing is, like, the opposite. You're a television show. You have more time to spend on this than the films had. The films are long, but they're not as long as a season of television. And there were 3 films, and you want 5 seasons. So you have more than enough time to do the gradual descent into madness. And again, thematically, it's important that it's a gradual descent rather than an instant shift. That's like so important. As obviously there's contrast, right? Because like Eagle went insane very quickly, but as like a general rule, it's like, surely you want to have the gradual descent to emphasize the corrupting influence of power.
Why would you waste that storytelling opportunity?
Yeah, where you have during the 4th wondering, is it the ring, or is it the fact that my dad is struggling with the fact that his kingdom is failing? Exactly. Or is it him desperately trying to claw his way back, knowing that he just needs some help from other races, and like his essentially is like his sort of protectionist attitude is actually going to bring us down? Or is it like, there's maybe this growing sentiment in Khazad-dûm that he's a poor leader, and it's like, is this getting to you? Is this because the first time you've actually had to like experience your subjects being disappointed in you? And we get to enjoy all of that at the same time as knowing it's very likely the ring, especially because his dad is like quite strong.
But what if in the show Durin said, "Holy fuck, it's the ring! Take it off."
Mm-hmm.
Well,
That's cool too.
yeah.
Well,
Also,
imagine how cool it would be if it happened after like a whole season of the climb.
That's how it should have been.
Durin.
Yeah.
We should have been in a
they
position
should
where
have
we
just-
can feasibly say it's probably not the rings from a character perspective because you've had them for ages. And then, they have to understand it's like, yeah, because that's how they work. Which is another thing the dwarves should entertain, but they don't have to because he goes from la 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 to ring on to blah. It's like, well, I think I know what did it.
Complete madman in fucking 2 seconds.
Yeah.
They
Also,
have
the fact that the
decided
ring does
that-
that means that like Sauron must surely know that the ring was going to do that because he doesn't typically seem to make mistakes. Everything goes according to plan pretty
These
much at
rings
all
seem to
times.
be as he designed them. These
Well, exactly.
7 dwarf rings are as he wanted them to be.
And
They
if
got
his
his
whole
seal of approval.
Yeah, like if his whole plan is to get rings for the dwarves and have them be distributed, which is going to happen but hasn't happened yet, and then go on to make rings for men and then make the one ring, and all of that has to happen before his identity is uncovered, before the orcs attack Eregion, and before anyone realizes that the rings turn you into a crazy person, then he is a crazy person himself because he's given the dwarves rings that make a switch flip and they immediately become crazy. Why on earth would you do that?
I feel like instead of using the opportunity to have the rings, boil the frog, sort of slowly boil the frog, they have thrown the frog into Mount Doom in a single scene, and it's just like, oh, we know what's happening now. This is it. It's definitely the ring. It totally is. That's
Imagine
just
what the
it is.
fucking rings of men are gonna do. The second they put it on, they just go and then crawling around.
I
the
don't know
walls
who's
and
gonna
stuff.
get them.
I mean,
They just gonna
I have
turn
a
into
theory.
fucking Nazgul
There's-
the instant they put them on.
Yeah,
Like,
they
There's
might actually do
27
that.
men in Middle Earth, as far as I'm aware. So
Well, we gotta grab 9 of them. go.
all right.
Yeah. yeah, where are the fucking kings of men? Like, where the
Rank
fuck
'em.
are they?
They're all in Numenor.
Well, the
Like,
thing
that's
is,
it.
you could have said
Okay.
we were all the lords of like dwarven lords. They're fucking, I don't know.
Uh-huh.
They
Yeah,
just
they don't
appeared
exist.
The lore of
sometimes,
Seems weird
maybe.
that you wouldn't set
We
them
we
up
have a scene with
higher
emissaries
without
from them
much
later on,
time.
which is
How
pretty
can it
funny,
cost
but,
this much and you have such a little scope?
Yeah, it costs this much and you have this much time because these episodes are
It's-
longer than what television shows used to be. Television
It's-
shows used to be 45 minutes. Now they're like in an
like
hour
an
and
hour.
5-10
Yep.
minutes. You have all
It's
the
be-
time that you need.
It's because we waste a bunch of time with the fucking Southlands and the Harfoots, which
Well,
doesn't need to
would
be in
go
the show
further
at
than
all.
that. I think we just waste a lot of time in scenes in general of holding the
Well,
shots
yes.
too long or characters pausing for too long.
Yeah.
Like the freedom to have any runtime you want should have been. I mean, and it has been a good thing for some television shows because they make good use of the time. But at the same time, it's also enabled less competent storytellers to pad the amount of or rather just like not recognize, hey, we should cut this, like, or maybe we should pace this a little bit faster just so that we don't waste everybody's time.
There's absolutely that as well, but I think those two like plot lines could be cut entirely, and the show would be a lot better.
Yeah.
Or
Yeah, they
slightly
could
better.
stand to cut. They could absolutely stand to cut some plot lines for sure.
Yeah. Those two are mainly just a waste of fucking time.
I guess
The
before
Dark
we
Wizard.
before we I guess move on to the next like subplot, this all the dwarves celebrate. They're so happy that the light's back, everyone's thrilled, and everyone's happy except
Yay.
for Diza and the Stone Singer.
Yeah, which came across to me as you're just jealous. You're just mad.
Yeah.
You should have been us,
But
bro.
replaced by AI, bitch.
That's what I thought they were going to
Yeah.
do, but they don't even do that. They could have played into the fact that the ring has done what she could not, but they
Yeah.
don't even do that.
They don't know about the ring as far as we know,
Hmm.
or maybe they do. I don't see. When
don't
things
know.
happen so quick, I don't know what people know. I
I
don't.
mean,
know
I
what
assume
the-
Diza knows because of Durin.
No, they
right?
do.
Durin,
She
yeah.
does mention the ring later on. that
Okay.
it's
She's
kinda cheating.
probably been told, I guess, but still, a very odd reaction. Because I could understand having issues with the ring and everything, but it's weird to show her having this reaction at the moment her people are saved.
Yeah,
Mhm.
yeah.
That feels odd. Like
Should be later.
I could totally buy. You need like that kind of performance that captures the yes, but also You know, like a good, but with her, it's
Also, she
also
was-
just like, yeah, this was evil.
So she
or
wasn't
something.
bored with the whole thing, right? Up
She
until that point.
was. Yeah.
Like,
So
What
yeah,
they-
I don't even know why she's angry.
If they had stretched this out a little bit, then they well, I say that as we've been talking about pacing, but if they had stretched this out a little bit, then she could have maybe understood that, yeah, you have just saved the kingdom and you have healed the mountain and all the rest of it.
And my children can eat now.
Yeah.
Yeah, but at the same time, have her be very aware of King Durin's mental deterioration and be like, well, something is not right.
Maybe if I'm being generous, there is an aspect of it's a bit sad for us because we failed. They've done it, but it's sort of because we failed.
Yeah, like she could be happy until Durin tells her what actually happened in the mine.
I just think that this is a bit misplaced. She needed to have an aspect of holy shit, we did it. We're okay. Good, that's the most important thing.
Something I want to point out
does this mean the mountain is healing and maybe we can communicate with the mountain again? Maybe this is like the first step to us being able to like speak with the mountain again.
You could use that aspect. I just like that. It's just like, all right, let us try. And he's like, whoa, no, it's fine.
Nope.
It's fine.
Don't
you guys
anymore.
Don't worry.
It's been a long day. Just go home.
The rings
I want to ask, like, why does the ring do what it does in the finding the light? I know we aren't really told, but do you have any theories? Because
pretty much,
I was thinking that it's go on. Sorry, if you have a guess, yeah.
Like in the lore, they specifically mention that it helps them find more like treasure and shit. But so it does help them mine to some extent.
Yeah,
okay.
I think what
it
they
doesn't
say
specify like exactly how much or anything, but could have that aspect to it.
That's actually something I'm slightly okay with compared to a lot of other stuff. What I'm not okay with is just the concept we talked about, how like, oh, here are some rings, like, oh, we need food. Like, yeah, but you can have rings. Like, if they'd had the conversation where it's like, this ring will guide your mountain to prosperity through, and then actually, it wouldn't be as fun, would it? If they actually explained it, like, this will guide you to the weakest walls that give you access to light that won't compromise the integrity of the mountain or something. You'd be like, oh, yeah, okay. Like that scene, they don't want that scene because they'll be like, well, no, because that makes the ring seem less ethereal and mystical.
So the reason why I bring it up is because we've seen, I think by the end of episode 6, the rings will have had 6 or 7 different magical powers that they can do. And I think 4 of them you could broadly describe as like undoing things that are evil. Like in this case, the mountain is corrupted or whatever, and he uses it to find the light and heal the mountain, literally and I guess symbolically. The entire reason why the rings were crafted using mithril is because mithril has inherent anti-evil properties, as seen with the scene with the leaf in season 1. Khazad-dûm is full of mithril.
Yeah, it just never made any sense. They could make the rings themselves. What do they need Celebrimbor for?
A super holy light mountain.
Yeah, they're shielded from all of Sauron's plotting and scheming. He
just
can't even, like,
and I think,
like Anatar shows up later. He tries to get inside Mount Doom. He's like,
Dwarves are like expert forgers. What they would have been there? Did they see the forging? Were they like, whoa, Celebrimbor, you just did some mad skills, bro. I have no idea how you did that, but you made the rings, and we can't possibly reproduce that process. No idea how you did it. That's brilliant. Thank you. I doubt it.
Well, fucking Anatar does it himself later, so I think the dwarves can pull it off.
Well, the whole point is they absolutely can, especially if mithril is the most important ingredient and they have the source of it. Like, come on.
Well, they might be able to do it. Like, it is a spiritual thing as well.
But the show has not done a good enough job showing us why it's a special thing.
Absolutely not.
That's why.
I think that'll be a big thing we talk about later, is how poorly they have shown us the actual process or gotten us to believe that there's some technical execution skill, all these things that would go into making the rings, because we spend a decent amount of time in the forge, but we never see them like working on stuff. They're mostly just standing around.
Yeah, they're standing around.
Yeah.
And it would be really neat if they showed, I mean, the Lord of the Rings trilogy started off with like, here is a mold. We are pouring actual liquid metal into the mold, and like there was some process behind it, and but we can get into that later because I've got a whole thing that because it annoys me immensely.
Wanted to mention, by the way, that the Smiths of Foraging are like mentioned to be the greatest Smiths in all of Middle Earth, basically.
I sure got that
the dwarves
impression.
are obviously like super good as well, but they're like good at doing different things. Like the elves are good at making like very fine, what do you call it, like finesse weapons and shit like that. And dwarves are really good at making, good armor and axes and shit like that. So it's they're good at doing different things. But, the elves of Foraging are mentioned to be the best smiths in the land.
Well, I mean, I guess we're actually speaking about the forge and the elves and stuff. That's where our next scene is.
Whoa.
We're in Eregion. We are out of the mountain. We'll be back, but we're out of the mountain. We're on the opposite of a mountain. We're not on the sky. We're in a tower. So that's kind of like the opposite of a mountain in a way, in a manner of speaking.
Not really, but
Not really, no.
Yeah.
I mean, it's a little bit, yeah, sort of.
It's metaphor.
The dwarves are here, and the elves are here.
Put that on the track list.
Oh, Brimby. Yeah, the dwarves are here. The elves are here. Yeah, old Brimby. He's chatting with the dwarves, and he wants to unveil to Narvi. You guys are gonna love this. This is great. You guys are gonna love this. This is really cool. I bet you never. Oh man. Oh wait. Oh. Just wait for the reveal. You guys are not.
Beards
ready
are gonna fall off.
Oh,
dude.
your beard will explode. So they've got this. They got this really cool thing that they're gonna give to the dwarves. It's really, really awesome. It's behind it. It's massive. You'll never guess what it is. And it's behind this. It's underneath like this cloth. And they're gonna do this dramatic reveal of what it is. You guys are not ready for this. So Celebrimbor is like, move that bus. And then, oh, that's an old reference now. And then Narvi pulls down the drape on this big thing, and holy fucking shit! It's the doors from Moria.
Yay!
Oh, fuck off!
Why the fuck was this built in Oregon?
No, don't boo. This is from the Lord of the Rings. These are the Moria doors.
This was really particularly grim.
Fucking hell.
No, because listen, he made moon runes last week in the episode. We saw that he made moon runes, and this is the payoff because
it totally
these are the Moria doors. They glow in the moon.
It.
Yeah. And he even says you have to like say the friendship word, and they'll open. They'll open for friends.
Yeah. How long did it take them to build that thing?
Like a day. Yeah.
Oh, okay.
I mean, yeah, probably. Honestly.
Okay, yeah.
So, by the way, I think it's hilarious that I don't know how they're gonna get these out the door.
That's true.
They're tilted
and
on
then
the side.
Carry them. They're gonna carry them all the way to the Moria entrance.
Yeah, that was stupid, wasn't it? You'd think maybe make it there instead of doing this.
No. Yes, it was built out of the mountainside, you fucking retards. Like, what the fuck's this?
They're gonna glue it in. It's gonna be great.
I guess maybe they built part of the mountain with them.
How does it attach to the mountain? It's like, I don't know. It's magic.
Fucking
sellotape.
Semi-invisible to people if you're gonna make it here and then like glue it in. Like, how does that work?
You know, I feel like with a payoff like this, if you were speaking to the writer who came up with this and you said, "Oh my god, that's the gate from fucking Fellowship. That's amazing. Oh, and it makes sense because of the mithril and because of the construction. Like, and what a great way to blah, blah, you like compliment everything." And the writer's like, "Yeah." And then you just dead stop and stare at him like soullessly, and he's like, "What?" And you're like, "Pathetic." I feel like you
say, "You are not my melon."
No.
Yeah.
Melonless.
So the dwarves and elves
You're melonless. You're sans
like
melon.
Yeah, like the dwarves did the stonework and then the elves did the engraving with the.
Yeah. In fact, you can't even say that I am melancholy.
Hey.
Yeah. So yeah. Anyway, Brimby gives them the doors to Moria. I thought they were built into like the mountain itself, but that's because I'm a retard. Actually, they were made here on the top of this tower, and they have to carry that shit down the stairs. And all of them, I can't even imagine like the mental image of them carrying these massive stone doors that are like
we could have just made one over
6 feet
like
thick down the staircase.
Do people understand the sheer amount of travel that has to be done with this fucking thing? Like, it's
fucking elf slaves to have to carry it all the way to Moria.
Like, do we really have to take these doors back to Khazad-dûm? It's like, well, yes, I mean, they made them for us. It's a gift. The moon runes.
It would be awkward if we didn't.
Never made these before.
I just imagine them carrying around. Did they come across the orcs and like, hey, it's like, what's up over there?
As soon as they leave the gates of Eregion, they just fucking toss it in the woods. And they're like, whatever.
We build it ourselves. When we get back there, our stonework is way better than the shitty elves.
Here are the doors. They do not include shipping and handling. So yeah, Brimby toasts to a lasting friendship between elves and dwarves. Because everything's great. You got your rings, you got your door. We're just showering you with all these gifts, no strings attached. we things are great. Things are great. Everyone's having a.
We're giving you everything except food.
Many of us are dying, but we have a door.
We got more stone lads. That's what we need.
Oh, this is great. I can say the way is shut as I'm dying of starvation on my book. So out on the balcony, Anatar and Brimby are having a chat, and Anatar is kind of being like distant, and he doesn't seem that happy.
Yeah.
And Anatar's like, "Listen, we got to make these rings for men. I know that we like at breakneck pace, at like neck breaking speed, we have created the 7 dwarven rings, and it's just the beginning of the episode. But listen, we have to make the rings for the men."
That's so nuts. Like,
yeah,
slow the fuck down. What the fuck?
Nah, man, we're there.
He couldn't be any more suspicious. It's so funny.
Exactly. Talking about the idea that the ring corrupting King Durin so quickly is like, man, that's really weird. It's also the same here, right? Like, hey, come on, let's go. It's like, what is your problem, dude?
Also,
like,
because there's a little bit of there's something like there's little pieces, there's little like hidden nuggets buried under all the crap of what could be interesting, like character behavior and relationship dynamics, and like maybe a decent show. You have Celebrimbor talking about Anatar was like, "Oh, you talk for too long." I think this is when he says that. He's like, "You talk for too long," and so Anatar tells Celebrimbor, "You were talking too long." And Celebrimbor was like, no, I should have spoke more. I should have told them that you were, a part of this accomplishment and everything like that. And that just doesn't really go anywhere.
We don't know why he didn't do that.
Yeah, I was like, this is my friend Anatar. He's an angel from fucking heaven who showed up. He helped me make these magic rings, and he's just kind of he's a bit of a sourpuss, but he's warming up to people.
Someone in the background, he's what now? So, you're an angel, you came out of the fire and everything. It was crazy.
I think he wants to smash Merdania, but, don't we all? Am I right? Yeah.
It's just another example that we're stacking on of Sauron being retarded as a manipulator. Like, spending a token of, you spoke too long. Like, that doesn't really encourage the aura that you're going for, right? Like, you must know
Plus,
that.
Are we going to make the rings tonight?
He's very petty all the time, and I get that they're like, because Sauron's evil, and it's like, but he's supposed to be smart. He's supposed to be manipulative.
But he's acting like he isn't evil. He doesn't want to be portrayed and seen.
Yeah,
as
he's
evil.
smart enough to know that when you're like, you kill Brimble, talky boy, stop it. He just comes across as pathetic, and it's like, I would way prefer to watch him pull strings in a clever way,
Oh yeah, well, a lot of times it seems like in these scenes he seems like lost, and it's like, wow, that just happened. I don't know how to deal with that.
Like,
let me just think about it.
And looking out into the distance.
He does a lot of looking.
Not there. Yeah. Boy, he looks a lot. I think it would be hilarious if at this conversation, Anatar was like, "Listen, I was gonna say that we needed to make the rings for the men, but rings are so last stage. Listen, here's what we're doing. We're doing doors now." I love doors. We're doing doors now. All right, we're gonna make the 9 doors for the men, and it'll be great. I saw those doors you made for Moria. Oh, now that's slick. We're doing doors now. No more rings.
Beyond Rings of Power to have a door sequence where the doors corrupt men. It's not out of the question.
And then when he gets crazy, Celebrimbor can say, "You're so unhinged." And
no way.
Oh god.
Get a handle on yourself.
Yeah. So let's swivel over to the conversation they have. So we got this is interesting. Brimby, he mentions that Anatar is like this kind of weird dude who puts ideas in people's heads and makes them think that they came up with those ideas.
I was kind of blown away by it. I was like, did you just admit that he's like a manipulative piece of shit? Is that what you just did?
You know what he's doing then.
Because that's the thing that you tell people if you never want to speak to them again and you don't want to ever be friends or talk or
absolutely, dude.
We're done because here's the thing that you do. So we can't like have a relationship because you suck and you're evil. Because that's the thing evil people do.
Man, you have a way of trying to convince me of your ideas in a manipulative and deceptive way. It's like, wow.
Okay.
Okay.
That's part of why this episode is so frustrating. Yeah, like because he repeatedly, pushes back against Anatar in this episode, which he hasn't really done before. Like until now, I think we said before, he's like a lobotomized servant of evil.
Yeah.
Whereas in this episode, he repeatedly pushes back in meaningful ways, which means that he isn't. It's not as simple as Sauron is just mind controlling him, which means that Celebrimbor is capable of understanding things and having his own thoughts and feelings. But the fact that he doesn't realize that Anatar is fucking with him means that he is just an idiot.
Yeah, absolutely.
He's an absolute fool.
Yeah, he's he points at him and says, "You're the kind of guy who fucks with people and manipulates them."
Anyway, moving on.
All right. Anyway, moving on.
I'm curious to see how far he could push it. You know, he's like 9 rings for men, and Celebrimbor's like rings for men. If you just started to say like, I want to make rings for drag. I want to make rings for the moon. Can we do that? Just be like, no. Just see how far he can go.
To be fair, listen, Jupiter has a ring. Exactly, how come our moon can't have a ring?
Yeah, it's unfair, frankly.
Yeah, this is horse shit.
It is so fucking random though. The like rings for men. I'd just be like, what? When was
what?
The dwarves one was weird, dude.
You didn't even say how cool my doors were, man. Like, could you be a little supportive? It took me all day to make those doors.
Dude, you should see my the umbrella. You should see my umbrella. That's
mithril umbrella
too.
Yeah, the kill umbrella.
Yes.
Listen, the umbrella was admittedly that was a prototype. Okay.
That poor soldier is fucking running behind him.
The wet guard back there.
Fucking amazing design.
Something I wanted to ask as well is because the way that it's going in the TV show is the rings for the elves are made, which obviously doesn't happen first in the books. Then he says we need to, like, he comes out of the gate like we need to make rings for men. That doesn't work. He then turns into Anatar and says we need to make rings for the dwarves and the men. And I was kind of thinking, is what Rings of Power is doing, are they trying to say that his real goal is to make rings for men because they're really corruptible, and that he's kind of saying, well, let's make rings for the dwarves as well to kind of keep his cover story? Do you think that's what they're doing? Because Celebrimbor didn't want to. That's all I've got. Is there any basis of that in the books? Is kind of what I'm getting at.
No.
I don't know.
Not at all.
Not really. Like Sauron wanted to take control out of all races, basically, and that's why he fought.
Celebrimbor, we must make rings for orcs.
That's why he later tries to reclaim all the rings that
they give him out of rubber bands and twigs.
Need a ring for Glug.
Glug with a ring of power.
And he makes like an impassioned speech. Orcs are to be corrupted because otherwise they'll be wonderful fathers who take care of their families. We gotta bring them down, Celebrimbor. We gotta make them evil. Oh wait, no, he's gonna be manipulative. I remember.
Yeah, and the elven rings were made last in secret, so Sauron doesn't know about them. And that's why he can't control them at all.
Yep. So men are too corruptible. Can't make rings for them, and so we have a bit of an impasse. Except not really. You would think that it would be. That would be like your brain, right? Because now Brimby, he's the Lord of Eregion. Celebrimbor is the Lord of Eregion. He is basically the king of this little. He's the king of the city. He's the mayor. He's the guy in charge. And he is saying, we shouldn't make rings for men. They're too corruptible. And Anatar's like, okay, well, I'm gonna. And so Celebrimbor says, all right, I won't help you.
I'm just gonna chill here. It's fucking insane because we finally get a scene where he talks back, and I'm just like, oh shit, he's allowed to say things and not just do stuff. And then Anatar is like, well, guess I'm gonna do them myself. And all the Forge people are just on board, like, yeah, sure, we'll help you.
Yeah, like if Anatar was just gonna go in there and use the Forge and maybe hope that Celebrimbor isn't gonna stop him, then that's one thing. But like you say, he uses Celebrimbor's staff, which means that they now essentially work for him, and Celebrimbor just doesn't do anything to stop them when he absolutely could. Because his principle in this scene is that he is so unwilling to make rings for men because of how corruptible they are, that he is willing to defy someone that he thinks is an angel.
That and should also be insanely fucking suspicious.
And that, yeah.
I don't even believe Celebrimbor believes that, because after the first scene where he sees him coming out of fire and he bows, after that he's like all buddy boy with him. It's like, Anatar, my old chap. Just gives him a little tap on the shoulder. It's like, just chill out. They're gonna come around, the dwarves. They're really cool. They're just homies now. It's like really weird. He doesn't talk to him in reverence or anything. He's just talking to a friend, basically. I guess that also happened off screen. I don't know.
There's another
an
up as
element
well
of
on the manipulation angle. He sort of drops this on Celebrimbor, like rings for men. He doesn't do at least like the bare minimum of Celebrimbor saying, you know, rings are good because they do this, they do this, they do this, and tell us the situation with men. What is the perception of men from the elves?
Men could have a few, because I think things are so rough for the men right now.
He's being accused of. So Celebrimbor is like, man, those rings really worked out. They solve all kinds of problems. And then you know, Anatog would be like, wait, are you suggesting we should do it for men? And then Celebrimbor's like, what? No. And then he's like, oh, you just said there's huge problems with them. You know, that they're all fractured, fragmented, leaderless, and their powers are all unfocused. They're getting manipulated. They're doing things with Sauron. You know, Numenor's like not connected to us whatsoever when this could be a really great gift. Like, it just seems like they tick all of the boxes. And then Celebrimbor was like, no, they're super corruptible. And he's like, of course, but maybe this would actually purify them. Maybe, you know, try and actually have a conversation instead of, you know what? Rings for men. And the Celebrimbor's like, no, it's not rings for men.
Arguments, master manipulator man. Instead of just rings for men, I'm gonna do it without your consent. Fuck you.
Well, the arguments that Celebrimbor makes are like really, really dumb, because they mention Numenor, but then he doesn't push that any further. Anatar doesn't push it any further, even though Celebrimbor knows nothing about Numenor. But the bit that I find really quite funny is that part of what Celebrimbor says to counter supposedly what Anatar has said is much of the misery of men is of their own making, and like the refugees now living in Pelagia or whatever it is. He's aware of what's happening in Pelagia. And he says that as if it's a point to be like, well, no, they don't need rings. So like the implication there is things have really gone to shit for the elves. They nearly all died, and then the magic rings made them not die. The dwarves, everything went to shit, and then they got magic rings, and now they fixed their mountain. Everything went to shit for the men, but now they have houses, so they don't need rings. Like, that's what he's saying. It's insane.
Yeah, because
they live in a ruin. They're totally fine.
Yeah.
If you think back on their conversation when he's about to write the letter to Gil-galad, because this whole thing is like, I'm not going to wait for the king to decide who's worthy of living and surviving. But I guess Celebrimbor now decided that man doesn't get anything, so I guess he gets to decide.
There's so many interesting conversations to have. It's like, are you just going to condemn men to suffer because you don't like them? Is that how this works? Like, you're not very fucking virtuous. You know, there's plenty of ways to write it more subtly than that, and then have several conversations instead of dropping this on us. Like, and then just they even have such a big conflict over this, and then they outright get to a point of like almost betrayal. You know, I'm just gonna do it without you, bitch. It's like, you're supposed to be puppeteering him. What do you mean? You're so bad at your job.
Yeah. Oh yeah.
But, like, I think someone in trying to defend this would be like, well, that is how he's going to puppeteer him. He's going to badly make them to convince him that he should be the one to do it. I'm like, that's so silly.
Given what happens next, that is utterly insane.
Yeah.
Oh, it's I don't know if these ones turned out right. Who knows what could happen if they put these rings on? Oh well. Anyway,
let's make some more, dude.
If only that'd be funny. They put it on and they just explode.
I can't wait for fucking Theo.
How did Bronwyn die? Oh, she put on her.
It was a prototype.
It exploded.
Oh.
All right. Well, we were having too much fun. Back to Rings of Power.
Damn it.
Let's see. So Anatar says that he brings up Numenor, and Celebrimbor says, "Oh, I've never been there." And Anatar says Numenor is always teetering between like glory and ruin. And this corruption. They need 9. We need to make 9 rings. We made 3 for the elves. We made 7 for the dwarves. So 9 is like 3, which is perfect 3 times, a perfect amount of the perfect number, which is that's 9.
Underrated, very funny moment that they skip over 7. They're like, we're not justifying why it was 7. Fuck you. And you're like, okay.
I think it's because there were the 7 dwarf lords.
No, that doesn't. Who the fuck cares? If you're gonna talk about how 3 is balanced, and look how many elven lords or ladies that could have had the fucking rings.
Only
if the logic is it has to be in 3s, which was never justified anyway, you're like, see, we got 3, we got 9, we got 7, and moving on. Yes, we've done it all. That's great.
You're like, did you lose 2, or did you accidentally make an extra? Balance. Were you trying to make 6 and you accidentally had an extra spare and you have a spare one? Or
if you made 6,
were you gonna make 9 and 2 went missing? Did you drop them in the river?
No, you made 6 for balance and then you add 1 for extra balance. It totally works that way. Yeah.
If you make a ring of 6,
plus one
and then you put one in the middle, it's like beautiful.
Yeah, amazing.
People are saying make 333 rings for the half.
Maybe they will be
33. Wow.
Maybe they'll finally take a bath.
They all have fucking 8 rings.
Yeah. Celebrimbor says that 9 is too many. He's like, nah, 9 too many.
Crazy.
We've done
fine,
the rings of power.
9?
The rings of power, they're complete, they're done. And Anatar says, you know what? I'll make the 9 rings myself because I have to save the world.
He's doing Thanos.
Right? Yeah. I'll do it myself. And I guess, like I had sort of said before, it's worth stating again, Celebrimbor thinks that making more rings is bad, but he allows Anatar to use his forge, his workers, all of his equipment. He's the Lord of Eregion, but he just allows this to happen.
He has a sad face when he's doing it. He's like, I don't
like
that's
sort of
a sad
I guess
face.
baby steps to have
Yeah, we're getting there.
I suppose. Yeah.
Dude, I can't wait for the conversation between Celebrimbor and Gil-galad. Like Gil-galad's like, the fuck were you doing? What is happening here?
There's too many. Like, he would have 1,000 questions for everybody. He's just like, fuck you, whatever. I don't.
There's like a whole. There's just a bin full of rings. It's like, I don't know, just grab one. We made like 700. I don't know. He's like an elven envoy.
I had to be careful to make it balanced.
Yeah, he's like an elven envoy. It's like, no, he's fucking Sauron. It's like, no, he came out of the fire, dude. There's no way.
This is another example. There are many of this scene is not over, but you told us it's over, and we're moving on, and we'll come back to later when it's just not the fuck over. Celebrimbor will be like, "Yo, my forge, baby, I'm in charge," and I'm saying no. You can't just go forge. Go make your own little forge. Go ahead in your own little town.
It's every time. It's every time they don't know how to deal with something, they just cut away and just ignore it.
It's every other scene, honestly.
Yeah, exactly. It's every other scene.
Happen off screen.
Wait, the conversation is over. Yeah, it is. It's done. We cut away to a different place.
Yeah, we're in a new place now.
It's the same with the relationship between Celebrimbor and Hellbrand. Where they suddenly say, "Oh, we worked so much together. We're like basically best friends." Like, what? I've seen you in like 2 scenes together. What are you talking about?
But like
something else that Anatar says to try and convince Celebrimbor, which doesn't work, is that he wants to identify 9 ring bearers from the greatest 9 mortal kingdoms that are the wisest and most noble and purest of heart, to try and convince him that like we're not going to give them to men that are corruptible. We're going to find the right men and give them to them like that, which like that's going to take a very long time to do. And if you take what Sauron actually wants to do, it goes against that evil plan because time is of the essence, and it also goes against Celebrimbor's understanding of Anatar's plan. So both of them should be like, wait, that doesn't make any sense at all, but oh well. And Celebrimbor just doesn't know, like he rejects it, but he doesn't reject it for the right reasons.
It's something else that's going to happen off screen, so we don't need to worry about that. Though.
And it's also
it's probably what they wanted to do. They did, we're going to make the rings now, and then I was like, don't worry about it. I'll go and spread them to the people that I trust. And then Celebrimbor was like, okay,
they do that a lot. Anatar, Sauron, whatever. He'll do a thing where he'll say, "I'll take care of X," and then suddenly X is taken care of next scene. You're like, how did you do that? And it's like, shh, fine.
Well, also, Celebrimbor's problem is with making rings that are going to be given to men. So surely he should not be okay with this at all until they have identified the 9, best men to give them to. At a minimum.
Well, not even that. He has to be convinced any man is worth giving it to at all. If there's even a person in the world, because Celebrimbor seems to think that if you give it to even the best man, he'll turn evil.
You could have an entire season where Anatar and Celebrimbor travel Middle Earth. Maybe give us some, time passes. You get the sense of scale.
You bring a higher level man of some kind to come in and basically plead his case, and Celebrimbor's like, he has to deal with someone personally. He has to tell them personally, "I'm not going to help you, even though I could." That's like a good way to manipulate him. We're not getting that scene.
What that just brings to mind though is that just like some guy shows up, his name's like Frank or something, and they put him in like a glass box and give him one of the rings and set a stopwatch to see how long it takes.
Yeah, like for the first minutes, he's like, "Yeah, feeling good." Oh my god, look at him! He's going crazy. But you don't even need the actual guy, because that could be a cool reveal. It was Sauron. He switched forms into Lord of whatever from distant land to plead his case and blah blah blah. Like just show us anything as to the way that he controls or convinces Celebrimbor, instead of just being like, "Nah, he agrees today and he disagrees tomorrow." It's how simple it is.
Well, he could
Anatol
send out.
really needs to go to the bathroom every time a candidate shows up.
That would be funny.
Or he insists on shaking their hands so he can mind control them to not be
Yeah.
evil or something like that.
He builds a little cardboard cutout of Adar himself, and he's like, "No, he's right there. Look, he's right there. Don't go near him. Don't go near him."
Oh my god.
It would be very amusing.
Terrible.
You know what isn't terrible though?
I don't
Numenor.
believe you. Whatever you're about to say, I don't believe you.
True. Numenor sucks balls. I think it's my least favorite of the plot lines.
It's
but we're
so
here.
lame.
Yeah.
So
Why do you
lame.
say that like you're confused?
I think Gandalf's worse.
Yeah.
Ooh,
Gandalf, I think, is worse.
I think it's.
But what are we talking about here? Like bad writing or boredom?
Oh, bored. Well,
Yeah, boredom. I get intensely from the
boredom,
Gandalf stuff.
Yeah, boredom is definitely
Yeah.
Gandalf. But in terms of like Numenor,
There's
this episode,
A bit of
It's like
politicking
those-
in Numenor that is like my brain gets to jog a little bit. But
Well, I think it's more so that things can actually happen in Numenor, whereas the Gandalf stuff feels like every season is drawing it out for as long as possible.
He takes a bath.
Pretty
We
cool.
got like Elendil and Alpharius on which aren't like complete shit actors in Numenor at least. Like
Yeah, like I don't mind Elendil for whatever reason. Like whenever he's
Because
around,
his
it's
actor's good.
the actor.
Yeah, like he's a good actor, but his
Yeah.
character is kind of shit. But he's a good actor.
Yeah.
Well, yeah, of course, no character can escape this show.
You don't think Poppy's
Yeah.
actress is really good? Do you know like Poppy's actress?
No.
What about Merrimack? Isn't he cool? Isn't he fun?
Who dat?
Merrimack.
Oh,
Don't
the
fuck around with me.
Imagine that
I'm,
character on
I'm
your.
getting sick of your shit not knowing who Merrimack is, all right?
Imagine having that
You know
character
exactly
on
who
your.
I'm talking about. He's the beloved character from Rings of
Yeah.
Power Season 2.
the retard. Yeah.
Yeah, we
Nobody.
love Merrimack. This is a Merrimack. This is a pro Merrimack stream.
No. it's
Sure.
not.
You
No.
say so.
Yes, it is.
I
It
refuse.
is. I made it so.
We're taking a stand on this. We're not letting him.
Well,
Yeah,
listen,
I'm
you
gonna
found
trying
your
to
way
corrupt
this
the
ball,
stream
then you
much
can
like
find your way
Sauron
the
corrupts
fuck
the
out.
rings.
Okay.
Corruption.
Now,
Rooted out.
Let's history. I'm on the right side of history. Now,
You're on the wrong
Oh,
side
yeah,
of
no,
the future, though.
why?
what a cool guy.
Oh, imagine
look at
having
him
that on
go.
your acting resume. Jesus Christ. Holy shit.
Fucking
Nah,
Rufio.
man, he's gonna be the new hot thing. He's gonna be like. Why did I almost say Sam Worthington? That's not a good example. He's gonna be like.
I'm just
He's
imagining
gonna-
this guy in Avatar now.
Oh, yeah.
Did you not like Merrimack in Terminator Salvation? He was really good.
So anyway,
Oh no! Oh my god!
No.
Not him at all. His face is turned the wrong way.
Do you want me to?
Why does he have the Stewie face? That's not-
Oh,
you
God.
can't do that.
Oh, man.
Listen. We'll get to Merrimack because boy, wonderful things happen. We got to go to Numenor. This is important. We're at the palace. We're at the royal palace of Numenor, and Kemen and Pharazôn, they're having this chat. Now remember, Pharazôn is the king now because the eagle showed up and people chanted his name, and now Pharazôn, he is saying that look at that tower way out there. It's like the elves are mocking us because the elves are always going to be immortal and we're going to die, and yeah, and he wants to be immortal. He's jealous of the elves who get to live forever.
Yeah. So I guess
and
we
this
are
is-
going towards the
Yeah.
thing that little platoon mentioned last stream. Or was it
Yeah.
you, Gogger, with the
It was
war
both-
against
it
the
was both of
Valar or
us.
something?
Like, it is lore accurate, but it happens in like 2 fucking seconds, and Sauron isn't involved at all. So,
well, that's
Yeah,
all.
there's-
So deal with it.
There's no mention of
No,
this
you know.
at all prior to this scene. He becomes the king, and the very next scene, he's like, "Oh, and now the next stage of my plan is that I would like to be immortal."
Well, I think it's
I
implied
would
that,
like immortality, please.
I think that wasn't even his plan because he says, "Oh, I thought it was enough, but actually, you know what? I
You're
want
right.
to kind
It
of
wasn't
be."
his plan
True,
because
yeah,
he's
yeah.
never mentioned this before ever.
Yeah.
Never
They
once has
just fucking
Pharazôn mentioned, "I want to be immortal."
Yeah.
Like
It
those
should
elves.
happen.
you'd think
It
it would
should
come
happen
up.
after he captures Sauron and he corrupts him for like years and shit. But nah, just do it in like 2 minutes. It's about the same.
So wait, so do you think that Sauron is going to end up in Numenor? Because if
He
that
might.
is what, because if that's what leads to him corrupting Pharazôn and Pharazôn attacking Valinor, and there's now skipping past that, then what narrative purpose would there be in putting Sauron in Numenor? If you see what I mean?
Well, they could do that in
you-
season 3, right?
Like they could, but it doesn't really make sense that he's corrupt already. But
that's what I'm saying. Is if
make
he's already
sense.
corrted, then why bother?
The show might not think
including
that.
More
The show might
corruption.
think they're like, yeah, he's just regular evil. We're gonna make him super evil.
I mean, maybe, yeah.
Yeah, and he's gonna be like super corrupt and evil and like fucking kill his own people and shit like that. And
Probably, yeah.
as like the second after Sauron arrives, because he does look in the Palantir later and sees a bunch of shit. So that does clue us into what's gonna happen with that.
Yeah, Pharazôn, he wants to be immortal now, I guess. He also says he wanted to be the king forever, which we're learning a lot about Pharazôn in this conversation.
Well, to me, this was his "I am evil" speech. This season. Just so you know.
Kemen tells Pharazôn, listen, you don't gotta be like immortal or anything. You're the king now. You got all this power. You can make Numenor great again. And Pharazôn says that Kemen's mother prophesized that Kemen would meet an ill end. So you'd better not fuck up, or else that might come true, I guess.
Dude, it's one of these conversations like, have you ever seen people talk to each other before? He's like, hey, maybe you shouldn't be so weird. We did the thing. Now we can build this city as we wanted to.
We built this city.
Yeah, and then instead of saying something that relates to that, he's like, your mother said you're gonna die, by the way. Horribly.
I took it as like trying to bring it, like, his son is like, we got all these political plans, we can do this, do that, do this, that. He's like, your mother thought you were a cuck. It's like, what? Why'd you say that, Dad? This is like, you're pathetic.
I'm not a cuck. I have
you.
sex with Arian. I really do. We totally have sex. She says that if I'm a very good boy, then one day we will have sex. So I'm not a cuck, Dad.
Yeah.
Stop saying it, Dad. He's like, I didn't. Your mom did. He's like, God damn it.
I never liked my mom.
You know who isn't a cuck? Valandil.
Oh yeah, God.
All right, so yeah. Now we're still in Numenor, but we're going someplace else. This is where Miriel and Elendil are having a chat, and this is
sorry, just quickly, Rags.
Yeah, keep going. Yeah, interject as you need. Yeah.
Sorry. Pharazôn said to Kemen basically that he has a task for him and he needs to go and do a thing, and then he will explain what his mother actually said. So
if he does well,
if he impresses him in this particular task. So essentially, I don't know if you want to reveal what Kemen has been asked to do, because at this point it hasn't yet been revealed. But
spoil it for the good people at home.
Whatever it is, it's something very important, and Kemen is a fucking idiot.
What?
Yes, like there is no reason why you should be trusting. I know that he's his son, but he doesn't like his son. So why on earth would you would Pharazôn trust Kemen to do anything that is at all important for him politically?
He does tell him, if you fuck up here, I'm gonna send you away, basically, to do some like minor bullshit that doesn't matter.
He does, but he could do that anyway. He is the king.
Yeah. Gonna give you the one last chance, you useless fuck.
Are you gonna? Will you catch it or let it slip, Kemen? Only time will tell. So Miriel and Elendil, they're having a chat. A lot's happened. It's been a busy day, week. I don't know. It's been a busy amount of time because now Pharazôn's king, and Miriel thought she was going to be queen because it was just sort of assumed to be that. But then the eagle showed up, and things went totally pear-shaped. Now, Elendil is kind of like proposing a civil war or a hostile takeover of the throne. He says that the Sea Guard are still loyal to Miriel and that they would totally fight for her. But because as far as I'm aware, Numenor doesn't have an army.
It doesn't.
So I don't think that the Sea Guard could be stopped if they decided.
It's a good point, actually.
Hostile takeover. Miriel's actually the queen. And because there's the King's Guard palace people, but they couldn't stand up to the Sea Guard, surely, because the Sea Guard is like, well, actually, I actually don't know what the scale of anything is in the show. I guess I just assumed that
intuitively the Sea Guard would be much bigger.
You would think that you would think that a country's navy would be bigger than like the president's bodyguards, but in this show, I have no clue. So who knows?
Especially when you add on top that they are a seafaring civilization.
Yes.
Allegedly.
Yeah.
Have you seen all of their boats? They got like 3.
They have like links with their horses as well. So
yeah, they have the horse bonds. Yeah, that's
the
really
sea
cool.
is
Remember
always
when
right.
Remember when he ran to the Shelob cave and
Yeah.
and that was great. Those were good times.
The
Back
Black
in the
Forest,
Black
the
Forest,
spooky Black Forest.
Because no one comes out of the Black Forest. It's always been here. Actually, we didn't just make it up. We didn't just make it up. It's always been there. Listen, right down the street from Horden, that was where it was always there. It was always there. The spiders were always there. They just never talked about.
You know, when
it.
they met up to share their new law that they needed to write, there was probably a guy who announced the Black Forest or whatever, and then some other guy was like started to scribble in the background, like, "Fuck, I had that, but okay."
Oh man,
I have to make a different one.
Dark Forest, evil,
Spooky Forest, Forbidden Forest, Fangorn
The
Forest.
Grey Forest.
Ah!
Well,
the Grey Forest is morally ambiguous.
I think it's interesting that Elendil would basically say, "Yeah, Civil War time. You need to be in charge, not Pharazôn." But I also think it's interesting that we're not having a there's a conversation that should be taking place between these two characters, because remember when last we saw them, it was a shit show, right? At the coronation, there was like. Remember Arion showed up with the Palantir and it zapped Elendil like across the room? Remember that happened?
For
That was
some
pretty
reason.
that was pretty that was a wacky day. And Muriel and Elendil, like especially Elendil's not saying, "Listen, Muriel, what the fuck was that?"
He also needs to say that to his daughter. Be like, "Daughter, you may have actually destroyed our kingdom, just FYI.
Daughter, you're a cunt.
What is going on? My daughter has this evil orb that she dropped, and you've been pondering this orb for a while now, and it zapped me across the room, and it's like this ancient elven magic artifact. Can we get on the same page here about what the hell is going on in this crazy wacky world? Because I don't know, man.
No, he's just going straight to
last season.
Let's just have a civil war. Fuck it. Let's do it.
Yeah.
I mean, the whole Elendil's whole motivation in these next two episodes is just so confusing because it seems to simultaneously be built on the idea that he is like devoutly faithful, for lack of a better word, to Muriel specifically, because he believes that she is the rightful ruler, even though she isn't, because she lost the election because there was
she's
an
a
eagle.
woman. Oh yeah.
But also he isn't willing to do what she says. She gives him commands and he doesn't do it. So he isn't. And he seems to simultaneously hold these two perspectives at the same time, which is the only reason why the story is able to happen.
It's really weird. I don't know if I should go into it now or when the actual thing happens, because the way it concludes just makes it even more confusing.
Yeah.
Because what they're going for is like, oh, she tells him, you gotta weather the storm, blah blah blah. When she said it's like, oh, there's something gonna happen very soon where he has to not do anything. It happens next scene, by the way, of course.
Woo!
And then over the course of that, like he has to face these challenges, but they don't really do that well. I don't know. He doesn't really go one way or another, as you just mentioned. So I don't fucking know. It's bad.
Yeah.
I think it could be better. True.
What?
That's fair.
So she asks Elendil. When the Palantir zapped you across the room, sorry about that, by the way, I had no idea it did that.
Yeah, first time that ever happened.
What? Yeah, this has never happened before. What did you see? What did you see? Did you see anything when you got zapped across the floor? Sorry about that. And he said he saw himself lost, riding away from the Numenor city to someplace in the woods. And based on what he said, Numenor, I guess, is gonna get like burnt or destroyed based on the imagery it shows us. But based on what Elendil is telling Muriel, it's like way up in the air. It could mean all sorts of things. I guess it's just sort of implied that she is seeing what we're seeing as an audience, which isn't that how conversations typically work. Like when words paint a picture, that's just flowery language for like describing things with your mouth. But I don't know. But Elendil wants to be like, yeah, we need to do something. Pharazôn's king. And she's like, chill. We need to chill. It's okay if I'm not in charge. I think that because Pharazôn is king, that might mean that Numenor isn't going to get destroyed by a massive tidal wave like I've been having in the visions of the Palantir before.
So the only reason why this, why Muriel's current belief and her instruction for Elendil to stand down, the only reason why that is possible is because Aarion stole the Palantir at the end of season 1, which it's not clear why she did that, and it's not clear how she did that.
Well, and
Because
if both those questions even did have answers, it would be an incredible coincidence that it even happened at all.
yes, because just to be clear, the her doing that is what prevents Muriel from being able to confirm the nature of Elendil's new vision, which is why she evidently now believes, oh, wait a minute, maybe the flood isn't going to happen, which informs everything that she now does.
So why does she think she shows the same vision to every single person who touches it?
That would be my question, because I feel like they went back on that.
Yeah, it demonstrably doesn't. The Palantir is one of 3 narrative devices that they use in Rings of Power that just is used to inject visions into people's brains as and when the writers want it to happen. You got the Elven rings, the Palantir, and not Gandalf having premonitions.
They feel like
it's just really weird though.
They're cheapening the Palantir's hardcore to the point of, we want character to do X. How do we do that? It's like, put that image in the Palantir and have them touch it. They'll do it.
Yes.
Yeah, it's literally putting images in their head to make them do shit.
Yeah,
it's just a fucking sheet to writing.
I feel like in the first season they want us to believe that it shows the same thing for everyone, because when Galadriel touches it, the same one that she has, Muriel has. But now we have like 3 different ones, right? So we have the wave one from her. We got Elendil's riding away, and then later on we have something with Tharason, of course. So it definitely does not show the same thing to everyone.
Muriel does address that. I still don't think it works, but she does say, like, for years the Palantir has shown nothing but the flooding of Numenor, which would imply that isn't normal. But why that is the case, I don't know. So yeah,
but
it evidently does work that way. Well, at least 4, because you got Muriel, her father, Galadriel, and I think it's fair to assume Aarion. So that's
well, she doesn't know where Aarion has looked into it, and she doesn't know what she has seen either.
True, but I think this is why Aarion's whole actions are so confusing. Is that if Muriel thinks that Aarion has stolen the Palantir, is it fair for her to assume that Aarion looked at it, given her actions? And
yes, but
if she did look into it and saw, okay, flood, she then evidently connected the dots that, well, the crystal ball says flood. That must be why Muriel went to Middle Earth. Like, that isn't intuitive at all. But that's the only explanation we've got, because she doesn't know what the Palantir is.
I think for Aarion it was just that it's an elven artifact and she used it.
She can't have known. Well, okay, she can have known that, but given that Elendil demonstrably doesn't know what the Palantir is, we're expected to believe that Aarion knows what it is. I don't think that's reasonable.
Yeah, Elendil should definitely know if she knows.
Yeah, I mean, she could know, but if the plot's relying on that hasn't been communicated.
That's true.
Sorry, I was just lost thought thinking about Aarion and what she knows in this. It's an issue of the show not really kind of telling us things that would be really useful for us to know about what characters know, which is just a general plague on the show's writing in general. But sometimes it's very important to plot stuff.
The less they tell us, the more they can pull.
It's certainly
whatever
easier.
They want from anywhere.
Yeah, but they always make sure to remind you of the things that they need to know at
they'll randomly take pride in their writing. Well, they'll be like, "Oh, this is gonna be a sword that's gonna kill this guy. Let's have a scene earlier where the sword is shown." Yeah, let's write it. And it's like, wow, look at you.
They literally did that with the staff, didn't they? Not Gandalf's staff. They literally did that.
They're very. We'll talk about that. Jesus. Let's see. So we leave where we're still in Numenor, but we go down to it's like the dock area in the city or wherever. It's someplace in the city. It doesn't really matter. Elendil finds Valandil, who is the friend who was he was Isildur's like best friend, the guy from the
he's the one who got a hit on Galadriel.
Yes.
Yeah.
He didn't kill her though,
unfortunately. The soldier, who is pretty much his only character trait, is that he is competent. He's good at his job.
Pretty much.
He was very angry at Isildur for ruining things with the Sea Guard and stuff like that, and he volunteered to go to Middle Earth and fight the orcs, and then he wanted the other guy to volunteer, and he fucking died, and we don't talk about that. So Elendil finds Valandil turning in his Seaguard stuff because it turns out that anyone who is loyal to Muriel is being forced to leave the Seaguard. Elendil said that the Seaguard was loyal to Muriel in the last scene, but they can be disbanded by an order from Pharazôn. That I assume that Aarion, because she's on Team Pharazôn, now has the power and the authority to do on Pharazôn's behalf. Essentially, she's sort of overseeing this Seaguard Muriel team disbandery that's happening here.
Pretty big promotion she got there.
Yeah, she went from essentially drawing like a stonemason. She was like a stonemason, I think, and now she is one of the most powerful people in all of Numenor based on her proximity to Pharazôn.
She's top 5.
Why is she so smug?
I don't know. She's
that was so confusing.
Full evil now.
Women.
Yeah.
Well, it's just like Elendil's finding out that all of the Seaguard are losing their ranks. And it's like, oh, who did that? Oh, I did. Haha. It's like,
she's just there smiling.
It's terrible.
And her dad as well. It's like, I did.
Yeah, she basically behaves as though she doesn't know who her father is. She doesn't. She thinks that he would actually be impressed by this.
Yeah, I'm not particularly invested in her at all, but it is remarkable just how much she is whatever the writers want between every scene we see her in. She's just like, she's this now. Now this is happening. It's like, are you dense? Why would you think that your dad would be in any way okay with this? Smiling at him like this. It's like, oh well, maybe she's just evil. And you're like, no, she's apparently not. She's very much effort. Like she's like, no, this is all because it's the right thing to do. Like, no, it's not. You know it. What the hell's going on? Like, and then of course having him looking evil behind her, like, yeah, I'm a part of this too.
Since
She would
Valandil,
absolutely know that he would not approve of this. You know.
oh yeah, it's another thing because since Valandil told her, it's like, oh yeah, the queen actually tried to save your brother and went blind while trying it. That's never mentioned again.
Oh my god, I hate how much they've not talked about it. Like,
that's just not a thing anymore. It's like, wow, that's...
She keeps repeating, it's like, Isildur died for no reason at all, blah, blah, blah. And it's just like, we saw what happened over there. There were orcs. People were suffering. We tried to save them. What are you talking about? You make it sound like we did nothing good over there, and we did it for no reason. You insane.
We just went there, died, and then came back with the survivors.
We went there, killed 20 orcs, a volcano exploded, which was not our fault.
And not on our bingo card.
They never talk about it. She just says, like, no, Isildur died because Queen Evil.
That's because we don't get to have conversations that people would have. No. There's no scene where people go, what the hell happened over there? How come only so many of you came back? And they'll be like, listen, this is going to be crazy. Everyone will verify this story. So, and here's what happened. There was like 20, 30 orcs. We popped them up.
If you still take
volcano exploded.
Discuss it. Like, even if you say all of it, and like her position is, we never should have been there. It wasn't our fight, or it wasn't our responsibility. And you guys, you came back so broken. Like, was it worth it? Conversations like that, I'd be totally interested in hearing, but they don't even get there.
We don't have conversations in this show. They just don't happen. It's like Elendil asking about the Palantir, the magic elf sphere that magically threw him across the room, and he's just like, I won't ask what that fucking was, you know.
But then in this scene, he says that that she's mocking something that is sacred when she shit talks the Palantir. It's like, this is sacred? You didn't know what it was until just now.
I guess it's an elf thing, and he is so Team Muriel that's like, well, she says it's really important and good and amazing and magical, so it is, I guess.
Probably not wise to pull that card with her as well, like, oh, this orb that you've used to destroy who I believe should be ruling, it's sacred. Don't say mean things about it. I don't think that's a wise choice. In terms of the thing is, I don't really understand exactly what their relationship is anymore, and I don't even know what he thinks of his daughter. If I were him, I'd be like, holy fuck, I can't trust this creature that's destroying everything. I don't know who you are anymore.
Well, he doesn't really talk to her as if she's his daughter in this scene, but it seems like he doesn't sort of, gradually come to the realization that she is no longer his daughter, essentially. It's just sort of from the outset, he basically says, this bit now that's on screen, where she basically says, like, keep your, what is it? keep your feet beneath you. It's a long way to the bottom. As if like, you're playing a dangerous game right now. You need to be fucking careful, or you're going to get stabbed in your sleep, kind of thing.
That's kind of my point, though. He's still treating her as like he is her father, sort of thing, in terms of advice or saying what's going to happen next, as opposed to a direct and important political enemy right now that's about to destroy everything if you're not careful. As in, like, everything you say to her is super important. Be careful.
He says the path you're walking on is made of seawater, but I thought the sea was always right, so she's probably walking the right path, isn't she?
Well, maybe that's why it's the thing, because the sea is right and it'll hate her and it'll drag her down. That's how the sea works.
Maybe, but
that's why
also the sea isn't really a path, and like if you're in the sea and your feet are beneath you, then you're in the sea wrong, because usually, when you're swimming...
What if you're Jesus?
Or if you're
He's in the sea right. Because he's
I would
always
also...
right with the sea.
Oh, before I forget, I just don't want to forget that this happens. We get a really cool cameo. I don't know if you guys spotted the cameo. This is a really good reference. This is we got a dodgeball reference in Rings of Power Season 2. I don't know if you guys spotted it. We have Steve the Pirate here turning into stuff at the it's the Seaguard stuff. I was really excited to get the reference. So good to see he's still getting work. He's a cool guy. And he obviously, Steve the Pirate, would be in the Seaguard, of course. But yeah, look at him go. Good stuff. Instantly the show has improved on my metrics. But yeah, I was thinking this is an incredibly contentious thing to do for Pharazôn to come in and like disband most of the what is implied to be most of the Seaguard, saying, oh, anyone loyal to the previous queen, who, by the way, is totally chill with me being king, yeah, all of you're kicked out of the Seaguard. Like, this should cause an uproar with Numenoreans. They're like, what the hell are you doing? What?
Yeah, well, yeah, I mean, and this is an immediate decision too. That's very worrying structurally for the system in play, and it would encourage plenty of people.
First thing he does.
Yeah, and it would encourage plenty of people to distrust the new leadership, and if they're loyal to the prior / the one that was not chosen, then it's like you are just fanning those flames for no reason at all. What difference does it make if they're a part of the Sea God? What are you worried that they're gonna?
What are they gonna do?
Like, I mean, unless he is genuinely worried about.
In fact, they have more reason to rise up now.
Well, or they might potentially rise up when he goes to, strip them of rank. Like it's giving them a deadline to rise up, essentially.
Also, did they do like a poll of do you like Muriel or do you not? Oh, you do? Okay, go turn in your stuff over there. Next.
The next guy's like, I do not. Like
it's like the scene in Life of Brian.
Yeah.
Where it's like crucifixion. Oh, okay. That way, second door on the right to the
down on the door, line on the left, one across each.
But like this scene is the start of this is the start of when everyone is essentially being oppressed and treated like shit by Pharazôn, and everything escalates very quickly because it's obviously Rings of Power. But Muriel could have fixed this like immediately, because she should have spoken to Pharazôn, or at the very least requested to speak to Pharazôn, because they are cousins. You got to assume that they're on speaking terms, even after what happened in the previous episode. And she could just be like, yeah, I actually want you to be the king, because whether she explains the vision in the Palantir changing or not is entirely up to her. But she can absolutely make it clear that, no, I'm just going to put my feet up. Like, I don't like you, but you're the king now. I'm not going to do anything. Maybe Pharazôn wouldn't believe her. That's fine. But the fact that the writers didn't even give us that scene means that they're just robbing us of any opportunity to learn about the characters.
They do that a lot.
Yeah. And like, if they had that conversation, then that may well have changed everything that Pharazôn, Kemen, and Eärien do in this scene, in this episode. Sorry.
But apparently, Elendil doesn't know this is happening. No one came to him to escort him here, which I think would happen because they know he's like big buddies with Miriel, so that he doesn't do any he wouldn't do any shenanigans.
Yeah, I think they'd hit him first. Yeah.
Snag him first, like, hey, this is gonna happen. Tell your people, and please make it so they don't just kill everyone on site or whatever.
Mm-hmm. Because they just disband him on spot and just take his weapons and shit.
Yeah. But he just stumbles upon this. It's like, oh, you're demoted, by the way. It's like, oh, okay.
Oh, okay.
What a bad day.
Man, this
starts rated. He's like, oh.
Just a little cloud over his head.
But then also this whole idea of like everyone loyal to Miriel as a collective group of people, like that doesn't necessarily mean that they don't accept Pharazôn as the king. and we haven't had if you're
Yeah, it's just
Pharazôn,
what does loyalty to Miriel mean?
Well, based on what we know, it means very little because Miriel is not pursuing any kind of political. She's not acting against Pharazôn in a political manner. But if you're Pharazôn, what you should probably do is you should gather up all of like the various captains of the single military wing of Numenor. You line them up immediately, and you say do you swear to serve your king and all the rest of it? And at that point, Elendil would refuse.
Yeah.
Yes.
And at that point, you then have, certain things are going to happen. But they don't do that because they want to use Elendil for other things in this episode.
Mm.
Mm.
Yeah.
Oh God, I got another friend playing Balatro. Jesus, they're just stacking up. Oh my God.
Yeah, a lot of Steam things popping up there.
It's a good cancer.
Is it?
Yeah, I think so.
Well,
let's see. We've got Valandil. Valandil's here. Sorry, I'm getting a little bit out of order. Pardon. Elendil turns in his sword, and he's like, "Well, I guess I'm not the Sea Guard anymore." And everyone like salutes him. All the Sea Guardsmen who are there to turn in all their stuff. They're like, "Oh, Captain, my Captain!" And they have a lot of respect for Elendil. He has a lot of support amongst these people. It doesn't seem to be necessarily the faithful. It's just the Sea Guard really likes Elendil. So after all of the events, it seems, of Rings of Power Season 1 and what they did with the Middle-earth and all that stuff and going there, it does seem like he has a lot of support from the Sea Guard.
Which at least makes some sense, I guess. I'm trying to think of what's impressive about his leadership in Season 1 that would have inspired them. Because at least Miriel got blinded, right?
Yeah.
I'm trying to think. Did Elendil? He cried. I remember that.
I mean, that's a lot of characters in the show. They like to cry.
Did he give a rousing speech at some point? Did he save a bunch of people?
I don't think so. No, they just say he's very respected,
he ain't
as they do in the show.
Okay?
He gave somewhat of a speech when they left Numenor, I think. Don't remember exactly, but
he's the guy that recruits them. He gives the speech saying it's been decreed by Miriel that we need to have soldiers, but that's like a.
Well, wouldn't it have been cool if we got scenes of him being very personal and knowing his men really well and inspiring them and stuff, so that this could feel a lot more fuck yeah, I buy this.
And I imagine the actor would probably do a good job of that as well.
He probably would.
Yeah. Maybe he just makes good cocktails or something. I don't know.
Yeah, it could be. Don't rule it out.
Let's see. Oh shit! Accidentally.
Uh-oh.
Closed my thing. I gotta pull it out.
No.
Oh my God.
Well, it's over. See you guys next week for.
I didn't save it. Sorry.
Valandil is here, as we've mentioned, and so is Arian. And Arian's like, "Hey, Valandil, I can take you off the list to be, have to turn in your stuff and everything." And Valandil's like, "Yo, you do that for me?" And she's like, "Yeah, you're one of my oldest friends." And he says, "Yeah, I think you've made it clear who your friends are." And he walks away because he's a Chad and he ain't taking any of her bullshit. Because she's a
actually, you would do that for me is actually a remarkably subtle line for Rings of Power. Because what he's doing there, of course, is implying, because he says it very dully. There's a point he's making with that. Wow, we're not connected in any kind of positive way anymore. So you doing that for me is and she's like, well, no, because we're friends. The implication of his statement is that they're no longer in any kind of positive connection, which is
it strikes me as the kind of statement you say when you're kind of you want to bait out to see what their response will be to that. You want to when I say that, what will you say? What will your response be when I kind of highlight this? I do like it. I do like it.
But I think you made it clear enough who your friends are. I think is not necessary. He could have just turned away.
Yeah,
that's
I don't
that's
trust
part
you
of
to interpret or understand anything.
That would be part of what we say. We'd be like, it's so clear who she's thrown herself in with, what influences she's had in the actual politics of Numenor that he would feel this way. We don't need him to state that. And to be honest with you, he shouldn't need to say it to her. She should be able to figure it out. He would be like, "Fuck you, for what you've done." And if you can't tell why it's bad, then fuck you even more.
Why would she expect him to be chill with this?
Yeah.
She's such an idiot.
Yep. once again a retarded.
Well, she just
character,
feels
so-
like a chess piece that they use to do anything. She could just do anything at any time. I half expect she's going to become a good guy again once time has moved on enough.
Oh, she will. She will. She will.
Oh,
yeah,
100%.
they're not going to hold her.
And it's not going to be well
they're not
done.
going to be like, hey, you know
It's
what?
gonna be
No,
like,
of
that's
course
happening
not.
now.
No,
Fuck you.
she is. Well, we will in the next episode in particular. There's going to be a conversation involving her where some things should pop up about the decision she's been making, and it doesn't happen. But we will definitely get there because who knows what they have in store for her. Hopefully, it isn't.
I think she'll.
mega
I
cringe.
think it'll be like that. She stands up to or fights Farazan's son. That'll probably be what it is. Since
Probably
they've kind of
slap him
set
and
up
he'll go,
those two having a dynamic. Yeah, exactly. They've set up them having
Possibly,
a
yeah.
dynamic. I say set up as in they've just had a couple of conversations, but you know,
They've been spotted together in scenes. That's good enough.
Yes,
they're
that's
stood
right.
next
Yeah.
to each other.
Like I think it's implied. I don't even know if it's fair to say it's implied that they have some kind of a romantic relationship. But I don't know if that's just me reading these two characters in a way that they're characters in a TV show. I don't actually know if they do. But
It's a cockmantic relationship, is what they have.
yeah, I thought it was exactly. I was thinking the same thing, that he's like the loser obsessing, or like interest in her, but that she doesn't care as much.
sure, yeah. But I mean, if we had, I guess maybe a discussion to, there are things that you can do to feed into that. But like, I was kind of thinking, if their relationship was almost like a Romeo and Juliet type deal where they are just madly in love with each other to the point where she knows that she's behaving irrationally and she's fallen in with a bad crowd that she knows is bad, it's against the wishes of her father and it's against her friends and all the rest of it, then that would at least be something. But all we've really got is that she stands next to Kemen sometimes and now she's in charge of everything.
The story.
That's good enough.
Apparently, yeah.
What about
So-
did we talk about Miriel and Lendiel now being horny for each other now as well? Did we talk about this? I feel like that's
They,
There
they,
was
some-
they
there
said
was some
that's
shocking
actually in
energy.
season 1, to be fair. There's a bit of that.
was it? I guess I forgot about that.
I think they have a
bit.
connection. There's
That's actually
something there.
something that
she
is-
trusts him, and that's a bit of a slow connection that they're building up. That I think.
Yeah,
is
whether accidental or
decently
not,
done.
they actually do. That's probably one of the most substantive things that's actually developing. That I almost feel like they did it by accident because they just share so many seeds, so they just have
Yeah,
to.
because
you know-
because I really only thought about them as like just like
well, on the
working together.
the traveling back to Numenor in season 1, I think you get an
Mhm.
impression of this scene. You're like, oh, I think something might be happening here. I'm not sure, like
Yeah.
romantic wise.
Okay, well, fair enough.
There was some minor tension in some scenes before that as well.
Yeah.
I think maybe.
Again,
Elendil is what we call super straight.
he's
Super straight.
it
So he
could be
does
the
not
actor
like
pulling the
people?
weight of the scene, right? You can generate some chemistry and you can feel like something's happening.
Yeah.
All right, so did you know that Farazan has the Palantir and he has not destroyed it, like he said that they should
He's a
do?
liar.
He's
He's
a
a
weaselly
liar.
little, he's a weaselly little
He's
liar,
a
dude.
phony. He's a
Is he
big
Yeah.
fat
Is he the
phony.
baddie?
Mm-hmm.
So
I'm just
yeah.
imagining that guy from Family Guy standing outside of the castle. You know who lives here? A
Oh,
big fat
Farazan
phony.
lives here. And he's a phony.
Farazan the phony.
We just have this scene where Farazan like goes to it. It's on this little pedestal, and there's a blanket on it, and he pulls off the blanket and he looks at it, and that's the scene.
That is the
Yep.
scene, yeah.
Yeah.
That's the same.
So fuck Numenor. We're going to Lindon, baby.
Bye.
Yeah.
I think this is where we've got Gil-galad, King Gil-galad. What a cool guy. He's reading Celebrimbor's letter.
Mhm.
What letter, you might ask? Well, I'll remind
Oh
you.
yeah.
This is the letter. This is a very good letter that Brimby wrote. All right, so this is the letter that Brimby wrote to Gil-galad about how he's so happy that the 3 rings in Lindon are going well and it saved the elves, right? That's really awesome. He's saying that as requested, the forge is dark and the workshop is empty, is what he says, which was not at all something that was requested by
Mhm.
Nope.
Gil-galad at all.
Which is downright
And
suspicious.
basically, he's like, things are kind of chill around here, and I hope things go good in the future.
Yeah.
Hope you visit. I'm your loyal servant. That's
Yeah,
the
which
letter.
is
hope-
also
hope-
a weird thing he would write in there because he said while he was writing the letter, "I'm gonna tell him I'll join him in Lindon as soon as I'm done here." and not that he should come visit him.
And he also says, I'm gonna buy infinite time by writing this letter. So I'm gonna tell him to visit me. Like, what the fuck?
To come over, have a pint.
It's about as suspicious
Complete
of a letter.
retardation.
It's about as suspicious of a letter as Gil-galad could possibly have received, because like the context is that go on.
What do you mean possibly could have received? How did he receive this?
Yeah. Well, yeah. Do you want to go into that first?
We'll go into Yeah.
Because
we'll
the Barrow Whites were told to stand down. All right.
And then we'll
stab them. The Barrow Whites,
they're all dead anyway.
There's like a two-prong massive issue with it. First off, there's the logistics of how is it that a message was delivered between Eregion and Lindon, considering the bridge was destroyed by Sauron's lightning, and you have the Barrow Whites in the Barrow Downs who are killing everybody, because there's obviously way more whites that were not killed by Galadriel and company. There were like 20 or 30 of them, and I think they
died of sadness.
They killed 4 of them. Yeah,
they killed 4.
Well, if he controls
they killed
them,
4 of them.
He can shut them down when it's a message being sent from Celebrimbor to Gil-galad. So there you go.
Well,
maybe
we also set up
Anakin...
there's only one way to get in between the two places. So they should have met Galadriel and team on the fucking road.
No, there's 2 ways. One of the ways.
There's the 2 weeks.
So they didn't even go through the Barrow Whites.
They did.
Yeah,
they just did it real
2 weeks longer.
fast.
Really fast.
So we can assume that guy, I guess, took the route that was the 2 week longer route. I guess.
Exactly.
Yeah, run.
I guess so.
I guess so. But
that's the only explanation. Yeah, and that road was apparently safe.
So I suppose that.
Unless they went they went via the hills of Tir Gorthad, but they took such a wide berth around the what are they called, the tombs, that they didn't bump into anyone. But if you're establishing that you can do that,
they brought a wizard and they teleported across the bridge. That's how they did it.
Oh, the bridge is there. It was just Sauron's illusions that made the elves think that it wasn't there, that it was broken.
No lightning at all.
Yeah. So.
It's just maybe they just saw the evil tombs and missed, and it's like, yeah, we should probably go a bit further right? And like,
let's go around this place.
Looks pretty evil. I don't know.
It is an evil
Let's
place.
add 5 minutes to a journey to go around this place.
I think it's
also
fascinating. This messenger, did they ask him any questions like, hey, by the way, did Halbrand show up to Eregion? He'd be like, yes, he did. And he's like, oh god, what happened? It's like, well, it's weird. He kind of disappeared, and then some other guy who looks just like him, called Anatar, just appeared out of nowhere.
And they were like the last 2 weeks.
He dyed his hair and he changed clothes, and I don't know.
He makes everyone call him Anatar.
I think
weird.
I might be going crazy.
Yeah. The guy is a mute. Celebrimbor cut his tongue out, so he was not going to spread any messages to anyone.
Can you write it down? No.
Last 2 weeks, they were like,
I can't write either. I'm an illiterate.
There were like 9 dwarven.
No.
There were like 9 dwarven visitors there. They just popped up and went away like the same day. It was like really weird. They just fucking went back and forth.
They made Prince
Durin, you know that guy?
Door. You would have
brought a really big door.
It was wild, man. I don't know what they're doing over at Eregion, but holy shit, they're
building some crazy shit.
They're making stuff. Have you heard of moon runes?
It's
all the rage. It's the new sensation that's sweeping the nation.
I wouldn't have put it past the show to cut like 3 different times with the bum 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 bum, and it's just them moving the door like from different areas to different. It's just like we gotta make sure everyone understands.
The episget, like 4 dwarves having to carry them across the forest
and the writer's like, we're really proud of the door, getting the door in the right place.
It's like when the wolf in what's the movie, the Sword in the Stone, when the wolf is chasing Wirt and Merlin, and he gets up to the top of the hill and he's absolutely completely destroyed and tired, and he sees that they've just gone back the other way, and so he collapses. I feel like that. That's a good movie.
Bum, 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 bum.
Lord of the Rings,
distracted
the door
about a better movie. So yeah, now we went into the logistics briefly of why it probably shouldn't even have gotten here, this letter, but Random can explain why this letter is like the most suspicious thing you could have ever possibly written ever.
Yeah.
Okay. Well, so before I explain that, what happens afterwards is that Celebrimbor and his assistant are like, yeah, this actually proves they're not suspicious at all, and they also think it proves the opposite. But so the context of this is that Gil-galad sent a letter to Celebrimbor, essentially saying, your friend is Satan. like panic.
Yeah.
And then he received a reply that was like at least a couple of weeks late saying, well done on doing the thing that I didn't know about. And also I've done the thing that you didn't ask me to, that you asked me to do, even though you didn't ask me to do it. So that is the kind of thing that you would write if he was trying to send some kind of code to Gil-galad to remind him of a thing
here.
that
It's
he
totally
didn't...
not a trap, dude.
Yeah. But then what happens immediately afterwards is the commander of whichever army it is, the woman that's speaking behind him, is like, the letter proves that Galadriel was wrong. It's like, what? No, it doesn't.
It proves the complete opposite. You
it
fucking
literally
beyond
proves the opposite.
retardation.
Yeah. Like, what Gil-galad should do when he receives that letter is he should immediately get his fucking army and march it to Eregion. That is what he should do.
What I enjoy about Gil-galad is the message itself is so hyper suspicious, and yet they portray him as being like, thinking, you know, what could it be? I'm thinking like, if the letter
feel quite right.
If the letter had said, help me, help me, help me, I'm dying, help me, I need help. Again, I'm pretty sure Gil-galad would just look like this fucking peepo.
We should wait for Elrond.
What does this mean? What could it possibly relate to? I'm not sure.
Something feels off about this.
I don't know.
It's this face right here. It's just... There we go.
It's like, how stupid do they think I am? Well, actually, the accurate amount seems to be the answer to that question. They think that you are as stupid as your character actually is.
The thing, that he just doesn't say anything to the commander lady as well. Just turns around and is like, are you stupid?
By the end of the season, they're like, everyone...
Lady, I think that the commander lady here, she said that was like, oh, all's well in Eregion, and it proves Galadriel's wrong. I think that this is, in terms of like stupid to time ratio, is the stupidest character in Rings of Power.
It's that one thing is completely wrong.
One sentence and it's one of the stupidest things you can say.
I think this is the most stupid character in Rings of Power by that metric. I don't think that, like, it's just so, it's so condensed how stupid it is. It's so quick and it's so bad and it's so dumb.
See, I'm actually just checking my screen time thing now just to see if there's anyone in contention.
She has inverted intelligence. It's fucking insane.
She has like 7 seconds. It can't possibly be.
That's what I'm checking. Hold on.
They have like one guy who appears and goes, "Whoa, I'm stupid and retarded." Me, and just jumps out. Rags is like, it's competition, I guess.
Well, that character is coming up actually.
Yeah, there's. I just checked. There is no one else. The character with the least screen time that I've got on here is Galadriel's brother Finrod with like 3 minutes, and that's way more than she.
It was an
has.
impressive 3 minutes with that stone boat thing, though.
The stone
That
boat
was really
pretty,
dumb.
that's pretty
That
dumb,
was silly and like pointless and weird. And kind of like worthless, but it wasn't anywhere near the random commander lady.
But it's not this thing. I'm waiting for them to send a message to Gil-galad saying all of the elves have been slaughtered, the entire kingdom's destroyed, we're in peril, everything's on fire. And he just goes,
The
So I guess-
fucking the two James people was also pretty fucking stupid, but this probably a bit higher level.
Also, I guess the messenger did not stumble upon all those orcs that Adar is just marching through the Elven lands already.
Stumble
He
upon
left
still
before
a
that. It's fine.
sight? Stumble.
Yeah, but he goes
upon.
back to his home city of Eregion, I assume.
No.
So no, okay, fine. So okay.
He just lives in Lindon now. It's fine.
He lives in. That's something I've been wondering over the show. It's like, okay, those messengers arrive, so they go back, right?
You would send a reply with the guy, yeah.
Or reply.
The messenger would have had to have been told to lie, right? Because you'd be like, the forge, is it shut down? You'd just be like,
It might not know what the message is.
Well, no, because we do know that in Rings of Power you have to explain the contents of the message.
I'm
to the
not.
messenger.
Well, wait.
Every
I'm
time
not.
we send it, yeah.
I'm saying that they would be very invested in asking that messenger. They'd be like, "Bro, is what this letter says true?" Well, actually, that's even more reason why he wouldn't lie. Because if they had the letter and the guy hasn't read it, he'd be like, "So, what's happened with the forge?" The guy's like, "Yeah, it's normal." He'd be like, "Oh,
But
is
that's
it?"
That's off screen. Yeah, that's off screen, Wallace. So we don't need to worry about that.
We're not allowed to do that. Yeah.
Yeah.
Is there any super evil Satan creatures over there? And he's like, no, just an angel guy who's kind of mean sometimes.
Satan creatures? No. Look,
quite the
devils
opposite.
aren't fallen angels or anything.
Yeah.
So, yeah.
He says he's an
Isn't
angel,
like a
he's a
literal
bit
angel
mean.
who fell from. Yeah.
My king, did you know there's an Elven and a Valarian envoy in Eregion?
Yeah.
It's crazy.
There was this human guy who appeared. I think it was called Halbrand.
Yeah,
he appeared, and then
isn't that
then
gone
suddenly
now?
there was like an elf angel thing in there, and he kind of disappeared. I don't know what happened.
Out of, right?
Crazy.
So yeah, quick recap of that. General says the Armada is ready to report. She's the dumbest person in the universe, and she says that if they want to invade, they got to go now with Galadriel's plan to invade Mordor from the west.
So is their plan here to just? I mean, I said it earlier, but I'm pretty sure their plan here is just let's take every single one of our soldiers and just send them all to Mordor because we don't want to defend ourselves against anything that might happen.
I think
we can.
So. And we've not confirmed what's happening in Eregion, which shouldn't take long.
Yeah.
That you haven't been able to confirm anything is telling, you know.
Yeah, you'd say that's enough cause for, if anything, just make a pit stop there, actually, on the way to Mordor. You know what? We're going to pop over to Eregion.
It's on the water. It's at the water. You can just
they are sailing to Mordor, and you can't really sail to Eregion because it's like in the middle of the continent. So you can't really do
you know what?
I'm just saying go there first anyway.
Yeah, do it first by foot then, whatever.
Yeah.
Use your magic horses.
Say hi to their buddies, you know, be like, hey, elves, and pick up some more soldiers maybe for the war.
Yeah.
I mean, the letter does confirm that Satan is there, so you should absolutely go there first.
Yeah, but even if the letter is ambiguous, which it really isn't, but even if the letter is ambiguous, we don't yet know what exactly this leads to because we don't know exactly what Gil-galad has done with his army yet. But whatever he has done with his army is entirely reliant upon this letter arriving and not getting intercepted by Barrow White and not, going past the hills of Turin Gorthad before the Orc army arrives. There's no way that could have been planned because we have reason to believe that it's difficult to say without knowing what Sauron's plan is, but there's no way that he could have controlled that granularly.
No. Doesn't make a lot of sense, does it?
Yeah. Also, this is an instance where he doesn't listen to the ring, even though every character always listens to the ring otherwise.
Well, I guess I'm blown away because it's just like that dumb idiot in the background being like, we gotta go to Mordor, gotta go to Mordor, gotta go to Mordor. It's like, yeah, we'll go to Mordor, just gotta check out our literal brethren.
We gotta go now, this minute, otherwise it's all doomed. Can't do anything.
Random. This will be someone. Pi sent a super chat, and he said, "Remember, Rags, about Nori's sister, Dilly, I think is his name.
Yes,
she was on screen for 5 seconds and tried to top herself by falling tree. She was on screen way more than 5 seconds. I thought she was just, like lingering around the whole.
Yeah,
she was around all the time.
That's the only thing she does.
She didn't do anything.
Yeah,
she's saved.
That's also a small fucking hobbit child and not a fucking 1,000-year-old elf.
Commanding an army.
Yeah.
So
man, that army is fucked. They have Galdriel and this person. Like those other two.
Probably got like a good 7 minutes, right?
Nori's retarded sister is on screen for just over 8 minutes, which is
she would make a better lieutenant for the Elven army than these people.
Yeah,
I really want whenever we get like to the big dick action sequences of season 2, I really, really want that commander of whichever army she's the commander of to actually have some action scenes and for them to just be really fucking dumb because we all know that they're going to be.
I just want a shot I just want a shot where they cut to the northern army that is Galadriel's and they just stand there. It's like, what are we going to do? We don't have a commander. What's happening?
They're standing in forward wave, just freezing to death.
Like Galadriel came back and she's back in command. Then she fucked off again. What are we? Who's in charge? Help!
Where is Galadriel? Yeah, what's going on here? Who's in charge? Who am I following orders to? Am I just camping?
Why not?
So things are going well for the elves. They're really smart. Great. They continue to be incredibly competent and smart. Tolkien would be proud. Here is the scene of Elrond running back in
Whoa!
Khazad-dûm.
Skip over the Elrond running scene.
What?
Elrond running.
The Elrond running scene. Yeah, it's really funny.
It's so fucking cool. He boosts his speed by 0.5 by removing the cape.
Oh yeah, that's right. He does. He takes off his cloak. He's like, I gotta get there even faster now.
It's like the whole when you backwards hand a sword, you get double damage. When you take the cape off, you speed up so much. It's crazy.
How long did it take him to realize that he needed to take the cape off?
He's been running for days already.
Hours or days. Yeah, exactly.
His running. Oh god, VLC no.
I think
Now, when all of you were watching this episode, where did you think he was going at this point?
I wasn't actually sure
Eregion, yeah.
anymore.
Isn't he trying to get to
So-
Eregion from Lindon, right?
it's
They're
To
still
Lindon,
on the
sorry, not to
journey.
Eregion, to
When
Lindon.
all of you said,
No,
so it sounds like
I fucked
you-
up. That's the whole thing in the last episode where they set that up. It's like a whole fucking waste of time because instead of just splitting up and sneaking
it's-
past it, I think
it's-
we talked about this last episode,
so-
but
Genuinely
think
very
we
notable
briefly
just how much effort they put into not allowing them getting to Eregion. It's
Yeah.
fascinating.
Exactly, because all of
Galad-
you
oh, go
obviously
ahead.
had the logical choice, which was, well, yeah, of course he's going to Eregion, but I thought,
Yeah.
yeah, but
He's
this
going to
show's bad
Lindon
already.
from
He's going to
Eregion.
Lindon. He's going back to Lindon.
yeah,
That was
with
what I thought.
everyone. It's so funny
Because
because
he has to tell
Galadriel,
Gilgalad about the orcs that they found.
Yeah,
because
exactly.
Galadriel jumps in. I'm gonna say a few times like, from what? They don't know you're here.
I think-
Just
I
leave.
think
But they
what
do
made me-
now.
Oh my god, that
what
was
made
so
me
fucking
think that he was
stupid.
going back to Lindon was the whole, oh, she wants us to save the ring. You know, she didn't want to
Save the ring.
I was like, oh, that means they're going
One-
to Lindon then, right?
You should,
like-
should have just sent Knife Man back
Why
to
the fuck
Lindon,
don't we
like, he's
care
got-
about
he's
Celebrimbor
obviously the most
anymore,
competent.
Elrond?
I know it's crazy. It's
They
like you
keep
said,
forgetting,
they're
like,
trying
he needs to-
desperately take him.
Army's more important.
He needs to
than
say, like,
him.
hey, Jeffrey, whichever one of the elves, like, you need to go back to Lindon to update them with all the information. We're going to Eregion because they're going to need every last elf to last. Like,
Yeah.
and to
Knife
be honest
Man,
with you,
go.
be good if the faster we get there because Sauron is doing Sauron things, so we need to stop him too. Like, none of this is considered just like, no, all of us to
Yeah,
Lindon
why-
now.
Why would they
Yeah,
all
we
go to
all
the
need to
same
go
place?
back.
Exactly. It's like you said, you have to split up because now you know.
Mhm.
Now you just know that Eregion is in grave peril with absolute certainty. But
Yeah.
like, I guess the hope is, yeah, but we'll get to Lindon and then get an army, and then they'll go to Eregion. It's like, oh shit, that might
Yeah.
be too late, fellas.
Which is gonna take,
should be.
I know, random. Well, by their measures, how long does that take for them? Because they're like
To get-
halfway
To get from where to where, sorry?
from Lindon to Eregion. How long is that in their flume
As
time?
long
They're
as they
basically
need it
there
to be.
because they meet the Orc army, so they're basically at Eregion when they turn
They're,
back.
they're
Yeah,
basically
at
there.
Eregion,
So
basically.
I had it at about 3 days, and like
Jesus.
to be clear, there's no way that an actual person could do this. This
Oh,
is
no,
using
no, no.
numbers- This is using numbers from the show. If you have an
Yeah.
elf who is running at a decent pace, non-stop across that distance, you're talking 3 days.
What the fuck? They
Didn't
waste
take
so much
horses.
time.
They
It's
didn't
insane.
take horses.
They just
I
didn't
don't
take
know
it.
why they didn't take horses. I don't get that one. Why didn't? Why wouldn't they take
Retardation.
horses?
I
They're
have
like,
no-
yeah, you
Because-
know, I need
mean,
to do some cardio.
The
right?
Barrow-wites would
This is the time.
would
I need to
consume
improve my
them.
running stat.
Because they didn't take horses. We've been over this. They didn't take horses because they're smart as a horse.
Yeah,
You're
yeah,
right.
yeah.
Yeah. That's like that.
Yeah,
I think- so
Elrond
this is
runs
a-
through the woods for 5 seconds and he takes off his cape, and it's very fun. But it's just like, remember, this is happening. This is happening. Tension. It's happening. He's on his way, guys. That's the point of
It's
this.
so
Something I
funny. The more
wanted
you
to throw
think
in-
about it, it just gets funnier. Like he has this very telling letter. The ring is telling him evil, danger, hello, and he's like, I don't know, man. Maybe I'll wait for Elrond to maybe come back.
So yes, I don't know what you
Like-
guys think of this, but like part of I think why I subconsciously assumed that he was going to Eregion is because Eregion is, I mean, it's in the east, whereas Lindon is in the west. So left to right, you run from the left of the screen to the right of the screen. So I was kind of subconsciously thinking that, but Rings of Power has not really done that at all. But usually, and like not Rings of Power, Lord of the Rings does this a lot, and the Hobbit movies, is as the characters are going on their journey to wherever it is that they're going, you travel from the left to the right. Like that's just
Right.
I guess an unwritten visual rule of film.
Yeah.
You know, you can fuck around with it if you want.
Well,
it's not like you have to do it
actually,
in every
there's-
shot, but
There's interestingly, there is when you are scanning an environment, when you're looking around at stuff and you're looking from left to right, it's a lot easy. It's, I don't know, a lot, but it is easier for you to sort of make out everything that you're seeing. If you scan from right to left, it's generally a little bit more difficult for people to like notice and pick out things if they move their head from right to left and left to right.
Really? Interesting.
I think,
Right,
it's one of the things that, oddly enough, I learned this from before I looked into it. I learned it from video games. Someone was giving tips for DayZ, and they said one of the things you could do if you want to make sure you don't miss things, if you're looking around in DayZ for like other players and stuff, is try to get yourself in the habit of looking right to left, because it's you have to pay a little bit more attention you don't skip over things because left to right just seems so intuitive and correct for your brain. And then I did it and I was like, oh, I kind of, it is a little bit more difficult for me to pick things out if I'm scanning right to left, so I have to actually focus. So I think there's some, like, I don't know what it is. Maybe it's like super cultural because left to right, we read things and that's the direction that stuff just always goes. So it's just sort of conditioned ourselves to be that way. But yeah, I've actually got no clue, but I think that's right.
Might just be easier for the brain to do that because we're so used to it, yeah.
True. I like to make this up. I am not making this up. I had a story and everything.
I can believe it.
Yeah. Try it at home. Go outside and scan things from left to right and right to left. And if people are staring at you like a weirdo, then don't pay them any mind. Just turn around and they disappear. Rings of power rules. If they're out of frame, they don't exist.
You never know what they do off screen. Civilian off.
Someone said that's how you read mangoes. Very true. That is true. Yes.
Oh, that doesn't count.
Now, sorry, was someone saying something?
I think Rando was doing
I'm sorry. I just went on. You were talking. Yeah, you said you were mentioning the traveling. Yeah.
Oh no, I finished making my point. I was basically saying that I think that because Rings of Power doesn't seem to have any kind of consistency with characters moving across the screen in the same way that something like the Lord of the Rings does. That is why I thought, well, they're going to Eregion because that's their destination. That they're moving left to right. That is implied to be where they're going. And I think it's also partly because in the previous episode, they didn't actually make it clear that they were going back to Lindon. They said, someone has to. And then Galadriel ran at a load of orcs and they headed off in the other direction. So it's like, who's going where? I don't know.
To add some context to like how far it is, basically take Frodo's journey from Shire to the Rivendell and add like 20%. That's the distance between Lindon and Eregion. That's basically like half the Lord of the Rings movie, the first one. Fellowship.
So 20 minutes?
No.
10 minutes, 10 minutes, yeah.
Weeks.
No, 10 minutes by horse.
Oh, 10 minutes, 10 weeks, who cares?
Who cares? It's just numbers. Just numbers.
Hey, we'll be here for 10 weeks. If we don't talk about dwarves, baby.
Oh god, this scene.
Leave Elrond. You have to leave Elrond in the woods. He'll get wherever he's going whenever he gets there. All right? Elrond will be fine. He's capeless now. He's sans tunic or whatever it is, a cloak. He'll be fine. He'll get where he needs to go. Things will sort themselves out. We are back in Khazad-dûm now, and Durin and Diza are having a chat, and they're pruning Elrond's tree. He was just on screen. Elrond was just on screen, and now his tree's getting pruned. So that's cool. That's like a thing. I don't know what it means. She thinks that it's really weird. She tells Durin, she's like, isn't it weird that the king has like a cheat code ring? And he could just do instantly the thing that like we had to spend all this time and effort to learn and practice. It must be something that corrupts him, having that kind of power. He must be corrupted because he's better than we are now. And I'm not jealous at all, actually. Why would you even say that, Durin? Why would you even imply that? So yeah, that's a thing she says.
I mean, the ring has put her and all of her friends out of a job, so.
Yeah.
I'm telling you, man, this is just what Tolkien feared. Industrialization is gonna get rid of jobs. This is, it's happening.
I want fucking redneck Disa going around screaming they took her jobs.
What is the squeaking?
That's a good question.
I heard.
Who is it?
That might have been me. Sorry.
Oh, okay.
Oil your feet or whatever.
Oil your rats because they're very squeaky. Oil them up. Oil up those rats.
Was a little mechanical thing. Sorry.
So something that's implied by what Disa just said as well is that the ring is basically doing what the Stone Singers previously did, and she's saying that kind of power can drive even the most hardy dwarf. I don't forget what her words are, but the most strong-willed dwarf can drive them mad. And it's like, well, does that mean that previously you had loads of Stone Singers kind of losing their minds because they were really powerful?
How do you tell? How do you tell? They're screaming because they're crazy or because they're gonna do the thing? I don't know.
I find that
I'm gonna sing at these rocks
because you've got like dwarves who are able to blow holes in the fucking wall and they're starting to go nuts. Like that's the kind of thing that you might get in like Warhammer 40,000 or something.
That's when you take them out to the woods and boom. Just get rid of them.
Well, unfortunately, we can't go to the woods. We have to go down to the market.
Oh god.
Segue. This is one of my favorite scenes, and I love it so much. First off, we have to talk. We have to mention Pet Snail. Pet snail on a leaf. Pet snails on leaves. We got pet snails. We got snails.
Wait, what?
They're dwarf pets.
It's the very first shot of this.
Yeah, did you not see the pet
I
snails?
did not see the pet snails.
That
no.
one right there.
Yeah, did you show? Yeah, did you? Yeah, have you brought it up on the stream here? Pet snail. We got pet snails, everybody. Look at this woman with a fucking gigantic nose is petting her snails. Oh my goodness. Look at those snails. No, that's her. That's why they hired her. That's a big nose McClarty. She's
That's
a
gonna
lovely
go in my
lady.
notes. Pet
She's a lovely
snails.
She's got like one she's
Important.
holding, just petting it. She's petting the pet snails, and then there's like 3 or 4 others on this leaf on this tray. So I don't know if they're meant for consumption
Snail
or,
salad.
Maybe she's selling
or if
them.
they're just for pets.
Snail
She seems
salad, yeah.
fond of this one.
Oh my god, French
French.
dwarves, please no.
No sacrilege.
She's like, I don't know. It's like she's
And
like
it's
lubing
dwarf.
it up or something. I don't know what's going on here with these snails, but But look, I don't make the show. I don't write it. I just report the news. All right, I don't make it. I just report the news. I don't make it. So
Racing
the snail
snails
lady.
in chat.
Oh yeah, that's something that elves could do because they're immortal. They could race snails.
I got like 200-300 years to spare. Let's have a snail race.
Now the snail lady leaves. She leaves the frame, and the scene gets instantly way worse.
Oh god.
So now it's all downhill from here, everybody. Particularly because
yeah.
that's the way objects roll, but we'll get there. Now,
Fuck me.
Foreshadowing.
Deeza and Durin are out here in the marketplace, and they're looking at knickknacks and baubles, doohickeys and trinkets of all sorts and shapes and sizes.
Okay.
Now, Deeza, they're by this gemologist. We'll call him a gemologist. Jim. They're over at Jim. They're over at Jim's.
Gems.
Jim's a really cool guy. Now she sees this orb, this weird orb. It's not the Numenorb. It's not that one. That's the Palantir. That's a spooky orb. This one is really cool. It's like a weird geode amethyst quartz crystal thingy.
Big crystal
And
thing.
yeah, it's really cool. And and Durin's like, oh, it's just a fucking rock. Because remember, Durin's stupid now. And Deeza's like, no, this is a tuning crystal. Oh man, this is incredible. And she asks how much for the tuning crystal. And Jim of Jim's Gemologists Limited is like, oh shit, that right there, that's $200. $200 buccarinos, 200
snails.
Kanto coins, 200
Dwarf
Kanto
bucks.
coins. And so she's like, what? That is so expensive. That's incredible. That's way too high. And we learned from Jim of Jim's Gemologists Limited that King Durin has a tax. The tax is the tax is 100%.
Yes. A
It is a
100% tax on
100%
all
tax.
items. All
Coin
items.
spent equals a coin for the crown.
That's
like what
right.
the fuck?
This is one of the
I
most.
hope you like paying.
Christ.
I hope you like paying double for shit, asshole.
This feels like a child's vision of look how bad it got when he was corrupted. Look, taxes
Yep.
doubled. And you're like, do you know what that? Do you have any clue? Like, what have you done? Like this
This
is
will
the
destroy the
stupidest-
economy. Like what
What are you talking about? A sudden
goodness.
100% tax? What do you mean?
Yeah.
It's like
It's
but it's
probably on
great
top
because
of
it
the other
shows.
taxes they had before as well.
It's great because it shows the king is now getting greedy, and you're like, no.
Yeah.
It shows
No.
he's getting retarded, hyper retarded.
It's very retarded.
That's what the ring does. It makes you greedy and retarded. That's Sauron's plot. It's
Look
Sauron
at
is
Very
Boromir,
mech has a
if
ring.
he's
if I
retarded.
turn all of the dwarves retarded,
No
then
one
it'll
is.
be easier to control.
But the problem with
It
that
makes
though
a
is that
million dwarven rings.
if King Durin gets the ring and he becomes greedy and retarded immediately, then all the others are not going to want their ring.
All you
Yeah,
needed
it's like,
to do.
Why do I want to put on this ring? Don't you want to be greedy and retarded?
All you
Haven't
need to do
dreamed?
was set a reasonable tax that relates to fixing the mountain. It's like we need a bit more money to the
Exactly.
crown because we've got loads more work to do.
Yeah,
If we all
all the
pitch
shafts
in,
need to
we
be
can live a
done,
much
yeah.
better life. And then, gradually over the show, that tax goes from, let's say, 5% to 6 to 7. There's like a little marking that lets us know in the background, and we can just see it ticking up, and it's like, oh, that's interesting.
And he has to make up
And-
like little
no.
excuses of why the.
Well, yeah, and there's an
taxes, and he was
announcement
like,
of-
oh yeah, we have to raise the tax so that
re-
the minor program for the safety net harnesses can be, we need new ones
There's
of those.
countless
so we got
shit,
to tax for
but
those.
the primary thing being the repairing of the mountain, right? And then eventually it completes. The job is done. And then they're like, oh, so that's the end of the tax? And he's like, no, it's still necessary for the crown. You'd reimburse
maintenance.
all kinds of, and then the people are just like, what's going on, man? I was like, what's it? And then Durin's like, this is just that sort of development instead of 100% tax now.
And he calls it the fucking ring tax.
Yeah, he calls
ring
it the
tribute.
The ring. Oh god.
Why do you ring tax? The ring happy. The ring sees the money and he's like, "Yay, money!
Money.
Yeah,
The ring's like,
for my ring." What?
Or it'd be funny if he just said it was actually. It's just all gonna go in a big pool that I can dive in, like Scrooge McDuck.
Well, that was So I made
the ring tax is like it's juvenile.
Yes.
it's as juvenile as the idea of introducing a 100% tax to be like, look, he's greedy. Do you get it?
Well, to be clear, maybe the only movie that these writers have seen is Robin Hood, where the evil sheriff of Nottingham is like tilting over people's casts on their broken feet to squeeze out every last tiny coin. And there's like an 8-year-old rabbit who got a coin for his birthday, and he's like, "Oh, that's tax. It's mine. It's ours
was
now."
so
And they're like,
sad.
"Oh, that's how real life economics work."
It was so mean.
What do you think how the people would react to that?
And now when you watch that movie, you'll think, oh, just like during the third. Oh,
Yeah,
no.
like Durin, my band, whatever they done to you.
I'm sure to be known as Durin the Worst.
And to think, that's not even the stupidest thing that happens in this scene.
Oh god, it's just
True.
good.
We have not yet begun to
Dude.
retard.
Might be one of the most embarrassing things I've ever seen. Holy
it's
shit.
awful.
So
Go ahead. I can't wait to
Now-
yell at this.
now
Fucking
200.
dexterous as a fridge.
Now Disa says that 200 Kanto coins for this tuning crystal is fucking absurd. There's no way. She gambled on so many horse races to get those 200 Kanto coins. She's like, there's no way I'm paying 200 for this. I'll pay 100 instead because that's how haggling works.
Which
if
means
I
she's
buy
trying
this-
to rob the dwarf.
Kind of.
because of how the tax works, she's trying to basically fucking rob him, and she's demonstrating that she doesn't understand how money works.
That would be like, give it to me for free, basically.
Basically, which is it's the first instance of me being like, oh, for fuck's sake, you're just ruining Disa. Because I really like Disa, and this scene ruins her.
Yeah, it's like, Jim, pay me to take this off your hands for you. I'll
Yes.
move your merchandise. But obviously the shopkeeper declines because that's insane to only pay if the tax is double, and he says it costs essentially 100 plus the 100 tax, and she's like, I'll pay you 100 flat. That's just not how commerce functions. That's just not how that works.
In your opinion.
Now, luckily, Durin wanders off and gives her money after saying, no, don't buy that. And then Disa offers him 150, and he's like, okay, that'll work. Because we need Durin out of the picture. Yeah, Durin is just like, I gotta go. Here's a bunch of money. Wife.
He just wanders off, and like
a wank in the corner over here.
It seems to be suggesting that, like, because he hears about the ring tribute, and then sort of is like sighs and gives her the money, and then he wanders off. It's like, oh, is he going to go do something about the ring tribute? No, he isn't, because he doesn't mention it again. So the writers were just like, well, he's going to just sort of wander off because we want him to not be present for us to do our bullshit that we're about to do. Because if Durin was present. Yeah, if Durin was present for this next bit, the story changes completely.
Yep.
Have you guys seen the Jetsons?
The Jetsons? I don't think so.
Yes.
Nope.
I know what it is.
Yeah.
I've never seen it.
The Jetsons. It's from
the Flintstones in future.
Yeah.
I have seen some of them.
It's the early 60s animated sitcom. It's so the intro for the Jetsons is George Jetson, Jane, his wife. George Jetson he takes some money out of his wallet and he's given it to Jane Jetson so that she can go and buy things for the house and bullshit like that, right? And then you see her hand come in and take the wallet instead of the money that he's offered her, because it's just a funny little like, oh, you know how it is, married life, am I right, guys? That's like this, but this is like the not funny, stupid version of that. So we got our dodgeball and our Jetsons reference. We're doing pretty good. We're doing pretty good. So we need basically we need Durin out of the picture for the rest of the scene. This scene cannot happen if Durin is around, so he needs to leave. So the reason that he leaves is because he leaves and he gives her a bunch of money. now that we've written that away, now that we've solved that problem, she buys the tuning crystal as a gift for one of the kids, who are basically don't exist anymore in this show. But that's the excuse given for why she wants this tuning crystal. By the way, really fucking cool gift. If my mom, Stone Singer Lady mom, ever got me one of those, I'd be like, yo, this is actually fucking
Clearly
cool as
you
shit.
love me.
And then she'd say, watch your mouth. And I'd say, yes, ma'am. Now,
yes, ma'am.
She's got her new tuning crystal. She didn't get like a bag or anything for it. She drops it. Oh, fuck, shit. She dropped it. Oh, no. Now, because the tuning crystal is like an orb, it rolls. And it rolls away from her, and she just can't get it.
Like an orb is very, very important, Rags.
This is perfectly logical.
Like an orb is a really good comment because it's not quite an orb at all. It's more of a broken orb.
Yeah,
if
a
was
broken
to roll,
orb is like an orb.
Shut the fuck up! I'm agreeing with you.
No,
idiot.
a broken orb is like an orb.
I'm literally agreeing with you. Pay attention. God.
Good.
So, it's a good comment because it's not an orb. It is like an orb, being that it's a big fucking hole in it, meaning it would not roll very well at all, actually. It would likely stop pretty quickly.
It was on just the right axis where it never hit the rim. It never hit the rim. It was always on the curly bits.
Yeah.
It was never on the. It was never on the chunk that was bit off or whatever, right? It never touches that part.
It doesn't have that chunk missing when it's rolling. You see like the full sphere as it goes down the stairs. It just doesn't have it anymore.
Oh, does it? Oh, they literally don't have it on the thing as it rolls? Shit, oh my god.
It wouldn't work when they're filming it. Because it would stop rolling. Like, I hate this shit so much.
Listen, this is what they say about you being nitpicky. It's true, okay?
It's true.
You're just being a big nitpicker.
Thank you for agreeing. It is nitpicking, but it is true.
It isn't a nitpick. It isn't. I tricked you. I trapped you.
Well, it is a nitpick because consequently, this is actually a nitpick because this doesn't lead to anything other than knowledge we already had. But that's a different problem.
Well, it just makes it more unlikely that this is going to happen.
It changes.
It's going to.
Yeah, it changes who has that knowledge, though. So I would say it's extremely important.
Yeah.
well, it'll depend on what happens next.
Now you're nitpicking the fact I said it was a nitpick. So you're just proving my point.
Sounds like you're nitpicking.
Keep on digging. Hey, let me get you 2 sticks and a diamond so you can make a shovel to dig yourself that hole even deeper. Okay.
Minecraft.
Yeah, we're right.
Nice.
No, dig up, stupid.
I got Minecraft on the brain because I've been playing Minecraft.
Diggy hole.
She drops it. How unfortunate. It rolls away all the way through the market, and she's like bumping into people. Oh no! I can't get it.
It
bumps into people. People kick the
legs. It gets
orb.
kicked around. It's like what a catastrophe. I just paid 150 Kanto coins for this. Fuck. Oh my gosh. And it rolls and rolls and rolls, and it rolls all the way through the market. She just can't get it. Maybe if she wasn't so, maybe she just can't get it.
What?
And
so what?
It goes down
She
the
wasn't as
stairs.
dexterous as a fucking fridge. She would be able to get
Fat people
Holy
can capture
fuck, Gogurt.
bowling
Jesus
balls, okay?
Christ.
Fat people have been known to capture bowling balls. This is not that
I don't
problem.
know why she just doesn't. I don't know why she just doesn't roll after it.
No.
Yeah.
The,
It's the obvious strategy, yeah.
no, she's a lovely lady. She's a lovely lady.
It's plot armor for the ball. They filled in its big hole to protect it from the fat capture, which is very possible. It's no. Fat people can grab things.
That's
I've seen
true,
it.
especially if it's food. Now,
It's spherical.
except for Poppy, she sucks at eating for a fat girl. Season 1's episode 1 callback. Hey, we out here watching Rings of Power, boys.
Oh yeah.
Oh, sorry, we have to do the scene. We have to do it.
I guess we have to.
So apparently, right next to the market is constructed in such a location and in such a way that you could accidentally drop a bit orb, and it rolls into basically an undiscovered cavern of the mountain.
Yeah, it's right.
That always happens with markets.
Yeah.
No one's been here, apparently.
It's one of the most forced. Like everyone watching this is like, she's going to stumble across something, and there's one big thing that you'd expect it to be. But you're also, because when I was watching this, I was like, no,
no way, this is not happening.
It would like. There's so many reasons this wouldn't make sense. No, and it's like, no, it is.
That's true, chat. This is what happens if you don't lock balls. They roll away.
They roll away
In the market. Very true, chat. Very true. Now, she enters this cavern that I guess no one has ever discovered or knows about. It's weird that it's right next to the market of the city. Now, she can't find this orb. Where did it go? Oh my goodness. So she has an idea. What she does is, and I didn't know that this is why she was doing it at first, because it's not in any way intuitive. Or maybe it is, I don't know. But she's like, I can't find my orb. And so she starts to stone sing. She's like, it's like that, but it's not. It's like that, but it's not
horrible.
It's like that in the show, but it's not as good as how I did it. And so she's like, oh shit, look, there it is, right there. And she goes to get the orb, but then we hear like this monster noise, this growling, this grumbling, and there's like vibrations in the water in front of her. Oh my god, what? Holy shit. Yeah,
there's also this big, massive water source in here, which they probably should have checked when they were starving if there were like fish in there or something. But no, fuck that.
Nah.
No one knew about this place.
Disa doing her stones.
Yeah, like
doing her
Stardew Valley.
singing here is incredibly dumb.
Yeah,
because she doesn't. This cave is evidently uncharted, or even if it is charted, she doesn't know about it. She has no idea how stable it is.
There's only a little thing to get the orb to go ooh back to her, so she could see it. Even though it was right there, you could easily see it.
Yeah, she could have just looked at it.
Go into the fucking water.
I mean, yeah, the reason why she does it is because the writers need her to make a noise so that something can hear the noise.
Yes,
it is so unbelievably dumb. It's forced as hell.
Fuck,
yeah. It's like this is on par with the tornado scene from episode 2 for me.
Oh yeah,
it's just that this damages a character that I like. So
think about like working backwards in terms of what do the writers want to happen. We need to have Disa discovered what I assume is the Balrog, maybe the Watcher, probably the Balrog. Yeah. I guess.
I think it's the Balrog because I think it's possible that it's the Watcher, but basically everything in the show at this point points towards it being the Balrog. Which means if it's not the Balrog, then the writers are essentially lying to us.
The water is also not in the Moria ever, but okay.
So we need to have Disa learning about like a monster, the Balrog. We know what it is. We need to have her learning about the Balrog so she can tell other people in that news.
I think Rags mispronounces things on purpose to annoy all of us. Okay.
Writers. How do we write the scene to construct this scenario? And this is what they went for. The orb, the tax. Well, the tax is kind of sort of a little irrelevant, not really, sort of. So like, oh, Durin can't be here, so he just goes and gives her money. She buys the orb. Oh no, she drops it. It rolls all the way to this undiscovered cave, and she just can't get it. Oh, she stone sings for some reason, even though it's laying right there.
It's almost.
And then she hears it's like it's nonsense. It's like it's fucking nonsense.
The person who came up with this, you'd be like, there are easy ways to do this. The guy's like, no, this is perfect. It's so good.
If you look at the scene as well, the fucking cave goes on. She has to kind of squeeze through it almost. So this fucking thing just bounced around. I don't know how many times.
Yeah, it's a huge entrance to this
Still
cave.
Had
she
enough
has to squeeze through. She could barely fit in.
Yeah.
Still had enough speed to get to the edge of the thing right before it would land in the water and stops right there. So
stops like 2 inches before the water.
You're like, man, this is just not possible. This is not.
Now let's think, right? Earlier on in this episode, we had Disa and her stone singing friend lady. And they were like, "Oh man, isn't it like we're sad that the king is so powerful and he could do all this stuff that we used to be able to do, and we used to be cool, but now we're not the cool kids anymore." And I told Durin that he's got a cheat code ring, and it's weird that he can do that. Isn't that like an excuse to have Disa and the Stone Singers kind of go out and try and prove that they still have the power, they can still do this, they still have things to offer to the dwarves that don't revolve around this weird ring and the powers that this new king has? So they start going around looking in uncharted caverns, they're looking for new pathways, they're looking for new veins of ore and valuables and stuff because they want to prove that they can still do it. And then because they're being a little bit, dare I say it, a little bit greedy, they sort of stumble upon the Balrog because they're singing and making noise as women do. Am I right? And then they have to go back and be like, "Oh shit! Like we were just doing some stuff, and then we found the Balrog." You've already built into the show a reason why they would be out there looking around where people aren't normally there, but this is what they decided to do to try and engineer Disa discovering the Balrog.
Yeah.
They're turning her into a clumsy idiot.
Yep.
Rant over. So,
Yeah.
I think King Durin. I think we got a scene where King Durin is, you know, he's having a chat with who, you might ask. Well, that's a good question.
I hope it's not all the people that could have helped them during their food problems. That would be insane.
You know what?
Well, it's funny you say that because, well, yeah, it's implied what happened in this scene, but I just don't buy it.
Go ahead.
Yeah, let Rex go for it. Yeah.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. Just I guess to just establish what's going on, we've got the bowl, the ring bowl. We got the bowl of rings. We've got King Durin, and he's talking to all these people that we've never seen before, which statistically is most people, I guess. But anyway, he's saying that Middle Earth is changing, and that something dark is looming out there, and that his people have passed the test by Aule's favor. Aule is like the dwarf god, I think.
Yes.
Aule's beard.
Yep. It's the creator of the dwarves.
So he's selling this idea of these rings to these, what we learn are emissaries from other dwarf kingdoms. There's 7 rings of power, and they're super cool, guys. Trust me. It doesn't turn you into a greedy retard. And he said there's 7 of them, 1 for each of the lords. And that it's their job to, I guess, like go and tell them about it or bring them to the lords. But he says it gives you power over, I think he says power over earth and rock and the power to shape dwarf destiny. He's really bigging these things up. Yeah, rock and stone. Here's your ring. Now, King Durin wants them to bring them to the lords here to share in the rings. But he says these rings, you don't just get them, right? They come with a price, which I don't think was part of the elves' deal with him to be like, yeah, you basically, here are the rings, you can sell them to the other dwarves. Like, no, it was implied that we like you, you're cool, you're down the road. You give these, I guess you distribute these to the other dwarf lords. You can totally do that, right? We can trust you by doing that. Okay, good. All right. So that's backfiring.
I have altered the deal.
I pray I do not alter it further. But essentially, he says that the price of
well, he doesn't say the price in this scene. I don't know if you
you're right, he doesn't. We'll get to that because that's another fun reveal.
Hear that later.
That's a fun reveal. We'll save that for later. I'll give everyone in chat a reason to hang around.
If we wanted to believe, like they've now told us he's fucking switched into crazy Durin, like fine, I guess that's the case now. So then why would he opt to provide these to the lords with potentially the intention of doing something? But basically, what I'm going to ask is, like, why would he not want to keep all of the rings for himself? Why would he not stop putting them all on? Wouldn't he have gone, like, that level of power hungry? Would he even try it? See what happens? Does it make you, like, a god being to have all 7 on your hands? Who knows? And then, of course, you could say, beyond that, would he not want to provide the rings to his immediate, like, in-control people? For example, his son? Would he be like, I want you to have one, I want this person to have one, because you're all directly, not only invested in me and this particular Dwarven kingdom, but, you know, me. You follow me and you listen to me, as opposed to providing it to what could easily become rival lords? Or does he fully understand the nature of these rings and believes if I provide it to them, I'll have full control over the Dwarven Empire, like, fully across it? This shit, like, none of this is figured out. And then, of course, as was mentioned, what do the elves think about this? What
They don't need to know.
And they have this shot of the depth delving master or whatever, who's like looking a bit sus at Durin, like, I don't know about this. You know, I'm just like, yeah, obviously, it's fucking insane. Everything he's been doing is insane. Why are you treating this like, oh, you know, it's a little bit sus, some of these actions he's been doing.
Also, in case anyone missed it in chat who hasn't seen the episode, no, we didn't forget to mention it. This didn't actually happen. None of the other Dwarven emissaries say a single word during that scene. So it's essentially like the comparison has to be the Council of Elrond in Fellowship, right? That is one of the best scenes that I think has ever been written or filmed. It's incredibly efficient, and it introduces a whole load of new characters, sets up the main quest, and establishes conflict between the various characters and races. This scene is King Durin saying, "I'm crazy, you can have rings, but pay me."
Yep.
Yeah. Also, for this to make any amount of sense, it would have taken some of the emissaries fucking months to get here because 4 of the Dwarven clans live very, very far to the east, like beyond Rune.
Okay, so yeah, we don't know that from Rings of Power, but if that's the case, then that's even funny. Because the way it goes in Rings of Power is, as far as we can be aware, all of these dwarf lords are from like the mountains next to Khazad-dûm.
Yeah, no,
it's just not established at all.
No.
I made a little map to show where they could potentially all be from, given.
Oh, nice. Okay.
Yeah, like it depends on how much they fuck with the lore, but 4 of the clans should be in the big mountain range, like far to the east, like the big circle over there. That's basically where it said that they all live, and the 2 of the clans live in the Blue Mountains, and they also live in Khazad-dûm at this time. So there's like 3 clans in Khazad-dûm, also possibly in the Blue Mountains, and then 4 clans way over there to the east. But the other small circles are where like they could possibly be, how much they depending on how much they fuck with the lore, because these are places that the dwarves also inhabit, like throughout the different ages of Middle Earth.
But also part of the problem as well is because we don't know where any of these kingdoms are in the show. We don't even know that there are other kingdoms. The only reference that we have to there being multiple dwarven kingdoms is a vague line in season 1 where Gil-galad says, I'm told that yours is the quietest of dwarven realms, or something like that, indicating that there's probably more than one. But based on what we've seen in Rings of Power, Khazad-dûm is the only notable dwarven faction, which means that, again, based on what we've seen, they should make 1 ring. Like, why have they made 7?
Yeah, it doesn't make any sense. They haven't set any of this up whatsoever.
No.
We have no idea where the other dwarves live.
You say Khazad-dûm's the only notable dwarf faction. It's like, no, that's literally true. It's the only one that's noted.
Yeah.
The others have not been mentioned.
They should actually be dwarves living right next to Lindon at this point. Like, there shouldn't be many there, but there should be a few living like right next to them.
And also because none of them speak, we don't know what the state of their kingdoms is like. It's vaguely implied that they've gone through a very similar or exactly the same ordeal to what Khazad-dûm just went through. Because King Durin's line, he says, "Our people have passed this test, and yours shall pass it too." Which, I mean, it implies that something has happened, but we don't know. Is it exactly the same for all of them? We have no idea.
We're at the point now where we're just like, wait, are you suggesting that the crazy shit that happened in Khazad-dûm has happened to all Dwarven kingdoms, or not? And the writers are just like, maybe. Like, it's not helpful at all. I hate you.
Oh, fucking hell. Yeah, they also have some really funny hair, like the 2 people in the forefront.
That's just dwarves, man. If you ever like pause it on a crowd of dwarves, there's some wacky dwarves. All right, I kind of dig it. I dig the wacky dwarves.
You don't have the shield up, Moller.
Hmm?
You don't have the shield up.
Oh shit. Well, whoops, that might cost us.
You're trying to skim off Amazon's profits here by you're trying to what do you like Bezos is going to show up. You're digging too greedily and too deep into Amazon's Wings of Power project. You're gonna get ball rogged by Bezos. We have a voiceover where King Durin is talking about mining. He's talking about how they should be delving much deeper. He references that there's gold beneath their feet, which I don't know if that's supposed to be literal or figurative. It's confusing to say, like, in the context of mining, yep, there's gold beneath our feet, and then show what I think is like a big vein of mithril being mined.
The wealth of Moria was not in gold or jewels, but in mithril.
But it was also in those other things because they had those too.
It's just the vast wealth was in
cheese mines.
There is gold there as well.
The great cheese mines. But like this is a scene that really made me go like, holy crap, we are really speedrunning King Durin being greedy.
Yeah.
With this and the tax. I feel like he put the ring on 5 minutes ago. Now he's a psycho. And
yep.
In a normal TV show, this would be an entire season's worth of development that we've got in the last. It's not even half an hour because we're about half an hour into the episode, but only 5 to 10 minutes of that has been spent in Khazad-dûm, at most.
Something like that, yeah. And it's already fucking bonkers.
Yeah, he's talking to Narvi in his office. I will call it his dwarf office, and he's saying like, we need to be digging more. We got so much stuff to get. He's like, in 1,000 years, we've barely begun to scratch the surface, essentially, of all the valuables that are here in the mountain. He's talking with Narvi, and he wants to remove these restrictions from mining, and he has to be reminded by Narvi that he was the one, King Durin III was the one who put these restrictions on the mining decades ago, presumably because it used to be too risky and dangerous to mine in those places, I think. But it's not, I don't think it's actually said, but I think that's what's implied here. Then we get to this weird, like, we're already at like Gollum levels of mistrust in people.
Yeah.
Because he realizes all of a sudden that he doesn't have his ring on him currently. So it's interesting that even when he didn't have the ring on, he was talking about super greedy stuff. So I guess it's got this lingering effect that it has on you. Even as shortly as it's been. Yep. But he's like, holy shit. Yeah, he's like, where's the ring? Where's the ring? Narvi, did you take it, you fucker? Narvi, I fucking hate your guts. And Narvi's like, no, you just took it off. It's right over there.
It's right there.
Right over there by your big meat fork. And he's like, oh yeah, I did put that by the big meat fork. And he's like, oh yeah, I've got it. Oh boy, I feel better now. And Durin comes in. Durin arrives. His son, Durin. Oh, Durin, look at him go. Stop! Oh my God, Durin, you have to stop, he says as he comes in. Because he knew that Durin was talking about digging greasily and deeply. Or
he's like, my ears are burning. They're digging bad.
His mighty dwarf senses were tingling. He says, "Stop! Diza, my wife, the mother of your grandchildren. She says that there's something under the mines." He says, "I had to write this down. A nameless evil, ancient and powerful," because I guess that's what Diza told him it was when she heard the growl.
She heard a noise.
Oh, she's like, Durin, there's an ancient evil. It's powerful and nameless. And Durin's like, what's it called? And she said, you weren't fucking listening.
Are you sure it's nameless, or is it just that you don't know his name?
Do you want to give it a name, Disa? She's like, no.
Why don't you go ask your father what its name is? He's got the ring. He knows everything. I don't know what my accent is now.
This would be funny if there was just some big creature down there. Like, I'm not fucking evil. I'm just here.
Also, I do have a name. I'm Kevin. All right.
So maybe next time, don't be so judgmental.
Yeah.
Them naming the Balrog is absolutely something I could see this fucking show doing.
Oh, they'll say a Balrog of Morgoth at some point, and they're gonna laugh.
Oh, yeah. No, sorry. It's already happened.
Loud. The music.
It's happened.
Very, very loud.
It happened in season 1 in the flashback. Gil-galad said it was a Balrog of Morgoth. Yeah.
Balrog of Morgoth.
Yeah, the music is really hard to make it.
That was a strange sound.
It was. The microphone was corrupted.
Oh my God!
It corrupted your microphone,
and yet chat would have
because you spoke the name of the nameless one. That's
the perfect
why.
version, because my audio goes through OBS for them instead of Discord for you guys. So it's almost like I'm deceiving you. You're not hearing what is being heard.
Favoritism.
Yeah, it's crazy.
Yeah.
Check out the raw version.
Speaking of crazy, even though Durin said that there's a nameless, evil, ancient, and powerful, King Durin's like, nah, we gotta dig, because the ring lets him see what the stone singers. Yeah, the ring lets him see what the stone singers cannot detect. He says, Disa's wrong. The ring would let him know if there was any danger. And then Durin, in response to this, because this is a really fucking important conversation they need to have, the two of them, Durin says in response, oh, wait, no, the scene ends. Never mind. Yeah, the scene ends. It's another cutoff because that's dramatic, and we have no fucking clue what they talk about, despite how insanely important this is for the characters and the fate of the dwarves.
It's so crap, because they like, look, we don't have to do much. Just say it's the ring. The ring's telling him to do whatever. Fuck you, it's the ring. It's the ring every time. It's like, is there any way to write this in a way that's more interesting? To be like, they found a particularly valuable mine, and that's what Durin's telling him to avoid. And he's like, if there was anything worth avoiding in there, our men would have found it. Disa's insane. You know, all this, just anything more than, nah, is fine. Don't care.
It really is. Later, they're apparently only mining in one place.
Not to mention fucking asking him more about this creature. It's like, that sounds insane.
Exactly.
What are you talking about?
The scene...
It's like, been made very clear, right? We are fast tracking him just becoming like absolutely, essentially worthless as a character because like he's just totally lost his mind. It's not interesting watching King Durin anymore when it used to be kind of
he's
like
not a character.
Yeah, he's now.
No,
he was
kind of like
once upon a
he's
time.
kind of like Brimby in that he's become more of like a plot device element than an
no,
actual
I'd say he's
character.
100% ended up the same way as him now. He's not a character.
Whatever the writers need him to do to advance the drama, he will do, which is a very annoying just trope of bad writing when characters essentially lose grasp on any of their values, beliefs, they don't act consistently or even think. They just like do stupid things that make the drama, they just perpetuate the drama.
I think out of all the times when Rings of Power like cuts off halfway through a conversation, this one is possibly the one that's pissed me off the most, because there is so much that they really could have done and needed to do, because Durin and his father have not actually spoken. They've not had a conversation with each other since season 1. The only one that they've had was when he said it was entirely one-sided conversation where Durin the younger said, this is Celebrimbor's deal, I don't trust it, and then that one also cut off halfway through. So yeah, Durin is essentially not allowed to communicate what his fear actually is relating to the Balrog. And I feel like the reason why they don't let him do that is because they don't know what he actually thinks. The writers don't know what he actually thinks about the Balrog because they haven't shown us. So
I think that's an apt observation that they don't know, because it is, again, another thing with a lot of bad writing, right? Of hiding behind like obscurity and sort of vagueness, because the writers themselves aren't quite sure like what's happening or what their characters believe or how they would react.
Like if we put it this way, if Durin was with Disa when they went into the cave and she screamed and then there was a reply, there is absolutely no way that Durin would take no for an answer in this scene, because he will have heard it himself.
He'd have been like, there is a giant monster in there. It's going to kill all of us.
Yeah, coming together.
It's almost like he wouldn't even need to be angry. He'd be like, there's nothing else to discuss. There's a monster. Yeah. It's going to kill all of us.
You should probably just grab some people and just like, hey, let's go check this out and see how dangerous this might be.
He could have brought Disa with him into the king to actually explain what she heard, but no.
No.
Yeah, you just have more eyewitnesses that way.
The writers were like, what'll be great is he'll come in and he'll be like, monster, and then the king will be like, no, my ring though. And then the audience will realize the ring is corrupting the king. And be like, oh,
that's
nice.
what we do. Ooh.
Yeah, totally didn't see that before.
Good job, guys. Nailed it.
It's almost. I didn't get that from the ring text. Like everybody knows what they are.
Yeah.
Change of scenery. We're back up in Eregion, up in the tower, far away from Khazad-dûm.
Rengo.
Yep.
I'm so sick of Celebrimbor's little tower. I'm sick of going there.
Kind of. It should
be
a
tower.
It's a pretty big tower, though.
It should be a super interesting place where they're making these insanely powerful things, but like nothing cool happens here. We don't see like neat ring making, master craftsman level stuff occurring. We don't get to. He's just like around, and then everyone else is just around, and then in between scenes, stuff happens, and then we get to learn about things that have happened off screen while we were off doing something else. It's so fucking lame. That's why people say the show's like boring so often, is because all of the things that occur aren't part of the scenes. Yeah. And then when people talk about those things, it's boring and stupid. It's the worst of both. People don't like do things and talk. They don't walk and talk. It's just they could have conversations about a lot of this ring stuff while they're working on the rings, while they're actively like engaged in conversation with one another as the construction is taking place.
It's pretty funny pointing that out as characters can talk and do something at the same time, because like so many stories just do that. Walk and talk is like a staple of, Aaron Sorkin stuff, for instance, or like in Law and Order, how every time they go to talk to somebody, they're at work or something. They're like doing some task while they're talking. Yeah. And it just sort of like, as opposed to everything getting put on pause so that the characters can like sort of perform to the audience rather than treating it like, conversation. Like we never actually really get to see them doing any of the kind of work of forging the rings, right? Which seems like such a huge missed opportunity. You know, it's always them standing around awkwardly around like the middle area, talking about how
that
they
weird
failed
table.
or succeeded, rather than
Yeah.
getting good work. You know, like
don't
just
see
have
the
them doing metal work.
process.
Like, can we see them doing things?
Yeah, like tink,
Exactly.
tink, tink on the metal, or bending something, or actually using, like, they have some tools that are implied to be around. We never see them using the tools, shaping the metal. They never, like, they should have brought in, like, some jewelers and blacksmiths to be like, yeah, you can just do this and hit this and whatnot. Like, for Lindy Beige, like, made videos about, yeah, I'm gonna learn how to make a nail today, and here's how you do it, and here's how they shape the armor and stuff like that. Here's part of the process. And, like, none of that's here. Everyone looks wonderful, and they got their nice clothes on, and they're standing around with their hands in front of them, and it's like, yep, we are master craftsmen.
They don't look like smiths. They keep saying that they're great at it, but like I don't get the vibe that they do anything.
They do all this shit off screen because they show them like dirty like later on as well. It's like, look, we definitely did some smithing here.
But when they show them dirty, it is actually meant to imply they're getting exhausted in that sequence.
Yeah.
When I think they should look like that most of the time.
Yeah.
Like that should just be how it, because you're constantly working.
Well, they're doing, that's just what the work looks like, right? But I mean, of course, they're all dressed very impractically, right? Like they're all dressed up very fancy.
Makes me
all of the
That's
ladies
just
have
elves
their
being
hair
elves,
down
though.
instead of like in a ponytail or something. Yeah, well.
Yeah, they're not dirty, and they're like these slim little, you know, you don't sell it to me. You don't sell it to me. I don't believe it.
No.
Are any of them wearing gloves?
Gloves?
Do any of them wear gloves?
You can see some there, yeah.
Oh, a couple? All right, yeah.
You can see some gloves.
Some of them do wear gloves.
And like, why is their hair down? If you're like leaning over stuff and there's fire and hot metal and things like that, and you're bending things and working tools, why is your hair down? How come all your hair's down? Tie that shit up. Get a rope or something. Get a twig or I don't know. I was gonna say like a little.
Imagine there was like an elf who was super committed and he shaved all his hair off because he didn't want to have to deal with it. He was like, "Nah, smithing is my life, bro."
Hey, that could be how they actually.
Elegant, so they don't need to.
That could be how they visually distinguish the Smiths. They don't have hair. They literally, I mean, whether that's lore accurate, who cares at this point? But like, they could do that.
Yeah, or they have like special hats or something that they wear to bundle up. They're like hairnets for like people who work in food service. If you've got long hair because you're an elf,
ponytails or something like that.
Yeah, it's all in a ponytail or it's in a bun or they're wearing some sort of a strap or a hat or like I'm wearing a bandana on now because I got long hair. It gets in the way. You put that up and then boom, and all of them have that. And then they've always got that leather, the thick leather apron on, which only pops up every once in a while on some of them. But yeah, you're not selling me this idea that these are skilled craftsmen and all that sort of thing. Not good. Which is a shame. The story of this is so focused around the forging of the rings of power that we could really lean into the forging and the making of them instead of having it occur quickly enough screen.
Oh
well. We'll throw it in the pile of what could have been.
What could have been.
Yeah, so Brimby's in the forge room. Remember, he's not helping, but he's not stopping them. So he's essentially allowing them to make the rings of power for men without his guidance and expertise. Anatar and the other elves are just going at it. And apparently, so it's a little bit confusing at first. It was very confusing to me. There's like a tool, like not like Celebrimbor, but like a smithing tool, like a tongs, a hammer, that kind of thing. There's a tool floating in the air, and everyone's like, "What the hell? This is incredible! Oh my gosh!" And it turns out that one of the elves who's working here in the forge, Miradania, she while she was resizing one of the rings, she put it on her finger. And it wasn't. It turned her invisible, and she freaked out. And I guess that means she started to move tools around in this really weird way. Once you learn that it's an invisible person, the way that the tools move around is bizarre.
Why did she?
She's just going to fuck around with shit. Like what?
Because she was resizing it.
No, why did she put the ring on?
I think she was resizing.
You need to put the fucking ring on to resize it. What are you talking about?
Look, she's the master craftsman.
Well, I had a couple of theories on that, Mauler, and I don't know it because it's either that Sauron wanted this to happen, in which case it's an insane risk. But if he wanted it to happen, then maybe he could have,
he could have used illusion powers.
Yeah, he could have like telepathically told her to maybe put the ring on or something, knowing what it would do.
What? So he was just getting in her head saying, "Do it, come on, do it."
Well, yeah, I don't know. I'm not Sauron. I'm not right. I'm not the writer, but maybe that's what they're going for there.
We would never insult you by implying you were the writer of Rings
That
of
is,
Power.
well,
unfortunately,
Sauron House in this show, so I would believe it.
All they give you to work with is the implication is that she needed to do it in relation to the construction of these things, but I don't buy that at all. These things would absolutely you'd be completely prohibited from putting these on.
Yep.
Oh yeah, you would think, because so the consequences of her putting it on, if this was not a deliberate ploy by Sauron, he would absolutely say right at the start, like, if you put these on when they're in their unfinished form, we have no idea what will happen. You might turn inside out, you might teleport 1,000 miles into the sky, you might just disappear, as in like literally disappear, not go to the unseen world. You might cease to exist. We have no idea. If there is, because the fact that the ring turns the bearer invisible and it transports them to the unseen world, which firstly, why do they do that? I have no idea. But given that they do that, it suggests that he has made them so that they do that, which means he knows that the rings do that. He also knows about the unseen world, which means he knows that if one of the elves would have put one on for any reason, deliberately or accidentally, then they will see his true form. That is an unbelievable risk for him to let that happen. So he should absolutely be like, you do not fucking put these rings on, because he would consider it game over. Which is why I was thinking, well, maybe the more sensible or more none of this is fucking sensible. The more likely suggestion is that he wanted it to happen so that the outcome of what ends up happening is that Celebrimbor changes his mind. He's like, well, I actually will help you now for for the greater good. Or he doesn't actually decide that, but he's thinking about it. He's considering helping to make the rings for men so as to protect his staff is basically what ends up happening. Sauron would want that, but it's still a crazy risky thing for him to do. So I don't know. I think it's one of the two. And both have major problems.
Agreed.
Very cool.
Yeah, so Miradania, I guess they grab her and take the ring off. I don't know why she doesn't take it off immediately the moment.
Also, that one's actually more forgivable to me if she's seeing insanity. She has no idea what's happening. She doesn't even know that the ring is necessarily doing it or that she put it on. At least at that point, from a character point of view, she's just panicking. This only looks like it took place for about a minute or so. So, like, that I can buy a little more than the putting of it on. Unless, of course, as we said, it's just all Sauron was behind it all, which I'm getting very bored of these writing excuses throughout Rings of Power of nothing clever, just it was that.
Actually, what he wanted the whole time, I guess.
Well, because the more you stack on, the more it's like, why the fuck does he have any... How can he make any mistakes? He can just control everything.
Pretty much.
Did no one see her put it on? Because they all just stand around doing fuck all.
No, because she turned invisible.
I mean... They would see her disappear then, wouldn't they?
I don't know, man.
They are elves, heightened sentence.
They don't show us, so, we don't get to...
They just stand there looking at the things moving like, oh!
Oh my god, it's a spooky forge.
That sounded like Randy Marsh, who just goes, oh!
Yes.
Oh!
I mean, that's basically what they're doing. They're just standing in awe looking at the things move. They don't say anything.
Oh!
So when they get Miradania and take off the ring, and she's like, oh my gosh, and they calm her down a bit, she says that she was in a place like this, but dark and misty, and she saw something like a fiery guy with tallness and skin made of flame, and it had these pitiless and eternal flaming eyeballs, which I think is supposed to be like her in the unseen realm seeing Sauron. That's him. She's seeing Sauron in his true form.
Scary.
It was pretty scary. Anatar tells her to chill out.
Bitch, calm down.
Get you crazy.
She also says, I think he's been here all along. Oh, who could it be? I wonder.
It would be so funny if they all collectively looked at one of the elves, particularly. They just all don't like one of them, and he's like, "What?" And they're like,
yeah, like
you.
I was born here. What do you?
Oh,
I hate you guys and leave.
Stupid.
So
no.
It's not funny.
No commentary from anybody on why the fuck you turned invisible?
No.
No commentary from anybody really about anything.
About anything.
Well,
yeah.
this is
Leo
Rings of
Stander.
Power. We don't have like the perspectives of characters asking basic questions like, "Why the hell did that ring turn you invisible?" Which is something I would have asked. I'm like, Brimby, these
we skip all of
the
it.
other ones don't do that.
And instead we do the whole, you know, if you want to avoid this craziness, you need to, and then Anatar's like, yes, what do we need to do? Tell us. And then Celebrimble's like, no, I really shouldn't. I really shouldn't. I said I wouldn't, but now I kind of wanna.
His reply really should be like, no, what do you mean? Why am I helping you? Why are you making rings that fucking turn people invisible and show them spaghetti?
It's really fucking cool, but like, what?
It's like, you know, you fucking 5-year-olds like, I want to go make some grenades. And you're like, no, we will not be doing that. And then they explode, and they're like, oh god, they exploded. And you're like, okay, I'll teach you how to do it without getting in danger. Like, I'll give you the... And it's like, no, this is proof that you shouldn't be fucking making them. What do you mean you're going to help them?
I don't want anyone getting hurt when you're making these grenades, okay?
The weird part is also, he asked us like, hey, what did you do different anyway? It's like, oh yeah, you said the men are too corruptible or whatever for power, so we just put more of the powerful ore in there to make it better. I was like, what?
Yeah, like some of the most retarded, brain dead shit in terms of... Yeah. You could tell the writers were like, yeah, that's something reasonable the elves would do.
So this also highlights that like the makeup of the rings in terms of like which metals that comprise the alloy is actually important. Because, like, we get the line in episode 8 of season 1. So, Celebrimbor says, Galadriel, I have determined that the purity of the lesser ores in the alloy is crucial. I need gold and silver of the most exquisite quality. I need gold and silver from Valinor.
Mm-hmm.
They have quite obviously not used gold and silver from Valinor in the Dwarven rings or the rings for men. Probably because the writers forgot. Because, I mean, the only silver from Valinor that they had for some fucking reason was Galadriel's dagger, which means it just doesn't exist in Eregion. They haven't gone to get more.
Which there was a scene after that when they realized they had a whole fucking warehouse full of those knives that they could just grab and, you know, melt them.
I mean, I guess that's possible.
Yeah, it's like logically they've got to have more, but I think the show just forgot.
Well, the show has told us that
Random's right. Yeah, like I think that they establish it as like an important aspect, and now they have not told us how they're keeping up with that. And I think the writers will be like, keeping up with what? And we'd be like,
because what about Feanor's hammer?
That I don't know the lore. I mean, the show hasn't told us, but is that
steel and fake gold? It doesn't work.
Okay.
Oh fuck!
But like, this really does matter because essentially Celebrimbor has made rings that are broken. Then they're not working, and he's now trying to make more, and they're evidently not working either. Surely, based on what the show has told us, his first thought would be, "Oh fuck, we forgot to use silver."
Got a bunch of test subjects in D class who were just like, "Yep, put this ring on, see what happens."
I guess they went to Valinor and got some more gold and silver, and then came back.
They can't have done. They didn't have time. They didn't have time. They literally didn't have time.
Time doesn't matter in this universe. What are you talking about?
Time's never matters.
There is no time. Rings of Power is upon us.
Oh.
So I think it was mentioned before, worth restating. I think Anatar should be worried about people putting on rings and discovering his true form. Gonna be like a super primary concern of his, but oh well. I guess she could just put it on and find his true form, or whatever.
Comes out of it, points to it, like, that's Sauron. He just goes,
that's
what?
What? Who is that? I've never. What is Sauron?
Looks around and he goes, you're Sauron. I put on the ring and saw it was you.
No, I'm an angel from heaven who arrived to help you make the
fiery
rings.
Evil angel, yes.
Now let's make rings for men. They're just like, why are we doing that again?
That's the flame of
the rings for men, goddammit.
That's the flame of righteousness.
Why can't we get any other character's point of view of like, why are we making rings for men? That's weird, man. Like
men suck.
Odd? And then Celebrimbor's up there like, yeah, I thought it was weird too, but he wants to do it. That guy.
I won't stop you though, but I just want you to know that I'm not really on board with this. I got a picture of those the Moriadors up here. I'll sign them if you want them.
He's got really loads of them. He's obsessed. He's like, everyone will love these. I'm sure of it.
He's up there making more doors.
He makes little collectible ones, like tiny doors that you can have on your desk. And he's like, look, it opens
Oh
up
yeah,
too.
like mini brands, but like little elven doors. Yeah.
You gotta say melon. Say melon. It'll open up.
It's really important.
I really want
Here you
little doors
go,
like that to go on the front of my computer. So you open them up, you have to say the word, and then the computer turns on.
Yay.
So proud of himself.
Did we mention the fucking anvil being up in the ceiling, by the way?
It's always up in the fucking... The amount of times they've shown us moving that stupid thing. Like, it's just
but they were actively working in the forge, and the fucking anvil is still up in the fucking ceiling. Like, what?
Dude, the weird thing was, like, the implication of the scene is that she unrestrained it and let it drop, which is like, whoa, is that... You want to explain yourself there, love? Like, why did you feel the need to do that?
She tried to fucking kill Celebrimbor with a hammer.
That's why no one does any work, and they just stand by the table because they're terrified of the anvil falling down and killing them.
They're like, why did you do that? She's like, I didn't do it. It's like, you tried to kill everyone. It's like, no, I didn't.
No.
It's fine.
I was distressed.
That's crazy that all of that happened. I don't know why, but that's really nuts. Yeah. Oh well.
That was my altar.
She also fucks with the fire somehow, and it's really fucking weird.
I think some guy explodes and just sits there on the stairs. And it's like, oh man, that sucked.
Yeah, we don't see.
Man, why do I always get exploded?
I don't think anything happens to him. He just sits on the stairs. I'm pretty sure he's fine.
The black elf he wasn't always black. He just exploded so many times. He's just covered in soot. He's like, you gotta go clean yourself off, man. You keep exploding.
Keep exploding.
Oh yeah.
All right. Well, we have plot developments. That's cool. A guard's like, yo, Durin's here with news of the ring.
Whoa.
And Anatar wants to go talk to him because he would want to talk to Durin and not have anyone else talk to him. But Brimby's like, no, I'll go talk to Durin. Durin says that his father is colder and quicker to anger, and now he's not sharing the rings. Unless the other dwarf lords share half of their mine earnings.
That's so crazy, dude.
Holy shit.
It was already dumb as fuck, and it's getting dumber and dumber and dumber and dumber. Why would they ever? Like, what could you possibly... Are you gonna send everybody with a... Haven't they sent the rings, or are they sending the people to make the offer? In which case...
Entirely unclear. We don't know.
If that's the case, could you imagine having a kingdom, someone says, you can have a ring from me if you give me half your earnings? Be like, oh, no.
Oh, no, thank you. I'm good.
Appreciate you, though.
Love you, though.
Love you, though.
No ring of power is worth half my mine. Half the mine of our, like, civilization. Fuck off.
I really like the... Well, I hate the idea, but I find it very funny that when you put on one of these rings, you just have this insatiable desire to own half of everything, which means that when he hands out the other rings to the other dwarf lords, they're all going to want half of each other's mines as well. And then someone's going to have to do some very complicated maths to work out who gets what.
Yeah, none of this has been thought about from during the third as well.
What if he was like, oh, and your shoe, your left shoe, give it to me now. Your left shoe. Give me all of your left shoes. All of them now. I want them. Oh, that would be a dastardly... That would be a dastardly supervillain. A villain who just goes around and steals one shoe from, like, every pair that he finds. He sneaks into houses, steals half the pairs of shoes, and then leaves.
And, like, we got a big old friend on the
chaos.
team who everyone loves, and then one time everyone else needs to go to his house, and he's like, no, don't go in there. And they open the door, and loads of shoes just pile out. And it's like, no, he was the one.
Not my shoe room.
And then he puts on 2 of the shoes and runs away.
But they're both left shoes, so he doesn't.
And he starts falling over. He's like, ah.
I thought it would just be uncomfortable, but I can't. I actually can't run. So yeah, Durin says that it's not like his father to be so greedy. It's not like anyone to be this greedy.
Yeah,
this is bizarrely, conspicuously insanity greed.
Scrooge McDuck levels, even worse.
Well, you say Scrooge McDuck because I thought the same, but then you see in like episode 6, it is almost quite literally Scrooge McDuck levels.
Yeah,
and
Scrooge McDuck is a successful businessman.
Oh yeah, so is Durin.
Technically, I guess so is Durin, but not for long.
Yeah, no, it's not gonna last.
But Durin asks Brimby if the ring that he's wearing is causing this shift. And Brimby says, no, it just can't be possible because the same process that they use for the Elven rings, which are, like, perfect, there's nothing wrong with them, they use the same exact process down to all the details between both of the rings. There's absolutely no difference whatsoever. And an angel from heaven certainly didn't descend from above to help me make the 7 when he wasn't present for the first 3.
Yeah.
But luckily, Durin does imply that Anatar might be involved.
Yeah, Durin questions this. Celebrimbor fucking doesn't, because he's just he's absolutely insane.
To be
and
honest
even
with
if you like discount the Anatar part, he says that like we use the same materials and all the rest of it, but like as I mentioned, they did not use gold from Valinor, which he would know.
It came across to me as though like Durin is putting things together that are beyond simplistic, to the point where it's almost proven by the fact that he's so out of the loop, and yet he's using the basic information that we're pointing out all the time. And it's like, well, I guess every elf is just too stupid to be able to make this connection in any way, shape, or form.
What,
and I actually do think the writers would be like,
manipulating me is
yes,
manipulating
Sauron,
me.
Sauron's got clouded their judgment, all of them. None of them can tell.
Yeah.
Leave it alone.
But Celebrimbor said himself that he's manipulating him.
Yeah, no.
Can't put it together that he's manipulating him.
He can say that, but he can refuse to make the rings, but he'll still not suspect Anatar whatsoever.
It's so stupid.
It's lame. Yeah. It makes everyone stupid, yeah.
Now, Anatar's in the Forge. Still, he's talking to Merdania about what just happened, because that was weird, right?
Yeah,
he's talking to her about the unseen world. Now, he's doing his manipulating Sauron thing. Ooh, look at me go! And he's telling her that actually that wasn't me that you saw there. I'm just a mild-mannered angel from heaven who showed up the other day. What you saw, the dark fire figure with the skin made of flames and the eternal fiery eyes. That that's actually. I think that might be Celebrimbor over there. Yeah, I think that's him, because he isn't healed yet, and making the rings has kind of diminished him, and it's actually made him vulnerable to the shadow. So until he gets better, I think that he's kind of Brimby's a little crazy. So that's who you saw. That is probably who you saw. That's an interesting lie to tell. That I don't think that would be believable at all to really anybody.
It's an insane risk for Sauron as well, because basically what he's told her is the truth, but that it's Celebrimbor, not him. Surely he would say, we have no idea what you just saw. Like, I don't even know what the unseen world is, because evidently it's not normal for elves to know
unseen.
The unseen world.
It's in the name.
Exactly.
Like, it would be completely reasonable from her perspective for him to just be like, I can't help you. I don't know what that fucking was.
Well,
the rings aren't supposed to do that.
It's like you've said. Instead, it's like, well, I will confirm for real that there is actually like an evil thing in this general area that you should be worried about. Also, I just showed up pretty recently, and also I'm a bit of a sneaky fella. I'm really hasting, like I'm really pushing for us to make haste with these rings. It really. Why is this lady so important anyway? As well, why is she?
Well, it's one of those things, right? It's like she's going to do something at some point, because they're giving her so much fucking attention. She's going to make one big decision at some point that's going to have a big effect.
But the weird thing in this, though, is like, is it meant to be like for that the love angle that they want to do for Galdriel and Sauron, where he's like, oh, you look a lot like Galdriel. It's like, you know what I mean? Like, what? I don't get it. I actually don't understand why she's in this.
There is also, she represents all of the elf workers, so that's why they're going to be like, Celebrimbor.
I was just about to say that.
Yeah,
she's like a representation of what, like these are coagulation of opinions and traits that other people should have who are here, but we have to condense it down to one person.
She's the only one who's allowed to talk, because I don't know, maybe something to do with like how it works. You have to pay the actors more if they get a line of dialogue.
I don't know. It makes you wonder.
I think it might have something to do with that. I'm not sure if that's the thing, though. I feel like it's,
no one else says anything.
Yeah, nobody else talks. Yeah, she's the only one who
just
says
stand
anything,
there.
and she is the It's like was said. She is essentially meant to be the representative of how all of the other elf like smiths are feeling at this moment.
So I think that probably if he doesn't just flat out go and say, I have no idea what it was probably dangerous. Don't ever put the rings on again. We have no idea what affect the unseen world and these rings, because they're not finished yet. They're not ready. So putting them on, we don't know what it could do to you, right? So like, don't ever put that on again. We don't want you to get hurt. Look what happened with the anvil and you swinging around tools weirdly. Like, don't do it. If he doesn't go that route, I think the other lie he might have been able to tell was, well, remember I've been saying that there's like this encroaching shadow and this evil in Middle Earth that we're forging the rings to stop. And maybe what you saw was like a vision of that thing because it doesn't want you to make these rings. We're doing something to save Middle Earth and this evil. It doesn't want you to do that. It wants to stop you. It wants to stop us from what you're doing. It just shows how important it is, the kind of work that we're doing here. You know, and that this danger, it's real and it's out there and we have to stop it. I wouldn't say, yeah, that's Celebrimbor, you know, that fiery, flamey-eyed skin
boss, yeah.
flamey. Yeah, it's like, stop. He's so timid typically and friendly.
Because what he basically says is, yeah, so you know what he says should not be comforting at all for her because he said, yeah, so that like being of pure fucking evil that you just saw, it's totally real and it's totally in the room with you. But don't worry, it's not me.
It's worse. It's worse than that. It's that evil demon you saw. It's your boss. See you tomorrow at 8.
Yep.
And there's any other lie that he could have come up with, but it's honestly, it's like he wants to be caught, which is kind of in line, I guess, with what happened at the end of season 1. But yeah, it's difficult to be too specific when we criticize Sauron's plan because we don't yet know what it is. I don't think there is a hope in hell of it making any sense by the end.
I mean, he doesn't really need a plan because everyone fucking believes him anyway. It doesn't really matter.
True. What I'm referring to is the stuff relating to Adar and the stuff relating to the time frames of making the rings, because currently it doesn't seem to make any sense. But they also haven't straight up told us what his plan is. So, you know, until we know, it's difficult to say exactly why, I guess.
So what he says to her is like, you don't ever tell anybody about this. Don't speak of it. Don't tell anyone about it. And she's like, okay, I won't tell anybody what I saw in the unseen realm when I put on the spooky evil ring or whatever. I won't tell anybody. And then weird thing happens. Anatar looks at her and he like touches her hair and he says, you know, when the light of the forge catches your hair, you kind of look like Galadriel. And she smiles at that.
At this point, I was wondering, what is it with blonde elf women and wanting to fuck Satan?
Okay.
Or Satan
First
wanting
off,
to fuck him.
I mean, look at him. He's got such masculine features. And yet at the same time, he's graceful. And no, that's real. That's his real. That's angel hair.
Sure.
I guess I've never seen an angel before, so I don't know. It might be.
Yeah. You don't know what real angels look like. That would be funny. That'd be funny if they were like, you don't look like an angel. And he's like, oh, I don't. Well, tell me what an angel looks like then, Mr. Expert. Let me know. I was like, I'm sorry that my shape is not pleasing to you, but I just showed up from heaven. Yeah, I think it's supposed to be buttering her up in the sense of, you know how amazing, you know how Galadriel is like the best ever at everything, always and forever, and everyone loves her and admires her and respects her. You kind of look like her.
Yeah, because
she's
there are
just the coolest and bestest.
Yeah, there are things in particular in episode 6, I think it is. Yeah, it's not in this one. It's in episode 6 where he kind of trusts her to do things that she probably shouldn't do, and I think that they're leaning on them having some kind of a relationship as well. When I say, I don't mean like a romantic relationship. You know, they flirted with each other basically.
Which would be something that would be cool if they took time and they like built up this idea that Anatar is really like trying to imply that he has feelings for her and getting close to her and wooing her, so that she's more able to be manipulated by him. He could sort of shape her a bit.
Well, he kind of tried to do that a little bit when he first arrived as Halbrand, where he was, being a bit chatty with her at the gate, and then he obviously revealed that he was injured, except not really. But she doesn't know that they're the same person. So he is trying the same strategy, but I mean, obviously, it doesn't rely on anything that he did when he looked like Halbrand. He doesn't know.
It's kind of weird.
This is a strategy you could actually use with real women. You can chat her up, try some lines, see if she's into something, and then you go back with the disguise and you talk to her later, and you're a different person. So you can try different things, and you keep doing this over and over until you find out what works, and then that's boom, and then you're in. It's easy.
Find out which wig works.
Yeah, it's weird. I feel like nobody actually of those people asked, like, hey, what happened to the one guy who went in here like a couple of weeks ago? What happened to him? It's like, oh, he's
He's an angel now or something.
I mean, I guess
those glasses. Yeah.
I guess Celebrimbor would have told them that he let him in, gave him a drink, and then sent him on his way.
Yeah.
Because there's no way that he's because like Anatar has been very secretive with his identity, even as Anatar. Like he's not giving people that name unless he has to. So I'm guessing that there is no way that Celebrimbor has told anyone that he is actually an envoy of the Valar.
I think they do know though, because at some point this assistant lady, she's calls him Lord of Gifts as well.
That's true. The only
I wonder what they mean with this, or if that's just how they introduced him.
That's just a title that he has because he is the Lord of Gifts who has arrived and he's helping them with a thing.
Yeah,
arrived from heaven.
In an earlier episode.
What's that? Sorry.
He called himself that in an earlier episode.
He introduced himself as Anatar.
If someone shows up to my, if someone shows up to me at my workplace and says, "I'm the Lord of Gifts," I know that I'm not calling them one thing. I am not calling you the Lord of Gifts.
No,
all right. Tell me your name, or you're going to be
you.
"Hey you" for eternity.
Yeah,
right?
I mean,
or
that
I say
sounds
thank
like
you for.
spam.
That's something you say. You come into the workplace and have like a bag of donuts for everyone. It's like, I'm the Lord of Gifts, haha, and there's like, yeah, thank you.
I get the spam callers on my phone, and they're like, "Hello, we are here to talk to you about your car's extended warranty. Do not worry, I am the Lord of Gifts."
So if one said that, I would stay on the line a little bit longer. I'd be curious.
Okay, you have me hooked.
Let me see. So that was a pretty fun scene. But yeah, I would assume that if he has a title, people would like I don't know the perspectives of anybody on who this guy is who showed up and he's Celebrimbor's right-hand man now, and he's just like, dude, like what? Who are you? Where are you from? Dude, it's just I don't know anything about what anyone knows. So oh well.
By the way, I had to really quick because I had to step away for a second. The way when they talk about her being in the unseen world and she saw like the flaming thing, did I correctly assume that he was implying that Celebrimbor was the one who was doing the flamey stuff because he couldn't heal him yet?
Something like that, yeah.
Say that again. Sorry.
So when Halbrand or Anatar, Sauron, whatever, talks to Miranda, whatever her name is, about the unseen world and tells everybody not to talk about it to anyone else. Does he say or imply that the flamey thing she saw was actually Celebrimbor?
Yeah, he straight up says that it's Celebrimbor.
Okay.
He says this thing is real, but it is Celebrimbor, not me.
Because he couldn't heal him yet, or something along those lines. He said, right?
Yes, he said, I didn't wish any of you to see this until I had finished healing him, which, as we've said, is a fucking strange lie. But
totally not suspicious at all.
Yeah, from this point on, which is kind of counterintuitive given how Medania behaves, she believes that Celebrimbor, her boss, is a deeply corrupted entity. I don't know. His spirit has diminished, I think is what is said, which I don't really know what that means. I guess it's similar to when the tree was spooky. I don't
Maybe,
know. Yeah.
It's weird that she would like, he's like evil now. Okay, I'll keep it to myself. No worries.
That is kind of funny, isn't it? Like, your boss is evil. Oh. Anyway.
Yeah. Wait, so this what happens when you get tired from work? That's what happens to you?
Your boss is evil. Don't tell anyone.
Yeah.
Oh, too late. They all know.
All right. Let's get a bit of change of scenery because we're going back to Numenor. Yeah.
Yes.
Hooray.
Baby.
So it's nighttime. It's evening. Elendil, Valandil, and a bunch of other people are in this little seaside, little church, little chapel, little shrine. They're kind of by the bay, by the harbor, and they're performing this remembrance ceremony for the fallen soldiers of Numenor who died in Middle-earth. And they have the little shells, and the shells have the candles on them, and they push them out into the water, and it's very lovely, and it's like appropriate for a sea kingdom, and it seems like the kind of thing that would be done, you know? Like, oh, okay, that's a little thing. That's nice. However, Kemen comes in, he says that the king has ordered this shrine destroyed.
Which you're just shit. Like, what are you doing?
What are you doing?
Yeah. Evil?
He's just a clown.
Are you dumb? What do you stand to gain from doing this?
Well, his mother had a vision of him meeting an ill end. So Pharazôn said he'd better not fuck this up.
Yeah,
Just
so
yeah.
what he was basically told, we never actually see this, but based on Kemen's actions in this episode, Pharazôn trusted his idiot son to deal with his political opponents and essentially remove the faithful from these lands like salt from a table.
I mean,
They were trying to generate
no idea what
political
they told
enemies.
him.
Yeah.
You would think it would do that, yes.
Because the guy, the old man, says it's the oldest shrine in Numenor, and he's like, yeah, but it's in the way of an aqueduct.
Yeah, we need more water.
It's the most mustache-twirling thing.
Because the sea is always right or something.
It's in the way of our building project.
Why would you have an aqueduct to deliver seawater someplace?
Why
would an aqueduct be here?
It's I have to assume it's actually they're going out of their way to destroy it, but like, why would you? Why? What?
This will make people very, very angry.
Exactly.
Yeah. Also, the thing is, there is a later scene with Pharazôn when it says, "You have done quite enough, boy." So
Pharazôn is
he actually did not tell him to do this.
Yeah, Pharazôn in episode 6, Pharazôn is not at all happy with what Kemen has done in this episode.
No. Yeah,
but I mean,
we have no idea.
He's an absolute fool who just like went out of his way to enact harm on people just for shits and giggles.
Yeah, and Kemen,
we have no idea what he specifically told him because it happened off screen again.
Yeah,
so we can't really. Yeah, we don't know what he said. But my headcanon here is that he's jealous of Afro Man, so he just goes there to fuck shit up and kill him.
But like, what even is the story though? Like, it's the middle of the night. Yeah, we got to clear it for an aqueduct. What, you starting building right now in the middle of the night?
Yes.
I mean, I figured the aqueduct thing was just an excuse.
Well, of course.
Like he's not. He doesn't.
I guess what I'm getting at is the idea of like, but how compelling? Like, you need to give them a good story for why they should leave. If you give them a bad one, they're just going to hate you and then eventually rise up against you.
It's going to make them more angry because this is obvious bullshit. Like,
yeah, which makes like I can kind of accept that for Kemen, that he would come up with just some half-assed excuse and be like, aqueduct, fuck off, or something like that. But which then the buck basically stops with Pharazôn, because Pharazôn has told his son to do this. And if his son goes about it through retarded means, then that means that Pharazôn is an idiot.
Yeah, and if he knows that he's stupid enough that he would make mistakes like this, then why would you try? Especially at the most. Yeah. This is the most important time of his reign, right? The transition into being the new leader and handling it. What in the span of 1 or 2 days, all of the Sea Guard have lost their positions after returning from a massive conflict that actually spurred. Like, the reason why the people wanted Pharazôn is because they thought that essentially the Queen had let down the Sea Guard. But then what? Your next move is to basically dismantle it. And then what? The day after, while they're all there with a little shrine to memorialize the fallen, which is the reason why Pharazôn could take over in the first place. You're like, yeah, fuck you guys. We're building an aqueduct. Get out. This is so stupid.
It's really dumb. And like Kemen, from the start of this episode, it demonstrated probably best in this scene, but from the start of this episode, Kemen is now a completely different character.
Yeah.
Because in season 1, he was, he was shown in basically every time we saw him, he's an idiot, he's completely incompetent, and he just acts like a clown and does what he's told by Aarion because he wants to get in her pants. Now, as of the start of this episode, he is, the comparison I made is Joffrey Baratheon in Game of Thrones. He's obviously nowhere near as detailed of a character. He's just an exaggerated, evil, smarmy, vindictive clown who is here to be evil because this episode needs him to be evil. Because
so we can get
various emotional payoffs.
Drama. Yeah.
Exactly, yeah.
Well, they're trying to build the thing. It's like, I really want to see him punched in the face. It's like, I guess, but you did it like really badly, so I actually don't care that much.
Clownish evil, right? Of the old man's like, hey, can I take this statue? It's important for my religion. And then Elendil going, hey, yeah, can you give it to him? And then this idiot just grabbing it and then destroying it. Why are you being such
they
an
were
asshole?
about to leave. All you had to do was give the thing to him, and they were gone.
And even if Kemen is
taking this like personal interest in being a dick, and I don't know why he's taken this.
Especially
like,
to
why are you
Elendil,
being such a dick?
Is he stupid enough to understand that if you antagonize the well-respected like head of the Sea Guard, Elendil, like that's going to piss people off? Because people will know enough about him to be like, well, if he punched you, you must have done something that made him really, really angry because he's like a calm, level-headed, like pragmatic leader, that something must have happened, right? And when people find out, like, what are we meant to expect that all of the people of Numenor would be fine with the idea that some old man begging to take a statue with him, so that it means that symbolically that the souls that were lost in Middle Earth will be able to pass on, and that you callously destroyed it? What do you think people will think? Like, why would Pharazôn send him to do this if he's this stupid and incompetent and evil and malicious?
Yeah, there isn't really an answer.
And of course, what we later learn, right, is that provoking this fight was, it's like you said earlier, Pharazôn is unhappy, because of course he is. This creates problems for him. You've antagonized somebody who may well have allowed everything to move on as normal without any, fighting, but now you've got it to where Elendil is more motivated than ever to subvert you.
But it is also just worth mentioning that it isn't just that Kemen is a vindictive piece of shit in this scene, because that it doesn't really, you are clearly supposed to hate the character, like it's emotional manipulation because it's come out of nowhere. But at the same time, Elendil kind of allows that, because if Elendil behaved sensibly, then this would never have happened, because the old man is there like, hey, can I take my little statue thing? Elendil could just pick it up and give it to him, be like, here you go.
Exactly.
Because he said, like, no, don't arrest him. Don't arrest the old man. I'll deal with this. I'll escort him out so that you don't have to arrest anyone. We can deal with this peacefully. But instead of doing that, instead of acting upon what he says that he wants to happen, he says, hey, Kemen, kid who wants to just fuck around and cause mayhem, can you pick up this incredibly valuable statue that has never been seen before and give it to this man? And rather predictably, he smashes it, and then people start punching each other and it all escalates.
Yeah.
Why is the statue
he says, give it to him, boy.
It made him big mad. That's why he did it.
Exactly.
But I don't know why Elendil would tell Kemen to do it. He surely
because
knows
we need the scene to happen. That's why.
Yeah, that's the only answer.
Well, yeah, because it just is not in his interest to do this. He's not even really in a position, because this is a dangerous position he finds himself in. Like, this is not. He's not doing something in a position of power where, like, nobody could stop him. He's actually in danger in this situation. So, like, it's just an entire. I mean, he nearly dies in this scenario because of this. He's just an idiot.
Yeah.
Right, because I presume that the way it would work with, like, Joffrey and Game of Thrones is that because he's like, nobody can do anything to him, right? Like, they're not in a position to do anything to him when he does all of his evil things, right?
Not until Tywin arrives, anyway.
Yeah. Because, I mean, in the case of, I think that's why I feel like they're trying to do that with Kemen, but they have just fucking rushed it, because at this point, they never state this, but at this point, Kemen is the Prince of Numenor.
That's true, yeah.
Yeah.
Which carries with it certain implications. They never actually state that, so I don't know if the writers are technically speaking aware of it. But also, as we will see, the guards in this scene broke my fucking brain.
They just scuffle in the background of the small people and go like, and don't do anything for Kemen to get, like, stabbed or whatever, about, like, Valandil is threatening him to kill him, and they're like, oh no, I'm busy with this old guy here.
Yeah, like the writers obviously wanted this fight scene to happen, and they can't have this fight scene happen if the guards behave like guards. So they tell the actors, okay, so we're going to do this fight scene. We're going to do a few takes. You just need to look like you're doing, do busy things in the background.
Around in the background.
Yeah, dude, it's the same as what we said about Pelagia in the previous EFAP. It's like, hey, peasants, just do busy.
Yeah,
the camera's not about you. Just look like you're doing busy.
Yeah.
Also, the Numenorean guards are laughable. They're so bad.
Every single time I see them,
it's crazy.
Elendil, the couple of cuts to him where he's just like, oh, geez, this one man is holding me. Oh, gosh. Oh, no.
If only there was something I could do.
That one that one shot at here that we're about to get to here is Valandil basically wins the fight after losing for a little bit, which I don't know if we want to talk about that in a minute, but it then cuts to Elendil being held by the guard who is still holding him. And both Elendil and the guard at this point want to rescue Kemen. So they're fighting each other to try and make sure that the other one doesn't do the thing that they want to do.
Well, maybe Elendil's like, wait, I'm trying to stop this, and then the guard's like, you liar! You liar! You liar! I don't even know how like Kemen is able to put up a fight. I feel like Valandil kicks his ass.
Oh, I don't know how he
Valandil
keeps
would
him down
demolish him.
underwater for that long.
Yeah.
It's
No, no
ridiculous.
way.
He's so much
We needed
stronger.
drama.
He's
We needed a
clearly
little bit of
stronger,
drama
and
in the
of course
fight.
He's actually trained, like he's
Yeah.
a soldier.
And we haven't even seen in season 1, I've said that like you could have just thrown in like just a simple line of dialogue to suggest that Kemen has held a fucking sword before in his life. Where he's flirting with AR and he's like, oh shit, it's 10 o'clock, I gotta go. My dad wants me to train to fight or some shit.
Mhm.
Something like that to even hint that this kid doesn't, because looking at the actor, you cannot possibly buy that he could win in a fight against Valandil.
No way.
There's just no way.
Yeah, he'd need like weapons or something and applied training, and he
Yeah.
could do it to try and impress his father. He starts to learn how to fight and be a soldier and
Oh,
do
yeah.
swordsmanship and stuff, or like the archery or something, because he wants to look good to his dad.
Yeah, or maybe he gets bullied by Valandil in season 1 or something, and then he decides to start training, and then ends up, kicking his ass later. Like timeline-wise, that might not work, but for some reason, the writers decided that you have the fight, so you need to have the emotional low where Kemen is drowning Valandil, and then he flips it on its head, and he escapes, and then he basically wins the fight. Usually, there would be a reason why that happens. There'd be a reason why Kemen gains the upper hand, and there'd be a reason why Valandil then flips him and beats him, but. There is no reason. It just happens. He doesn't like reach for a weapon or get in like a sneaky elbow hit in his face or something like that. And if they wanted to do that, but not have him draw his sword at the start of the fight, then they would need to, put some work in and establish that, Kemen is like fucking kung fu master or something, and he can outmaneuver his bigger and slower opponent. Because you can do that, but they haven't. There has been no build up to this scene at all in terms of like, who can beat who. So you're dealing with a well-trained and, for the most part, competent soldier fighting a gangly nerd. And we're expected to believe that the nerd essentially wins for the first half of the fight.
I mean, he gets real close when he's holding his head under the water, but then once they're out of the water, I mean, he gets his ass kicked pretty quickly.
I mean, it was...
yeah?
Oh, it was so long that I was actually like, no way he's gonna drown him now. Like, they're not actually doing this, right?
Nah, that just seemed crazy. But I will say, like, once he got him out and he was holding him, like, the sword there, I'm like, right, so what's going to happen is he won't do it, and then he'll turn his back, and then Kemen will stab him in the back.
Yeah.
It's just like, it's so predictable.
The way that it's
when
just framed and he turns
right
around
next to him, fucking.
Yeah, the way it's framed and the camera turns out, it's like, oh, okay, yeah, he's dead.
Well, it's just Valandil makes the smart move of breaking that one arm, but he had to get that second one. Just make it so that it's actually impossible for it to hurt you.
Well,
like,
or
alternatively, just your decision.
Alternatively, just don't drop your fucking weapon next to the guy who's trying to
kill
kill you.
On him.
Yeah. So fucking stupid.
And like if you look at the angle of because him getting stabbed through the chest is framed as though it's a surprise, even though like you just said it isn't a surprise. Everyone should see this coming from a mile off.
Well, I mean, especially Elendil, he would have seen it happening. He should have been like,
well, exactly. Because Elendil is not standing where the camera is, which means he doesn't have the same angle on it that we do, which means he would see Kemen standing up. Yeah.
And he would also hear him pick up the fucking sword.
Well, you would think Valandil would hear that as well. Yeah, it's just it's completely broken, and this is one of this and the Disa scene really pissed me off because at this point Disa and Valandil were the only two characters that I had any investment in. And I don't mean this as if they're good characters. I mean that they're good for Rings of Power. They are passable characters. Disa has now been turned into an idiot she's a clumsy idiot who doesn't know how money works, and Valandil has now been turned into an idiot so that he can be killed by the guy that we're meant to hate.
Yeah.
Which I will say as well, like, I was struck by it because his death feels like, well, wait, hold on. You set up in season 1, like, he's best friends with Isildur. Is it not a little strange that he dies with Elendil rather than Isildur? Doesn't that feel like, in terms of maximum potency, that it would be with Isildur?
Unless Isildur is going to get his revenge, maybe when he comes back, he'll learn what happened and he'll kill Kemen.
It feels like you've already got the error right. If you don't get to see Isildur's reaction to his best friend dying, you get to see Isildur's dad's reaction to his best friend dying. It's like it's not quite maximum potency as a payoff. There's some potency. It's a shame that the whole scene is like really, really stupid, so it's kind of meaningless. But like, yeah, I don't know. It just seems odd that he would die while Isildur doesn't even show up in this episode. I think while he's off in Middle Earth.
Yeah, he's not in this one.
It's funny because the way the show goes, he gets stabbed, he's still alive on screen. It's like, oh, he might be just fine next episode. I don't know. but I think he isn't. So I don't know.
Oh no, the framing of this is definitely like, yeah, you're done, bro. Like, see ya.
Oh yeah,
dead.
in like a normal show, but I just don't trust the show. I was just
definitely.
I think that's what I wrote
like,
in my notes. I was like, oh, I guess he's dead or not. Who knows? We'll see next episode. I guess
this was the extent of the plan for him in this season. Seems like was that he was going to stand up for the Queen and for Elendil, and then he dies. Like that's
the Queen probably doesn't even know about this. That's the funny bit.
Yeah. Well, so this is pretty important. Like what has just happened that Elendil has just seen is pretty fucking important. Not mentioned in episode 6.
That's true.
It's
yeah.
crazy. Yeah. It's
I worry that this character will just evaporate and just disappear, and it will never be spoken of again, and that will make me even madder.
It's so bad. This is the scene that makes me really quite dislike this episode even more so than than the rest of the season.
I think
this
totally
is the worst scene,
as well as the destruction of King Doran, just absolutely obliterating him as the character. These are the things that push this episode into the distinctly awful territory.
It's the one that pissed me off the most. This episode pissed me off the most, possibly apart from episode 1 with the way that it essentially dodged Galadriel's complicity in making the rings. But I didn't give a shit about Galadriel anyway, whereas in this episode you got Disa, King Durin, and Valandil, and they're all gone.
Good point.
Yep.
Thank God we've got Narvi.
Yeah.
Yeah, Narvi's okay at the moment.
Let me see. Well, yeah, we kind of pretty much talked about the whole scene. I fucking hate this scene. I think you guys
That's really bad.
Basically kind of said all this stuff that I was thinking. So let's see. Well,
it ends with Elendil being imprisoned is probably worth mentioning.
Oh yeah, and they say that tell him that he's the one who's like starting an uprising, right? Something like that.
Which technically, I guess that's probably true because he did throw the first punch, even though obviously Kemen, it was justified him.
It was because he had
Yeah.
desecration of like the holy relic of Numenor and stuff like that. It's yeah, what a mess. But yeah, we'll see what happens with Elendil now that he's been imprisoned by the guards because Kemen is like, oh, you jerk. I don't like you. I'm such a shitter.
While we were watching it, I think for you mentioned like, oh, he's gonna frame him. It's like, no, apparently he's just gonna say, like he has the chance here to do whatever he wants, right? To set the narrative, and he just says like, he started the uprising. It's like technically yes, but I mean, you gonna explain the rest? And it's like, well, you'd assume, and then that would ruin the whole thing. It's like you destroyed a priceless, ancient, incredibly important relic.
What do you think Elendil? He would just say like, "No, that's not what it." Like, no, you just exactly. You violated like a sacred like funeral.
Yeah,
like,
when word gets out,
for, getting rid of the queen and replacing her with Pharazôn, like that. That's I think that's what's driving me crazy is like the whole reason that Pharazôn is in is because the Numenoreans were pissed about all of the people who died going to Middle Earth, and then they did this at a funeral for those people that was attended by the leader of the Sea God that you just disbanded.
We call this bad optics.
Yeah.
On
the second day of your reign.
What is the quote? Yeah, there are no bad tactics,
better.
only bad targets. Who's that quote from?
Plenty of people have said it. Movie Bob's one of the people.
Oh no!
Yes, Movie Bob. That's what it is. Yes.
Wait, did he coin the term?
I don't know. But he said it.
I think the reason I know it is because
was it him or Arthur Chu?
Sure, he stole it.
I don't know.
I've just Googled it, and everything I'm getting is Bob Chipman.
He's got quite a reputation, you see.
The man's a living legend.
Yeah.
Speaking of living legend, Celebrimbor.
Yay.
No more Celebrimbor.
We're back in Aragon. Aragon. We're back in Aragon. Brimby tells Anatar that he thinks something's wrong with the ring. This is after Durin told him that there's, his dad's turning evil after he put on the ring. Now Anatar denies altering the rings. However, he says that they the both of them did kind of bring deceit into the equation for the rings when they lied to Gil-galad about, the forge and not making any more rings. So he's saying, well, because we were lying to Gil-galad, maybe that corrupted the rings in some way. So
so stupid.
So that means what you have to do is you got to go confess to Gil-galad what you said, or else things will get worse.
There's something he says before that though, which had me fucking dying. He says, as someone who so masterfully manipulates metal, be sure no one is manipulating you.
Yeah, manipulating me.
He is repeatedly like flying so close to the sun.
Oh yeah.
And
Dude,
I mean,
the writers
like,
were
this is deliberate.
dripping wet when they were writing this. They were like, "Boy, this is so fucking smart, man. This is like what he does, but he says it to the guy who thinks he's doing it. Whoa."
Celebrimbor has already said that you're manipulating me.
Yeah. God,
it's so fucking stupid.
Cringe. No. Maybe you are being deceived and they're misusing the rings and you won't think about the dagger at your throat until it's too late or something like that. God, it makes me fucking jump out the window.
He says, you see daggers where you are none. So you see daggers where there are none, and the reply is, and you ignore them until they are right at your throat.
Also, I'm sorry. He tells the fucking best Elven smith ever. It's like, well, there's also a spiritual thing when you lie during the making of jewels. That's bad, and then they don't work properly.
How's
Celebrimbor like, what? No?
Well, either what, no, or if that's true, why the fuck didn't you mention it?
Yeah.
Also that, yep.
So Sauron wants Celebrimbor to spill the beans to Gil-galad?
Well, so this isn't what ends up happening because the story takes another turn after this scene. But when this happened, I was figuring, well, this is some like insane ploy on Sauron's part to get Celebrimbor to leave Eregion, so that way he has unlimited access to the Forge, even though he already has unlimited access to the Forge.
Yeah, Celebrimbor isn't stopping him in any way whatsoever.
Mm-hmm.
He's letting him do whatever he wants.
I don't know why he would make this up.
I thought he was doing it as a way of reverse logic, like or reverse psychology. Like, well, I guess our only choice now is to do that. And then Celebrimbor was like, whoa. I'll do the 9 rings instead of that. That's way too spooky. I don't want to take responsibility for all this stupid shit I've done. I'd rather just make more rings.
Yeah. I mean, that lines up, but then at the same time, that means that he doesn't actually believe what Anatar just said, because if he continues to make the 9 rings under the cloak of deception, as the show says, then the same thing is going to happen.
So,
you forget 3 thrice. Balance. That counts.
It negates deception.
Well, the thing is that
9 is how you get past deception.
Well, the thing is that they're starting to make some really weird mechanics with the rings that I don't even know how the fuck this is even gonna work like at all. And is this in this episode or the next? I don't remember. Where they go
That's what you're referring to.
If you're talking about the King Durin bit, that's in the next episode.
No, this is when he talks to the rest of the Forger people. They're like, oh, we need to work forever and ever.
Oh, that's at the end of this episode.
It's the end. Okay, well then I'll keep it until then. Yeah, so good.
Back in Khazad-dûm.
No.
Durin
Remember 2 episodes ago when we were like, yay, Khazad-dûm, and I was like, oh fuck.
Yep.
like leave them alone.
That was then, and this is now, and this is what Rings of Power does to you. It
Well,
wears you down. It batters you over the head.
At least
for daring to like anything.
Southlands. No, wait, not the rune.
Unironically, yes. I fucking hate the Southlands and the rune. I think I just hate it all, honestly.
Yeah,
You're naming off all the storylines, and every time I hear it, I'm like, oh yeah, I hate that one.
Oh, I hate
that
too.
one too.
Like,
oh yeah, and I hate that one. And then
we get to all the places. It's like, oh wait.
Oh wait, I think I just hate this show.
This show's just bad.
Yeah, the problem is that you can have the ones that you like, but then if they start doing like the Khazad-dûm one, they start doing really bad shit with the ones that you like, then you don't want to see any more. So it just.
Sorry. Why does this kind of look like John Cena? The thing you just posted.
It looks a little bit like him.
This is what mine was on from earlier. So we're just having a fun time.
John Cena.
But we can take care of that. You actually do. That's right.
Yeah.
Let me see.
Oh,
yeah,
hang on. It's on the stream. This does look like John Cena.
We need to make 9 rings. Are you sure about that?
Are you sure about that? Are you sure about that? Oh.
He doesn't need the rings though, he's already invisible.
Celebrimbor, what a joke. So now, and so we've got.
He does exactly what I do, but better.
Celebrimbor does exactly what everyone does, but worse. Let's see. Durin is talking to King Durin, talking to his dad. He says, "Hey, that ring has some elvish devilry in it, and that we should stop using it." But King Durin says, "You know what? I'm really proud of you, son. This decision that you made to partner up with the elves, well, turns out that idea ended up saving the kingdom. You're really awesome, and I want you by my side. And in fact, I'm so happy about that. I'm going to offer you your princehood again." And
I thought he was about to give him a ring when that scene happened. I was like, "Oh, is he gonna?"
Well, Durin's already married, so that would be awkward.
Yeah.
If.
Oh no, I mean like a ring of power.
Oh right, yeah. I guess that makes some sense. Yeah.
I mean, wedding rings have power.
The power to the over flesh and the power to control it, to corrupt. Yeah, true.
The power to have to do the laundry when you get asked.
Laundry is, I fucking hate that. Of all the chores to do,
it's so boring.
I hate laundry. There's something about it. Like, let me mow the lawn, let me clean the windows, let me just. I don't want to. I'll do the dishes. I just hate doing laundry.
I mean, do you have a washing machine? Or a fucking dishwasher, rather?
Yeah, I do have. I have a washing machine. Well, I have access to a washing machine. I do not have a dishwasher, but I don't generate that many dishes. But like, if
dishwasher is so
I would
boggy.
still.
I think doing the dishes is way worse than doing the laundry. But yeah,
a lot of it's scale. If I like doing my own dishes, that just takes moments because I'm one guy. I don't. If there's company, then we bring stuff places. They don't come here, so it's easy for me to do dishes. But laundry is like, oh, I gotta. It's like a It's because there's lulls in between it. You can't just do it like the dishes. I'll just do the dishes.
You put it in, and then you gotta wait.
Right? Get all your clothes gathered up, put them in a thing, a bag, or whatever it is, and then you put them in the washer, and then you put them in, and you gotta have a timer for 45 minutes or whatever, however long it is. Boom! Now it's done. Now we begin the second stage of the process, which is the drying. So you gotta go over to that, and then you gotta dry it out, and that'll take an hour or an hour 30. It just depends on how good your dryer is and how much your load is. Okay, that's done.
Yeah, I don't even have a dryer.
We're still not done yet. We gotta
even longer for
get them all out. We gotta fold them, make sure they're not creased and everything. So, and then, we're still not done. We got to make sure they're all folded and organized, put them back in the bag. Then we got to bring it. It's shit. I hate it. This is why I don't wear clothes, because it sucks.
right.
I don't even have a dryer. I need to hang it.
You fool.
I need to hang it up, so it's gonna take like a full day, depending on how warm or not warm it is.
You can just leave it there and like take care of it whenever.
Yeah, but then it takes like space away.
If you accidentally put a tissue in.
Channing Tatum said he hates laundry so much he just buys new clothes all the time.
That's cringe. Don't do that.
I was like, what happens to the old ones? You just throw them out? Like, I hope not.
Sounds like a thing Asmongold would do. I don't know.
Asmongold doesn't change.
No, Asmongold just has the same clothes every day.
By the way, Prince Durin, he's already back in Khazad-dûm. By the way, we teleported him back to the mountains.
There's one door between Khazad-dûm and Eregion. There's one door.
In chat say, I forgot that Matt lives in a third world country. Why? Because I hang up my laundry instead of using a dryer.
I have both options.
I guess it was the only one I thought it was funny. Just go ahead.
He's only wearing a bandana. It's an accessory. It's not clothing.
I'm still wearing it.
Depends on where you wear it.
I don't think so.
If you wear it around your waist, it might be a clothing, actually.
I guess I could. Yeah, you could. Yeah, I could. Yeah.
Anyway,
let me see.
What I don't like about this is that Durin knows exactly how to appeal to his father. He's already convinced he needs to get him away from the ring. So what he should be trying here is I visited the elves. Crazy thing, I overheard a conversation where they were talking about how the rings are actually used to control us. That is actually explicitly what they're doing with us. I heard that 100%, definitely. Also, Disa heard it. She was there. So yeah, 100%, they're controlling you. and they want you. Every decision you've made, they want because it benefits them greatly, and they're planning on they're going to make you give up Khazad-dûm eventually to them. So the only way to escape this is to take off the ring. Just saying, he can lie, but like, why not? He thinks that this is going to lead to much worse shit. So
that's like a problem with like.
Go ahead.
Oh, okay. Well, then I go ahead. No, it's like a problem they want to do where there's like places you just should straight up lie to save the whole fucking kingdom. It's the same with Arondir, where you just told that tree, it's like, oh yeah, I cut down a tree. It's like, no. You were forced to cut down a tree and just lie. No one's blaming you for this lie.
It will be too complicated for you to explain all of the context that goes involved into that decision.
I did cut down a tree, but I didn't beat it.
Like,
that's not going to work.
In fact, I was forced to because I was captured because of an orc plot. Because they had us do this thing where they dug this trench and they chopped down other trees, but we didn't.
It's like, why are they build a huge trench? You're like, it's
okay. It's because all right.
State of the tree. Right, like, damn it, they turned me into a wild man. Don't you get it?
It's like, listen, I will explain this to you, but I will sit down. Okay. No. All right.
This is
like,
really weird. They got rid of all the trees, but there was one tree still in the way, and then we needed to cut it down, and then we needed to check.
I will need provisions to tell you this story.
You know what? No, I didn't cut down a tree at all. Nope.
I was just testing to see if you were listening.
Yeah.
So what is implied that happens in this scene between Durin and King Durin is that the king kind of is like, we don't have to talk about the ring. Hey, I really like you, son. You're great. I'm going to give you your position of authority back, and you're going to be at my side, and I'm going to like you, and you're going to be my favoritist, and you get to be a prince again. Look, I even have your collar, your prince collar, right here. Look at it. Isn't this great for you to have?
Yay.
So it looks like Durin is the one who got manipulated, sort of.
Whoa.
I think they want us to believe,
sort of drop it.
That Durin would see this as being welcomed back to his father, getting the position he's always wanted and stuff, and that's overthrown. But I was just like, nope, don't buy it. Nothing would beat the safety of his loved ones and the safety of the kingdom.
Which is why this is leaning entirely on, again, the fact that Durin he's only received this information through Disa, so we have no idea what Durin actually knows. Because if he received this information firsthand and he was there is no way that he would accept this.
I think it's good enough that Disa has told him.
You can make one argument, and that is, I can do more good when having this position than without it. Sort of thing. Like, that's the argument you could make.
How about you start doing that good in that scene?
That argument.
Yeah.
That would have been an interesting scene where he's being like,
I think
Durin's like plays into the pragmatism angle.
The writers
should have said this to Disa, but he doesn't.
Yes, exactly, but he doesn't.
He just says, "I tried." And it's like, what do you mean you fucking tried? There's a demon living under the floor.
You obviously gave up.
Yeah.
Didn't try very hard. Well, like I said, you should be using lies if he can't get it with the truth. Fuck it. It doesn't matter at this point. It's more important to save your dad.
By the way, I think the cut they do there is like genuinely funny. Like it comes back, like they cut back to it. Someone's like, I tried, really, I did. But look, I got my job back.
Yeah.
What the fuck?
Well, I think this is the writers very explicitly saying to us that, you had a fault in sort of his judgment here because he's so overwhelmed emotionally, and I would just be like, oh, I don't agree with you.
Yeah, I don't buy that at all. No.
And they're like, no, that's what happened. That's the character. Like, no, sorry, try again.
And then Disa, sorry, go on.
You go ahead. You're on a roll.
I was going to say that, like, what Disa basically says after realizing that Durin has failed somehow, he's accepted failure. He says, she says to her husband, "Promise me that you won't wear one of those rings," because she doesn't want Durin to end up like the king. And okay, that's probably a fair thing to ask, but at the same time, it has nothing to do with the current Balrog predicament. Durin promising not to wear one of the rings does not fix their current problem.
True.
And it makes it seem as though Disa has just forgotten that the Balrog is now is still a problem, and she's like, "Well, I guess we'll deal with that later, but you just got to make sure you don't wear one of those rings." And in the next episode, they do go back into it, so it isn't that Disa has forgotten; it's just that this conversation is very weird. It's the words that she uses are very strange.
Dude, doesn't make me realize he just was made the king. Which means he now has authority again. Now we can even more easily just grab some dwarves and like, yo, come with me. We're gonna go check this shit out. There may be a big monster that's gonna kill us all down there.
Yeah, grab ninja dwarves.
Ninja dwarves, yeah.
They gotta have a faction of ninja dwarves.
Go grab some of these twirly whirlies or what the fuck they were called and ship those around.
How
Dwarves
do you
are
like them? The old twiddly
dwarves
widdly.
are
Twiddly widdlies, yeah.
Guess what? Oh,
I found out after I made my video that they're actually not called twiddly widdlies. It was that I just couldn't understand Billy Connolly's Scottish accent. They are actually called twirly whirlies.
Twiddly Widdlies is way better.
Twiddly widdlies, I think I prefer. Yeah.
Twirly Whirlies is gay, but Twiddly Widdlies is fucking. Oh, that's Chad energy right there.
Sure.
Because Dane is a Chad. So.
Oh yeah, Dane is one of the best characters in The Hobbit.
Yeah.
If you took all the dwarves in this show, added them up, and then like multiplied it by its own mega exponent, and then added 6, it wouldn't be anywhere close. It wouldn't be one finger of how good Dane is.
I mean, it would be balanced.
Even take some of the like weaker dwarves in The Hobbit, and they're just basically they're better than what they're doing with the dwarves in this show.
These ones are just they're a mess, and they're super contradictory, and they make me angry.
I think some of the dwarves in this show look better than the dwarves in The Hobbit because I don't like how they look in The Hobbit specifically.
I don't either. It depends on which dwarf we're talking about.
Some of them are pretty good.
Like there's like three or four of them look totally fine, but the rest of them looks like shit.
A bunch of them look like cartoon characters, which I just don't like. I don't think
or just don't dwarves at all.
Yeah, like some of them to me look like they could be dwarves, but like a different tribe of dwarves. You know, some unknown area of Middle Earth or something. Like I could maybe buy that. Whereas like Durin, Disa, and the King and Navi and all the other dwarves in here, they have somewhat consistent designs, I guess.
Mostly,
whereas in The Hobbit,
like, most of the dwarves look totally fine in this, and you know, there's like two dwarves in The Hobbit that looks like there's like two of the.
One of my issues is that I think some of the dwarves look a bit they have a tendency to look a bit more unkempt than I think they should. Like Narvi and his beard arrangement is kind of all over the place, and it's kind of messy. Or for some of the positions that they have, I think they should look a little bit more tidy. And so a lot of times you'll just randomly see dirty dwarves. But apart from that, I think that I like for the most part, I like the aesthetic of the dwarves in this and the places that they live, and like the props that they've got, the houses, their furniture. It's a shame about the armor looking so shit. You would think that dwarves would have particularly good looking armor given their background and what they do.
Yeah.
But
for the most part it looks fine, but there are some
I think so.
tiny details here and there which definitely could be better.
Let me see here. How about we go back to Eregion? How about we do that? Our favorite forge.
Durin and Disa?
I think so. I think we covered it pretty well. She wants him to swear he'll never wear a ring. That doesn't change anything. They don't talk about what his plan is. If he has actually given up trying to convince him, he doesn't talk about, well, I'm a prince now, so that will enable me to do all kinds of stuff. They don't talk about their kids again. When I fear
I'm sure they're dead. They don't even they bury them somewhere.
I mean, we'll get into it in the next episode where the kids should really come up. But like once again, I just feel like their kids who weren't that present but were spoken of have kind of just sort of disappeared.
I mean, we've basically never seen them on screen. We saw them like in one shot.
It's like 5 seconds.
A few times.
They've literally been on screen for 5 seconds, and they've been mentioned once in season 2, which was when Disa says, "This large spherical object is a present for my daughter."
Yeah. It feels like they thought it would be cute if they had children, and then it's like, oh, there's actually nothing we want to do with them, so let's just pretend they're in their rooms every day.
We've heard them off screen a few times, and they're like been mentioned, but other than that, we haven't seen them at all.
Let me
very cool.
see. That is very cool.
Macho.
Yeah, I guess we can move on unless anyone has anything else to add about our final Khazad-dûm scene.
Final orc.
The
final orc.
All right. In Eregion, Brimby is telling his students in the Forge that
He's
they fucked
unhinged,
up.
is what's actually the case. He's just full
Yeah,
unhinged
pretty much.
in this scene.
He's going crazy. He's like, y'all fucked up. You must
suck.
atone.
You're not working hard enough. You got to work harder, or else you're fired.
Yeah, there's
That's
no
basically the
sleep, no
gist of it.
eating, no poop breaks. If you need to shit yourself
Shit on
until
the
the rings are
anvil.
done. You have to redeem the 7 by making the 9, essentially.
Well, it's even weirder than this. This is the
Yeah?
weird mechanic I was talking about earlier. Because they say, oh, we shall not only aid the men with those 9 rings, we also need to draw from the 3 and redeem the 7 of the dwarves. I was like,
guess it's
what?
them just saying, like, yeah, they're all connected, yo. Like, that's basically that's what that's meant to be.
Lost his
For
fucking
me, it
mind.
was like he just wants to essentially keep going, but try even harder than normal to not make the rings evil. Like he's just going to squeeze really hard and make the rings be better than he
I
would
suppose
otherwise
I don't fully grasp why everything's gotten so much harder, you know, in a sense, right? Like, why is it so much harder to make these ones than the other ones?
Well, it's weird because the Celebrimbor said, oh, no, we can't give them to men because they're too weak or whatever.
Now he's obsessed with giving them more power drawn from, like, the elves for the men.
Because now they're trying to put, like, a thing in there, like a safety net, so that doesn't happen. Or at least Anatar started doing that for some reason, instead of just making the other rings again. Like, I don't think he was concerned with making a safety guard.
I think that's part of why I was thinking that the whole ploy with putting Medania to put the ring on, why I think that was actually a trick on Sauron's part, is because, like you say, Sauron shouldn't care about putting in any kind of safeguard to make sure that the men are not corrupted. But he tried to do that and accidentally on purpose did it wrong, which has now set them back, and now Celebrimbor has to get involved. That's what I think has happened, but it's not being communicated very clearly at all.
And remember, it's that earlier scene where the corruption of the Dwarven ones needs to be fixed instead of... He doesn't want to tell Gil-galad. That like is floating above Celebrimbor as the motivation now. I don't want to... Which is so fucking petty and childish and not becoming of a fucking age-old elf who's this... You know, you should just be like, we failed, and I will take accountability for that. I don't know exactly the nature of the failure. I thought we did everything perfectly, but I guess you just told me that we did it evilly because we were doing lies, which you shouldn't have lied in the first place.
Yeah.
I feel me.
I feel this scene is representative of the showrunners talking to the staff about season 1 of Rings of Power and how they're gonna handle season 2.
We need to redeem the first season.
But
yeah, one of them is
also-
an unhinged fucking lunatic, and the other one is literal Satan.
But also, like that's why I kind of mentioned what Medania should think at this point, because earlier on she was basically told that her boss is essentially Satan. Like there's something deeply wrong with him and he's evil. And now he's basically saying, fuck you, do your jobs properly, otherwise you're fired. She should be like, what? This is not like, what's wrong with you? Stop it. And then later in the scene, when Anatar kind of comforts them and says, like, don't be worried. He's just really, really, really stressed out because he knows how important his work is. That should tell Medania that Anatar is totally on board with Celebrimbor behaving in this way, which should make her very worried.
Didn't get his
No.
It's just this is what happens when you're trying to like hyperspeed through plot stuff happening. You have to have characters suddenly turn, you know, like super sus and spooky and scary, and like everyone should be weirded out by all of this, and they should have hit the eject button ages ago. But I don't know, man. It just doesn't work. None of it works. So many moving parts for different machines that don't fit together. What a mess. Let's see. Yeah, Celebrimbor, I think it's Anatar basically says, yeah, he's kind of unreasonable and crazy, but don't worry, he's just burdened by, you know, how important the project is, and so we gotta do the work, and that's okay.
We will complete the Rings of Power.
Yeah, we'll do it. We'll make them rangs. We will do it. And then the men will have rangs too, and they'll be great, and they won't turn invisible and throw hammers around. Or maybe they will. I don't know. It is kind of cool. So we have got a scene of orcs. Remember, there are orcs in this Lord of the Rings of Power show. We have orcs. Every orc
Yay,
scene
Glug.
is a chance to see if Glug is okay and if Waldrick has returned. Orcs, we've got to marching through the woods towards Eregion. They are quite close, and it is unbelievable that the orcs have not been discovered, even though elf armies are mobilized for an invasion of Mordor. I don't know, where are these armies? Where are the border guards? Where are just random elves seeing people and reporting it to the elf police?
Well,
what is happening?
If I have to believe the show, they're currently all in Lindon's harbor and waiting to be shipped out by Gil-galad.
Every
single one of them.
Yeah.
There's like a fuck trillion of ships
the multiple
just
armies
waiting.
they have are just like...
Yeah, I don't believe it. I don't believe the elves don't know that the orcs are here. The orcs are not stealthy. As we will learn later, they're carrying a whole bunch of shit with them. They're constantly lighting fires. They're burning things and sending smoke into the air. How do you not know that there is this army here in your land?
Yeah, the only people that know is Elrond, Galadriel, and the other idiots that were with them, and that was completely by accident.
Yeah,
like that was not planned for on either part, so it is just pure luck. Which means that had that not happened, no one would have known.
They would have got the reports of this army fucking weeks ago, but no.
Yes, one would think.
Yeah.
Elrond has arrived, though. He gets here in Lindon, and he says
arrived in Lindon. What?
He is here. Elrond has arrived in Lindon. Remember the 5 seconds of him running earlier when he removes his cape? That gave him the speed boost necessary to get here just in time before the episode ended. If he'd had kept the cape on, the next episode might have started with him arriving, but he took it off, so he got here just in time to be in this episode.
It would be funny if he arrived there and was like, "My king, what are you doing in Eregion?" He just didn't realize he went the wrong way.
So Elrond says that they need to send an army to Eregion in order to defend it against this big group of this army of orcs. I don't know what the size of it is. This army of orcs that has shown up. And Gil-galad says that the army can't defeat both Adar and Sauron, not alone. But why not just defend Eregion first?
Yeah, just
go to
Mordor afterwards.
The army is already left. It's too late.
Also, I think your army can defeat Adar and Sauron. I don't know why you said it can't.
Well, that's my next little thing I've written down.
Yeah.
I have no idea why the elves can't just crush the orcs.
You also have an elven...
Aren't they insanely more powerful?
It's an elven stronghold. Like, why you're practically sacrificing Eregion because you're not sure if you can defend it? Bro, what?
Possibly the most important one, second to Lindon.
Insanity.
It's actually as unhinged as in Halo Season 2, where the UNSC deliberately sabotaged the defensive reach. Because they were like, we'll fight him over a planet with no orbital defenses at all, and we'll win somehow. Yeah. Because they'll detonate the bomb that blows up the Covenant fleet and the human fleet and Halo. Very clever. Sorry, that'll be coming soon.
Trauma.
Eregion is like so heavily fortified. There's like big water stuff around it. It's like
it seems
you couldn't have anything better to defend, really, in this
really
scenario.
Defensible, yeah.
There's like a shit ton of towers you can put archers in and everything. Like
there's like 6 layers of walls. It's fucking insane.
Easy pickings for the elves. They're like, oh, look at all these swords. We're just gonna fucking shoot them all because we're really good with bows. That's like our thing.
Imagine hitting the orcs from behind when they're attacking Eregion with a elven army. That would be insane.
Yeah,
would fuck them up completely. Them all out. Yeah.
Also, in this scene, like Gil-galad says, that will not be possible. I have reason to believe Sauron is the architect of all of this. And it's like, well, you're kind of working on that presumption anyway.
Yeah,
so, like,
I thought that's what everyone agreed on.
You should know this.
Because what he's basically saying there is that he doesn't want to march on Eregion because Sauron is behind everything, which means that like something has changed. Because the information that he had was that Sauron is probably in Eregion.
Yeah.
So why has he now changed his mind? We have no idea. It's a mystery box that we'll find out the answer to later.
It's so funny because Elrond arrives. It's like, Galadriel was right. And then Gil-galad says, I think this is all Sauron's machinations. I just want to see Elrond go like, what the fuck? This is what I've been saying for the last 2 months.
Oh, yeah.
Motherfucker.
He's doing that fucking Pepe emote all the time. He's just been told something that makes the next course of action incredibly clear, but instead he just does the
But what could it mean?
Well,
So-
you got to show it, right? You mean the one with like the hands together, sort of going like,
It's honestly all three of those are Gil-galad.
He says
yeah,
so little in
so-
this show as well.
yes,
He never
I'm-
talks.
number one. Yes, number two.
Yeah,
I know. The third one is the best, actually.
It's shocking
What
how
is-
fitting they are.
Yeah, the last one is
all he
it's-
does.
It's just like this looking down, this is high and mighty. Oh, the spinny.
Can someone please turn that one right there into like a Gil-galad cosplay? Like, just
That would be
go-
amazing.
Roll around, put the crown on his head.
I don't think you can see enough fingers. Or
Yeah,
enough
to have
fingers
the
to get all
7
the rings on
Yeah,
there.
Yeah,
you
I
gotta
suppose,
get
yeah.
a couple rings on the same finger.
He's more rings than fingers now.
It's just you'll watch all of his men being slaughtered in front of him and be like,
Perhaps this is Sauron's doing.
Yes, my lord, this is his army. Please send aid.
And
If
what
only
does that
Galadriel was
mean?
here. She's so cool.
Galadriel
Yeah,
would be
the
here.
way that the elves talk about the threat of the orcs has me super confused as to what the strengths of the factions are,
Yeah.
and what the stakes are for armies and things.
Well,
It is
the
getting
elves
to the
have
point where I am getting.
Galadriel.
That's true, but she's in a box, and we'll see her in a moment.
Oh,
But
no.
I think
keep
that
her in
this is the point where I'm really starting to remember why it is insanely important to have good establishing shots of like armies and forces and
Yeah.
factions, or to have people talk about the numbers of things so that we can establish stakes, so that we could see what we have to deal with. Because I've seen like 30 orcs in the woods intermittently, and apparently they're going to destroy a region. But then, and I think that's nuts. But then I think, oh, I've seen like a dozen elves, so maybe they will. I don't know. I have no clue what the stakes are supposed to be for these battles that are supposed to happen.
It's even worse because I think in episode 6 you get a little bit of an establishing shot, and I was like, that's
Yes.
not that
A
many
little bit,
orcs.
Oh,
Yeah, you get a little bit of one.
It
And
made
it-
us laugh when we watched it. It's
It
so
did. It was
fucking
funny. It was
I mean,
funny.
we see a bunch in the forest just walking, and then
Yeah.
the ones they actually fight aren't that many.
That just makes me want to see the
15 of
elves
them.
just march onto them, and they're like, "This
Yeah.
is what we came here for? Like this is like that's nothing." They just
But like
kill
until
them all.
now, until this point in the show, at least, the only time when we have seen large scale armies, because like how many hours into Rings of Power are we? And you translate that to the Peter Jackson films, you're well past the end. And
Oh,
how
yeah.
many big shots of armies do you get in those films? Include the Hobbit films; they do it really well as well. I have loads of problems with the Hobbit movies, but Battle of the Five Armies, you have that really nice shot that you go back to where you see Adar, commanding the army with his little flag. You can see where all the different forces are and what they're doing and what the geography is and all the rest of it.
It's
The
somewhat
only-
clear what's actually happening in the battles as well.
Yeah. Well, yeah. I'm just talking about the sizes of the armies for now. When we
Oh,
get
yeah,
to the battle scene, which we haven't got to, that's I'm guessing episode 7. So we'll
Yes.
I'm sure talk about that when that will happen. But yeah, so far in Rings of Power, just seeing large numbers of soldiers, we have not had any of that other than the prologue with the battle, the
Yeah.
Morgoth battle. We had like 10 seconds of seeing like a large number of people fighting orcs. That's it.
Yeah, just a mosh pit of people, like random.
And in season 2, we've had, like I think Rag said, there was like in episode 4, there was like 20 elven soldiers that kind of walked past the camera at one point, and you've got this like gaggle of orcs that are just dicking around in the woods. That's all you've got.
Yeah, we had one troll as well.
We haven't seen him in this
yeah.
episode, but yes, he exists, and he's clearly going to be used for
He
something. I just don't
exists.
know what.
Wait,
I
who
want
is this? Sorry.
Damrod, the hill troll of the
Oh,
whatever
yeah.
it is. I want him
Where
to come
is
back because
Sauron?
I like his song. I want to hear
it's-
his song again.
It's Mike Erman troll.
Boy, what? Okay, let's wrap up. We see a little orc camp, and it's got a little wagon, and Galadriel's inside. Oh my God, it's an elf in a box.
Stabber.
Now, Adar
Stab,
shows
twist, and
up
gut.
after
This
Glug.
part is funny as fuck.
We get a cool Glug cameo. Glug
Dude.
shows up, and he's like, "Oh, I don't like you." And then Galadriel takes out a little knife because they didn't search her for knives.
The way he opens the fucking cage is hilarious, by the way. Because it has a lock on it and it just like jams it open, so the lock is complete fucking useless. She could have left at any time.
Yeah.
Yeah, so we have a surprise Glug appearance right at the end of the show. Adar shows up and's like, no, don't threaten her. And then she grabs him and threatens him with a tiny little knife. It's actually kind of funny. He says, no, I think we should join forces. We share a common enemy.
He's also like 6+ foot, while she's obviously like 2 foot in real life. So
she's
he
like
has to
5'3".
He has to be
Morphin Clark is tiny.
leaning heavily like on his back. If you look at the scenes with them too, they have to keep like lowering him very arbitrarily because she's so fucking short. I imagine she's on a box.
You know that
or
he's
something.
like he's basically kneeling and she's standing up behind him and he's still like towering over her.
He's
Morphin
just
Clark
Slav
is so
squatting in
small.
every single scene. She's
In particularly this shot, I imagine he's like diagonal right now as a person.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Because there's no way this is matching up otherwise.
Yeah,
So,
he
like,
actually would have to be. Yes, he would. Yeah.
I like.
Goddamn.
I like
He's
the
got,
idea.
yeah, he's like crouched.
I like the
Somebody
idea that
else
she
has to hold his
gets
legs.
carted all the way here to this camp, and then Glog just stabs her, and then the dart comes around. It's like a dart comes around. It's like, Glog, I told you not to stab her. That was the only thing you shouldn't done. Shouldn't do. Glog, come on, man. Just has like the face where you just like kind of rolls it. It's like, oh, Glog, you little rascal.
Hey,
Rex, did you say
Yo.
what? Did you say what Adar said to Galadriel? Like why
No,
she's
it
here?
has not been said yet.
well,
Oh
he's.
God.
All I said was he says he wants her to be a potential ally and that they share a common enemy.
Oh, it's
Okay.
so.
So, like we
It's
don't
Waldrick.
yet know.
It's Waldrick.
Let's go.
Yes.
Let's go.
Yeah, we don't yet know, and we
Waldrick
don't learn
has
in episode
returned.
6 either, like what Adar's plan is, what Sauron's plan is. We really have no idea. But this basically tells us that that Adar wants Galadriel to think that he wants them to team up, or he does actually want to team up. Which means that, yeah, he probably could have avoided that little fight scene at the end of episode 5, at the end of episode 4, where a bunch of his children got killed. He could have walked up to Galadriel with his hands in the air, like, bitch, put your weapons away. I've got a proposal for you. And you can't say, well, maybe he was worried that she might kill her, because his actions in this scene risk his life. So, yeah.
She also does nothing against the orc that's about to cut her because she knows that the plot is gonna save her.
She's immune.
From that.
Mm-hmm. I'd be like, y'all didn't cart me here just to stab me right now.
Or
That
if
would
you
be,
did get stabbed, like, why
that'd
did
be
you cart
sad.
me? What
I
the
mean,
fuck?
What was the whole point of this? Really, you played
The-
yourself, if anything.
Honestly,
The thing is, she
You
doesn't.
had to do so
She
much
doesn't
carting.
pull. She doesn't pull her knife on the orc. She pulls the knife on the Dar, like after the orc has almost cut her face.
Yeah, and after
But-
he's the one that stops it from killing her. You know what I mean? Like,
Yep.
it's
Yeah.
okie dokie.
That doesn't make any sense.
Good job, Galadriel, as per usual.
So, yeah, this is what a catastrophic episode. Boy, wow. It slots right in. It really does fit right in with Rings of Power. Good stuff. I'm glad they are learning their lessons.
I like how
from
you didn't
season
even
1.
mention the final scene because there's no information we gained
Oh,
from it.
yeah, I'm sorry. Back in Eregion at the Forge, Anatar's making rings.
Yeah, like, why even? What's the point of that? Like, we know this.
I forgot
like,
about that scene.
It's so quick. It just shows the forge is working. It's like, yep, that's great.
Well, I guess they.
It's
That's
because you got to
happening.
spend those cliffhangers. You got one is not enough. You need like 7.
It's so dumb.
Look, we're making
Every fucking
Moran.
scene is a cliffhanger in the show.
You know, I think you're
Oh.
right.
Very, very nice.
So, yeah, episode 5
Yeah.
is finished.
Pretty bad.
Really bad.
We made it.
That did
It's
some
very
serious
bad.
damage
I hate
to a
it.
lot of characters.
Feels like every character.
Yep, right at the
much,
end,
yeah.
they kind of ruined Valandil by making him a moron. King Durin is in the dumps. Celebrimbor, well, he's still there.
Elendil stacking up retardation as well.
Yep. Glug's doing okay. Narvi's all right. Disa, unfortunately, has also taken a big hit in incompetence here.
Yeah.
Can't
You know,
handle those balls.
I thought they would actually learn like something from season 1, but they haven't learned a single fucking thing at all. Like it's just as bad, if not worse, than season 1.
Yeah. Oh yeah, what is worse so far, season 1 or season 2? What do you? Or maybe we should wait until the end of episode 6 because let's wait. Don't you forget I even asked that question, and then we'll come back to that
I think
later.
you're on par with you.
Keep that in your.
Wait, was
back
this the episode that people said was the best one?
No, that was the last. Sorry, 5. The one we just did is the one that people seem to think is the best.
Yeah, pretty
I don't
sure.
why.
It is
Pretty sure the open
easily
bar for
among the
that,
worst.
they all said it was the best one. I was like,
Why?
It is easily among the worst.
Also,
Top 3 worst.
IMDb is not a great metric, but IMDb has this one rated the highest of season 2.
Really? 6 or 5.
I don't understand. I don't understand like what it would be specifically pointed. What would people be pointing at as the things that make this one not as bad?
It has big emotional moments. The fact that they don't make sense doesn't matter if they hit you and you don't think about them.
Yeah, I mean, I guess that makes. Sorry to bring it up again, but the worst episode of Halo is the highest rated episode on IMDb.
Oh, I remember when the Reach episode came out and we were seeing people be like, you know what? Not
this
bad.
This is a good one.
This
Yeah,
is peak
and
fire.
It's the worst episode. It might be the worst episode of the whole thing, like across both seasons. There's basically nothing about it that I like.
Well,
So
if you
if
look at
I-
Rings of Power, same thing, because episode 6 of season 1 with the volcano is the highest by quite a margin, and that is
Happened,
no
I guess.
way that's the best
I
episode.
guess it is genuinely just because something happened.
Well, it's because it's
No.
it's big stakes. I guess big stakes, large scale action sequence that most of the season has been building to, and there are emotional beats in the show
Oh, so
or
then
in
it's
the
going to
episode.
be episode 7 then of this season. That's
I
going
am-
to be the.
I'm fully
imagine
expecting
that's
that episode 7
actually
will be
gonna
the
be
highest.
the least worst of this season, but we'll see.
Oh, I think it'll be the
You
worst,
didn't
but-
say best. You said least.
I think
worst.
it'll likely be terrible because once
Oh, yeah,
once
it's
you
gonna
have
be terrible,
battles,
but
the scope starts to cause problems for you if you don't know how to write.
Yeah, I think.
I mean,
like,
it's gonna be terrible, but I imagine most of it's just gonna be a big battle. So
Because I
Yeah,
think
the battle is
would
gonna be
say
shit,
that,
though.
Because I
It is.
think I'd say that probably episode 6 of season 1 is my least favorite episode of season 1.
it's up there. Yeah.
It's just that once the scope starts to expand and you have battles, there's way more to account for that they won't be able to. There'll
Yeah.
be horrendous plot armor.
Yeah, and if you take writers as bad as the writers of Rings of Power, and you have them, they have to deal with scenes of characters talking to each other. There's only so much damage that they can actually do. But if you give them a Helm's Deep scale battle sequence, you are just going to get problems slamming into you so quick that you can't even. I am not looking forward to doing my video for episode 7, and it's not even out yet.
Well, on the flip
fair
side,
point.
I'm
I
looking
guess we'll
forward to
see.
watching it. So
Yeah.
I'm not looking forward to watching
Hop,
it. I never look
chop.
forward to this. Watching this show. It's painful.
Misery does come to mind, the word, and the feeling. And
Yeah.
Oh yeah, this show is. I don't know if I'd describe it as rancid. I would save that for like Army of the Dead.
Well, yeah, the big problem I have with this show most of the time is it's incredibly boring. Very poorly written, to be sure,
Yeah.
but a boring kind of poorly written a lot of the time.
That's fair.
I get angry loads of times because of how much
I
they fuck up the
understand.
lore. But
Yeah. I totally understand.
especially in
let's-
the next episode, I got really fucking mad at one point.
Oh, good. Let's hop right in then. Episode
Yes.
6. Where is he?
Dude, this episode
Yeah.
starts. I had to double check that I wasn't in a fever dream because there was the day I was actually not feeling well. It starts with the Arondir scene and then it ends with the scene, and I was like, "What?"
Well, yeah, it's Arondir's here, and he just kills some orcs and finds a map that leads to fucking Eregion.
There is almost there's almost no artistry that takes the
It's
idea the
insane.
writer had to the scene we see. The idea was,
We need Arondir to go to.
And Eregion.
Get away to
Yeah.
Eregion. Yeah, how do we translate that to people? Oh, I don't know, man.
It's
You
so
feel
fucking
yourself.
Find some map on an orc.
That is so.
Yes.
You didn't
It's
think for
so
more than 5 seconds.
It's like Arondir runs through the woods. Orc people. It's like,
Mhm.
oh, we're deserted orcs. They're gonna kill us for this.
Yeah.
Well, better
World
yeah,
building.
better this than go more fighting. And then Arondir just kills them, and he checks the arm guards like, oh, a map that marks the thing where they go. Anyway, I'm
Piece
running
of
there
cloth,
now.
Let me grab that. Oh, it's a map.
End
how
of
convenient.
scene.
Ooh, piece of map. Ooh, piece of map.
End of scene. And then we don't see him again in this episode.
No, that's it. He shows up for like 10
It's so
seconds. And then he's gone.
I also find it very funny that like these two orcs have decided that they don't want to die for Adar's
Yeah.
insane plan. And they've
Yeah.
decided that after marching across Middle Earth. And obviously the reason why they do that is because, like you say, if Arondir had just found the entire orc army, he can't ambush one of them and get a map. So he needs these two dickheads to just wander off like, I'm gonna defect because I don't like Adar anymore. They don't seem very nice.
And they are orcs. Not to be racist, but they are orcs.
I just love the sudden ninja orc.
Yeah, the way this is
explain to me how the fuck Arondir got tricked by an orc that didn't know he was there. How did that even happen?
I don't know. Well, it's because the elf senses are insanely inconsistent. They were inconsistent in the first season. They're inconsistent now. Elves can't see, but sometimes they could see insanely far. They can't hear, but sometimes they could hear insanely far. It's just like whatever. Like, how do you sneak up on Arondir? It doesn't make sense.
You should not be able to. Like an elf
he can
doing
he could hear conversations happening inside of buildings he hasn't arrived at yet. You know, at least that's what the first season tells me. But if he's in the woods, he can't hear an orc clambering around on a rock to jump on him.
The way this is cut is so ass. There's at 2 points, orcs just appear, like in the fucking editing. It's so fucking terrible.
Also, I find it very funny that you've got these two orcs who are only characterized in one way, which is that they are defectors. They've decided, I don't want to throw my life away for something stupid that I don't believe in. And then they immediately, it's an elf. Let's get him.
To be clear, they do believe in killing elves.
Do they would require that they believe that they can like 2v1 an elf, which
maybe they're very racist.
No.
What racism makes them stronger?
It's shown like both orcs are at one side of him, then they teleport and they're at either side of him in the next shot. Like, it's so fucking bad.
Well, like I said, the way that this scene works, like logistically, is there are 3 orcs who are heading away from Adar, and then Arondir is running forward and bumps into them ahead of him, but then one of them spawns behind him. Like, how could this ever... like, already it's fucked, and then the other 2 spawn around him. Like, it's just
They
awful.
were defecting as well, I think. They were just...
No, like, they notice him fight the first orc, then they turn around, and then they spawn, like, one of them spawns on the other side of him.
That's what I'm saying. Well, I see it as incredibly unlikely that these 3 orcs weren't traveling together. My point is that how did he manage to stumble across the 2, and then the third one was just hiding the whole time, making sure?
He's taking a pee break.
He was an orc assassin. He was there to kill the deserters.
Well, that's the thing. Elves would smell the pee rags, and you'd be like, I can smell it. Fucking orc piss.
Vlog, wait for me. I have to pee. Is that an elf? Oh god.
There's the ammonia in the air. I could smell it. This is orc piss.
Do elves have heightened smell? I genuinely don't know.
If it works as good as their heightened hearing and their heightened sight, then I mean, it doesn't even matter asking. Honestly,
it's mentioned that orcs and goblins have better smell than regular like humans do. But
yeah, we get that in Power as well. Yeah, mining.
Mining.
Yeah, it's the 7th.
They have a good sense of comedic timing.
Oh, maybe what is it? Touch, because like feeling vibrations, stone singing,
beard growth.
Yes.
Sense of direction, maybe.
Yeah, they would have.
Because
they probably have good, like, dark vision or better dark vision than regular people.
Dark vision.
Also, I was going to mention,
see in the dark.
We are still trying our best to get to the Super Chat catch-ups of these episodes. We are desperately finding opportunities, but it'll make a lot more sense in October. A lot of prep has been made for you guys. Just trust me. You got shit tons of stuff on the way. Maybe we'll allude to a little bit more of what it is at the end of this episode. But we've been busy is what I'm getting at. All right, it's
October.
But also,
EFAP fans are going to be eating good in October.
We appreciate all forms of support, but at the same time, if you're going to donate, feel free to ask a question. You don't need to just drop the money, but if you feel that's all you want to do, that's also okay. Just saying thank you
It is a shad move to do that.
Yeah, we appreciate it. Thank you very much.
That is incredibly awesome. Thank you. Let me see. Thank God that scene's done. I guess I'm
the first bad scene of the fucking episode.
It's just
insane.
I wonder where I'm gonna go.
I think I messaged you immediately, Mola, after I saw that scene. I was like, what?
It's too much, too fast, and before you could even acknowledge it, they're like, next, and you're like, okay.
No, wait, why?
No, slow down. I can't believe I'm saying this, but slow down.
You have the time. You really do.
Nope.
Oh, okay. Well, moving
Talk
on.
about Celebrimbor's failed smithing.
No, I don't want to see Celebrimbor anymore. I don't like that
He's
guy.
getting mad.
He's got a pile of failure rings.
Yeah.
You know,
failure.
And we have
the thing I found out
something
about
shamelessly
that,
stolen from Hot D there as well, with the fucking mouse eating the metal scraps.
what I thought was interesting about it was, can you not re-smeld, re-separate and gain back the mithril from
No.
fail? Why?
No.
Why?
Because they wanted to have it on the floor.
It's possible that because it's mithril, like the properties of mithril mean that you can't do that because it's unbelievably difficult to work with. But I mean, if it was a normal metal, yeah, I guess.
I don't see why it wouldn't
you
follow
should be
the
able to,
similar
but-
rules.
No.
Well, remember, season 1 told us that you need to use like less pressure, and then it becomes more pressure, which they then forgot about for season 2. So
They also
Very
still don't
confusing.
have the super silver as well. So
Well, and we don't.
Yep.
Is it clear what the fuck is even happening here? Like, why is it failing? What's the reason?
I don't know. But
It's
just
just
realized
failing.
I just realized they have none of the resources anymore they need. Don't have silver, they don't have mithril, they have nothing.
And they are
Yes.
still trying to make the rings for some reason.
Yeah, well, all of it's broken. We've been over this. Like, it's just this
Yeah.
every element of it.
Nothing works once again.
And then on top of everything, they're like, also Celebrimbor's losing his mind. And we're like, we already knew that.
Yeah.
They're like, no,
Yeah.
but in universe. You're like, oh,
Yeah.
No.
all right.
Oh,
I thought it was pretty funny the way they do it, right? He's like, I don't remember your name. And she's like, oh, that's, wow, you don't even care about me. And he's like, no, I mean, like, I'm just going insane, that's all.
That's going crazy.
yeah, when he did that, what I thought they were going for is because she kind of pushes back and says, like, you've been a bit irritable lately. And then he just kind of looks at her blankly and says, what is your name? And I was thinking he was just going to treat her like some rando that he doesn't know and just be like, you're fired, fuck off.
So,
But then
Yeah.
it's like literally, no, I actually can't remember your name. Like,
yeah, I thought so as well. Like, who the fuck even are you?
It's
You,
the dialogue's
fucking
broken.
peasant.
He's not acting. The dialogue only works from a sense of revealing to the audience he doesn't know it, and that it's bad that he doesn't. When we can already figure that out, he's worked with her for a long time. We know that he should know her name, and so when he says, "What is your name, Smith?" and then she's like, "What? You don't know it?" He goes, "No, I do." It's like, no, you should already have had that in your head. You should never have looked at her and thought, "Who the fuck are you? What's your name?" It would be like if we had someone who'd been on EFAP like 10 times. If I forgot their name, you wouldn't fucking catch me asking them. I'd go on my phone and be like, who the fuck is it again? Like, I don't want them to know that I have no idea what their name is. So why did he like overtly ask
you don't
her?
ask people what their name is.
because he's
You ask, "Oh,
insane.
how do you say like how do you spell your name again? Was that with
Was
and
your
then
your
they
name? Was
do
it
it,
was it your parents that gave you the name?
The name you have, the one, you know,
The one that you have and that
actually
we all know and love. But yeah,
you,
the fact that
you gotta play the response like, oh hey, how do you spell your name again? And they're like M-A-R-K, and you're like, oh,
The way-
I didn't know if
They'll
it
be
was
on
like a C
record
or
anyway,
not.
right?
That was all.
there'll be
Yeah.
some fucking record of her that he could go to. But my point is just that he's like, no, I haven't forgotten your name. It's like, why did you ask her like you don't know her name
Yeah.
then?
yeah,
Dumbass.
what you could have done is you could have had him asking Anatar, like that elf there, what's her name? Like that would have
mean, that
accomplished
would
the same
be-
thing without
What?
it would be better. I mean, it wouldn't be great, but it would be better. I think.
Well, the problem is, this is the thing. The writers want her to hear him say that, and so then,
Yeah.
Yes.
you know, the conclusion is, oh wow, how could you, Celebrimborn? And so they were like, yeah, there we go. That's the easiest way to write that. And it's like, no. There are better ways.
Also, it's just a really weird question to ask. What's your name, Smith?
Yeah.
Well,
This
just
has been
something
his, like,
something
closest
urgent
advisor or
happens,
whatever.
right? Something urgent happens, and instead of shouting out her name, he says, "Girl, what are you doing?" And then she's like, "What? Why are you calling me that?" And he's like, "Well,
Young lady.
yeah, something like that." And he's like, "Well," and she's like, "Do you not remember my name?"
What
And he's
slut?
like, oh, I of course I do. You know, just that is almost as easy as what they do, but they just
Yeah.
they make it stupid.
Or he calls her the wrong name, and she's like instead of Miradania, he calls her
Billy.
Moritonia or something
Morontonia?
else. Morontonia or whatever. And then she's like, "Oh, that's not really my name. It's kind of close though. It's like you kind of forgot the details of my name." But it's all right. We've only worked with each other for 600 years. But that's fine. Yeah. So Anatar
Oh, God.
arrives and he's like, you know what? Maybe everyone should take a break.
No, you're all fired now.
And this is yet again a point where I'm just thinking like, man, we never see elves doing work. But we've talked about it, but this was the point where I was like in particular thinking it's bizarre that they just sort of stand around not doing anything. You know, we've got this big forge in this set. We got this big set we're spending a lot of time in, and we don't make use of anything regarding like the forgeryness
They drop
of the
anvils.
Forge.
They do a lot
Ooh,
of
that was
anvil-
exciting.
Anvil dropping, yeah.
A very rare Rings of Power action sequence where the anvil falls down. I'm glad everyone's okay.
Nah,
So that's
maybe it
cool.
would have been better if they all got crushed.
Yeah, that would have been cool. Yeah, I guess if Sauron got crushed and
And all the blood
that would be
starts
better.
flooping around and eats all the corpses of the elves.
And then he explodes in ice, and everyone's like, "What the fuck?"
Oh man, not another ice.
again.
stone.
And then Adar's like, there he is.
Oh,
I
he's
knew
alive!
it.
He's alive! Get the blood! Get the blood!
It goes through the floor.
Let me see. I am just like, I don't know. I'm wondering what else to say about it. We kind of covered it with the elves not working, and I don't believe anything that's happening in this extremely expensive show. It just feels a lot of it feels lazy.
Look,
All
there's
this
all this
standing
dirt
around
on the
doing
floor
nothing.
and at their faces, so they clearly
yeah, it's
did
messy.
some work.
They haven't
Also
been
has
cleaning
some-
up.
Well, Celebrimbor's just announced things like, yeah, my whole brain's falling apart. It's weird. Like, all right, I guess.
Maybe take a step back and take a break. No.
This is also where I'm actually just kind of confused. What kind of powers is affecting right now? Is he so deceived and whatever
Oh, yeah,
that he
this-
forgets
No,
stuff?
he's just so retarded.
Or is he
this
just
episode,
corrupted by using all the ring things? I just don't understand.
It seems they
It
want us to believe
seems-
it's Sauron for this episode, like that he's doing
Yes.
all of this.
Yeah.
Yeah, they're treating it like I don't like what they're doing with Celebrimbor at all, nor do I like what they did with King Durin. But at least with Celebrimbor, they seem to be suggesting that it's somewhat like dementia or like Alzheimer's or something.
He's
where he
fucking with
is
his
gradually-
memory, his visuals,
Yeah.
and everything, yeah.
Yeah,
But
whereas
that-
King Durin, it's
I-
it's crazy ring. I'm now crazy.
If I know the difference between being tired or exhausted and losing my mind. As in, like, if I'm walking around my
Yeah.
house and the rooms start changing fucking colors and I can't remember Rag's name, I'd be like, I feel like I need to see a doctor, maybe.
Wait,
this
that's not
is
normal?
good.
That's not oh.
So it's annoying
Sorry,
that, like,
Someone put moon runes on the walls. Oh my god!
he seems to
Celebrimbor
recognize
here?
these
I
elements,
can't
but
remember
he's
how to
just
make
not.
more.
He's not worried about it at all. He's just kind of like, happens.
Yeah.
Just need some sleep.
But why would Sauron want him to be like so confused? Doesn't he want him to be like at full capacity, like
I
not weirded
Think
out?
so?
You would
He's on the
think so, but
time limit
I guess
here.
maybe to make him dependent on him. But yeah, unless we're supposed to believe that it's just kind of a natural, or well, I mean it's unnatural, but an inevitable process of being near someone who is as evil as Sauron and being
Okay.
so, I guess, wrapped around his finger, you are inevitably going to have your brain fucked with.
Being drained, like
Yeah, which is possible. I mean, this isn't in the show. I'm just kind of freewheeling.
Oh
it.
yeah, I
Like,
get you. I get you.
it's possible that maybe that's why Sauron is desperate to do this fucking quickly because he knows that Celebrimbor is going to turn into a potato in the next month or so.
he walks into the forge and Celebrimbor's on the floor dribbling. He's like, oh no,
Oh,
no,
I was
no, no,
about to
no,
say-
no. He's like,
Well, I
"What
was
is
about to
this?"
say
Yeah.
he turned into a
Gray,
potato
like, yeah.
episodes ago, but I guess
Yeah.
I guess it could always get worse.
Oh,
a shame
fuck.
for the actor because he actually like can act. It just give
There,
him a
there are
character.
expressions from him I've noticed. I've been like, that's a shame. I guess he could have been.
He's
something.
getting more of a chance as
A lot
kind of
more
time
in
goes
season
on.
2 than
Yeah.
in
I
season one.
you get some good reaction clips for videos out of his face as well. They work
Yeah.
well.
You also have some really suggestive dialogue in this scene. Oh, you've gone too deep.
No, no.
Perhaps. Oh yes, so deep.
You must
No.
turn
Perhaps
around.
you'd be tempted to
Meme, is
stay
that
there a
you?
while.
Are you hiding? you go
We're not
for
even
this
playing
guy?
Garlic Phone.
Meme in disguise.
It is funny though.
All right. Let's see. What happens? Oh yeah, this scene.
Yes.
Oh, random. We're gonna have to explain our little journey when it came to this scene because we had to investigate together about what the hell was going on. So, yeah,
It was a
Anatar's
case
here.
of-
He tells
yeah.
everyone to take a break. So Celebrimbor, as they're all leaving, Celebrimbor's like, Miradani, that's her name, of course. See, I remember the name and everything. But then Celebrimbor and Anatar are there in the forge alone now. And Brimby says that he's forgetting things. You know, he's just kind of not feeling quite 100%. He needs a 5-hour energy and maybe a nap. Ironically, he needs both of those things simultaneously. He says he mentions that he couldn't find where his creasing hammer was.
The exact words that he uses, which I think is important, is he says, earlier I could have sworn I left my hammer just here.
Okay.
Which I'll clarify why I think that matters in a minute.
Yeah,
but that's what he says.
Please do clarify, because this is a weird scene. This is
Yeah.
weirder than one would think. So he's referencing the hammer that's actually sitting right next to him at the desk. So Celebrimbor's at a desk, like a little work desk. And he says, I could have sworn I left my creasing hammer right here. And then Anatar is like, but it is there. And Brimby's like, oh, haha, would you look at that? So we might... Oh, Muller said BRB right when we kind of need him to direct the stream. So what happened was Random and I were kind of watching the episode together. And you know, we're looking at it, and then Random says, "Oh, hey, that's kind of interesting what they did there, where they don't have it in the scene, and then Anatar mentions that it's there, and then it appears, almost like he's playing tricks, right? Maybe he's trying to slowly but surely, in these subtle ways, use his Sauron powers to make Celebrimbor feel like he's not quite, 100%."
He's just moving random shit around the room to make him
insane.
I mean, that's kind of what you might do if you want to be really subtle, and that stuff kind of adds up over time.
Yeah, like he's being a little bit sadistic. He's enjoying fucking around with Celebrimbor. He's gaslighting him and making him think he's crazier than he actually is.
Yeah, but why though?
Well, I don't. Why is we don't need to go?
Well, we're having to operate with what we think the show is telling us about his plan, not whether or not the plan makes any logical sense whatsoever.
It's also just important to note that this idea of the hammer not being there and then suddenly appearing is that when you get the shot of him being like, you mean that hammer? And then he turns around and sees the hammer and he picks it up. It is very much focused on when that happens. But the previous shot, when he's just sat there and just saying, I can't find my hammer. Like, where is it? It doesn't focus at all on the space where the hammer is going to be. So it's very much something that's just kind of in the background. The camera work does not draw attention to it at all. Which is why we were thinking that, like, oh, is this actually a subtle moment of, like, rewarding you for paying attention? Because usually Rings of Power punishes you for paying attention. But
yeah, because we've been here for 5 hours, as we all know. Yeah. We are punished for paying attention.
I do remember there not being a hammer there in the scene before. I remember checking.
Because that's right. Yeah. Because there wasn't one in the scene before. That's why when Random spotted it, we thought, oh, this is unusually kind of clever and subtle for Rings of Power. But then I accidentally, I hit I went back a little bit in the footage because I wanted to make sure, and the hammer was on the desk. So they have an establishing shot of him at the desk in the forge, and there's not a hammer. Then it zooms into Celebrimbor at the desk, and the hammer is there now. And then it disappears when he's talking to Anatar, and there's another close-up there. And then he says, I don't know where the hammer is. And then Anatar says, oh, that's your hammer. It's right there. And the hammer's back. So what we thought was something clever and interesting the show was doing was literally just editing fuck-ups based off of what the camera angle was and the way that they shot it. So
I think because I went back and looked at it, and I think that is almost certainly the case. Because I think that, like, this kind of thing is basically it's your basic continuity error. Like, if you look at drinks that people are drinking in a film, or cigarettes, they will get longer or shorter because you do retakes, and you can't. I mean, I guess you can, but it's a huge amount of effort to make sure that the cigarette has been smoked by the right amount every time you do the same shot again. So it wouldn't usually matter. It would be like, oh, it's a mistake, but who gives a shit? But the point of this scene, the focus of this scene, and all of the dialogue is Celebrimbor's perception of reality and how it's failing him. And the reason why I mentioned the dialogue is because Celebrimbor's dialogue is, earlier I could have sworn I left my hammer here, indicating that, like, earlier on in the day, he thought his hammer was there. Whereas if the hammer was there just a few seconds ago, which is what we see because of this quote-unquote continuity error, then the dialogue that he should have said is, I could have sworn I just left my hammer here. Like it's just disappeared. Because the visuals show us that it has just disappeared, but the dialogue indicates that the disappearing happened ages ago.
Yeah.
So the dialogue does not match the visuals, which is why if it was deliberate, then it was a good idea that they did really, really badly. And if this was an accident, then it's exactly what I would expect from Rings of Power, honestly.
Yeah. They just fucked up with the scenes.
Yeah, because it's like depending on what camera angle it is, and I think it's an unfortunate editing continuity error that otherwise wouldn't have mattered with background props, but because this is the one being called attention to specifically, and it being there and then not being there and then being there and not being there, I think this is you almost did something neat, almost, but instead it was just an editing fuck up. How lame.
Guess we can show it on screen when Mahler gets back.
Yeah, I guess we can. And I guess while he's gone and he can't show it, I'm gonna go use the loo myself and top off my tea. So
that's
you guys
allowed.
can talk about
Rings of Power.
Rings of Power.
Rings
you
of
can talk
Power.
about Rings of Power.
Oh my god.
You can talk
Well,
about.
I mean, I guess, like in terms of the next development, it's that now Anatar Sauron has been placed in charge of Eregion at basically the most opportune moment possible.
It's quite.
It's
It's really.
unbelievable.
It's weird in many ways actually.
Well, it's
Because
like
because
if he'd been placed in
Sauron.
charge- Yeah.
Sauron goes there, it's like, hey, you still have like your duties as like the Lord of Eregion, right? You know that's like, no, I don't have time. And that's like, oh well, I'll go tell them. And then he just goes outside. It's like, well, Celebrimbo told me I'm in charge now, and everyone is like, oh okay.
Yeah, like
just kind of
there's something
Yeah.
there's something he has to deal with specifically, and he says, no, you deal with it." And then he goes out and say, "Oh, I'm in charge of everything now. Just obey me."
And then it
okay."
turns out the thing he needs to deal with specifically is like the clearest evidence possible that Eregion is about to get attacked by orcs.
Yes.
Yes.
Like at the like actually in the next day, like pretty much, they found a guy with a bunch of markings on his chest. It's like, dude, could you imagine if when someone said, "Hey, Celebrimbo, we need you," is like, okay. And then he actually went out and saw it and be like, oh shit. And
it would have fucked everything.
It would have changed everything. Like I presume that if he had seen that, Eregion would have actually been able to mount like a super successful defense potentially. Like it's actually unbelievable
for sure.
how inconvenient/convenient the timing is for when each of these events take place, and all of it is essentially downstream of the decision that was made to massively condense the set of events so that it would be more dramatic, because if it takes a long amount of time, it's less good, I guess.
This is very much a Rings of Power staple. Things happening conveniently or inconveniently. They do this basically every episode, and it drives me insane.
Yep.
Also, I love what Anatar basically says, because, like you say, he basically says that, like, I'm in charge now. Also, you're all fired, and no one is allowed to go and see Celebrimbo.
Yep.
And it's like it's the most suspicious thing he could possibly say, but no one suspects a thing.
And this fucking corpse at the front of the gate that everyone has seen. Don't let everyone see it.
Don't let everyone see it. Just go bury it somewhere.
If any of you have looked over the horizon and noticed just smoke emanating from over the hill,
they show us that there is smoke in the forest, and Anatar sees it, but no one else is allowed to see
nobody
it.
Else sees it.
They have the elves. They have amazing vision. They can't see it.
Nope.
Well, it's just
no one is allowed on those walls anymore.
I think what's bugging me is that it's like, you do understand that there would be more than just one person in Eregion who's interested in like what's happening in and around Eregion. Right? There would be other people in the town who would be a little bit interested in figuring out what's going on. And like
there's
the
not
idea
like
that
the captain of the guard or anything, you know.
Exactly. Well, it's part of the problem, right? Is that there's only like 3 people in Eregion who matter. It's Celebrimbo, Sauron, and Lady, Elf Smith Lady. There's only 3 people that matter. Everybody else is
Miranda
just
from now on.
Just sort of passively exist.
Failed to understand, even though they told you through cinematic language, was that every individual person that may or may not take any issue with any of it has been given full Sauron treatment, where they see an illusion. For example, they have an illusion of asking him, "Hey, I want to go see Celebrimbo," and he's like, "Of course." And they walk in, and Celebrimbo says, "Yep, everything that he said was true. Now leave." Then they go back out. All of them have had that happen to them off screen.
I think that sounds made up. I don't know. I don't think that happened.
No. I don't know. Like, literally everybody is gathered around town right? When Sauron's saying, "Yeah, I'm in charge, so what's the problem?" And then he covers it up. What happens if the next person says, yeah, what was that, bro?"
Like, you say he covers it up because they go to the body. Basically, Medani or Miranda, she's worried because usually they have loads of traders coming through that gate, and there haven't been any in the last day or so, and the reason is because there's a load of orcs there, so you got caught or whatever. And the guards sent out a search party, and only one of them came back, and it was a corpse that has been mutilated. That he's had like a message carved into his chest.
Yeah.
And the guards, the way the dialogue goes, suggests that the guards just kind of left that mutilated corpse lying there since that morning.
Until someone comes to check it out.
They didn't put it in a morgue.
Well, that's the corpse area.
But then Anatar says bury him. Anatar then says bury him. Show this to no one. It's like what? It's been here.
They have seen it, dude. Like,
and whether or not they see that doesn't address that there will be people in the village and in the town or in the city rather. That would be like, hey, my buddy, he left, and he's not back.
Yeah, where's my son? Where's my son Brian? Where's he gone?
Exactly. Where are they
I miss Brian.
Why is there like no interest in any of the other elves who themselves are meant to be like very, very old and wise? To just any interest in finding out what's going on in their city?
So there's a question I wanted to throw at you guys because I don't know what to make of it. The message that is written on the corpse. What language is that written in? I can't tell by looking at it, but
I have no idea.
Do you guys have any thoughts?
I mean, it's supposed to be black speech, I assume, but
that to me is the only logical option.
Yeah, it doesn't look like it though. I don't think.
So the reason why I ask is that the message is Medania can't read it, and presumably the guards can't read it either. So it's not in whatever. Is it Sindarin or is it Quenya? I don't know which language it is that they use normally, but one of the other languages.
Yeah,
it's not written in Elvish. It's not written in English, obviously. So okay, Adar's written it in black speech. Why has he written a message to the people of Eregion in a language that none of them can read?
Yeah,
I mean, because it's dramatic.
Because it's meant for Sauron. Which
well,
wouldn't make any sense.
Yeah, because what the message says is where is he? Or at least Sauron claims that the message says where is he. It might literally say where is Sauron. We don't know. He would hide that bit. So the only reason why anyone was able to read that was because Sauron was there and he read it, which all of them can speak English or Common or whatever they call it in Middle Earth. Why not write it in English? But yeah, it's because drama. They want to hide it.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, on top of that though, if Adar has some degree of interest in the idea of, well, it's in our mutual interest to destroy Sauron, why would he even kill them? Why wouldn't he capture them and say, bro, like, Sauron is in Eregion, I think. You should probably get your elves and come along and help us get him.
It is within both of our interests to locate Sauron and unalive him. But if he explodes in an ice, that's bad. They might look good, but oh boy, fool me once, shame on me. Fool me. You won't fool me again. Okay.
Fine.
I got it.
I do. S-tier quote.
Well, I do have a
also, yeah, Mulder, could you show the 3 images on the screen, by the way, just for
yeah, the hammer thing, because we talked about the hammer, but
the hammer
time. Right, so see this first one, we've got the hammers right there. There's all precious in it. Then this one, he's fucking gone. Where's the hammer gone?
Where's it going?
And next up, oh look, it's back again. Which one could contextualize as that's how Sauron's fucking with him. It's like, yeah, but as was said, the dialogue doesn't really reflect that, does it?
It doesn't work with the dialogue.
Why would if this is about Celebrimbor's perception of things around him, and he's looking at 12 o'clock, why would things behind him? Why would those reappear, disappear, reappear? Why would that be happening?
Just for us,
that makes no sense.
I really hate that in horror
movies.
Oh wait,
just for us? That's me.
When not in the sense that it's okay to create like atmospheric and scary things for the audience, but when enemies do silly things only for the audience, not for the events at hand, it's always like, what the fuck are you doing? Like, ooh, I'm here. Bye. And it's like, who are you doing that for? It's like, you at home. Like, you must know.
Points at the screen.
How are you to know I'm here?
I'm losing my hammer. Don't know where it is. What the fuck's going on with my brain? Did it
I'll highlight.
Sauron? What? Yeah, go ahead.
I was going to say I'll highlight here that like Medania at this point should be very, very worried, but she isn't because I guess Anatar flirted with her. Because Anatar says it's at this point that Anatar says Celebrimbor is going to stay in the tower, and you guys you don't bother coming to work, kind of thing. And it's like, well, that lie maybe makes a little bit of sense because Medania could believe that he wants Celebrimbor to take some time off. Don't bother coming in. We're going to turn off the forge for a little bit, and we'll try and get him back on track. Like that makes a little bit of sense as a lie. But then he continues and suggests that Celebrimbor is going to continue making the rings for men on his own in isolation. Like that should really worry her. Also, Anatar has just informed her that she's basically fired.
Which is
all of them are fired.
So I've got my list here. So Medania should know that Anatar appeared out of nowhere and started working with her boss to make world-changing magical rings. One of the rings transported her into the unseen world, and she was confronted with a dark being of pure evil. Anatar claimed that this was actually Celebrimbor. Celebrimbor's mind has since begun to deteriorate. Anatar has just fired everyone and told them that they can't see Celebrimbor, and now the city is being blockaded by someone, and they have received a message saying, "Where is he?" carved into a corpse.
There's even another one. There's another aspect too of it that makes it even worse. When she got fired, Anatar said that Celebrimbor has fired you. You go tell all of your coworkers that they have been fired as well.
Yeah, but he's really hot though.
Oh, true.
Hey,
he's gonna. Oh, never mind. Don't worry about it. Yeah, people should be asking a lot of questions. This is really weird stuff going on. How come we haven't heard from Lindon in like 4 years? What's up with that? That's weird. I hope there's not an orc army parked outside of the walls that we could see plainly.
Also, again, everyone's just on board. Everyone's just on board that he's just doing this now. Like the god's like, well, here's this corpse. What shall we do with this, Lord of the Gifts? It's like, oh, just bury him. It's like, why, what?
Well, don't elves have like family and friends and people who are curious about what happens to them? Isn't it weird that all those scouts that we sent out are just like gone and they disappeared? What, are they dead? What, that was my husband, that was my wife, my brother, my sister, daughter, whatever, everything like that. Like where are all my loved ones going? They're disappearing. How come people aren't how come there isn't this incredible state of panic as to the world now? In terms of the bridge getting destroyed and the Barrow Whites and communication with Lindon and this orc army. This world isn't inhabited by people, but like little plot deliverers on legs. These aren't this guy who got marked up. He's like, what if his family asks what happened to him? All the people he knew. He's an elf. He's been alive for potentially hundreds of years. He's got a probably big social circle of people who would be concerned if he just, died. Yeah. And they'll ask, where's the body? Won't they want to bury him themselves? Does he have the power to just say, yeah, this soldier died while he was on duty. I'd just go bury him. It's like, oh, so the elves are terrible then. They don't have like funerals for the fallen or the people who die in battle or doing their duty to elvendom. Like it makes me ask all these questions with how they just discard these characters who should be people in this world.
Well, the elves have this tradition when, if you're a scout, you have to be a loner and can't have like friends or family or whatever.
In fact, they're happy when they
devote
die.
Yourself to scouting.
Yeah.
Usually when they reported dead, they're like, oh, thank goodness he was such an asshole.
Now he's gone. Fucking asshole.
Scouts are freaks. They're weirdos.
Yep.
Yeah, it's just things off screen that if you're not a main character, it doesn't fucking matter to the show writers. They don't consider those.
That's background, paint, basically.
Yeah, they're like the NPCs in Star Wars Outlaws. They're just empty vessels that do nothing.
Yeah.
Patrolling Lindon almost makes me wish for a nuclear winter. Hey, did you know that Anatar from the Aragian walls could literally just see the smoke of the orc army, and no one notices.
No, but everyone else he illusioned it. He's got illusions up.
Oh, okay.
Super
So this is all
illusion.
part of Sauron's plan.
Everything that
It's-
doesn't
it's
make
metaphorical
sense,
smoke.
Sauron has taken care of it with either illusions, manipulations, mental things, or teleporting.
Yeah.
Really, it
Sauron
makes
did
so
it.
much sense, actually.
I hate this
scary.
show so much.
Because you're a hater.
Me too. I'm getting
It's
to the
so
point where
bad.
I'm starting to be on the orc side. The elves are worthless. What's the point
Yes.
of saving?
How did the
Middle-earth
elves?
if, you
It's
know-
so funny because it's all going to accumulate to the elves going to united with everyone. Then they beat the big army. It's like, how the fuck did they beat anything? They can't even find a fucking huge ass ditch in a fucking tree line.
Well,
Yeah,
can you
Glug
imagine
supremacy.
can you imagine Hugo Weaving Elrond just showing up onto the show and being like, "What the fuck is happening?
What
what
is
is
this?
wrong with you people?
Yeah.
Are these
God,
elves?
that would be great.
Or we weren't this shit. I remember I was there.
I was there.
I was there 3,000
This is not what
years ago.
happens.
We were not this incompetent. There
I
were some
have an email
teething
for that.
issues, sure, but like, come on. That's a good one. I like that. Yeah. Adar and Galadriel are having an orc dinner.
Ugh.
It's better than I thought it would be. It's not. I mean, it's not that bad considering.
I
Reminds me of
really like
pirates.
the idea that Glug went out and got berries and meat and everything.
He was the server. Yeah, he did the serving. He was
Can always
pouring
rely
the
on
wine.
Glug.
He was recommending wine. Glug was That's why they call
Okay,
him
here,
that.
I'm
Because
gonna-
when Glug turns the bottle over to the cup and it goes glug 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 glug. That's why how he got his name.
This tells me one thing, and we're going to go on the record with saying this. I'd rather have dinner with the orcs than in Harfoot. There.
You
I mean,
are the
they
dinner
eat
with
you, so
Harfoot.
yes.
They eat bugs, so
You-
it looks
you are
like the
the
orcs
dinner.
can be. It looks like the orcs can be civilized,
Yeah,
Yeah.
they know how to cook meats and have some.
and they have
Some
Glug
kind of
with the
nice
wine
presentation.
suggestions,
Yeah.
Yeah.
This reminded me a lot of fucking pirates.
Pirates.
Yeah. Pirates of the Caribbean.
Mhm,
This scene.
mhm.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Do you actually know what he means, Rex?
Well, there was that feast inside of the ship, right?
Yeah.
When she's like
So-
surprised that they could actually have like nice
Because-
stuff. What's her face? Jane Foster.
No.
What? No, that's Keira Knightley, not Natalie Portman.
Is
but yeah, for some reason the pirates have a bunch of food even though they can't eat. But yeah, you know.
yeah. Then she
Never mind
runs out and there's like a ghost story. You're in one, and they see the spooky
Yeah.
monkey. Yeah.
Yeah.
See Mahler? I knew what he was referring to.
Oh yeah, once everyone else has commented on it, yeah, good stuff.
No, I started. I was
Jane
just
Foster,
reading the
you're
same
right.
scene
Jane
that they were.
Foster, that was a great little start. Good job.
Yeah, she was
Thank you,
in
random.
Pirates of the Caribbean.
the direction.
I was just checking to make sure that you were paying
Yes,
attention.
Yes.
Yeah.
And
Sauron.
sure enough, you were, which is very good. Did you know that people who search for Keira Knightley also search for Natalie Portman?
That's okay.
Yeah, that's fine. So, orc dinner. Adar and Galadriel are having a delicious orc dinner, except Galadriel's not eating it, which is kind of rude. They kind of
Yeah.
made this for her and everything. They got berries and roasted up a
Mm.
cow or whatever. Or
And there
it's
was
probably
a-
a horse, actually. It's probably a horse. Barrack is being served
I
a
hope.
souffle with mashed potatoes.
I hope it wasn't one of those
berries.
goopy
Yeah,
I've always,
cows.
like,
It could
wanted
have been a
to-
goo one because if the cows are near the orcs, then they become gooey. So
Oh yeah.
What often
maybe they use that as
happens
gravy.
in scenes
The
like
milk
this
is probably not that tasty.
is the character will look at the food and not eat it, and then the person will be like, if we wanted to kill you, we wouldn't poison you, we'd kill you in the blah, 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 blah. And then they go, oh, okay, and then maybe they start eating it. I've always wanted to see the version where they start eating, and the guy goes, it is poison, though.
I can't believe you actually fell for that.
Oh, damn
I
it.
mean, don't feel bad. You were gonna die either way. I was just being a little bit cheeky
Yeah.
to see if you would.
Just
and
trolling.
I was actually being a little bit cheeky.
And she's like, are you serious? You're like,
Um,
well, I guess you'll find out. So, good luck.
Would you like a nice wine to go with that?
That's
with that
poison
horse-
too.
Would you like a nice red wine, a first age Aragian Chardonnay to go with that horse shank?
Oh.
Anyway, Adar is telling her that she's obsessed with Sauron and she resisted him while he yielded to him. And Adar says Sauron sees who you wish to be and he slithers in and manipulates you. That's what Sauron does.
Slithery.
So,
Cool.
yeah, he's a slithery boy.
He's a weaselly little liar, dude.
Now, Adar has been told, or is led to believe, that Galadriel has teamed up with Sauron or something. What's going up with that? That's kind of weird. Adar asks what Galadriel was promised by him, and she says that she was promised an army.
You had multiples already.
Yeah, I was going to say bullshit. That isn't what happened.
No,
That too.
he was about to have a nice life in Numenor, and then you were like, "You're the king, by the way." Okay.
Yeah, like maybe Galadriel is lying here, but I don't.
Yes.
I think that the writers think that she's telling the truth, and they think this is what happened.
Yeah, I don't know if she lies on purpose, or is she just always lying by just like terrible writing and
Well,
characterization.
She
Also
was
given-
offered to be his wife or his queen. You know.
Queen.
My
That's
queen.
true, actually. Yeah, she should have said that instead.
Mm-hmm.
She offered
I was
me
offered
being
his
the
queen.
queen. I was gonna be his queen.
Yeah.
So I was going to be his queen,
yeah.
something you could never be.
McQueen.
He just goes,
Adar,
"Oh."
but then
Then
Adar
Adar says I
could
would
be,
offer the same.
Adar says I could be beautiful, actually. So
I was
Yeah.
his original queen.
you take that back. I am lovely.
Mm.
I'm the prettiest orc, and he probably is actually the prettiest
Yeah.
orc.
That's fair.
So he goes and
Goth
gets Adar goes and gets Morgoth's crown from a box he's got nearby. He's got it in a
Oh
box.
God.
the crown
now,
box.
Adar, yeah, that's where you put the crown in the thousands of years between Morgoths. So Adar says that he used this crown to slay Sauron, but Galadriel says that if what he says is true, then why did Sauron return? And he says, because I had not yet found you.
They do not
Adar-
elaborate on that claim.
Well, so
kind of.
it-
He says,
They do. It's just really clunky
yeah,
dialogue.
it's not very well written. He's shocking. He basically says like we could only kill him with the combination of this crown and the power of the rings, and I didn't have the rings. That's what he is a roundabout way of saying. I don't like it all the way that they say it. It's very confusing.
Yeah,
Oh,
I was
just-
definitely
I-
confused.
I didn't
at
even make
first.
that. I didn't even make that connection. I thought he just
I don't
skipped
blame you at all.
dialogue
don't
option. I
blame
was
you,
like,
yeah.
actually, here's this power. This is
It
actually
is-
an artifact we can use. It's like, wait,
It
what?
is actually super clunky.
Mhm.
But like, there's a whole bunch of other problems with it. It's just like I'm definitely going to miss some. So he states that the Morgoth's crown, he used its power to kill Sauron.
Yeah,
Like one, the crown is not what killed Sauron. It was getting stabbed by 100 orcs. That
it's
killed him.
a lot of stabbing.
Yep.
He didn't mention
Two,
that.
like- Yeah. I mean, maybe the crown stabbing him in the neck with the crown weakened him, and then his mortal form could die or some shit. I don't know. That's not what we saw, but whatever. How does Adar know about the Elven rings? How does he know that they exist? How does he know that they healed the tree? He
How
cannot
does-
possibly know that.
How does he know that they will kill Sauron more?
Well, so if he knows about them, then I'm happy to accept that, well, they have anti-evil properties, so they might kill Sauron. But then the problem with that is, given what Adar knows, that the writers have just given him this information, what he is saying here relies on Sauron making rings that will kill him.
I mean,
Why
Sauron
would he
didn't
do
make
that?
the Elven rings technically, but
I've made things that'll kill me.
Yeah.
I made a shelf once.
Well, okay, Rags, but if the only thing that could kill you was a shelf, then you probably wouldn't make a shelf.
my one weakness.
Does this mean they could have used the crown to also kill Morgoth? Is this just the crown bearer killer crown or something? I don't.
Maybe Morgoth's strategy was to make sure that he kept that on him at all times, so that no one could stab him with the crown.
Smart move.
If I always wear the
Okay.
crown, then it'll be difficult for me to get stabbed with it. He should have dumped it in the ocean, and so that no one could ever.
Yeah,
get
the
it.
elf trench.
Yeah, the
Oh,
elf
yeah.
trench outside of Lindon.
It's
Oh,
also
let me,
really weird because she thinks it was destroyed. The crown was destroyed, and then Adar says, "Oh, we already refired it, so we have it now." So I don't even know what that's going to mean for the timeline back in the first scene where we see this happen, because this is like shortly after this happened. But I guess they had time to reforge the crown to fit him and stab him again or whatever.
I think he says that. I think he literally says that he had it resized.
Yes,
Doesn't
I know.
He have a line
I'm
where he
just-
said, "Yeah."
Yeah,
Yeah.
I'm just wondering how that slots in like time-wise if we would go through that. It's not really relevant for the episode. I'm just wondering.
Yeah, there must have been a period of at least a few hundred years in between the flashback at the start of season 1 and the flashback at the start of season 2, which is seemingly directly contradicted because we get the little text that appears on screen that says the dawn of the second age. So that didn't happen, but it must have done.
So somewhere between Morgoth dying and the crowning scene, somewhere in between there, they must have refired the crown.
Yes,
apparently.
there's a whole bunch of stuff
in like a minute.
There's a whole bunch of stuff that must have happened after Morgoth's defeat, but before Sauron got turned into spaghetti.
Yeah,
and that must have taken a few hundred years, like a minimum. So,
which it can't. But yeah, it's.
Yeah, it's just another thing. It's just funny every time they slot something in that had happened somewhere. I'm just immediately like, oh, does this even slot in? Because they're not that good with times in general.
What you're saying is Morgoth would wear that crown as a ring.
Yes.
A pointy ring.
Now, what he could have done is Adar could have been like, yeah, so originally we had a crown, but instead we turned it into 3 rings so that we wouldn't, so there would be balance. Yeah. They just have 3 shitty black rings that are just very clearly uncomfortable and don't fit well.
They're really
spiky. But the spikes are very inside as well.
We're not very good at this. The ring was the helmet was the crown was easier because it was bigger. It gets harder the smaller you get.
So does basically what Adar says as well is the crown, Morgoth's crown, magical crown, is necessary. Excuse me, in defeating Sauron. That he believed that so it wasn't in the flashback. It wasn't a case of this crown is sharp, I'm going to stab him with the sharp object. It was, I need to specifically use this crown to stab him.
It has a negative Sauron aura if you stab him.
Yes, and if that's the case, Sauron would surely, if Adar knows that, Sauron must know that, which means that he was like kneeling and revealing his neck, not only to a guy who might not like him holding a sharp object, but to a guy who is holding the thing that will kill you.
Yeah.
Why didn't he just crown himself? Like, why did it?
why didn't they? If the, like, I feel like this.
I don't know.
I feel like the thing was that Adar didn't like Sauron to begin with, right? I think that was the idea. Yes. So why not do it in a way? It's like, oh, he's gonna refire the crown. I'm gonna take charge of it because I'm gonna be the one that's gonna crown him within 50,000 years or whatever the time zones are. And it's like, hey, you know what, Orc Man who does the smithing here, you're the best orc smith we ever had or whatever. Like, can you like grab a piece of that crown and just forge a dagger out of it so we can stab him during the crowning? Would be
it was Sauron who reforged the thing, not Adar.
Don't say crowning. There's many questions, but don't worry because I still have more.
Oh, good. Wait, so did he do it himself? Is that what they say? I thought he just had it refired.
Adar says that he was there when the crown was refired. So who did it is not clear.
I mean, Sauron would be the only one with the skill to do so, I would say, but I don't know who else could actually do it.
The finest of orc crownsmiths.
Yeah, like I don't think he would let the orcs do that. I think he would do that himself.
He would have had Waldrick do it. Yeah.
This is PW. This is 627 PW.
I know, post Waldrick, yeah, because he's one of the original PWs.
No, it's PW pre Waldrick.
Was
post Waldrick. The whole universe is post Waldrick.
It's both PW. Both of them are PW, which is confusing. Pre and post Waldrick. It's not it's a complicated system.
My head hurts.
Hey, don't worry, it's about to keep hurting because
Yay.
Adar asks Galadriel if it's true what they say about the rings saving the elves. How does he know about the rings saving the elves and the goo? Does he know about all that? Who told him? Who did he interact with who knew about it? Did the scouts that he killed and marked up and sent to Eregion, did he ask them about it?
No, he can't have done because no one in Eregion knows that it worked.
True.
The only people who know about the rings, and the only fucking Beric.
when he ran to the Black Forest, which none escaped from, he's like, the horse knows about the rings. Catch him.
Yeah, the only people that know that the rings healed the tree is like the 50 or so people that live in Lindon because they were there. Anatar knows because he just does. I have no idea how. And
he knows the same way Sauron knew about the dwarves.
Yeah.
Celebrimbor knows because Anatar told him. Those are the only characters who know that the rings healed the tree.
Yeah.
So the ones who followed Anatar to Eregion, they must have snuck into his fucking forging tower and like hid in the corner somewhere and listened to what they had to say.
Is it safe to say everyone in Lindon knows? Because that would spread in Lindon, right? People would talk about this.
I think it's fair to say that everyone in Lindon knows, but at the same time, the plot of season 2 requires that no one travel from Lindon to Eregion. Because if they did, then obviously the story stops working. So that information has not entered Eregion. The only people that know are Celebrimbor and Anatar. And they only know because Anatar
could have told other people, but we never saw that happening. So he could potentially have told like people about it though.
He could have.
He would have had to tell someone who would have been interacted with by Adar.
Yeah, and the only people that could have been were the scouts that were sent out the previous day. Or I don't even know.
But Adar, would he even know about the goo tree in the first place? Would he even know that there was a problem?
I don't see how he could. I don't see how he could. Because if we take like lore information, I think Platoon said last time that like, how do you know that it's worked? Well, do you feel like you're still dying? So if the elves just
that should be the reason, yeah.
Yes, but I mean we haven't seen that. But if that is the reason, and if Adar is anything approximating an elf, then yeah, he would know that something's up, and he would know that it's not up anymore. But that is not in Rings of Power.
The show itself is contradicting that because Celebrimbor doesn't know; he has to get told.
Yes. Yeah.
So it can't be the case, but it should be the case.
Yeah, fair enough. Adar, so we'll just have to accept that Adar knows about it and knows enough to ask about the rings. I guess somehow, maybe
another thing we just have to accept in this fucking show.
Yeah, just another gap that has been plugged by Fiat. So, Adar says that Morgoth's crown is magical, and if you combine it with the rings, it'll destroy Sauron forever.
Okay.
All right. Okay.
Sure.
I mean,
have we tested this?
Yeah. I mean, yeah. All right. I think that's fair to have him say if he knows that. I don't know. Sure.
If he knows about the rings, then yeah, I guess it makes sense.
These combining these powerful objects of powerful power having this, then it would be enough. The crown wasn't enough, but the crown and the rings, that'll be enough. That'll put the power level high enough to make sure that this time when we stab him, he won't explode in ice.
I just think it's lame that they just made the crown.
Fuck it.
It's kind of weird and lame. That's like, oh, the crown? That's not a crown only. That's actually a powerful artifact with powers. It's like, oh, okay, sure. Why not?
So, I think Adar tells her that he knows Sauron's in Eregion, but I don't know how he knows that either.
So, yeah, he can't know that. What we are expected to believe, because his plan is not revealed in this episode, and I don't know if it will be later on in the series, but what seems to happen in this episode is that Adar has guessed that Halbrand and Sauron are the same person, and he knows that Halbrand/Sauron are in Eregion. And he has grabbed Galadriel to confirm his suspicions, and once they're confirmed, he will take action. So at the moment, it seems like he's just guessed the right answer, and that's it. That's all we've got. That's literally all we've got to work with.
No.
So question is, does he suspect that when Halbrand was in Mordor?
He can't have suspected it at that point.
It would have been funny if he did, though, and just let him go.
Honestly, I think that's what they want us to believe, but he doesn't really have any points to suspect that at all.
He must have come to that conclusion during the march, otherwise.
Yeah, and also a factor that is not accounted for in this episode, whether it will be brought up again, who knows, is when Halbrand left Mordor, Adar sent a scout to follow him.
Yes.
And yeah, theoretically, that scout could see that Halbrand has walked into Eregion, and he could then communicate that information to Adar. But that isn't mentioned. Adar basically asks Galadriel, and it's only because he's caught Galadriel that he knows this information. So what happened with that scout? Who knows? And if the scout did follow Sauron, it's because Sauron let it happen. There's no way that happens by accident. Yeah. So that's why I feel like there is some insane plan that is going to be revealed. And
it
when
gets
it
even
does,
weirder. Now that I think about it, because somewhere in that time when he was followed by the scouts, he must have gone around with his evil stick and put like burrow whites and destroying bridges everywhere.
Yes,
we
he must
mentioned
have.
this last week as well.
Yeah,
Yeah.
it's just
He made the
why is
ancient
this
evil
show?
even eviler by
He
reanimating them or
did that
something.
at range. He can do it as he
Yeah,
has
remote
infinite
control.
range to his powers.
Makes
It's
sense.
remote
He set
control
the
evil.
time
Remote
charges
control
on this
ghosts
bridge.
summoning. Yeah. There's no rule that says if you summon a ghost, a spooky ghost, it has to be right next to you. It's not a rule.
Okay.
Evil has infinite range, so it's a greater strength.
Yeah, considering that Sauron has the power to just change his form whenever he wants, and Lord knows what else, I just don't know how Adar could possibly know that Sauron is in Eregion. I think the most that you could, the furthest you could go is that at one point Sauron was in Eregion for some amount of time, maybe, but even then that's stretching it. But that doesn't mean he's there now. It also means you don't know. He says he knows that Sauron's in Eregion, but you don't know that.
Well, also,
That's literally not. He could leave anytime he wants and assume a different body form shape, and he's just lost forever.
there's another layer to this that I just realized. So Adar appears to have correctly guessed the right answer. He's captured Galadriel by accident because he didn't know she was going to be there, and she's been able to confirm all of this. And the only reason why Galadriel is able to confirm it is because the ring gave her the right answer. The ring is the only reason why Galadriel knows that he's in Eregion. She doesn't actually know it for certain. So
Which,
it's just
and the ring, as far as they know, is just messages from Sauron. To be honest with you.
Yes, and Adar probably should be suspecting that as well.
He does say, by the way,
that
Sauron refired it. I think earlier you were saying it was unclear on who refired the crown.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, fair enough.
Yeah. It wouldn't make any sense for anyone else to be able to do that.
Well, it didn't stop the show before, so
Fair.
I guess it wasn't Waldrig. Okay, fair enough.
Well, see, that's just bullshit. I don't believe the show. That was definitely Waldrig.
Just put it on the pile of things you can't believe, isn't it?
Yeah.
I just can't wait for Waldrig to ascend from the heavens in episode 8 and just smite them all.
Oh, that would be funny if he was just flying over the battlefield, just shooting lasers out of his eyes.
It was me,
Flying like a
Waldrig.
Pegasus or something.
It was me. It's the author of all your pain.
Well, maybe it helps get cleared up what's out our nose here, because he asks her if Halbrand is Sauron. Because I guess he's kind of pieced together that that's a possibility. Yes. Anyway, he says that Eregion will fall if she cannot put aside her pride. So.
Well, most things have been destroyed from her pride already.
Doomed.
So.
Yeah. Anyway, that was a fun scene. Let's go back to Numenor for even more fun scenes.
One thing.
Sure.
I just like how they keep doing the things like, Galadriel, you have to decide if we can use all the rings of power and not the actual leader of the elven kinds. It's like, you decide now. It's like, I can't decide. I can tell you yes, but then we still have to go to everyone else.
Galadriel trying to explain all of this to Gil-galad. Like, oh yeah, by the way, listen,
decide with
orc man.
Just hear me out. You're gonna think it's crazy at first, and he's like, he just does the face.
Yeah. Oh fuck.
So, I guess we're having a hop, skip, and jump across the big water over to Numenor. My favorite, my favorite sort of star-shaped island. Now, Farazan has Elendil in the palace, right? And he says that, hey, this is like the palace chamber that they're in, where the coronation shenanigans took place. And he's got Elendil in chains, and he's wearing...
I find it interesting making the observation of, yes, this is the big, elaborate, ornate palace, and all of the set dressing and all the costumes and everything. And it's like, yeah, but this is just the scene that's in Everything Ever, where the evil king says kneel, and then the protagonist says no. That's essentially the gist of this. But it takes way longer than that.
This felt it was a complete rip-off. This scene and the scene where he's in the prison is a complete rip-off of Game of Thrones.
Yep.
Like,
really?
I couldn't see anything other than I was like, man, you just like ripped it completely.
Wait, what from
Ned Stark? It's like 1-to-1.
Ned Stark, yeah.
Oh, really?
Yeah, but much worse, obviously.
It's really really
that,
close to that. Yeah.
Well, yeah, pretty much. He says that, Elendil, you've committed treason, but because you've been a faithful servant of Numenor for so long, you'll be set free. But he's doing a little cheeky thing. He's not actually done. But the crowd is really, really pissed off at the idea of Elendil being set free. But I don't know why I thought the crowd would really like Elendil and
Yeah, I
the
thought so
Seaguard
too.
and stuff.
I thought he had the reputation of like a war hero.
Yeah,
there's some weird things with the crowd here in this episode as well. Later on as well, I was like, okay.
And with what Pharazôn had been doing the first couple days with disbanding the Seaguard, destroying the oldest shrine in Numenor, crushing and destroying ancient relics that are supposed to honor the fallen soldiers of Numenor, like Pharazôn should be insanely unpopular right now. But I guess we just don't account for that or act like that's a thing.
He's doing his like I'm evil thing all the time now. There's just no consequences for anything. He's just like I'm the evil emperor.
I'm evil, actually.
Just so much boringer than could have been. You made him boringer. Why'd you do that?
Boring.
Boring.
Well, Pharazôn says he'll set Elendil free, but only if he renounces his crimes and pledges loyalty to him.
I feel compelled to compliment the performance here from for Elendil. I think it's like quite
he's
good.
A good actor.
He's a good actor.
The way that his lip is like trembling as if it's like a genuinely painful and difficult to bring himself to speak at this point. You know, to bend the knee essentially. I think it's quite good. It's a shame about the writing.
Yes.
Yeah.
That's like something in a
this
lot
is
of
also
bad
quite stolen from Game of Thrones as well, by the way, like this specific scene.
Well, who did Game of Thrones steal it from?
Me. Get back.
Metal, who did you? Okay, Metal, who did you steal it from?
The one he shall not be named.
Voldemort. Right. Voldemort, please come on EFAP and explain where you stole.
Oh no, I was doing a Hitler joke.
Oh, Hitler, please. Well, we already have an invitation for Hitler. Elendil, if you want to come on EFAP and talk about Numenor, come on over. We have many questions that I feel like we are essentially owed at this point as to what the fuck's going on in your lovely country. So yeah, Pharazôn he seems to be the legitimate ruler of Numenor. He got the eagle, and people shouted his name. And I guess
never mentioned again. Legit. So this eagle legit just came.
Yep.
That day. Coincidentally,
it was just that's how it works.
Why? Because Toodaloo. But yeah, Pharazôn seems to be the legitimate ruler. I don't know what the treason actually is or what it's supposed to be called. Is it that he was?
Well, it was just a change of power. I don't know what the treason is.
So this is not what it's referring to. But in season 1, if you remember, it was treason for him to bring Galdriel to their shores. But that's
that was so long ago. I feel like it's just like water under the bridge.
Yeah, that's definitely, given the way this episode goes, that is definitely not what is being referred to here when they say treason. So it seems to be that the fact that he is,
maybe
he supports.
He punched what's his face.
That's probably
is that treason.
I could see them rating it that way because they're retarded.
Yeah, like assaulting a prince, that could actually absolutely be treason. Yeah,
but like Elendil is also referring to Pharazôn here as a traitor when Pharazôn is like he won through again seemingly purely legitimate means, whereas Elendil is treating this as though Pharazôn killed Miriel's father and then blackmailed her into giving him kingship. Which is obviously not what happened. Like he won through purely legitimate means, and even if it wasn't legitimate means, if he had well, fine, but like above board, if he had won through like illegal means, then at this point it doesn't fucking matter because given Miriel's motive, she will just abdicate and give him rulership over Numenor, which means it then will be legitimate.
So like the fact that you even challenged her in the first place, like you shouldn't have done that.
Did he even challenge her, or was it just like he was in the room and people chanted his name? And
was that what it was? It was like when everybody said "yay," it's like, whoa, the yays have it. He's the king now.
Pretty much.
Yeah. The yays plus eagle.
That was
you're just in charge. Because he didn't do anything like sly or underhanded. He wasn't.
No, he
scheming.
didn't.
He was just like around
openly anyway. Yeah.
Yeah, he was just there. People.
And he was red.
True, because he's thinking about the future.
That's
He's thinking about the past. And the Eagle's like, you know what? The Reds have it. But yeah, the question here being if Pharazôn got to be the king through subterfuge or trickery or anything, nobody has mentioned it or called it out or acted as if he did anything wrong. The show seems to say that through completely legitimate means, he is the king. So yeah, fair enough, I guess, through their system, whatever that system may or may not be. Elendil does renounce his crimes here, but he does not accept Pharazôn as Numenor's ruler.
Wow.
He says that it's Miriel, and she'll be the ruler until she's dead. He says the only traitor is Pharazôn.
Imagine Pharazôn said, "So when she's dead, is that gonna be cool?"
Just goes to stab her.
Elendil's like, "Well, I guess so, but don't kill
how
her,
blind
okay?"
people-
He's like, "No, I wouldn't do that."
Oh no, blind people just have accidents. At
Oh, what's that? I
staircases
hear
all
a
the
fall.
time,
I
you
think
know?
she's falling down the
my
stairs.
goodness.
Oh no!
Oh no!
I guess she tripped because she's blind and all.
She
Who
tripped and fell
opened
on
that
her own shoes.
window?
I agree with Elendil. Trump won the election.
He's die hard, this man.
Yeah, well, you say that, but like, if there was any accusations of him fucking around with the election results or anything like that, then this would at least make a little bit of sense. But
Yeah.
the way that they're going with it is that there is no circumstance by which he will accept anyone other than Miriel as the true ruler, which doesn't make any sense given what we've seen. Especially as well, because Miriel has ordered him to essentially turn the other cheek and to just let Pharazôn do his thing.
Mhm.
And he's
Yeah.
refusing to because he's loyal to Miriel and he's refusing what she says.
Mm-hmm.
Loyal and prideful.
Yeah,
The
I guess so.
eagle came in at 3 a.m. with a box of ballots. Big
Great
box
eagle,
of
the
ballots.
best
No one
eagle
knows
we've
where they're
ever
from.
seen.
The eagle carried it, and then the eagle went away.
Yeah.
No one knows where they came from. Very
Yeah.
strange. Very
Lots of
strange.
feathers.
Now Belzegar, you guys remember Belzegar, right? He says
Yeah,
the
he's his
Valar
homie.
should decide.
Why the
Elendil's
fuck would he do
fate.
that? Say that?
That
He's
is a
retarded.
really good question. Because as we
That's-
come to learn, this is a pointless thing to do.
You
that
have
can
him
only
say,
hurt
"Let the
them.
Valar decide." The immediate Pharazôn's like, "No, I will."
No.
I will decide, actually.
We don't need to. Let's not bug the Valar. They've got
Yeah.
a lot of sitting
They're
up.
busy,
Also, you're
man.
fired, by the way. You're fired.
You're
Get out of my
fired for that
throne
one.
room.
Is it worth waiting on the discussion as to why this is
I think
retarded until we
so,
see it happen?
yes. I think it's worth waiting.
Sure.
We can sort of do a little recap once it's all sort of wrapped
Yeah.
up.
Also,
they-
by
I
the
mean,
way,
it's also
the-
retarded because they don't care about the Valor. Like, they're not
Yeah,
loyal
that's
to them.
why.
Well, that was
They're not faithful.
Part of
that's
that's
something-
part of it. Yeah.
That's something that I will say that it did confuse me because Pharazôn has not actually used the word Valar at any point in Rings
Well,
of Power.
if you caught it as well,
We have
when
no
he-
idea what he thinks.
When he suggests Elendil's not going to be executed, there's like disapproval in the room. Like, boo. And it's just like,
That's
damn,
crazy.
you
Boo,
had the
kill
room. You
him.
could have just killed him.
Absolutely, and I mean the reason he doesn't, I guess we'll get to when it happens.
But
'cause
why
it's
do that
insane.
when you could buy our
Yeah.
complicated product?
Yeah, pretty much.
So
But like this
he-
scene seems to suggest, sorry, that Pharazôn does believe that the Valar exist because they like demonstrably do.
Oh, he
Mhm.
believes they exist. He just doesn't like them, or he shouldn't.
That was
Well,
so
well,
that's
well,
what
could it be
this
that-
scene tells us. But everything so far was leading me to believe that he didn't believe in the Valar, whereas the faithful had faith in the Valar. That's what I thought was the way.
I guess
No,
that's what I
it's
was
more that
wondering, Rod, is
he
like, is-
fucking hates them. And
But I guess the question is, would he do it because he thinks that, like, well, if that happens and he dies, then that gives me like legitimacy, right?
Well,
would be a
exactly.
fucking risk.
Yeah.
That is why he does it. But once
But
we
he
see
doesn't
what
need
actually
to.
happens, that is utterly
No,
insane.
no,
for him
he
to do
doesn't
that.
actually need
He
to.
really
I mean,
only
yeah,
has
it-
things
it-
to
it's
lose.
with
With little
backfire,
reward if he actually
I-
will
I-
backfire big time. Actually,
Yeah,
I
gain
wonder,
a
he
little
was-
or
he-
lose a lot.
He was looking at this book. It's like, yeah, we can do this. Look, this is like a big sea creature. Like, there's no way he's gonna survive this. Like, this is crazy. You know,
Well,
like, he doesn't actually know what any of this means. It's like he's just gonna get eaten by a monster, and then it's all cool.
The guy puts the book down, like, option A for Elendil. Then Pharazôn's like, okay, option B, puts a pistol on the table. I
What
feel
about
like
this
this
one?
is the better one.
We
Just
shall
a
let
little-
the Valar decide.
Just have a little tape, put it on, and just write
Like
Valar on it.
Elendil is like faithful to the Valor, and they are not. So why would they let the Valor decide? It doesn't make any sense.
Their relationship with what they think the Valar are a thing that we could talk about at the end of our little episode plot here, because there's a few things to line up, and it's really dumb.
Yes.
What?
Now the Belzegar says, maybe the Valar should decide his fate. In fact, they will, because if he, as the faithful, wants to live by the old traditions, then he should die by them.
Whoa.
Oh my
Also,
gosh,
Valandil is just dead, by the way. They said.
Yeah, Valandil's dead.
He's just dead.
Nah, he was literally scenes ago. Who cares? Like, we've already moved on.
That was
all they say is like, this led
ago.
to a death. Anyway, Valar rules for you.
He didn't want to be in the show anymore.
Now, a lot of you have probably been asking, clamoring in chat, as if in despair, where is not Gandalf and Poppy and Nori? It's been so long since we've seen them.
Nothing in episode 5,
we were spared.
even though it was the worst episode.
Yeah.
Dude,
Well,
I can't
have
believe
good news.
we got 2 episodes
Great
left,
news, everyone.
and the summary of not
Oh.
Gandalf's story is actually, like, if you wanted to tell someone what happens to him in season 1 and 2, could be done so quickly.
It really can be.
Because in season 2 so far, it's he wandered around the desert and met Tom Bombadil.
And the only connection that it has, because the Numenor plotline is also pretty isolated so far, but it was connected very, in a very major way, because you had them attacking the Southlands. The not Gandalf and Nori plot, the only way that is connected with the rest of Rings of Power is that he has been told that it is his destiny to defeat Sauron.
Yeah.
That's it. You could literally skip those scenes and you're still watching Rings of Power at this point.
Yeah, the very first scene here is so fucking funny. He needs a fucking vision to remember his friends exist.
I was like,
It's so
yeah.
hilarious.
Oh, and they contrive this retarded joke that I hate it because it's Tom Bombadil and the writers trying to be funny. Basically, not Gandalf has a spooky vision of Nori in trouble, and then he wakes up and goes, "Oh, Nori," and then Tom Bombadil goes, "Who's snoring?" Like, it's funny because it sounds like snoring.
Listen, you can't smell snoring without Nori.
But the thing is, like, after this, during this dialogue, he says, well, he doesn't say that you've been there a while, but he says, you failed every trial so far, which means he has been there a while. And we're expected to believe that he has never once mentioned the name Nori.
Yep.
Oh, is that what it meant? I thought he just means all the things he's done, like trying to use the sticks and stuff. That's the things he failed.
No, I thought he was referring to everything since he arrived.
Yeah, I thought it was, like, in general, his quest has been nothing but failure. And I was thinking, he hadn't failed. He got rid of the mystics in season 1.
See, this could be coloring my view of this because there are very clear parallels we can draw with Star Wars that we'll get to, no doubt, in the next scene.
Oh no!
But it very much seems like they are treating it as though he's being given a bunch of challenges to do to learn how to be a wizard, and he's failed all of them so far. They all happened off screen.
Yeah. Tom set up a ninja warrior course in the backyard. He had to go through all the obstacles, and it's really
he does
difficult.
the thing
Couldn't do it.
throughout every one of these conversations he has with not Gandalf where you won't answer a question straight, ever. You'll always answer flowery and nonsense.
That's because Tom is a fucker, and I hate him.
Yeah, I kind of hate him as well.
He's a massive cunt.
By the way, we're about to hate him more. We're about to hate him more. We legitimately are about to hate him more. So Tom says that the secret fire whispers to us if we have ears to hear. No, I don't think you would have any idea what the secret fire is if you weren't aware of just Gandalf saying it in The Lord of the Rings. I don't think
I know what it is.
Well, you're a nerd, so
you're an autistic Tolkien.
I was gonna say the normal person's gonna have no clue. Dude, I don't think it's normal for people to remember that he says, "I am a servant of the secret fire."
Servant.
I don't think that's
wielder of a flame of
Arnor, idiot.
Arnor, fire. Arnold.
Then he says,
"Flame of he says a lot of names and stuff. It's great. But yeah, we have no idea what the secret fire is. We've got no clue. If anything, the only thing that's been consistently referenced as being fiery is like Sauron, and that's bad, or the Balrog.
That's true.
The secret fire, as far as we're concerned, has nothing but negative connotations up to this point. But I guess they want us to know that the secret fire is good. And I don't know what it is, and they don't explain it here, so we just get to continue being in awe of the mystery that is what is the secret fire.
Yeah.
So, but that all that you might know is that the secret fire is like it's a tie to Gandalf from the Lord of the Rings.
They're treating it as if it's like the Force again, Star Wars parallel, where he's saying, "Oh, you got to learn how to use it, and it'll help you," or some shit. Which is why I think it really does need to be explained, because, like, again, in Star Wars, the Force is explained enough for you to accept what happens. Whereas in like Fellowship of the Ring, you see that scene on the bridge where he says "wielder of the secret fire" and all the rest of it. You don't need to know what that actually means, what the words literally mean. You don't need to know what the secret fire is, because
he's like, "Listen, Balrog, I got credentials."
Exactly. He's telling him, like, "Don't fuck with me, go away." Essentially, you shall not pass, and he's casting a spell and all the rest of it. It doesn't matter what the secret fire is. In the context of what we're getting in Rings of Power, it very much does, because not Gandalf is supposedly learning how to be a servant of the secret fire. He's been told you can't master it. That's not how that works. Why would you be the master of the secret fire? You're going to learn to serve it, kind of thing. And he mentions it again in the next scene, and it's like, we don't know what that means, and it seems like Gandalf or not Gandalf doesn't know what it means either, because they just haven't explained it at all, because Tom Bombadil doesn't speak like a person.
No.
You want me to
even though he believes this to be the most important mission in history.
Yes, and yeah, I'd be curious to know what it actually is.
Yeah, so the Sacred Fire is basically what Ero Iluvatar uses to create life. And like it's a source of all magic within the world. And it's sort of inherently linked to him, and it's what Morgoth tries to get a hold of during the first stage and before. But he sort of can't do it because it's sort of part of Ero Iluvatar, so they can't be separated. And that's why he's the only one who can, like, literally create life. And the evil forces can corrupt it or whatever, and yeah, that's basically it.
So it's kind of like midichlorians.
No, but but yeah, that's basically what it is.
You know what else is like? Yeah, go ahead.
Mistaking Nori for snoring. It feels like such a thing where if a friend did that with any kind of word, you just look at them and be like, "Nah, you didn't.
What?
You didn't hear that. You just said that. You want to talk about snoring, I guess."
Are you saying if I'm snoring, just tell me. You don't have to try and act like it. You just let me know, because I'm asleep. I don't know that I'm snoring.
Yeah.
But you can tell me. You could be a bro and let me know. Sometimes if I sleep on my back and my head's the right way, I snore a bit, so I have to sleep on my side. It's a long thing. Just tell me, man. It's all right. Wake me up if you. Oh shit, we're back to the Stour camp, I think. The Stourville. We're back to Stourville. Are we not?
Tom Bombadil says that the visions Gandalf is seeing are they're like as clear as the way he describes it is like it's gonna happen. What you're seeing is gonna happen. There's not much to wonder about whether or not it will. And so you got to stop it, which I find to be retarded in terms of like there's no way that all visions could be done that. There's so much to explain in terms of what the hell could possibly be interpreted by it, other than any horrible thing you see is just gonna happen.
At that point, it's like, just don't even show me.
It feels a little like, what if you're gonna copy Star Wars? Why didn't you copy Star Wars? where Yoda says, it could be the future, could be a future, could be, it's hard to say. Future is always moving around, it's shit like that. But
instead of just this is what's gonna happen, enjoy.
I mean, it's just on top of everything with.
That's lame.
Yeah, he says it shows tomorrow's clouds as clear as yesterday's sunshine.
Cool, thanks.
So
we could swap those and it would mean the same thing. He could say it shows tomorrow's sunshine as clear as yesterday's clouds.
Yeah,
he could,
basically said nothing with the
well, and to me, like I said, it's like, so everything I see in my visions is going to happen, meaning like I can see the future, just clear. That's all that is. And obviously, what you want is for him to say it's a future, and there's things you can do about it. But whatever.
Well, same as what they're doing with the Palantir, or what they think they're doing with the Palantir, where Miriel thinks that she's changed the course of history because of how the Palantir seems to work. But yeah, I don't think this is that. Which just makes it. I don't even know why he's having visions, to be perfectly honest.
Yeah, it's just because he needs to remember the hobbits. Because there's no other way we can have that happen.
Well, because if you have ears to hear then the fire whispers to him. He has ears to hear, so that's how he heard it. This has all been explained.
He's not even been on screen that long, and he's just doing all these quotes, and you're like, ugh, I can't use any of this. I don't know what any of this means.
Yeah.
No, but it's just, there's no other way he could have remembered his friends rather than a vision of them dying. There's no other way he would ever remember them because he doesn't give a fuck about them.
Yeah.
Oh god.
Stewarville.
No.
Nori and Gundabale. They're having a little chit. Nori asks her why the Stores, they don't leave this little town in the desert crevice.
Because she's fucking stupid. Literally, last thing she did
just
was
walk west and find a nicer place. But well, you see, Gundabale asks where would they go? Because I'm thinking they could just go. Or Nori could just say, "Oh, you just walk that way, and you'll run into trees and green
retarded
grass
question.
and
everywhere else you could go."
Yeah, it's free real estate.
You're in one of the worst fucking places.
Real estate.
This is just desert.
Yeah.
You're making a life here, sure, but you could go to places way more lush than this.
Well, it's not just the desert; it's the evil wizard that lords over you,
and the regular visits from people who abuse you.
The old razzle dazzle, man. You guys just leave.
There actually is a river and a massive lake not too far away from here.
So, she says, Gundabale says, when asked why don't they just leave, she explains essentially what a home is to Nori. She explains she was born here in this home and that she married a husband and he died last spring. He was buried under this big tree. When she's dead, she'll get buried under the tree. And having a home is really great. And here is where that home is. So we can't leave because this is home.
Yeah. I think the scene is actually I think this is like fucked in two ways. One way, it's like, yeah, you're in the worst place. You should definitely leave. And then her asking is like, why don't you leave is also stupid because the one thing she wants, like Nori, is like, oh, well, we want, I guess that's what she wants. I'm actually not sure anymore if she wants to go on adventures or have a home somewhere where everyone lives peacefully with her tribe or whatever.
Well, they're flip-flopping.
Because she last thing she did was cry about, oh, we don't have a home. And now she asks, why don't you just leave your home? It's like, what are you? Who are you? What do you want?
Like it's I think at this point clearly leading to Nori is going to make there be a Shire, like that. The stocks for that have come through the roof.
Oh, fuck off.
And I was figuring that was going to happen at the end of the series, but I think it's going to happen before then, to be honest. So,
which also means that you're going to skip a massive part of the Hobbit history, but fuck that.
Yeah. So, because in episode 1, Nori missed her home. Episode 4, she was sad that she didn't have a home. Episode 6, Nori tries to explain that Gundabale should leave because having a home isn't important. And now she's learning that actually homes are important. So she's flip-flopped 4 times.
The journey.
She also says that every home here has a story like that, implying that everyone has fucking murdered their husbands.
Hey, we don't know if he was murdered. He could have died of natural causes.
Yeah, he was.
Was he murdered?
They're hobbits. Obviously, he was murdered.
Well, these are stewards. They're not Harfoots.
Similar
Maybe
blood.
stewards are nice to each other. Actually, Gundabale's a bitch. So
Stewards have cabbages. They might not need to eat each other. We don't know.
They tied up the retard just because he couldn't help it, and they tied him up anyway. So they're kind of jerks.
They were gonna eat him. They just don't want to do it in front of visitors.
Yeah, I like my retards free range. So we've got they have their talk. So I'm glad that happened, and they had a chat. Now we have now I'm wondering. Well, wait a second. Why is Nori asking why can't Nori and Poppy just leave? Because if they leave from Stewarville, they won't be in danger from the Rasputin guy and his evil Skeletor minions. They could just leave. That would be like, hey, we won't put you in danger. We're gonna go away. We'll leave. We're gonna go that way. You tell them we went that way, and then you'll be good. You'll be telling them the truth. And you won't know what's going on, and we've already got it. Boom, just there, right? Or we could just leave, and you don't say that we were here, and you could keep to your original lie, and it would be, but we wouldn't be here. Now, I assume that Nori and Poppy could also just change clothes and pretend that they've been villagers the whole time, because I highly doubt that Rasputin and company don't know every villager here by face and name.
They have seen them though, but
Not up close. Through their fucking masks. Yeah,
from a big distance. Yeah.
So they wouldn't.
They wouldn't know. Yeah.
Yeah, they're
also They probably should have just rounded up the entire steward place, took them all in, and be like, either interrogate on where the two are, or find out if they're hiding among them.
It was completely retarded that they just left for no reason.
Yeah, so that's worth mentioning. So at the end of
stupid.
episode 4, the last time we saw this, Skeletor showed up with his buddy, and they were like, yeah, if you don't help us, we'll go get Skeletor, and he'll, you'll really have to speak to him because he's really nasty. He's not nice like us. And then the last thing that we see is Skeletor's buddy like pulls out his sword and points it at Gundabel, and then we cut away, which means that off screen they did just leave.
Yep.
Yeah.
And they've now, I guess, gone to go and get Rasputin to bring him back to the Stores village, which that is insane. But I guess that's what's happening. And now they're going to stay back and fight back. And like the only reason why Poppy would want them to stay and fight is if she thinks they can actually win. Yeah. Because if they fight and they lose, then the stores are all going to get killed. The village will get burned down, and then Nori and Poppy will get kidnapped.
Hell yeah!
Whereas if they turn themselves in, they can skip that bit.
No, that sounds like a scene I want to see.
They should just fucking kill Skeletor for being incompetent and letting them get away again.
Also that, yeah.
Just imagine him coming back to the dock was like, I need you to come with us. They're not telling us where they are. It's like, oh, did you check?
Dad,
no, we just threatened them and then left.
The stores aren't telling us where the Harfoots are. Can you tell them to tell us so we can tell you where they are?
Please.
And then he just remind them that like, no, I promised that I would heal the curse on your flesh if you got them. I'm not going to do that for you.
Yeah, in fact, I'm going to make it worse now, you fuck.
It's hard. Do it for me.
I don't know if they can also summon tornadoes. I'm scared.
The retarded one scares me. But you know who he doesn't scare? He doesn't scare Poppy. In fact, he does the opposite of scaring Poppy.
Yeah, that seems weird.
This is a great scene, boys and girls. This is one of my favorite scenes.
No,
this is a good one. This is a really good one. They're having a budding relationship. They're extracting the venom from a snake, and they're talking about stuff. And then Poppy is like, "Oh my goodness, you're great," and he's like, "Yeah, you are too." And then they lean in, and then they kiss, and they have a budding romance that will just flower and blossom, I'm sure. And I'm sure that
nowhere, though you could tell they were up to it, as in like it's really badly done, but you can tell in the first scene even.
Like the first scene is like, oh man, you're kind of hot, I guess. Like
she
looks like him. Look at him.
She's really attracted to mentally challenged people, apparently.
That's not even what happened though, because like Poppy and I'm calling him Simple Jack, but their relationship is that they looked at each other and he smiled like a 3-year-old would smile at you when they look at you dead in the eyes and piss all over your carpet. Like they don't have a relationship.
No, of course not. I'm not sure why they're doing this. Is he going to die or something? They're trying to make it sadder.
Don't threaten me with a good time.
Probably. Oh, fuck.
Terrible.
They both die.
But it is common to be like, look, she was in love with him. Isn't that so sad? Like he's like, you all go, I'll stay behind. And he gets his gun out and starts shooting the orcs that are there for some reason. And then he throws a grenade and then he blows up and he's like,
it's actually time travel. That's
you guys going without me. Like,
I would catch a grenade for you. So yeah, Poppy and Merrimack kiss, and then we get full frontal Poppy nudity, and they have disgusting Harfoot sex. Moving on, next thing.
Actually, dirt everywhere.
That's just me putting that in your mind, and now it's gonna sit there for a while. Yeah. So, Poppy and Nori are later talking. And Poppy says that, maybe if we give ourselves up, it'll, with all the stakes of the world being at risk, things will be okay. Maybe that's a sacrifice we need to make. We need to turn ourselves in so that the world doesn't explode. And I think it's because they think that they will be used as a bargaining chip to get not Gandalf to do whatever it is the bad people want not Gandalf to do, even though they don't know what it is that would be.
Sounds like a great plan.
I think it works. Am I missing something here, or is that what's being implied by her in this plan in saying the stakes are the world being
That's what I got.
All right. Well, fair enough. Yeah. She also says one thing that's kind of weird. She says something about like how if you keep saying that you care about not Gandalf, I'll start believing you. Which is weird because Nori's actions, which are typically said to speak louder than words, are that she left her home and her family and everything that she knew to go with not Gandalf out east to the desert to help him do whatever it is he's doing. And you would think that would be a pretty good indication that she does care about him. not just the continuous verbal repetition of "I care about him."
I think it's relating to her thinking that not Gandalf is special.
Well, yeah, he casts magic spells, and he fell
Yeah.
from a
Very
meteor.
retarded, yeah.
Because Poppy has kind of, this is what they think they've done, is that Poppy was very skeptical, and now the idea is that she's starting to accept that he is actually special. But she should have accepted this a long time ago. Perhaps sometime around the finale of season 1.
Listen, don't do it, Merrimack. Don't stick your dick in crazy. Don't do it. It's not worth it, man.
What if your
She's
dick is crazy?
She doesn't.
Yeah, what if his dick is crazy?
Well,
Does it cancel out?
well, I guess does it? I don't. I think it just compounds the problem, so to speak.
That's why I ask. It's always either cancels out or doubles up. So.
Oh yeah, it's like if I eat myself, do I double in size or do I disappear? I don't know.
Yeah.
It's one for the philosopher. I don't know. We should ask the Palantir.
Mentally
about
challenged
what
times
happens.
crazy makes.
Yeah, I don't know. So that's a cool scene. I really like that scene a lot. It's really good.
Good.
Now we're still in the desert. We can't go home yet. We're still in Rune.
Well,
We're still ruinating. No, yes, we are, Fringy, but this is a good scene. This one's a really good scene.
No, it isn't.
Those other ones are
Liar.
bad, but this one's really good.
You're a liar.
This is a capstone to this little subplot here. So not Gandalf and Thomas Bombadil Steen are walking around in the desert. That's fun. And Tom says that it's time. It's time, not Gandalf. You have to find your staff. You have to find your Gand in this. And they come to this weird desiccated forest with a bunch of dried out trees and everything. And he says, Thomas says to not Gandalf, he says, you'll only find this staff when the vision of your heart is focused on serving the secret fire. That's what you have to focus on. This is really important, man.
And
I
we
would
don't
just
know what that
prefer this
means.
point if he just said, you'll only find it when you're not looking for it. That's what I want at this point. Just stupid lines like that. You know, like a Mystery Man, just lines that it's like, what? What is... What? And then it's like, let me explain. The staff will come to you when you are furthest away. What do you want me to do?
I was like, here's the woods of staves. Go find your staff.
It is funny. It's like the
actually,
staff shop or the staff
Yeah.
yard where it's just staffs everywhere. It's like, yeah, it's one of these, I guess.
Well, it's weird that you guys are hypothesizing because what happens is pretty clear because Thomas takes out a little lizard and the little lizard crawls inside of not Gandalf's nose.
Oh no!
And then not Gandalf like passes out and he has a crazy vision. And he wanders through the desert and he finds a random tree. And then he pulls off his Gand and then he brings it back to Tom.
That's a way
when
better
he wakes
show.
up
How
from the
dare
vision.
you?
Oh my god.
And then they have to carve it into a beaten stick.
That's fucking no.
This is what, look, I don't know if you guys were watching the show or not. It all makes sense.
The thing is, if I wouldn't have seen this episode and you said that, I would have believed you. I'd believe you.
Maybe.
Now, what actually happens, that was a fun meme. We have fun here on every frame of pause. But what really happens is that Thomas tells not Gandalf that you have all the time you need, unless you'd rather be somewhere else. And it just so happens that not Gandalf, he kind of would be rather somewhere else because he mentions that, I had that vision of Nori and I'm thinking that she might like die and Poppy. Those two might die if I don't go out and help them. But Tom says something that makes me angry. I hate this. I hate this a lot.
Everyone.
This is like top 5. This is like top 5 things in the show that I've hated, and I've hated a lot in this show. But this really makes me. It's like it's the real wombo combo razzle dazzle of hate. But what happens
the first
is,
time I legit got angry at the show. Like I've been like annoyed and pissed and shit, but this time I legit got fucking angry.
Well, what happens is you have not Gandalf explaining, I think that my friends will die if I don't go help them. And Tom says, many that die deserve life. Some that live deserve death. Who are you to give it to them?
Fuck you.
Fuck you.
Thomas is a horrible piece of shit, and I hate him, and I hate the people of this writers for repurposing that line into a much, much, much worse context.
Mm-hmm.
Yes.
The context in which it was used and was made famous in The Lord of the Rings, The Fellowship of the Ring, is when Gandalf and Frodo are talking about Bilbo and Gollum. And it's supposed to be a statement on if it was pity that stayed Bilbo's hand. Frodo's like, oh, that wretched Gollum that's following us around. Bilbo should have shanked him when he had the chance.
It's a pity that
it's
Bilbo
a pity that he
kill him.
didn't. Yeah, it's a pity that Bilbo didn't kill him. Gandalf's like, well, it was pity that stayed his hand, and he talks about how there's some people die who deserve to live, and some people live who deserve to die. And who do you think that you've got what it takes? Do you think you're so wise and great that you can start meting out that kind of justice to the people in the world? It's a very potentially dangerous thing to think, and it's there's a lot of solemnity that should be paid to this idea of killing people and making judgments about other people and things of that nature. It's really good. It's really great.
And
scene.
now we know where he got it from.
And he got it from this asshole who is essentially using the same phrase to say, oh, your friends are going to die if you don't go help them. Well, you know what? That's what people die, and they don't deserve to die, but they're gonna. That's just what happens,
He says maybe they deserve to die. That's what he says.
He basically says, well, maybe they deserve it, maybe they don't.
Yeah,
but that's just life. They die. People die.
Kenting Gandalf, saying maybe about the children drowning.
Oh no!
Yeah.
Oh jeez.
It's so much fucking worse than just like stealing a line. It makes it so much worse.
Yeah.
Now,
He's made the line kind of depressing. It's like it's a commentary on how maybe they should just fucking die.
So, like, I was thinking about this, and like, I absolutely think that is the only real take that we can get from this, is that they've just completely fucked around with something and changed its meaning.
Mm-hmm.
But what I'm expecting will probably happen is that this is going to be a test, and that
probably.
Yeah,
He's meant to go save his friends, and they'll say, yes, you passed the test.
That's right, you saved
your friend, so the staff would look. Here you go. It's yours.
There's a bunch of problems with that though, because like if this is a test, then it's been set up like really, really, really poorly, because Tom Bombadil has said, save your friends or find a magic stick. You aren't allowed to do both. Don't ask why. Those are the rules. We have no idea why that's the way it is. And it also has to be plausible that the one being tested could choose either option. So like I was looking for other examples of this kind of thing in films, and you've got Raimi's Spider-Man, where he's told to choose between saving the woman he loves or a cable car full of children. Which one is he going to choose? You got the Dark Knight. Is he going to choose the woman he loves or the savior of Gotham? Lex Luthor Superman, not Lex Luthor Superman. Richard Donner. Is it Richard Donner Superman? 1978 one.
Yeah.
I don't know.
I think, the director. There's a similar choice in that, where it's like, well, fuck, which one's he going to do? I don't know. And there's a very clear choice that is presented to the hero. Whereas here, it's like, well, obviously he's going to save his friends, because why wouldn't he? They're the only people he cares about.
Also, Tom Bombadil has given him contradictory information to this in the past as well. He said, like, the staff is yours already if you have the will to wield it or whatever. So he doesn't need to like physically find one; it's already his.
Yeah, it's awful. So like, I think it probably is a test, but either way, it's been done really badly, and the fact that it's a test doesn't change what they've done with that line that they've reappropriated from the Lord of the Rings.
What was the exact phrasing he gives as the choice? Like, help his friends or
help your friends or find your stick.
Is it just find your stick? For some reason, I remembered he said he is gonna be basically Nori or all of Middle Earth or something.
He says your friends or your destiny.
It's your destiny. Do you want to serve the secret fire and like save all of Middle Earth, or do you want to save your friends?
But then if it's between my friends and possibly all of Middle Earth, I think there's a pretty good case to be made. Oh, maybe I should do Middle Earth.
That's what I'm saying. There's like if it is a test, it's not a fair test, because if he's supposed to trust you, Mr. Bombadil, which to be honest with you, he shouldn't, but whatever.
Yeah.
If you're telling him it's your friends or everyone, including your friends, it's like, well, then I guess I'm going to try and save everyone, including my friends.
Another thing that he says that is contradictory is you have all the time in the world, but you have to do this now. You can't wait and save your friends and then do it. Like, what?
Yeah, and this is the bit that it really reminded me of Empire Strikes Back, because the whole deal with like Luke, no, you must complete your training, is because Yoda and Obi-Wan knew that it was a trap, and Vader is going to kill Luke. He has to finish his training, otherwise
he's not ready to fight Vader. They make that clear, and that's true.
Yeah. Whereas in Rings of Power, why does he have to stay? He just kind of does, because like Tom Bombadil says, like, if you leave now to save your friends, you cannot come back. If you stray from this path, you cannot return. Why? I don't know. You just can't.
I like how honest Yoda is when he says, like, they're my friends, I'm gonna go save them. And then he's like, yeah, you can, and you probably will. Like, you're gonna save them, but that'll be it for everything that we've been training for and everything they've fought for.
Mm.
Basically, like, yeah, you might be able to save them, but you understand the repercussions of you doing this? It'll knock out everything that we've been working on. And Luke's like, yeah, well, I can't leave my friends behind. Luke's the kind of character, and I know this sounds crazy, who wouldn't give up on people he loves.
I don't think
Cringe.
that's accurate based off of what we see.
Oh.
But yeah, because he is
That was Jake.
because he did. Oh, that's his twin brother.
Yeah,
That's right.
yeah.
Fair enough. Yeah, that's true. That's true. That actually solves a lot of plot issues, doesn't it? Oh my goodness. Secret twin brother.
Yeah, he also got trained by Yoda.
Yoder.
Something else to highlight in this scene is that there is pretty good evidence that Tom Bombadil is evil. Because he's basically saying, he's admitted, if we assume that he's telling the truth, which he might not be, he's admitted that he trained Rasputin.
Mm-hmm.
And he's now saying, I don't care about your friends, you should let them die.
Yes.
Mm-hmm.
Like Mauler said, if he had perfect information, save everyone or save your friends, then obviously he's going to choose to save everyone. But he doesn't have perfect information because he should not trust this guy. The writers are just kind of taking it for granted that, well, it's Tom Bombadil.
Well, remember the Dark Wizard is a thing? It's like, what if you're the Dark Wizard, Mr. Bombadil?
All that, yeah.
At this point, you should just be like, you know what, mate? I've had enough of your crap. You've not helped me, really. I'm just gonna go save my friends. Fuck you.
You've just been a massive cunt to me. Like, I'm gonna fucking leave you.
The Dark Wizard should just go get his friends and be like, nope, they're good. Now you can find your staff now. See? There's nothing to worry about this whole time.
Well, I'm half expecting this will pay off in whatever 7 or 8 will be, right? You did the right thing, or like he saves his friends without the staff, and then Tom Bombadil throws him in, and he's like, by not using it, you have earned it. It's like, fuck
yeah,
off.
that's another thing I was thinking. It's like, oh, I'm gonna do this thing, and then some bullshit happens.
Wouldn't it be funnier if he actually, when he went to save he went to save the half-woods, they're just standing off the side. Tom was just holding the staff, going, "Ooh, look, you can have it, but you got to come over here. you gotta drop them."
Ooh.
Like he's trying to like pull them over a cliff, and it's like drop them, and then you can.
It's
have
like fucking
this.
Greek
Just
Goblin
dancing over there like
Spider-Man
little
1.
with the staff.
He's got the staff and
just
the
thinking-
kids in either hand. He's gonna drop one of them.
Oh,
or
I'm
drop
thinking
both.
I'm thinking of in South Park with you remember the Towley episode, and then there was the evil Towley, the buff one,
yeah.
where he was trying to save like Stan, Kyle, and Carmen, and he had to choose between saving their lives or getting high.
I was thinking about Spider-Man, where Tom Bombadil is like the Green Goblin, and he's got the
Jesus
staff.
Christ.
He's on a cliff.
Oh god,
he's
it's
got the
happening
staff
again.
on one side, and he's got the
What a
Harfoots
crazy
on the
idea.
other. Now choose, not Gandalf.
Right. Are you? Is this
What?
a bit? Like, are you doing
What?
a bit or?
No, what do you mean? Oh fuck, you didn't say that, did you? God
It's
damn it.
Well, not
almost
really.
exactly the same wordage
Someone
too.
else-
Oh shit, fuck. You know what? That just
That's-
confirms it was a great idea. So
That's
I'm
what
not
Rings
even
of
mad.
Power does to a motherfucker. Just
You're not the one
rots
who's
your
allowed to
brain.
be mad about it.
Well, I don't know why I wouldn't need to be allowed to be mad because I'm not, because it means we are both great. So there you go. Hey, guess what?
We're done? Can I go?
No.
Damn it.
3 quarters
Not
through.
done.
3 quarters through.
Yeah. Let's see. Oh yeah, I think this ends with
He disappears.
He disappears.
Yeah, he just vanishes.
like we turn and he's
like
gone.
Batman. Yeah.
He is like Batman. He disappears. Where did Dom go? I don't know. I
And
guess
can
we'll
he
find out
stay
later.
there
Or maybe
wherever he's
for
gone?
good.
And never
Yeah, I
come
can
back?
What
just
if
fuck
he-
off the entire season.
Oh wait, what if
And the
he
rest-
doesn't disappear? He just turns invisible and he has to stay there for a while until Gandalf leaves and he can like quietly leave.
He doesn't breathe or anything to not make noise.
I think he could breathe. You could probably get away with that.
Nah.
Unless he's like a really big fat guy, and because they're really loud when they breathe, because it's tough for them. But he doesn't seem like he's not, you know.
Yeah, he's not fat. He's like slightly.
He's got a bit of chub.
Yeah,
Yeah, a little bit.
he's not missing any meals, so it's kind of tough to
Fucking
tell.
shit character.
Yeah, I hate Thomas. He stinks.
So annoying.
Yeah, so let's go somewhere else. Let's go back to Khazad-dûm.
Every single time the scene
Dwarves
starts, it's
are
like that.
mining.
Mountains.
We are
Mining,
dwarves in our mine. Actually, we do see dwarves mining, and not only do we see dwarves mining, we see, God fucking forbid, sort of an establishing shot
Whoa.
of like the city where all the miners are below and the mines just chiseling away, and then up top we kind of see the city, and we get a little bit of sense of like the only establishing shots we really get, I feel, are in Khazad-dûm, where they could pull back and
Yeah, there's a
show,
couple of those.
dwarven
There's
buildings
been
and
some
stuff.
from Eregion as well, I think.
There
Yeah,
have been a few, but
it's
not
just like here's the
recently.
They're
city.
very broad, the irregular
Yeah,
ones.
they're very far away. In
They're
like,
not like helpful.
And I think they
establishing
always
shots
have
for,
like the
setting stuff up.
Eregion title card on it as well.
Eregion.
Yeah.
Instead of like, this
Make
place
note-
is.
Make note of how many fucking tunnels there are for the mining, by the way, for later scenes.
So we pan up from the mines, right? All the miners are mining in their mines as they do. And then we pan upwards to the king up on his shitty throne room. But I'll talk about that in a moment because I have complaints. Now, we have a bunch of wheelbarrows that are full of coins and gold and all sorts of shiny stuff. And now this show faked me out. This show tricked me. I thought the show was going to do something interesting, and it didn't. So
You
what
fool.
I thought this was it was panning up to the city and into the market where dwarves, because there was so much mining of gold and jewels and valuable stuff, that the dwarves were wheelbarrowing gold just to buy like bread and basic food and stuff, and they were dumping it out so that they could get a loaf of bread from
There's
the market.
insane inflation, yeah.
And his greed was causing insane inflation, right? But no, it's actually that he's just so greedy, they're dumping out gold in front of him so that he can see it.
This is the Scrooge McDuck
I
moment.
hate
They're literally
that.
dumping gold in front of
This
his
is
throne.
So
This
lame.
is a actual cartoon representation of people who are rich liking money. Just shower me in it. I need to bathe in the pieces of gold.
I need to look at the gold.
What is it? The South Park gag where he turns like Kyle's money into like quarters and he goes, "Yes, Kyle's money."
A little pool.
Yeah, he has a little pool.
Yeah.
With it.
It's like $10 or
It's
something.
$10 and he turns it into quarters or something. I can't remember.
So good.
I thought it might be interesting if they decided to go the route of King Durin is we're running it to be a bit more subtle, a bit more interesting. King Durin wouldn't say no. He wouldn't go like mine as much as you possibly can and instate these insane taxes that would just destroy the economy. Instead, he'd be like, you know what? No, we're gonna stop mining. We're gonna really slow down the production of precious metals and all that sort of thing, because I want the value of all the gold that I already have to get higher and higher and higher, while everybody else is maybe the wealth disparagement between what I've got and what the common dwarf has, maybe that gap gets bigger and bigger and bigger because I can kind of control the supply of gold and everything like that. So everything that I already have becomes more and more and more valuable. Not because I'm just like, mine more, dump it out in front of me. I want to see it. You there, lady, put that golden jug down next to my throne. Yeah, just like that. Yeah, turn it a little bit to the left. Yeah, perfect. Yeah, now go away. None of that, but like a clever sort of like economic manipulation that would be, interesting and a little bit off the beaten path for like a greedily corrupted character. But they don't do that, but I thought that would be neat if they would have done that. But I also have... Yeah, go ahead.
I was going to say, just quickly, through going for this insane, again, Scrooge McDuck visual, they're just demonstrating that he is tanking the value of gold, which means that what is getting dumped in front of him is not actually worth that much. It's not worth as much as it would be worth if he did this sensibly.
Yeah, because being sensible also achieves his goal. There's nothing about being like... You can be greedy in a smart, interesting, clever way, instead of just like a ravenous bestial. Mine more gold. Give it to me. Shower it on my face. Yes, give me.
Well, again, the reason why they've probably done that is because of the whole time frame thing. They can't take the time to have him slowly, play the long game and basically do what you said, because he needs to be fucking crazy now. So how do we show that? Well, we have him just mine the entire contents of the mountain and have it dumped at his feet.
I have another complaint, and this is not an objective complaint. This is just my taste. I think that this throne room is shitty. Um, I think that as a like dwarves would take a great deal of pride in their craftsmanship, their masonry and stonework, in their ability to create, beautiful architecture with, symmetry and deliberateness in the lines that we've kind of seen so far in the style of kind of all the dwarf stuff, from the furniture to the construction to the pathways and everything like that. And this throne room it's like it's really rough hewn into the rock, and it's like untreated raw stone that's the floor, and it's uneven and it's not flat, and like this is where the king is, and it just doesn't look like what I would expect from these kinds of dwarves and the pride that they would take in their their kingship and their I was Random and I were talking about this in the Hobbit. Like, it's really cool. Do you have a scene from it of like where in the movie,
I got it.
Yeah, you know what I'm talking about, where they have the throne that Thrain is sitting on, and this gold, like there's like a gold vein that's coming down from the roof, and it meets the throne where the king sits. And it's nice. Like really cool symbolism of their connection to the mountain and the riches of the mountain where they are, and like the seat of power that the king resides in. It's a really cool visual. You got these giant statues, you got the gilded inlaid stuff, and when they show that Thrain has been overcome with this lust for gold, he's walking around in the treasure room where they keep the gold anyway, and he's just like surrounded. He's surrounded by it. It's this accurate visual kind of symbol of how he's just overcome with gold. It's everywhere. He wants it. It's surrounding him. It's everywhere. He's like inundated in this desire for it. It's stacked up higher than he is, which he is a dwarf. It's not that impressive, but still. And this is just like it's just so shitty. Like the king is sitting next to this raw, not even like touched stone from the mountain. The stairs are uneven and crappy, and people probably trip on them all the time. And it's just lame. And I feel like we could have had a lot of opportunity, especially with the budget of this show, to be like, yeah, these dwarves, they are incredibly skilled at craftsmanship, and they want to display their wealth and their skill, and it is a good representation of what dwarves can be, as a civilization.
And someone in chat just pointed out, especially now when it's like you look at it without it moving, it looks super fake. Like it just doesn't even look like stone. Like it looks like fake stone.
It's just I agree completely. It's a crap design. It doesn't feel representative of what they would want. It doesn't look very good like as a set anyway.
When Durin is walking up to it, it's just like that's it. It looks uneven, and it looks like, oh, is this where the king is? This looks like what would be the normal, like this facade of any awning, like the most average dwarven awning. This is the bottom level of what they would accept for decoration. Like this is where the poor people would live.
This is your opening crown cave throne room in your Dwarven game. This is the one they give you for free, and you got to upgrade it.
Yeah, exactly. That's a good way to describe it. And when you get these scenes of Durin, here, let me see if I can get a shot. Oh yeah, this is a good one. Oh yeah, that's the money shot right there. Oh yeah. Oh yeah, Durin.
Money shot.
Yeah, Durin is there we go. So this is it. This sucks. Load up. There it is. That sucks. Like that's it. That's the Khazad-dûm throne room.
Yeah.
Now, here's an opportunity that they could have actually done if they already had this established as a set. Why wouldn't King Durin, who's wearing the ring that's making him a greedy retard, how come he wouldn't be like, you know what? This is a shitty throne room. I want something that looks really nice. We need to get some masons in here to do some proper stonework, smooth out the floor, get gold inlays between the polished marble tiles, get these stairs straightened out, put jewels in them. This throne's gotta go. We gotta do something way better than this. I deserve better than this. I want to sit in something better than this.
It
Yeah.
looks like it looks like something you would see at Disneyland or like a themed restaurant or something. Like it.
Yeah. I just checked out of curiosity. So the budget for The Hobbit now adjusted for inflation, if we're just talking about Unexpected Journey, which is where those screenshots were from, just over 200 million. That's probably about half of what this season of Rings of Power cost.
Yeah.
There is it's just I don't know how these decisions get made, or if it was made as a creative decision, like this is supposed to mean something or be something.
Well, They mention that the whole greed is not his way; it never has been. Like the idea that King Durin's his ways are changing as a result of the ring, and the reason why they threw that in is to make it more of an extreme change that they can demonstrate in his behavior, because they treat this like a cartoon. But yeah, like you say, if they had this as his throne room, his relatively modest throne room,
he's not the first king. Far from it.
Exactly.
It would have been done way before him.
You would think it would be better, and then maybe he had his throne room like stripped out and made purely practical, because he's not interested in having it look.
It's not. Those stairs are not practical.
You can have, because like I don't like things that are. I don't typically like stuff that's really flashy and opulent, but I like things that look nice and orderly and kind of cleaned up and deliberate. You can have a throne room.
The dwarves should be a bit flashy, because that's kind of in their culture to be like flashy, especially with these kinds of things. And this is supposed to be the greatest dwarven kingdom in all of history.
And you look at the kind of bullshit that they've done when you get the extremely rare establishing shots of Khazad-dûm in both seasons. The kind of stuff that they are capable of. This being their throne room it doesn't seem right.
It doesn't make any sense.
It's distracting, because I think, this is just like a weird movie set that almost feels like it's being repurposed for this show. Like in a couple weeks they're gonna rent it out to some other show that's gonna use it, but they're gonna shoot the other way so you can't tell. Yeah, look at that. Like that's some of these establishing shots. This is neat. This is really kind of neat.
Yeah, this looks really good actually.
But but yeah, it's just another missed opportunity.
Well, a good comparison would be Numenor, because you've got like Numenor looks ridiculous, and then I say ridiculous as in like ridiculously opulent, I guess would be the word. And then you've got the throne room where we had the trial earlier on, and that I think does look appropriate. It's like you're at the top of the Minas Tirith type building, and I can believe that would be sort of the pinnacle of that civilization. Whereas for Khazad-dûm, it's this dude on a chair.
Yeah, I like the Numenor aesthetics are really neat, and I like a lot of it, with not just the designs, but like the coloration, and even a lot of the clothing is neat and nice. But when it comes to the dwarf stuff, it's so hit and miss, and some of it looks really cool. But like then you see the throne room, which is an important set for what happens here, and it should be used as a way to help accentuate the storytelling, to amplify it, to show it's like Thrain walking around surrounded by gold. Like that means something. That has an impact on his actions and his behavior. And here we have an opportunity to do the same thing with a throne room, and it's just rough hewn stone.
Yeah.
Yeah. All right. Just ran over, I suppose. I
agree.
So let me see. Anatar is here.
Hey,
Do you think he actually teleported here because he's Sauron? Like, I'm legitimately asking.
He might.
Probably can't teleport into the mountain outside of it, and then he's like, "Hey, it's me. Let me in." And then they're like, "Okay, I guess."
If he can teleport, like I know that's kind of a joke, but if he can teleport, then that does actually mend the timeline a little bit. It's just
I know.
It means that he didn't take 6 days to get to Mordor and then 6 days to get back. So yeah, if he teleported and did it immediately, it does repair the timeline a bit.
That does mean that the orc could not follow him from Mordor, though.
That's also possible, but it turns out that orc didn't need to follow him. Honestly, yeah. If we go with this, Adar sends out his orc, like, follow that motherfucker, because I don't know what he's up to. Then he evaporates. Then the orc is going to come back and be like, okay, so this just happened, and that clues him in on him being Sauron.
Oh my god.
That's not what they've done, but that works, right? That works.
It works better.
That works better.
Well, yeah, because the way to fix that would be, we get that scene where it's like, that fucking guy Halbrand, he ain't human, and it's like, how do you know that? And it's like the spells he could cast or whatever.
Dude,
But
if he's gone for like
humans can cast spells.
I said the spells you
Right?
could cast.
the thing is, if he doesn't teleport, which I don't think they want us to believe, which I think would be funny though, but that means he would be gone for like 12 days. Wouldn't that be?
Well,
He doesn't want that, right? He doesn't want to be not
that's
there
way
in
too
the
much
region
time,
for
right?
12 days, because that's also going to get rid of a whole bunch of his.
It's
his
more
Doesn't he
than
have
that.
good
It's more than that because he gets tortured by Adar for an unspecified amount of time. So I had it down as at least a month that he's in Mordor or that he's away from Eregion.
Oh no, I mean the from Eregion
Khazad-dûm
to
to
Khazad-dûm.
Oh, sorry, right.
Yeah. How long was that time frame? What
That's
was
like
that?
a day to walk.
Yeah, it's
there.
about a day's walk.
Oh, okay, yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, that's actually not as bad as I thought then. Because if it would be 12
yeah,
days,
they're
he
like
doesn't want to be
really,
gone for 12 days. He doesn't want to be gone for 12 days because it's probably
Yeah.
gonna be a lot of influence that's gonna be going away from not Elrond, Celebrimbor, if he would be gone that long, I guess.
Yeah, like Oregon and Khazad-dûm, like compared to everything else, they're basically right next to each other.
No, well, look at that.
Yeah.
But yeah, it's still it's 2 days. Still a bunch of time.
Exactly. It is still time.
Time he apparently does not have. At least he doesn't have any reason to tell anyone in the region that there's orcs outside. And I guess in that time, no one looked over the wall or talked to Celebrimbor that there was like a corpse and there's You know what?
My God, yeah, you're
Move
right.
on.
I just realized that the whole time that Anatar has left Eregion and then gone to Khazad-dûm, done whatever he's doing, and then come back, the entire time the orcs are just chilling in the woods.
Yep,
Yeah,
they're just
like
hanging
right
out.
nearby. Imagine if they went when he wasn't there.
Yeah, he can't control that. So
He
absolutely.
also
control
goes
that
back
anything
one more
more
time because he gets Mithril after this. So he goes back again.
I think we're supposed to believe that he got the Mithril now, but I think we need to get to that later when it happens because that's a little bit
Yeah,
ambiguous.
I'm actually not 100% how and when and why.
He
Which,
does
you know,
leave,
that's normal for the
but,
show.
yeah.
Well, he can't. I don't think he could have possibly gotten Mithril now, but the show
No.
I think wants us to believe that he did.
Even though, again, how the hell could that have happened?
Well, especially because the king says no, you can't
Yeah,
have
he
any.
says no, and then he leaves. So,
Yeah.
See the funny reason for this for my headcanon is he just scraped up some of the floor and put it in his vials. Like, here, I brought Mithril. Just put that on the
stole it.
rings. No, he just from the scraps that they have in the tower in
I see.
Eregion.
Yeah, this
Just
is
had a
super
little-
pure, dude. Totally.
Yeah, just had a little brew, put this in the vials. Like, there, this is enough for the rings.
So, Anatar is here. Teleportation or otherwise, he has arrived. Because he is and he has summoned Durin to the throne room as well.
Right.
So now we have Durin, King Durin, and Anatar, who is secretly Sauron. Oh my goodness, I don't know if you guys know. This is a big fucking deal.
Amazing.
Now, he says that Eregion is under threat of invasion, and that's going to disrupt his ability to make rings. Now,
Anyway, moving on.
Anyway, the dwarves do not say. The dwarves don't both go say, wait. What? What did you say? You're under
Invasion?
threat of
For what?
invasion.
Mhm.
What?
It's
By
gonna,
by when? Now? Eregion is going to be invaded by who?
You've already asked way too many questions, and nobody would ask that question. If you find out an invasion is happening, why would you want to know where, or how, or who?
Who? Why? What are your chances of success? Do you
Those
have
are
a
the
large
craziest
army?
nonsense
Do we need to help
questions.
you?
Well, it's
Like-
entirely because the writers have just decided that this conversation is not about the invasion. No. This conversation is about I would like Mithril, and I'm going to mention the invasion to try and convince you. So they are directing the conversation to go as they would like it to go. It's insane.
It is absolutely insane that Anatar showing up from Eregion saying we are about to be invaded, and they don't ask any questions.
Nope.
No.
That is
Dude,
insane.
they forget
That is
Durin.
actually insane.
They don't even remember to have Durin ask about Elrond and like the safety of the Elven society. He's just sort of like
No. Elrond and Durin friendship is over.
It's
Now it doesn't matter anymore. It doesn't exist.
Now,
It's
Disa
like his
is my
kids.
only
They just don't matter
fucking
anymore.
contact in
Yeah.
this world. That's not my dad.
Um, King Durin has the rings for the dwarves, so I don't know why he would care about Anatar being able to make any more rings. If anything, King Durin would probably want to not have Anatar make any more rings because
he'll want to limit the people who have power.
Yeah, then he's like, oh, they're limited supply. I've got not 1, I've got 7, right?
Mm-hmm.
So that means I've only got 3 bare fingers, so that's pretty good, right? I'm like Gil-galad, baby. Except all minor rings are power. But I think King Durin wouldn't, by any means, he wouldn't want to help Anatar make more rings. And I feel like Anatar would know that, especially if you know that your ring is making him a greedy retard. That's kind of insane.
Yeah.
But he wouldn't want more competition.
I was going to say just quickly, it relies on an off-screen conversation that we don't know exactly what happened.
Conversations.
Well, yeah, because he was probably told that there is a plan that Anatar and Celebrimbor have to make rings to save the world. Some of them are for you, some of them aren't, and you need to give us Mithril to make all of them, and you will get the ones that are for you. I have no idea if that actually happened. But if that happened, then that was the deal as originally agreed to. But now he's obviously changed his mind because, like we've said, he's a greedy retard.
So the fact that they don't ask any questions is already kind of nuts. They should be super concerned. They should be thinking he's here to ask for their army's support. Quite frankly,
and they should be
the
interested
fact
in
he
helping
came
them.
alone is, it doesn't help anyone. King Durin would ideally. The elves are okay, but they don't make any more rings. But if things carry on like that's, you want the elves to be around. They don't. The elves don't hurt you anyway. Their only help is a trading partner and stuff. And your own people don't have any money because of your 100% tax. So you're gonna have to get the money from someplace, right?
I just remembered it. So Sauron's evil plan actually ends up saving everyone because the elves, if Sauron had done nothing, then the elves will all leave Middle Earth and the dwarves will all starve to death. And then he just
Who's
has
left?
men to deal with.
Well, there's 37 farmers in the Southlands. Like, okay, good start. Who else? It's like there's an undeterminable amount of orcs in Mordor. You're like, all right. Harfoots. There's about 50 of them. Stewers. Do you like Stewers? We got Stewers. We got some of them. They're cool. Pretty retarded though, but we got them. You're used to that.
Stinky as well.
Very stinky. Very, very stinky. They do not bathe ever. In fact, they consider it dishonorable to bathe. It's like cutting off an Amish person's beard. You just don't do it. You don't do it. Hey, guess what? Anatar says they need more mithril, and they need it now. He will say, he says, you know what? If you give me mithril, right, I'll give you a lot of timber to build more mine shafts, so you could mine even more, so you can get even more money, even more wealth. Isn't that cool? That's a pretty cool offer. I'm going to appeal to your retarded greed.
That's what he said. 1 in the show.
Question. Now, this offer is denied, and when it's denied, we have. You all might have to help me out here because I might be insane, but it looks like Anatar sees a vision of the Balrog in a nearby brazier. Is it a brazier? Is that how you pronounce it?
Because we need to tease it every fucking episode.
This is an example of what I was talking about earlier. This is only for the audience. Why the fuck is he doing that? What is the point of that? They don't see it. Only he does. Is he just toying with himself? Like, I can make a little Balrog in the fire.
You say that. Like, usually if this was a normal TV show, we would see that and be like, oh, okay, so we're seeing what he sees, what he's thinking about. It's a visual representation of what is going on in his mind because no one else reacts to it. But then at the same time, this kind of Rings of Power pulls this bullshit all the time where other characters don't react to things that they should react to. So we can't say for certain that this didn't literally happen. that an image of a Balrog didn't appear in the fire for a second.
I assume not.
But again, it's Rings of Power.
That's true. The Durins are out of frame, so they might not exist to see the Balrog. Like, it's consistent with all the rules.
It would be funny if they would go like, did you see that? Did you see that now? It's like,
thinking of
Sauron's
the
mad at the dwarves for this, so he's gonna
he's gonna aggro the Balrog.
Make the Balrog all mad. It'd be great.
But, like,
you know what? That's
seem
an
to-
interesting thing, because that just raises a big question, which is how are you going to get access to Mithril if a Balrog destroys Khazad-dûm and all the dwarves in it?
Good question.
Shut up.
What am I missing here?
Rags, you can
It's the
teleport.
Balrog.
You'll teleport in, teleport out with the Mithril. It'll be great. In fact,
he can teleport.
he'll-
he can teleport his
okay.
hands so
Into the
quickly he
mountain
can
and
mine
just
it.
like dies.
he'll
because
treat
it's
the
inside the
Balrog
stone.
right. He'll make him a friend, and then he'll say, "Do you mind mining some Mithril for me? You do it fast. You're so big and strong. You could do it. And you know what? In
Balrog's
exchange, I'll
chilling
give you
down
some
there with
rings
a
of
wife
power."
and kid.
Yeah, probably.
Yeah.
And then that evil Gandalf kills him.
So that means that essentially Anatar has like 3 timers running for his plan. You've got the first timer, which is TikTok, are they going to discover me? We also have TikTok, the Balrog is going to destroy the dwarves at Khazad-dûm, which is my supply
Which is
of
something he's
Mithril.
facilitating, I guess.
Yeah, which is something he's facilitating by
Yeah.
giving him a retard greed ring that makes the king go insane and delve greedilier and deeplier than ever before.
Retardedly.
Right?
Well, there's
Maybe
that,
we
but
should
there's
have
also
put a little.
I got the impression that he's gonna go poke it or something, like run up to him and go,
Well-
and be like,
Yeah.
And the Balrog's like, oh
Don't
god,
do that.
it's
If you do
Sauron.
that again, I'm gonna punch you. I'm not kidding.
But the Balrog was like, oh my gosh, it's the Lord of Gifts. I've heard so much about it.
and then he like
biggest fan.
he's like, no, actually, I'm the dwarves and I hate you and I'm gonna dig really deep and annoy you. You can find me over here. Come kill me.
I was thinking a similar thing, because it seems to be suggesting that like he has some kind of control over the Balrog, but like, because it's similar to kind of what he did with the Barrow Wights, in that the passive effect of the mountain exploding, the volcano exploding, caused the level of evil in Middle Earth to increase, and therefore Barrow Wights and therefore Balrog. The problem is that the shockwave from the mountain didn't hit them until episode 2 of season 2. Whereas the Balrog woke up in episode 7 of season 1.
Yeah.
Which means
Yeah.
if the Balrog is awake because of Sauron's evil is corrupting Middle Earth, then the timeline does not line up again. And I think that's what the show is telling us.
I prefer to be the leaf that they threw down into the chasm.
You
fucking really
hate
hates-
sleeves.
He fucking hates leaves, yeah.
Also,
yeah, when
was
they've got-
considering,
yeah.
given that Mithril has like inherent anti-evil properties, how is the Balrog alive?
It's not. It's not.
Is the Balrog
It's-
evil? I thought it was
it's
just
so-
like a demon.
Balrogs
like
are- Balrogs are
an
in
Balrogs
entity.
are
evil.
absolutely evil, but
Yeah.
remember, Mithril are made of half Balrog or some shit like
Yeah.
that. Some
That's
fucking
true.
prophecy bullshit.
Natural immunity.
They're like both
Yeah,
exactly.
eat it.
whenever-
They just
yeah,
both
he's gonna
eat at
see
a
the
tree
rings
or
of
something.
power, and he's like, "Oh, cousin, oh no, what do they do to you?"
Cousin Doom.
Hey, we can't be distracted because there's a third timer he has to account for. TikTok. I just mentioned 2. Eregion is about to be invaded by orcs that want to find him, destroy him, and they'll probably lay waste to the forge and likely kill Celebrimbor, which is his, as far as we know, essential necessary element that he needs
Seems
to
to
make
be,
the rings.
but I feel like they'll drop that whenever they want.
Maybe.
Yeah,
Can't
Yeah,
make
whenever
these
they
rings
want to
without
get rid of him
Celebrimbor,
as
and
a
then they'll be like,
character.
well, except you can. You're like, oh.
Yeah.
Possibly as soon as the next episode.
Very maybe. But yeah, he's got he should be nervous. Sauron's got 3 timers that are ticking right now.
I also wanted to mention minor point. It's pretty silly for Anatar to summon Durin the Younger or Durin Junior when he probably should assume that he's not going to be on his side in this
Yeah,
conversation.
there's no reason to bring him in.
Yeah,
Why does he bring him in?
I don't know.
we need him there.
Because he asked
Maybe
for
it's
Mithril.
because it was maybe
I
Durin is
think
going
it's
to be more
literally
likely to
just
deal
for
with
what's
him.
gonna-
Oh, for fuck's
I
sake!
think-
Deals?
I think
Go
in
on.
terms of the actual purpose, it's basically this. It's so that he's there when Durin's like, see, I turned them down so we can make more money.
Yeah. Har.
And then he'll be
Well,
like, I'm gonna get that ring off your hand, and then gets attached
It-
to the wire system.
Because
the
Durin could
invisible
just
wire.
be here. It
might-
makes sense
well-
that Durin would be talking to his father, especially now that
mean-
he's a prince again a lot. You wouldn't have to engineer a reason
Fine,
for
like
Durin to
Anatar,
already
like-
be here.
You could have just been the
Shows up.
king who summoned him. Why was it Anatar who summoned him?
Well, it might
Yeah.
also be that
Why?
they have just learned that there is about to be a war, and I don't know how this goes in the lore, but I have a funny feeling that Durin is going to show up with a load of dwarves to turn the tide of battle.
I mean, did they actually learn that there was going to be a war, or did they just is
They
Anatar
learned-
like Boogie and you don't hear when he's like going on about some random shit?
Well, Yeah, because they discuss this in a sec, which is the prospect of mithril weapons. So they do acknowledge that. We can get to that in a sec, I guess. But like they definitely hear and understand that there is about to be a war. Someone is about to attack Eregion.
Yeah.
How serious? Who knows? And we also have Gil-galad's line in episode 4, I think it was the previous one, where he says, "We can't defeat Adar and Sauron not alone," which I feel like that is probably leading up to. I'm thinking of like a Battle of the Bastards type moment where Durin shows up and saves the day, but not really because of what is going to happen to Eregion. So
possibly
that's what I'm expecting, but I don't know. Why else do you summon him other than to do what Fringy said and have him try and take the ring?
I mean, it should be them like blocking the entirety of the mines later, because it leads to that.
Well, him trying to take the ring is what leads to that, though.
Well, that's what I'm saying.
Yeah,
That's what I think the entire purpose is for, is to create the conflict. Because when he says no, you're like, oh, maybe he's going good, and then he's like, haha, for money, and then that's what prompts Durin.
I think that's absolutely it. But Random is right. This is information Durin now has and can use the invasion. Yeah. It's like something he wouldn't have had before. So now they can do whatever they want with that.
Yeah, I'm not sure he's gonna show up to Eregion though, but we'll see next episode.
We have, as Random mentioned, we have King Durin says that war is coming to Middle-earth, and whoever controls the mithril will have an unstoppable army, which is why he's not giving it out to people. He's like, nah, mithril's ours. We're gonna have the tools to make a mega army, and people will pay out the nose for it. And I saw that lady with the snails. Some people have a lot of nose to pay. So yeah, Durin is like, you're I was really glad that you didn't take that offer by the Anatar guy. He was a weird dude. And then King Durin's like, oh, I am a weird dude. Actually, I'm crazy nutso, and I'm super greedy, and mithril armies, and we're gonna make it rich. King Durin went to the Vault-Tec School of Capitalism. Now it is at this point that Durin is getting what we call super sus at this ring that King Durin has, because King Durin. Yeah.
Before you jump into that, I just wanted to say that like King Durin's relationship with mithril is just not clear at all, because he mined it a bit prior to the start of season 1, then he stopped, and then he presumably started again because of the deal that he made with Celebrimbor and Anatar.
Yeah.
We have no indication that the dwarves have ever used mithril to forge weapons or armor. We don't know why he would do that. We don't know that King Durin is aware of the properties of mithril, that it's as light as a feather and as hard as dragon scale and all the rest of it. And we don't even know that mithril in Rings of Power has that property, because all it has been used for is to forge the rings. And like Celebrimbor says in season 1, that he tested it under every duress and nothing diminishes its light. That doesn't mean that it would make good armor or weapons.
Yeah, they don't know that yet. I think the writers just used the meta information that we know mithril armor is a thing. But in this show, they just found it, basically, right? Like, there's like, here, look, we found this just now. It's like, oh, we can make big boy armor out of this. Like, can we? I don't know. Show me some.
In universe, they discovered it probably about 2 or 3 months ago.
Yeah.
And the show has not at all established what the properties of mithril are, at least with regard to making armor and weapons. They're just stating that as a fact because people have seen The Lord of the Rings and they'll be like, oh, it's like that then.
That would be a cool scene if they showed them starting to learn how to use, because it's a totally new metal. If we saw the process of them learning how to forge weapons and armor with it, and they made armor and they were testing it with some of their weapons, trying to break it, smash it, bend it, and they showed how resilient it was. And we got some insight into the Dwarven process of like metalwork and like armory and armor forging, that kind of stuff. But it's happening out there somewhere, so I wouldn't worry about it. So Durin, he's like, you're crazy. That ring's making you crazy. I think that you're kind of a bit nutso. You're a psycho greedy guy. I think that you should take off the ring to show me that you just even can take off the ring. That I think that ring's controlling you. But King Durin says, no, I'm not going to take it off. I'm not going to do it. I'm not going to do it. So there. Durin goes up to grab King Durin's hand that has the ring, and then the king like swings his hand away and he throws Durin across the throne room with the power of the ring of power. And Durin's just like on the floor being like, "Oh shit, what the fuck was that? That's
pretty
crazy."
bad.
It does look pretty bad. Yeah.
Very obviously
But
on
that's
wires.
that's just part of the power of the ring. It makes it look that way.
Why he wasn't able to get it off. He like kind of held his hand there for like 5 seconds.
And doesn't try to get it off.
Just quickly yank it off. Or, be like Gollum, just bite that finger off. Get it off him.
If this would be a good...
Give me a nibble, Dad.
And if this would be a good show, King Durin would be like, holy shit, what the fuck have I just done? I just struck my son, and also I have weird god powers all of a sudden.
That's what happens in the Lord of the Rings. When it's Boromir and when it's Frodo, they have that moment of like violence and aggression, and then they come to their senses and they're like, oh man.
So that's the thing.
That was not peak fire what I just did.
We already know if he had ran up and taken the ring off and been like, there, father, I freed you, he'd be like, give it back, asshole. Like he doesn't he's exactly the same without it now. It's corrupted him fully. It doesn't matter.
Yeah.
Which is,
We're just thinking of how the writers would have handled this if he would have actually gotten the ring off, if they would have used it that they use it actually as a switch. You know what I mean? It's like he gets the ring. I was like, oh god, no, what have I done?
Well, no, because in episode 5 we saw him have the ring off when he thought Navi had stolen it, and he was the same.
Yeah, that's right.
That's my point. Is that he's the same with it and without it now, especially with the longer and longer it goes on. He's just it will not make a noticeable difference. He's just going to be insane. Which again,
he just gets mad at people. It's like, did you take the fucking ring?
Casually in the previous episode, they just removed a whole ass important character and replaced him with this guy.
No.
Yep.
I don't like new guy.
Yeah, new guy is cringy.
I want the old man. The new old man stinks.
The new old man.
He smells
like a Harfoot.
By the way, they obviously changed it in the show or whatever, but the rings didn't really turn bad until Sauron forged the One Ring and gained influence over the other ones.
Which makes sense, because again, like we've joked about multiple times at this point, Sauron has given a ring that turns him into a greedy retard.
Yeah.
Give rings to people that makes them good and it is helpful and just feels nice and looks stylish. Give them rings that they want to wear so that they wear them and they seem really cool, and then you trick them. That's part of the trick. If you give someone a ring that's shitty, that's a really bad trick.
Yeah, like what he should do is make it, almost look too good to be true, because it then of course turns out that it is. This is going to do exactly what you want it to do. It's going to heal your mountain and all the rest of it. But no, that isn't what they do.
Yeah, that's what happened with the rings for men as well. Like it made them better rulers, basically. Made them have better judgment and shit. And then they all turned into Nazgul later on.
I was going to say, you mean that the rings for men weren't designed from the outset to just transport them into the unseen world for some reason?
No.
They immediately put them on. They just go, the cloud comes up.
I mean, that's probably what's going to happen.
The whole kingdom are like, oh my god. He's like, no, actually, I have very good ideas of policy. So let's sit down, have a discussion.
It's going to be 2 or 3 days, and then they're going to be full Nazgul. It's going to be super retarded.
It's going to have to be for it to be coherent with what happens to the dwarves.
Yeah. Yep.
God knows what's going to happen to the One Ring when that gets made.
It look like?
It's not going to be.
They'll make it look.
They'll make it look like it did in the Peter Jackson films, because that design would have come. It wouldn't have come from the film. It would have come from other artwork. I'm guessing, at least.
And it is described to look like an ordinary ring. It's not. It shouldn't be super opulent and shit.
That makes me think they will change it. You guys gave me reasons why I think they will change it.
Well, at the same time, though, member berries.
The member berry. That's true. The member berries. Yeah. Look, it's the ring. You remember the ring from the Lord of the Rings movies? We're cool too. We're cool too.
Member berries is why I believe we're getting fast tracked on the ring wraiths. They want to use them probably as early as season 3.
Quite possibly.
Man, they were member burying the ring wraiths in the Hobbit movies. They have a long line of member berries.
They're cool as shit, and it's like, of course you guys want them. You want them as soon as you can.
But if you go with what we have at this point in the show, we're 6 episodes into season 2. Who are your candidates for bearers of rings for men who are going to become Nazgul?
Those guys, the ones you haven't seen yet or met yet. Those guys.
Well,
but they'll be introduced right before they get turned into Nazgul, so don't worry about it.
Yeah, don't worry about it. There'll be a meeting where they all get handed the rings.
Yeah, I just hope Narvi's okay.
Because the only option, I think, honestly, at this point, is Kemen. And a lot of people mishear his name as Kevin, and I love the idea of one of the Nazgul being named Kevin. I just think that's amazing.
Yes, Kevin the Nazgul.
I'm Kevin the cuck.
The only other option is Theo, but my brother sent me this theory, and
Lord
I quite
of
like
Pelagir.
it. Theo is going to become the king of the dead, which I quite like that theory because he's good friends with Isildur, or at least he's supposed to be.
Then he's going to betray him.
And then he's eventually going to betray him. Isildur's going to call on Theo for aid.
You left me with the wild men, you fucking...
And apparently, I don't know if you can confirm this, Goga, but apparently the place where the men of the dead, the army of the dead, were from was Pelagir. Is that the case?
Don't think so. I don't remember.
Fake fan detected.
I thought it was further. I thought it was further away.
Do some wikiing.
And fair enough. You know, for the record, I'm not a fucking expert on the lore or anything. I just know a bit.
Fair enough. But I feel like the King of the Dead, like the Nazgul, the King of the Dead is absolutely something that they are going to want to throw in here because they're going to want to show the events of Isildur being betrayed and him cursing.
If we get in the War of the Last Alliance, then we're definitely getting the King of the Dead.
Is again in the lore the moment when he calls for aid, is that during the Last Alliance or is that some other time? I don't know.
It's afterwards, pretty sure.
Oh, if it's afterwards, then we might not get it unless they reshuffle it. Obviously,
they've reshuffled everything.
They'll reshuffle it. Oh yeah, you bet, 100%.
I'm pretty sure it's when Isildur has the ring, and it's a war after that against Rune, maybe. Not sure. Either like Rune or the Haradrim or something like that, I think.
A war against not Gandalf, Poppy, and Nori. Hey,
it's been a while since I looked up this shit.
Hey,
I don't blame you. It's what a crazy. Yeah, we can only speculate who will get the man rings, who will get the other dwarf rings. Stay tuned.
It says he's a king from the mountain somewhere.
Like we know Waldrick will be the Witch King, but it's about who's going to be the others.
Wait,
I thought he was going to be the Mouth of Sauron.
Well, he can be both.
Oh,
the Witch King was originally the King of the Mountains.
The Witch Mouth of Sauron.
The Mouth King of Sauron.
The Mouth King. Oh, the Mouth of Sauron is actually like a dark Numenorean, or at least that's the theory. So he's one of the Kingsmen, essentially.
Okay, well, we haven't been introduced to any of them yet, so
give it time. Hey, remember Círdan
I don't think
the
it's specified
shipwright?
Exactly, but it's.
Remember Círdan the shipwright? Remember that character?
I do remember.
Oh yeah, he hasn't been around for a while. How's he doing?
I'm sure he's great.
I'm sure he's
doing
great.
He's
all right.
not going to be in the show anymore.
He's evaluating his life decisions.
Because he just showed up out of nowhere, and he was unbelievably important, and now we haven't heard from him since episode 2.
He's gonna come to a region with an army of fish.
Oh my god.
Well, just
that's all the dead fish in the vision.
Yeah, he's going to drag the ring across the ground, and he's got these fish flopping across the continent.
Wait, no, maybe he taken a lesson from like in the other guys that they made a series of breathing apparatus with kelp. And they'll establish a beachhead.
Or maybe he's just building boats.
I think it's possible, yeah. That's right, a beachhead so that they can aggressively hunt down,
Círdan flops onto the shore like a fish. They're the Navy. I just hope he doesn't bow out because he makes.
Oh my god!
Hey, guess what? Hey, guess what? Don't be so stern. Now,
if you continue with this, you're gonna get a good paddling.
Oh, okay.
Man, you're all just. Ugh.
I thought I'd join in for once.
You did.
No, that was good. That's good. But we have to wave goodbye to all these boat puns because we have to go to Disa and Durin. All right. Now, Disa in Durin, after Durin's been thrown across the throne room, but he's the throne. So there. Okay, so
what's going on?
Disa, nothing's happening. Disa tells Durin.
I want to go to bed.
You can't go to bed. Just because this show's a snooze fest doesn't mean that
it's only been 7 hours, Metal.
That's right. We're like 70% through the episode, or 60.
You say that.
65,
There's a lot of stupid
60.
to go.
Oh yeah, it's back. Oh yeah, this is a back heavy episode, baby. Now, Deez and Durin are talking, and she says that, I think that the kings left them no choice but to stop the mining themselves. She says that if they call troops on Durin, then that is to say that if King Durin calls troops on his son, then it'll show the people that the king is crazy and unfit to rule for doing that to his own son. So they're thinking that they could maybe go and, I don't know, like sabotage the mine or stop the mine, or maybe they'll do like the Greenpeace thing and they'll tie themselves to the mine, or so. I don't know. I don't know what their plan exactly is. Now the thing is that this little plan here relies on. Well, I don't know what the perspective of the people of Khazad-dûm really is. I don't know if they're just like a little bit upset or if they're really angry about the tax stuff, because we haven't really seen what the people think about any of this.
Yeah, that would be interesting.
Of Gemologists Limited, he said, yeah, the king's got a big tax. And that's been it. We don't know what people think about what's going on. The dwarves mine, they get gold, they bring it to the king, life goes on.
So the tax would absolutely have annihilated the economy, but the show doesn't seem to understand that. It seems to treat this as a mild inconvenience. So yeah, that they have been mildly inconvenienced, and that's it. And also, they now have wheelbarrows full of gold. So
yeah, once again, I don't know what people think. It's like in Numenor. I don't know what's going on. What's the state of the general populace opinion and thing?
No idea.
Well, in Numenor, they've paid lip service to it, whereas in Khazad-dûm, they haven't done anything. Like in Numenor, they've at least had the scene of the crowd going, "Yay, Pharazôn, boo Elendil," and it's juvenile and shit, but they've done that. In Khazad-dûm, we haven't even got that. We have no idea what the.
We had some miners being assholes to Durin. That's about it.
and that was before the mountain was healed. Since then, we've had literally nothing apart from the scene in the market with Durin and Disa.
Yeah, and that didn't tell us anything about the population.
Exactly. Yeah.
Rather, they're just there,
Well, it told us that the trader, that particular trader, is not happy with the tax, but that's it.
Yeah. Still accepted it.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yep. So here in Khazad-dûm, because of the king, prices are out of control, and only Círdan knows a good sale.
Yeah, boy.
We've got so I guess they're hatching a plan. Right, they're thinking that they can get people to like essentially start a revolution against King Durin. I've not been given information that leads me to believe that people are just ready for a revolution.
Nope.
So all right, okay.
The only guy we've seen
where we left them at season 1.
The only guy who we've seen mildly annoyed by the tax is the guy they rip off by telling him to sell them the orb.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, Jim. Now Disa says she tells Durin that as long as the king's wearing the ring, he's not really his father. He's not himself, and that he's imperiling the dwarves with his greed. And Durin is like crying here. He's weeping at the idea that even though he says he can't do it, he can't do this plan to topple a king because he still sees his father in the king's eyes. Lost and far away, but still in there. And Disa tells him that he's always been able to see the light at the end of the cave. But if they don't act now, they will never reach it. That the king will end up destroying himself and the dwarves. And little acting things like this. There's little bits, there's little big pieces that are like, oh, if this show was well written,
this could be a really good scene.
Super invested in these relationships.
Another scene where the acting is just really good, and it's like, man, if this would had actual impact, and we didn't just turn the fucking king to a greedy retard immediately, and maybe had some more scenes between the two where they talk about stuff and have more like character development. This would be nice. But it's just like, this was neat, but it doesn't really mean that much.
This is also right after Durin said he will literally kill us if we go against him. So it's like a bit.
It really reminded me of the scene in season 1 where Durin starts crying after basically failing to save Elrond. As far as he's aware, he's saying goodbye to Elrond for the last time, and he's failed. Like the scene itself is fine, but all of the building blocks surrounding it that are required for it to actually hit as an emotional moment are broken.
The acting is doing all the work.
Yes, yeah. But like the idea of Durin reacting in this way, him, crying, like I don't have a fundamental problem with that at all. Because we've seen this happen with Durin multiple times, where he's reacted very emotionally. And he also has a seemingly very close relationship with his father. He's just seemingly, again, managed to repair that bond. And he's now in a position where he's being forced to betray him in order to save his home. Like that absolutely would cause this kind of an emotional reaction for Durin. Problem is that, again, all of the other shit
writing and the writing has let it down entirely. Durin is unfortunately just a mess of a character. And the only thing that lets you sort of see the little light at the end of the cave is the idea of the acting and stuff. What a fucking shame.
Yep.
But oh well.
Do you want to mention the kids at this point?
That's actually the next little bullet point that I've got here, and it annoys the fuck out of me because we continue to see a lack of them caring for their children. And the future of their children. What will Khazad-dûm be like years from now when their children are growing up? And what do they need to do to not only keep their kids safe, but they should also consider if we put ourselves in danger, if we do things that are foolish, if we get thrown in prison or anything like that, we have kids to look after and watch. And also,
they should absolutely be the focus on this scene. Like,
and
that should be the conflict.
Doubly important, those kids. Those are the grandkids of the king. Those are his grandchildren, and they briefly got brought up in that one pretty good scene in episode 2 of this season, where Dees kind of uses the idea of with the king of your grandchildren miss you, to try and spur them to repair their relationship Durin and his father. But apart from that, like that's like a thing. This is a family. They're related.
Yeah.
But we never
in a normal.
That.
In a normal TV show, then like you could have Deesa say, "Oh, don't worry about the kids. We can still do this. We can still martyr ourselves. They can go and stay with their Uncle Jimmy or whatever." But we can't. We don't have that because the characters in Rings of Power don't have any relationships other than the ones that we explicitly see on screen. We can't. I mean, it was mentioned once in season 1 that Durin has a brother. That has not been mentioned again since then. I don't know if the writers remember that. I don't know if that was set up for something that's going to come much later. I don't know if they mentioned it because he has a brother in the books. I have no idea, but yeah, I mean, he has a brother. He doesn't affect anything.
Yep. Have we even seen him?
No. He was literally mentioned once at the end of season 1.
Yeah.
We're in the scene where she's
is
saying
it one
like
brother
the other
or
dwarf
multiple brothers? I think she said.
I'll find the line. I'm pretty sure it was one, but I'll find the line now.
Okay, yeah. It's not that important, but I think it was multiple.
Well, that would push us all along to the next wonderful scene that they copy from Game of Thrones.
Wow, wonderful.
Oh yeah.
I've got the line here about the brother just quickly. So Deesa says, "One day this will be your kingdom. Durin the Fourth's, not your brothers, not some other dwarf lords, yours." So the plural of brothers, it could be a plural, or it could be it's not going to belong to your singular brother, and it's not going to belong to the dwarf lords. I don't know, but yeah, it could be multiple.
I mean,
brothers.
she says brothers, so I assume it's multiple.
Well, no, because if she says brothers, as in like the possessive, like the kingdom isn't going to belong to your brother, then she would say brothers, as in like your brother's kingdom kind of thing, if that makes sense.
I see.
So I don't know is the answer, but it could be either.
So there's this scene in Game of Thrones where Varys talks to Ned about how his obsession with maintaining his integrity is going to cost him more than he could imagine, and that this is a mistake and you shouldn't do this. And then Ned explains that that's something that he's absolutely ready to do because it's a really good scene. I love that he says, "You were raised by actors. You know how to lie and how to like cheat and move around the world and all this stuff. I was raised by soldiers. I learned how to die like a long time ago."
I grew up surrounded by soldiers.
It's a really fucking good scene.
That sounds really good. Can we watch that?
Season 1 Game of Thrones scenes are top notch, but yes, this just I couldn't watch this and not see like. I get it. The person who wrote this watched season 1 of Game of Thrones and really liked that moment. It's like, yeah, but at least the actor for Elendil is doing a good job.
There's a few moments like that in this episode.
Well, I didn't remember that scene, but it was still bad, so don't worry. Still, again, like the acting is fine, I guess, but it's like, oh, this is so sad. It's like, oh, I've seen those two interact like 3 times, and I don't care.
I love that she says, like, you're doing this for pride. And he's like, you fucking kidding me? You serious? Like, I'm doing it for pride. And then it's like, it's embarrassing that that's all you can understand of the situation. Then she says, yeah, Farazan said you'd say that.
No, he didn't. That's so specific, oddly specific, and no.
Yeah, it's like Farazan said that I would say that you wouldn't understand that it's more than pride. You serious?
Mm-hmm.
Counterpoint, Farazan has a Palantir.
Ooh, damn. But it only shows one vision.
Well, but the thing is, Elendil could be like, "Oh, okay, well then I'll just explain it." What I was trying to say is that you're retarded, like that you can't see why. It's like, but like if you want me to, I can say, yeah, it's not just my pride. It's that integrity-wise, I want to support a rightful ruler that hasn't been subverted by a political clown helped by people like you, another political clown.
Like she's an idiot. She's like a worthless.
Yeah,
like,
she is awful. Let's be like, we need to have someone needs to tell Arian, and it should have been here, frankly, because it would have been a lot coming from Elendil. That when she says to him that, oh, she's sad that she can't lose her father, but he needs to be like, look, you have chosen to repeatedly be allies with the super antagonistic guy who has like destroyed the shrines and relics of the faithful and like destroyed the honor of a bunch of soldiers and stuff, and has like caused a lot of misery.
Would be proud of you.
Exactly. Yes.
You think he'd like that you've done all of this in his name?
You're clearly on the evil team. It's like it's embarrassing how
if Sildar was looking at you now, what do you think he would say?
And what's doubly weird is that she was super opposed to all the soldiers going to Middle Earth in the first season because she didn't want Numenorean lives to be lost. And now you're on, Team Evil, causing suffering for Numenorians. Like, what is up with you? Who are you? What's going on?
Makes no fucking sense.
Do you know that Kemen killed your friend?
Yeah,
no, we're not bringing that
up.
Fuck it.
Elendil could have absolutely told her that in this scene to just
backstabbed him after he spared his life.
Literally backstabbed him.
Yes, and like that would serve 2 purposes because she could be like, Elendil could be like, you have essentially contributed to this person's death.
Yep.
And it would obviously as well show that like this is the people that you're, this is the people who you're supporting at this point.
Yeah, it's one of those like, wow, the acting sure is good. That's it though. It's pulling all of the weight, all of the information, all the character stuff, what they should be saying, what they don't say, how we got into this mess. It's all just garbage. Absolute garbage.
Yep.
Hey, guess what? Arian then is like, oh yeah, you're a big poopy head. I can't believe that you're saying this to me. I wanted to help you. Also, here's Muriel.
Anyway, bye.
I've been seeing you cock for her.
I don't know why she didn't open with this.
Yeah.
Because she says that she begged Farazan to let her bring Muriel here to kind of talk Elendil out of it. Surely she would open with that, right? Because that's her best move. And the fact that Farazan agreed to this means that he doesn't really want to kill Elendil. Which would suggest
she wanted to talk to him without Muriel being there first. But
I mean, I guess so. I guess Arian possibly wanted to be the one to convince her father rather than to, let Muriel have that, I guess. But yeah.
I don't
know. It's okay. Like, this is the most points I think I'm ever going to give this show in this scene. The fact that she says,
careful now.
Give it up. Stop being thingy. Just give it up. Just bow to him. And then he's like, no. And that she says, like, what if you die? And he says, I'd rather die with my integrity, essentially. And then she says, well, what about me? Which feels quite honest and fair and sort of like, yeah, okay. I would even say that the dialogue is better than what I just gave it credit for. It's like it's a small interaction.
I think so.
They've got enough between them to make that meaningful, I think, in this show. And I kind of like, she's always so strong. I like there that she gives up. She can't even come up with an argument because I think she even understands what he's saying is fair. Like, he's going to value his integrity more than anything. And then she's like, yeah, but I don't want you to die, though.
The argument is that I need you by my side if I'm gonna,
Well, she does bring up, she says, we need people like you in Numenor, but I don't think there's, like, I do buy, and I think it's the actors doing the work, that Elendil's not willing to sacrifice his integrity.
Of course. Yeah.
But is that this is why I find it confusing. Is it a sacrifice of his integrity? Because he seems to want his like unbreakable value is that he's unwilling to kneel before someone who is a false leader, which is why he's not going to kneel before Pharazôn. But he is unwilling to do that even if the person who he thinks is the true leader commands him to do so.
Yeah,
yeah, you could try and loophole it and just be like, just fucking lie, just kneel and not believe in it.
Well, that's exactly what Miriel is telling him to do, and like she's like basically saying she immediately says as soon as she walks in, which I quite like, she just says, "Bow to Pharazôn." She just immediately tells him to do that. Like, what are you doing? I told you that you need to let this happen. Turn the other cheek because of the vision, the Palantir, and all that other bullshit. And the fact that Elendil is not doing that, citing his integrity or whatever else, is, as far as she's aware, going to result in the flooding of Numenor, or risking the flooding of Numenor.
Yeah, I mean, I imagine he takes oaths very seriously.
Yeah, those kinds of people exist. I buy it. I just maybe to make it stronger, you'd have her bring up that he's going to be one of the key players in preventing the destruction of Numenor. So is he sure about this decision? Is he willing to maintain his integrity? And in a way that's not even, it's not a huge loss, because you can just counter Pharazôn after bowing to him, even though that seems deceptive. And you can save Numenor or die knowing that you have your integrity. And you know what, if you present that to him, I don't know if he probably would still say, like, I'm not doing it. The ultimate challenge for him, I think, is Miriel has to go and do the challenge instead of him, and he still has an opportunity to bow to Pharazôn to prevent the whole thing from happening. That would be interesting to see what he would do. We don't get that, though.
No.
Also, like, if he knew for certain that by not bowing to Pharazôn, he was absolutely risking the flooding of Numenor, do you think that would still be a question? Or do you think
again, these are the things I would want explored. But I mean, we're lucky to get a scene that I consider to have some meaning, if small.
It wasn't complete shit, It's
I'm just not even
in isolation.
I'm not even like completely on board with him being any type of key for this, because the way I read it was basically like, oh, he's in charge now, like Pharazôn is in charge now, and that is already enough to prevent that from happening. So I don't know if he is actually a key part to that not happening. You know what I mean? Like the Pharazôn being there already changed it to a degree.
Yes. So the absolute objective information that they're working with is nonsense, because they can't know this, and each of them has only seen each vision. They haven't both seen both, so they're working with faulty information anyway. But even if he trusts Miriel and he believes what she's saying, which means that he should believe at this point that by refusing to kneel before Pharazôn, he is risking Numenor.
You could have him in a scene where he has to address that. He could say, I like you, and I believe in you, and I think you should be queen, but you don't know that me doing this decision or not decides whether or not Numenor falls. Mm-hmm. And he could argue that the strength of my conviction might just inspire, Numenor to stand up against tyrants or something like that.
Absolutely, but I don't think that that's what the show is.
No, I'm saying
I don't think that's what the show's point of view.
It would be nice if that was in the show, but you know what?
There's a lot of moments like that.
Look what the things we could do, what we don't do. Every episode of Rings of Power.
If there was even a crumb of talent within the writers' brains.
And he does end the scene with the sea is always right, as if to just
shut
the first time they've said that in season 2.
It's like my very good friend, my old friend. The sea is always right.
Who murdered my wife
once again.
And I love it how they don't even just slide it in. It's like very much the emotional climax of the scene where what is it? Miriel says like, what happens if the Valar don't spare you? And he like embraces her and then just says softly, the sea is always right. And like it's very, very unintentionally funny.
Yeah, I guess he wanted his wife to die.
I guess so.
Makes you wonder.
Yeah,
that was Isildur's fault, though.
She did give birth to Isildur, so I mean,
it was Isildur's fault, but we don't know if Elendil knows that. It's unclear.
I'm really curious to see what happens when he finds out, if he already knew or not. It's gonna be funny.
The
right.
idea of this
just at dinner, and it comes up, and because And then he says, "Oh, the sea is always right. My my wife died." The sea was like, "Yeah, about that. Can we talk for a second?"
You know how shit I am? Yeah, I also killed your wife, by the way.
Yeah, sorry.
The element of the theology surrounding the Valar, what the Valar are expected to do, how they're worshipped, what's going on with them, is very confusing.
Very vague,
and there's not a lot of explanation to it. It's very vague, because if the Valar exist, they are real. I don't even think that atheism is just like a concept that's implied to exist in this world.
No, it doesn't
It's
really
just
exist. No.
it's just known that the gods are real.
So is that
Unlike real
sea
life.
creature? Is that sea
But-
creature just from
That's
Why are
some
we all?
bullshit.
We'll
No.
just shut the fuck up. We'll talk about it when we
Yeah.
get there.
We'll get there. Yeah, we'll get there. We'll get there.
No,
sorry,
you too,
I-
Rags.
The worship of the Valor and like Melkor and shit is also very
Well, no,
vague,
this
and the
this
source
relates
material
to
as
this
well.
relates to what he's saying about how if it's the Valar's will that he be spared, then it will be. So
Mhm.
they're very sad though, as if they don't expect as if he would be saved when he's doing all the right things. You know, like
Well,
wouldn't they
again,
think that?
there's so many more variables, then you're gonna have way more information when you get to the scene. So
Mhm,
may as well wait.
Yeah,
All
for
right.
sure.
Sure. Oh, we're back, everyone.
Whoa,
Oh
I
my
think
God.
we're back here. We're back to Khazad-dûm.
God, I passed out and now I'm back.
Yeah, that's pretty cool. We're back. If you passed out during that Numenor bit, then it'll be like we never left. This is a really cool scene. I really like this one. It's not cringe at all.
The
So
scene is
It's not
gourmet
retarded
cringe. I
at
don't know
all
what you're talking
in
about.
terms of logistics.
what? No, this is
It's great.
This is great. Yeah,
Dumb
that's
as
good stuff.
fuck.
All right, so we're back at Khazad-dûm, and we've implied that Durin and Diza have like a little plan they're gonna hatch to stop the mining of stuff happening.
Mhm.
That's quite the plan.
Yeah, they think
Remember-
that two of them can do that in Khazad-dûm.
Remember
So-
when we had that establishing shot of all the fucking mine shafts going down and
Khazad-dûm is huge. It's
Yes,
really big.
it's massive.
Massive. But I guess they think that the two of them could do it.
Yeah.
So
That's
Narvi and some
silly.
workers. It is silly. They're stupid for thinking that they could actually pull this off. I'm sure
Mhm.
they'll somehow find a way to maybe do it in the story. I don't know. I don't. You never know. Let's just see what happens, right? Because Narvi and some workers are going to the mine, and they find that Diza is
Yeah.
at one of the shafts.
The one
and-
mine.
Yeah, this is the mine. You know, maybe
Yeah.
she knew that this was the one that they'd be going to or something. I don't know.
That's
So-
actually
One
week.
entrance.
That's week 3 of them trying. It's like they're gonna come this time. I swear.
they just
There's
wait
only
there
one
all day and
entrance to
hope
the
that.
mine in Khazad-dûm.
Yeah.
So
sure.
Diza is there, and she's not facing the entrance, and she like turns around, and Narvi's like, "Listen, Diza, you can't stop us from mining. Please don't make us like force you to be taken away, because we'll do it. We got orders from the king to do the mining and stuff." And Diza's like, it doesn't sound that good in the show.
Like,
but-
did they seriously not think that when they were there? Were they not thinking like, shit, that's funny, and it's not meant to be funny?
I think they try and have it both ways because they have Navi kind of crack a joke like, "Is that meant to scare us?" And then she says, "No," but they are.
Possibly.
Yeah,
Yeah,
it's
but-
be
but
funny
the
then
word
too scared to
badass.
say that.
I don't think it's
Yeah.
meant to be. Yeah, but it's meant to be like kind of like not like
Yeah,
like
it's not meant to be
Yeah.
rip-roaringly hilarious, no, but it really is.
I think that I've just forgotten what humor is if you watch this show, because one thing that you kind of notice about Rings of Power is how incredibly joyless it is as an experience.
Hmm.
Yeah, when
There's
was the
no-
last joke? I think the last joke was in season 1 where Durin was like, "Yeah, Disa's been wanting a new table," so
Yeah.
I think that's the last joke, genuinely.
It's actually kind of a decent
You have to
example
give me the
of
meat
how,
and give me to Miro after that.
like, House of the Dragon is funnier than this show,
Yeah.
but it's such a joyless experience to
Ah,
watch
yeah.
Rings of Power. You know, it's just so dull and
You're laughing at the
gray
show
and
every now and
overly
then, but mostly it's
serious.
just
Oh,
cringe.
Odin
It's
just
trying
pointed
to be
out
so
the.
solemn and hefty and hoity-toity, and there's just no happiness or anything about it that makes you smile, and it just like wears on you, you know?
Odin just pointed out in chat. We had the weird bog snake with Arondir. That was a joke.
That
Was that-
was.
That was a
Oh,
joke.
yeah.
They did try,
That
yeah.
Maybe we
was-
should call this
Yeah.
Yeah,
up.
that was like a
And they had it
We
done
also
by the
had
character
the
who doesn't make
lizard-
jokes.
We also had the lizard breath from earlier. So I mean,
Right. Yeah, that
every
was funny.
maybe every 4.5 episodes on average, they have an attempt at humor.
Yeah.
But
Good-
it's
good.
just it. Yeah.
Good job, I
Anyway,
guess.
Deeza makes her noises. Is that supposed to scare us? Asks Narvi. And she
Arr.
says, no, but these 1,000 Ivy Deadlock mains do. And a whole bunch of bats swoop in from above. Thousands of
Giant
them.
bats.
They swoop in.
She
Giant
has now
bats.
unleashed rabies on Khazad-dûm.
The
Can't
bats
stay here. Those are
fly.
badlands.
playing the long game.
Yeah, the bats
If,
swoop in, and instead of the miners just like getting low and waiting for them to pass, they're like, oh, blah, blah, blah,
They must have
blah,
experienced this
no.
before. They must be familiar with
Yeah.
this sort of creature.
Yeah.
Bats coming, hit the deck.
Hit the deck.
All right, and then they stand up and they're covered in guano, but they're fine. And they're like, oh man, I have to clean this out.
Durin and
later."
Deeza both just stand, and they do it like I'm a badass sort of way. Like they're my allies, which is not the case. They're just bats going blah
just-
blah.
He just
if
yelled
only-
and woke them up.
So cringe.
I
If
could have done that.
only Jacob Kane was here with his shotgun, he would be able to take care of all the bats, and he would be able to save
Oh,
Narvi and the
yeah.
miners.
That's true.
But yeah, the miners run away for 20 minutes, and I guess they'll be back once the bats are gone.
Probably,
but
yeah.
So I guess she thinks that the miners won't come back and just arrest them both for essentially assaulting people with bats by calling in bats to do her bidding.
Yeah, you can already make that claim
What's
from
the plan?
King Durin can, but also just the plan of we'll make it look really bad that he would arrest his own son. It's like won't look bad if the son is obstructing, everything.
He's stopping.
He's attacking people
Yeah,
with bats.
miners.
He's summoning bats. Yeah.
Yeah, and if you really want to stop the mining operations, how about we have like a scene where he goes around and rallies all the disgruntled merchant people that have to pay all this money now,
It's right
and
there.
just grab people. It's like, hey, we're gonna stop this
You go
because
talk
the
to
king
Jim.
is actually
That's
going
crazy.
insane.
Yeah,
go talk to
Jim is
Jim.
like-
Yeah,
Jim's like, I haven't sold any gems except for the one you bought from me. That's crazy. But I can't eat anything. It's not because we don't have food. I can't afford food.
yeah. If I
We have
buy
to eat
food,
half
I have
as
to.
much.
Yeah, I have to buy twice the food for one part food. It's just crazy.
What's
He says,
funny
I
is you
have
could
to
have done
either
it.
buy twice. I have to buy half as much, or I have to eat twice as fast.
Yeah.
Could have done it with this scene. The Delve Master is
It's-
actually a
it's-
character that I think you could get to about this. He seems
Yeah.
to be
Possibly.
already kind of on
Yeah, he
board.
talks with the king.
Yeah,
he's
remember
very
that
hesitant
scene where the
multiple
ring,
times,
where he's
yeah.
like, Narvi, did you take my fucking ring? They're like, no,
Mhm.
it's just right there on the table. You're kind of being
And be
weird.
like, yeah, like we can't let this go on. You know something's wrong. You know that we're
Yeah.
just the wrong bit of digging away from crashing this whole fucking kingdom.
And
and
just
you
from
know-
one,
Everyone's suffering, starving. Like something has to change. Something, otherwise it's going to go completely wrong.
yeah. Can you go talk to some of the people you know? Maybe some of the guilds or the groups or the stone singers or the priests or the whatever it is that they've got. Can we like actually start drumming up popular resistance to the king?
Yeah.
Because if we don't, I'm gonna have to unleash the bats, and I really don't want to have to do that. Because I just don't think it's a really good idea that solves anything. Also, now I'm covered in guano.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's just again the problem where the writers just don't even acknowledge there's more people in this show than the characters we talk about or follow around. It's just really annoying.
I mean, I'm even more mad about there being one mine in Moria with one entrance to it, but yeah, that's
Maybe
that's
this was the
pretty
one they knew that Narvi would be at. This is the Narvi
Well,
shaft.
Bullshit.
She was
If that's the case, then it's
she
lucky
was
that
here
there
for
were bats
Narvi
in that tunnel.
shaft.
There would be multiple entrances to the mine. There it wouldn't just be one.
There's only
fucking
one
small-
exit. No, there's only one exit to Narvi shaft. Everyone knows that.
The
and they were
Narvi
there.
shaft. He's
Yeah,
already
they
allowed
were,
down
they
this
were
one
here at
shaft.
Narvi shaft just waiting for it to appear. And there he is. There he is. Look at him go. Oh, and he's not alone. So
Ah.
that was the scene that happened, and that was actually really cringe.
Yes.
Let's go back to Numenor.
Hooray.
Rip.
So I think it's kind of odd editing that you have this very serious, emotional scene between Iarian and Muriel and Elendil, and they're worried about what's going to happen. Then you have this goofy scene with the bats that's really quick. And then you go back to Numenor where we have the Trial of the Abyss, and it's a tense
Yeah.
thing, and it's solemn and somber. It's really kind of strange editing that we just had the Bat Army a second ago, like sandwiched in between these two Numenor scenes.
I think it's just another another part where the showrunners just don't trust the people who watch the show. It's like, oh, we can't give them too much intense scenes. We need to have a little chuckle in between, and now we can go back to the.
True.
Now we can go back to the intense scene.
They also like drawing scenes out. Like we'll
Yeah.
get back to it in a minute, but the conversation between Galadriel and Adar, it is one scene. It's just been sliced in half because why would it not be? It's Rings of Power. There is no reason for that other than they just want to draw it out. So,
well, editing decisions aside, we are here at the Trial of the Abyss.
Nice.
So that's interesting. All of the guards and a bunch of people, Farazan, what's his name? Balthazar.
Balthazar.
Balthazar is here, and Bulbasaur is here, and all of the people are here, and so is Elendil and Aarion, and they're watching what's gonna happen. What's gonna happen? I don't know. Elendil's got his chains, and he's dressed in his prison garb, and they're like, "Hey, listen, it's Abyss time. It's
Abyss time.
It's time for the Trial of
drunk?
the Abyss."
Like, what's going on?
Listen, it's been a long day. All right,
You're making it longer.
I know, but I'm trying not to. The point is, before he jumps in the water for the Trial of the Abyss, Muriel shows up. Holy shit, Muriel's here. She doesn't even have anyone. Yeah, she said, because you were doing this in my name, I have the right to be the one who jumps in the water and does the Trial of the Abyss. And then Farazan's like, holy shit, is Bulbasaur, is that true? Is what you have in your old faithful book there, is that true? He's like, yeah, I mean, technically, by the letter of the law.
This feels a bit like in the Hunger Games, right? Where she's like, I watched Hunger Games, I'm going to volunteer. Yeah.
Oh, yeah, I was actually thinking we just got our second Dutch Ball reference from the end game, where they can do where he mentions the extra rule that nobody thought about.
Oh yeah, because the guy is really, really into dodgeball, but that's like a setup and a payoff, and this comes out of nowhere. Because that character was set up to be
fucking Chuck Norris.
Yeah, that character was set up to be the guy who was obsessed with dodgeball and knowing all the rules throughout the whole thing. But this comes out of nowhere.
The setup and payoff for this was he had the book earlier in the episode where he said that they could do this. So like the setup was there must be other stuff in the book that allows.
It does have many pages. They show it's the big book of the old ways. It's got a lot of pages in it, so they must say things.
Oh, the line delivery is also very fun. It's like, oh, she's right. It's all in there.
Which is like, man, isn't it unfortunate that you didn't take this into consideration, Farazan and Bulbasaur, you're playing here?
When you think about the idea of how much time gets wasted, it takes about a minute for her to just get in the water.
Yeah.
It actually takes about a minute for her to just slowly walk into the water and then sink beneath it.
Yeah, like, man, I've been to the pool. Just jump in all at once, get it over with. Don't let it creep up, because when it hits the boys, then it's gonna be like, oh boy, you should have just jumped in.
When it was Elendil, Farazan said throw him in, but apparently she gets to walk down. Fucking sexist.
It's just the lack of respect for people time, like in the amount of time that it takes to see her walk down the steps slowly and get into the water, like that amount of time would encompass the entire like charge at the Battle of like Pelennor Fields. That would have been in like that amount of time one of the most iconic moments in any fucking movie ever. But here it's just like, yeah, she's just walking down the steps,
Yeah, this one's clearly better.
There's no respect for your time.
I have a question. How did she? Who brought her here?
I was about to say that. That's true. She just shows up and there's no one with her.
There is a guard. It's a little bit unclear, but there is a guard standing next to her who is not kind of in line with the other guards. So I was thinking that he brought her there from the cell.
Maybe.
I guess there's a couple back there. It's weird. I guess it's she shows up really quickly, considering that she's probably not really a speed demon in her current state.
Not really.
But she just is like shows up, and sometimes you forget she's blind and she can't see.
So like I have like massive problems with the idea of Farazan agreeing to this, because it relies on an implied history of Numenor that cannot exist, because it's completely incoherent. Because Lord Buggernuts, or Bulbasaur, or whatever we're calling him, he and Aarion both believe that the trial by Abyss is a death sentence. You do not survive it. But then at the same time, the whole reason why Pharazôn and Bulbasaur have decided to do this is to, put on a big show and kind of make the point that, well, we're going to test him, and if the Valar want him to survive, then to kind of prove that being faithful to the Valar is pointless because they don't fucking care. But the fact that he believed it to be a death sentence means that the faithful, when they were running the show however long ago, they had this whole trial that they would dish out to people who had broken the law, and they considered this trial to be a chance to get the Valar to intervene to save their faithful servants. And it ended in death every single time, or at least enough times for him to think that it is as good as a death sentence, because otherwise he's not going to do it. Which means that the faithful received regular reminders that the Valar do not give two shits about them, and they remained faithful.
Well, wouldn't it depend on who's getting thrown into this thing? If it were a selection of people who are truly evil, like they don't usually use this, but they get like a hyper murder rapist and they put him in and then he gets killed, you'd be like, well...
We just don't know about...
Surely, if anything, you wouldn't do that with someone like that, though. You would just immediately execute them.
You could just say that Pharazôn was retarded once again. Like it's
on the off chance that the Valar know something you don't, and they
save
this person. You never know. I guess you just don't have anything to gain from a lot of this stuff, and it also makes you think. I guess they never threw, like you said, and they never threw a faithful person in, so it's just expected you'll die. But Pharazôn and Bulbasaur, they believe in the Valar.
Well, they believe they exist. They don't believe that they're going to intervene, and they believe that what will happen here is that they will put Elendil in the pool and he will die, and thereby it's like, well, the faithful, it's futile to be faithful kind of thing.
I don't know what they believe. I could believe they believe that, but I'm not sure.
Well, the reason why I'm saying that is because Lord Bulbasaur went out of his way to convince Pharazôn that, hey, why don't we do this? Like, if he wants to live by the old ways, he can die by the old ways as well. The only reason I can think as to why he would agree to that is to make a big show of the execution, to make the point that the faithful, his political opposition, are fucking idiots for having any faith in the Valar.
Yeah.
Like, why else would you do it?
It could also be like a massive gamble. And he's just an idiot. But
I think he's absolutely an idiot, because I think that the only way this thing can exist is if it does not have a 100% fatality rate. And if it doesn't have a 100% fatality rate, then Pharazôn is an idiot for letting this happen.
If I were Pharazôn, I would have just said, fuck your plan, we're executing him normally. Let's just execute him.
Exactly. And the fact that Miriel can show up and just swap and take his place instead, Aarion appeared to know that was how the rules worked. Lord Bulbasaur also knew, because he was like, yeah, apparently that's how it works. Pharazôn didn't, which means he didn't check. Which means that Pharazôn, essentially, what ends up happening as a result of this is Miriel survives, obviously, because of course she does. And she comes out and they're like, hey, everyone hail Miriel, she's the queen and faithful, and the Valar like us, and all the rest of it. Which is the worst thing that could possibly happen.
She's the queen of the sea, and they all start cheering. And I was just waiting for Pharazôn to stop being like, treason, everyone's treasoning, stop treasoning everybody.
I'm quite confused about what has actually happened here. Like, so is she now in charge again?
That's what I was thinking. Like,
no, I don't think. I think that what we're supposed to take from that is that because Lord Belzegar said the Valar have deemed her innocent.
Yeah,
which means that she is innocent of, I guess, Elendil's crime, and therefore he's innocent as well.
Yeah, just by the way, just so everyone in chat and everyone's on the same page, a sea worm shows up and doesn't eat her.
Yeah.
Okay, carry on.
Because the Numenoreans can just summon a massive fucking...
I just want to make sure that everyone's like, that's just the thing that happens in the show.
The reason why I'm confused, though, is because, as you pointed out, I guess that's all that happened, right? Is that she was essentially just doing it for Elendil's sake. But they all start saying, oh, Queen of the Sea, Queen of the Sea. And it's like, well, wait.
So...
You're saying she's the queen? What? That's
no. So my take on that, which I think this is probably what the show wants us to think, which is really fucking dumb. But either way, is that technically speaking, the outcome of the trial of Abyss is that she is not guilty of whatever the crime was, the crime of treason.
Whatever the crime was.
It doesn't mean that she is literally the queen, but the fact that she has just survived this trial, which is something that it has meaning amongst the faithful. it inspires them, and they go,
Everyone-
"Fuck yes,
yeah.
Miriel," kind of thing.
Everyone in the kingdom basically sees that the gods say that she's pretty great.
Well,
Yes,
not
yeah,
just that.
exactly.
The
Yep.
gods say that Pharazôn and Bulbasaur are wrong.
Yes,
Exactly.
which is the worst thing that
So-
could possibly have happened for Pharazôn, and he
Oh,
didn't
yeah,
This has
check any
backfired
of this.
spectacularly.
Okay,
and,
so
and it relies on
okay.
him not checking any of this beforehand, and he's just unbelievably stupid.
Another
because-
example of they
yeah.
snap failure from the jaws of victory. It's
Yep.
like-
Yeah.
Pretty much what they do.
They snatched
uh,
defeat from the jaws of victory.
So
you know, the thing
I'm
is,
still,
Pharazôn shouldn't really give a shit what the Valar thinks anyway. So him doing
Well-
this in the first place is just retarded.
He
yeah.
doesn't care what the Valar think, but the point that I
But
think he was
people
trying to
care
make
a
was
lot.
that everyone in Numenor who does care what the Valar think,
Yes.
those people are idiots.
It's just not
Yeah,
worth
but
the
that's why
fucking
this
risk.
is just a massive gamble because
Yeah.
it can
It's a-
easily
it's a
backfire,
massive
which
gamble.
it does.
Exactly.
Once you
Yeah.
get rid of the Queen/Elendil or whatever, which you could do with your own format of justice, not using this insanity, like you're still winning. Like you don't need to.
Yeah.
Yeah, he gambled it all and he fucking lost.
So
There's
I'm
other way to
still-
get rid of the faithful. You know, you don't
I'm
have to kill the queen in this retarded way.
I'm
Well, that's the
still
thing,
trying
man.
to figure
With how
things
shitty
out.
everything works here, he could have just had her killed, and he could have just said, "Yeah, she jumped off a fucking rooftop because she's a coward and killed herself or something." You know,
Because she's
easily.
blind.
She's
Exactly.
blind.
Yeah, she fell.
fucked off.
She fell down some stairs.
Yeah, your
Like,
bet is this way.
You
I
tell
thought
me
it was the stairs, it
Pharazôn.
was the roof.
Pharazôn's supposed to be like goofy evil, but I'm like, you're not even doing the goofy evil stuff, like the actual useful
Just
stuff. You just do stupid goofy evil.
Yeah, you're just
Mm.
dumb.
But I think this is not the
You're like
end
King
of
Durin. You're just
just dumb and greedy and retarded. I think there's still more problems though. So because she just says, "Oh, he did this on my watch or on my command," which is not true. She said, "Don't do any of those," and nobody just claims these things, so they just accept it and throw it in the water.
did
So
she
now I'm
command
thinking-
this
hang on,
trap?
hang on.
It's like- sorry.
So now I don't even know what the Valar are actually checking here. Like it's like, oh, did she actually do the thing? No, she didn't do the thing because she never actually said to do the thing. Like what is it actually supposed to be?
Yeah.
What am I?
Like
It's
I was
entirely
saying, it's
nebulous.
Guess
almost
from
like
this.
it's like the audience don't even know what the Valar have deemed here.
Yes, exactly.
The Valar want her to be around because she has an important task to do, kind of thing. I guess in a similar kind of vein to Gandalf. in
Well,
you know,
but
Lord of the
What
Rings.
Mel's saying, I think, is that the only way you die in this circumstance is if you deserve it, which she didn't.
Yeah.
Because she didn't command
She didn't
Elendil to do
Do
shit.
anything.
So
Well, but even if she had commanded it, if she was, because I don't think that the Valar are literally abiding by Numenorean law. I don't think that they're deciding whether or not this person is innocent or guilty of whatever the specific crime was. It's more of a case. It's more a question of, is this person a true believer? Are they worth keeping around, kind of thing?
well, if it's that, then she had nothing to worry
I-
about, I guess. Neither did Elendil.
Yeah.
Well, exactly. Yeah, which is yeah. I also I just want to throw this in. I find it very amusing and also quite confusing that in Numenor we have horses that psychically bond with their riders. Their electoral system is governed by an eagle, and their courts are run by a Cthulhu monster.
oh, the
Yes.
animalists.
Yeah.
There's,
I
they worship
like
as nature
Cthulhu
spirits.
Judge. He's he's cool.
Should give him a little gavel and.
Well,
So-
Cthulhu Judge.
Are we going to
makes
talk
me-
about the Cthulhu Judge? Because
In
is
season
that a
one?
Valar monster?
It's just
That,
some
that also
Valar
destroyed,
monster.
so that which also destroyed the boat in season
Yeah.
one.
Uh-huh.
It's not the same creature, if that's what you're asking.
It'd be
That
so
is
funny if
what
he
I was-
moonlights
Not?
destroying little ships just because he likes doing that. He's like, yeah,
Just
I'm
bored.
he's like a daredevil, you know. He'll do the legal stuff, but he'll also go out there and do justice himself. He's trying to kill Sauron, damn it.
Yeah,
Well, I
it would be
guess-
some creature of Ulmno, which is the Valar of the Sea, but it's just some made up bullshit, basically.
So the Valar of the Sea could have had the monster eat Sauron, but chose not to have it do that.
Hmm.
Yes.
Interesting.
Wait, hold on.
So-
Sorry. So the Valar control these monsters? Is that
I
the
assume they
case?
could
or-
do like
It could be that
basically
case.
anything,
yes.
right?
They could also be like neutral sea creatures. I have no idea. But apparently this one is controlled by the Valar.
Well, they believe that it is. Or, well, they don't even necessarily believe that it is. I guess it's like, because it's the same idea as burning a witch. I guess it's like the fire isn't literally being controlled by the god or whatever it might be. But
Yes, it is. What?
Well, yeah, I guess it's too late for this. It's 3 in the morning.
It's also would say
Like,
they could
because
have
they can
finished
summon it with the-
Fellowship and Two Towers by now.
Oh god.
I mean,
Extended.
because
Or almost 2 episodes of Rings of Power. So hey, you know,
Is it even
Consider-
almost?
they can just summon the sea creature with horns whenever they want apparently. So
yeah. So let's continue.
Let us.
We're sort of on the home stretch in a manner of
Sort
speaking.
of.
So Farazan is now using the Palantir. He needs a big W. He's using the Palantir, and he sees lava, and he sees Halbrand, and I think what is supposed to be Mount Doom.
It is, yeah. It's the same shot that
Yeah.
we saw in episode 2.
So yeah, he gets that vision. I
He
like
does-
I like the visuals of the effect of the Palantir, about how it like is blue and it kind of like spreads out and kind of surrounds them. That's neat.
it's like glass breaking almost.
Yeah.
Kind of, sort of in a way. So who knows what this will mean that he'll do? I guess we'll find out later.
I'm more
I don't
cynical
even
about
care
it.
to
I feel
speculate.
like this is here to justify anything they want from him now.
Story wise, yeah.
Well, that's what the Palantir are, though. They're just plot devices.
So in this show,
trying to
yes. In a better written thing like Lord of the Rings, they're much more interesting
of course.
than that.
In this, they're using them exactly the same way. Like I said, the visions that they're just planting in people's brains.
I quite love a lot of the payoffs related to Palantirs and
oh, absolutely.
But this shit sucks. It's just like blah, 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 and it's like, well, now I get to do this. And you're like, no, why?
Okay. So, enough of that Numenorean nonsense. We gotta go to Galadriel now.
No.
Yes.
Okay, fine.
Galadriel is talking to Adar. You know, Sauron's plan is she's telling him that Sauron's plan is to make rings to rule over everybody in Middle Earth, including you and me and all of the people. Thus the terminology everybody. So how is she going to leverage anything to get Adar's support? I don't actually know what her like bargaining chip is here to get him to cooperate and stuff. I guess she's just trying to convince him that
he called him
Oh,
Uruk
hey,
and
that's
gave
true.
him and
She
gave him
used nice
what,
pronouns,
gave
yeah.
him all the information and even more than he ever asked for, and now she has nothing to
Right.
work with anymore.
So Sauron's
She's so
power
dumb.
is not his physical army, she says, because he doesn't have one. His power is in the corrupting influence of the rings and whatever it is that they do. It actually still is kind of up in the air. They're just bad in some way. Adar is the one who's threatening Eregion and threatening the elves. So she's like, well, he's not here with an army like you are. She says Elrond is coming from Lindon, and he's got her ring, Nunya. Nunya business.
Nice.
Oh, yeah. So what she is saying they should do is when Elrond gets here, we are going to go separate Celebrimbor and Sauron, so Celebrimbor can't make any more rings. And I don't know how this is supposed to like happen and play out because Sauron is insanely powerful and you don't know what he looks like and he could be anybody, and if he like touches you, you're fucked. And he could probably do more than that. He summoned lightning to destroy a bridge.
Yeah.
I don't know what you expect to do against Sauron in like an arena battle, like a Soul Calibur. I don't know what the plan is here. I don't know what she thinks is supposed to convince Adar.
Well, so
Yeah,
I
like,
kind of want to.
the whole
If we can rewind a little bit, we've missed some scenes, possibly several, maybe even a whole season here. She just one of the first things she says here is Elrond is going to be, as mentioned, the ring and an army is coming.
Yep.
And you have Adar go, I see. And when I was watching this, I was like, why the fuck did you just tell him that?
Yeah, she
that
tells
is-
him
You
like
just
every
sold out your
information.
fucking friend to an
That
orc.
is what we call giving away information that can only harm you. It doesn't help you
Yeah.
at all to have said this. And you might be thinking like, well, no, but she needs to convince him that there's reason to join. I was like, no. Step one is Adar. What do you want from me? You've got me captured. You want to, fucking team up. What exactly do you want? And if he said, I'd really love some elves from Lindon to help take down Sauron. You could then like move from there, but she just immediately surrenders the information of exactly where Elrond is and what the elves' movements are. Why?
Elrond
Elrond is
rings.
carrying.
Sauron is actually
You
there.
fucking
There's
idiot.
actually
She
no
sells out
army
her
here
friend,
right
her
now,
best friend in the
so
world.
yeah, it's
I
very
hate it
safe
when
for
she,
you to
like,
go in there.
You're not supposed to be this stupid. You're supposed to be slightly. She's a commander. You're supposed to be strategic.
Well, we saw what they're like earlier. It's not
so
not good.
painful.
Yeah, they're the most retarded of all elves, apparently.
It is so obvious too, because if she surrenders information and he doesn't immediately look encouraged or offer something else or tell her about information, he instead slowly turns villainously and says, "I see."
Yeah.
I learned all my scheming from Sauron many years ago. That's why I'm so good at it.
God.
Oh, and also
so
not
yeah.
placating him immediately when he says, like, so what's my fate after all this? Like, just tell him you'll be fine. Yeah, we'll give you your space. 100%.
Fine.
100%.
Yeah.
Thumbs up. Yes.
You want to
Even if
hang
you
out
won't.
Mordor? You can do that. Just leave us all alone. You'll have your little place. You can be with your orcs. Glug can raise his family, and we'll just be over here in Eregion Elfland, and just don't kill and pillage. Just stay in Mordor, and we'll be chill.
Like I said, even if you plan to just crush Mordor, say that you won't for now, please, to save your fellow elves, you dumb fuck.
She can even say that there's an army poised to assault Mordor.
Well, also,
and she could be like, "I'll call it off. I have that power. I will call it off. It won't happen. We will, we won't do it. Yeah, we'll go and get Sauron, and we can just both go back home, and that'll be that."
And just moving to, you want me to reveal stuff, and he's like, "You already did." And then even I was like, "Yeah, bitch, what the fuck do you mean? You already gave away."
He says everything I hoped and more. It's like, yeah.
Then she seems to have a moment of like, Jesus Christ, I'm the cause of suffering again.
Again?
It's the exact same thing that happened with her and Sauron.
You even gave me unprompted that spotchka recipe that I didn't ask for.
She just got horny for another fucking evil lord and gave him all the information.
I can totally picture Adar said to Glug, "I'm going into the tent. I'm going to take a while to get information out of Galadriel. I've got to try and come across as her friend." And he comes out 5 seconds later, and Glug's like, "What?" He's like, "She just gave me everything, dude. I don't even."
You won't believe this. Actually, it's actually
I don't even
crazy.
know.
Yeah.
I think she thinks I'm hot.
Like
I think
he
she's
frees
trying to
her,
fuck
and then
me. I
like
need
2
to get
minutes
out of
later, he
here.
shackles her up again.
She said when the torch hit my hair, it reminded me of Galdriel. That was weird.
Also, this is another example as well of the writers just giving Adar information that he can't possibly have, because Adar seems to be aware of the fact that Gil-galad is going to invade Mordor. There is no way he can know that.
How long do you think Adar's going to last?
I think he'll be around for a while, to be honest.
I think they might need him to be like a little orc wild card for the story, because if it's, like they could always have him to do stuff with.
I could see him actually dying in like next or like at the end of the season, basically, or next episode.
Yeah, maybe.
I want them to just change actors every season with him.
Oh, that would be fun.
Because
we lost another Adar. We gotta hire
she's like, you
another
can't.
Adar.
She's like realizing you can't. How she's fucked herself over. She's like, you can't win unless you have more people. And then he's like, yeah, I got shit tons. Look. And then she's like, oh. And she's realized she's fucked up like in 6 different ways. And then what I love about this, he summarizes her fuck ups. He's like, so you've told me this, you've told me this, you told me where the rig is, you told like where Elrond is, where the armies are along the way, who Sauron is. It's like, just clarify. Is there literally even anything else you can tell me? Like, I think I've got all of it at this point. And she starts doing her fucking iconic frowny face.
Yeah.
He's like,
Also,
wait a
like,
minute.
So, because he's kind of tricking her this entire time, and his plan, for this to make any sense, for Adar's plan here, it hinges entirely upon the idea that doing Galadriel's plan, which was complete insanity, would be playing into Sauron's hands, because Sauron knows her mind, which means that his actions require that both Sauron and Galadriel are retarded, but Adar pretends not to notice.
That's a safe assumption in this story, I'm finding.
Pretty much.
Her like final gambit of actually this is all Sauron's plan, I don't even think is very convincing whatsoever. It just sounds desperate. Like, what is Sauron's plan for my entire army to descend upon him personally? Okay. Well, last time we did it, we killed him, so it's like I'm not too worried about it, to be honest with you.
Well, also, so this is part of why I find it difficult to criticize Sauron's plan yet, because right now it appears to make absolutely no sense. Galadriel seems to believe that Sauron is in Eregion, and he's going to remain in Eregion until he's finished crafting the rings. But she simultaneously believes that Sauron wants Adar to demolish Eregion. That doesn't make any sense. So either she's right and Sauron's plan makes no sense, or she's wrong, but she's expecting Adar to believe something that makes no sense.
Oh, I think it'll turn out that she was absolutely correct.
Yeah.
I'm guessing so. Yeah.
It always does.
Yes.
Oh no, she always is.
It does always do that. Yeah.
That's why I said like what she said is not convincing at all in this context to Adar in any way. I buy his response.
It's what he wants that I'm about to just wreck him completely with my massive army. Yeah. All right.
That is what I think is going to happen, and Sauron is going to take control of the army, go back to Mordor, and Adar's going to be dead.
Well, whatever it's going to be, yeah, it'll somehow, in some way, shape, or form, pan out for him. He'll get all of his rings. Celebrimbor will die, and he will find himself in some position of power, in some way, shape, or form.
But that's like if you're Sauron in this position, and you know that there's a siege coming. For one, you don't siege the city that you're in that you need to survive to complete your evil plan. But let's just say that Adar's actions have nothing to do with Sauron, and he's just going to attack the city. What you do is you grab Celebrimbor and you say, buddy, we've got to go. The city is about to get flattened, and our work is more important than Eregion. Sorry. That's what you do, but that's not... I mean, it's completely incomprehensible. Sauron's actions, what Galadriel believes Sauron's actions to be, and Adar's actions, I don't see how they can possibly come out at the end of the season and make any sense.
This is partly why you're like, I mean, episode 7 is going to be a blast of insanity, probably.
Yes, absolutely.
It'll be insane. It'll be stupid, but it'll have a big battle scene, and that will maybe be enough for some people.
It's best episode of the season, maybe the best episode ever made.
I mean, it might actually be.
His words were least worst, yeah.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
It might be the most entertaining. I think, because episode 6 of season 1 was probably the most entertaining, but it was definitely not the best.
Well, I'm I think the reality, it's kind of an unfortunate one, is that when you're making like a big budget speculative fiction TV show, the one with the action scene is the one that will generally be regarded as the best. Unfortunately, the perception being, well, there was a battle, which means that something happened. No, I don't know. I look, all right. I'm still big mad that fucking episode 4 of Halo season 2 is the highest rated one. I'm still big mad about it. It drives me crazy.
That screen grab right there looks like she's just tearing out some Vindaloo out of her butt.
I love. We just went through like 1,000 thumbnail faces, and then it just cuts back to Anna. Like, wow, you're insane.
Oh god, why did they keep giving us this?
It is quite funny how she fucked up so badly, and she's like, it's its plan. It's
so
don't do it.
And so quickly too, right? Because if you want to write a scene like this, you'd have Adar tell her, like, try to first of all give her a sense that he's actually to be trusted in any way, shape, or form over several scenes, and then you actually have him start to offer his assumptions and then actual plans based on information that he keeps declaring that he knows is kind of wrong, waiting for her to try and see if we can get a conversation going, to sort of mete out some sort of detail here and there from the things she's willing to give away and willing not to, and ask her questions, see her facial reaction, body language, all that sort of stuff. Instead, she just goes, "They'll release me?" And he goes, "Yeah." She's like, "All right, so Elrond's got my ring. He's in Lindon. He's coming with an army of elves. And if we team up, we can..." And he's just like, whoa. I need to write all this down. Like, Jesus.
He's just in front of the tent before he goes in. He just prepares, okay, I'm going to do this, and then it's going to be a hard, it's going to be a hard gambit, all right? I'm going to let her go, and then we're going to have a little bit of a discussion, and then he just blurts everything. I was like, oh well.
Disappointing, but there we are.
Also, she gets restrained by 2 orcs. She's like the best soldier in the history of soldiers, and this is the second time.
The script's not allowed at this point to do anything.
She's kind of been put on pause for these last couple episodes, huh? She hasn't really
done anything. They gave her the super awesome horse sequence, okay, where she did the and then she did the napalm lantern.
So. That's the last 2 episodes. 5 and 6.
Well, that's but that's a good point actually, though, because like because that scene did not need to exist and should not have existed based on Adar's motivation. It didn't achieve anything, and it acts contrary to Adar's motivation. But the thing is that if you remove that scene, then Galadriel has done fucking nothing this entire season. So it was probably like decided before they put the story together that, well, episode 4, we're going to have her big hero moment before she gets captured or something.
Have you noticed they're set up that Glug might Glug might betray Adar, and that it's probably going to be that he realizes the Adar, whatever, is no better than Sauron, and he might try and betray him, but then he'll probably have a tragic death where Adar like stabs him before he can do it to him.
No, he stabs his child and baby.
Oh no!
Tell my wife I love her.
I love my wife.
Don't
just
do
have,
it,
have the shot. We're going to have the shot back in Mordor, like at the end of the season of Glugwife holding the Glugling right at the end. Just sat there on their own, like with an empty chair at the dinner table.
See, if they did that right, and what I mean by right is, you know, like if tragic, really loud tragic music plays, the orc is crying, and Galadriel's holding him, and he just says, "Make sure my children know that I died fighting for a good cause," or something like that. That's the kind of shit that could get this show finally getting people to watch it, because they'd be like, "Oh my god, no fucking way."
Also, can we go to the shot where he shows
talk about it?
His big army. It's like his really big army that he has.
Well, his army.
It's pathetic. This.
We laughed. We were watching, and we were like, "Oh my gosh, this is so pathetic."
It's framed in basically the exact same way to the Two Towers reveal of Saruman's army.
Over the cliff into the forest.
It's just funny because I thought, oh, they go on the lights, okay, and then they stop, but the panning doesn't stop. It's like, no, wait, did you forget to put the lights there? No, that's it. That's all the orcs already.
Yeah.
We finally get some kind of an establishing shot, but it's just a bunch of not even know if I should call it a bunch. It's just some orcs by bonfires.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
That's like
it's
really not that impressive or threatening.
No.
They're not organized.
They come across as a rabble.
Yeah, it's just like people wandering through. I don't know. It's like a map modifier for the forest. It's not threatening or impressive. It's disorganized. It's a joke. Like these guys, you're gonna destroy the elves in Middle Earth with this?
Yeah.
And also, like the higher that you dial the number of how many orcs there are, the less believable it is that they remained in secret for this long.
Yes, exactly.
Because the moment they get spotted, that army that was gonna invade Mordor, they're just gonna turn right around and fuck you up.
It's funny when I see
they've got catapults instead of trebuchets. That's so lame.
Yeah.
So speaking of those catapults, they pushed catapults all the way across Middle Earth. They didn't use beasts of burden. They have trolls. No, they were literally just wheeling them across like hills and through mud and all that. I just don't believe that is even possible.
No.
I don't get the decision to not have trolls or big like bulls or cattle or whatever to pull these things.
Well, in
they got the one guy.
Return of the King, in Return of the King, they used the trolls to push the siege towers, and that was just from Mordor to Minas Tirith. This is like 10 times that distance.
And they also have like beasts of burden as well that you see. In
that for the battering ram, all the rest of it. Whereas from what we've seen, Adar's army consists of a rabble of orcs, numbering in some things, and one troll.
Imagine how much work that one troll's doing.
Well, I'm guessing that Damrod, the legendary hill giant who eats dragons for breakfast, he is going to have a major part to play in episode 7. Because why would you put that setup in if not?
But if he's the only troll, he'll be like a target for all of the arrows of the elves, and he'll get killed instantly. Everyone's like, "Oh shit! Shoot the one massive one with our arrows."
I'm so very curious about this castle fortress defense next episode. How bad it's going to be.
It doesn't exist. There are no. Again, you think of Minas Tirith. You got the trebuchets for I guess counter siege would be what you would call it. Eregion doesn't have any of that. They don't have any siege weapons of their own. Seemingly, they have a bunch of walls. They have a couple of dickheads standing up there in their towers who don't see anything until there's literally a line of catapults pointing in their direction.
Yeah, it seems like it's basically defenseless, even though it has like all these towers and all the walls and everything.
Yeah. You can't tell me a fucking city fortress as impressive looking as this has like zero interesting or complicated or well engineered defenses. It's just towers and archers. Like really,
it should be one of the most defensible positions in all of Middle Earth.
This is fucking Eregion, the city which Lord is the best elven smith. So this is probably the city where they get all their armor and weapons from, or most of them. Actually. So this should be heavily defended.
They should have
guns. They should have like M16s, AK-47.
I'm
Just,
kind of
a bunch
expecting
heavily armed warriors.
What did you make with all that
and, like,
mithril?
Yeah.
I'm kind of expecting in episode
Mithril
7
shop.
that we are going to get some, they are going to throw in some ridiculous defense systems or something. You know, like when they're coming to ram down the gate or something, they're going to have some elaborate equivalent to, like, dumping hot oil on them or something like that. They're going to just come up with a bunch of ridiculous bullshit that we haven't seen.
I could see it all just being zoomed at CGI bullshit or something, but yeah.
I think so, but the set with the statue just outside of Celebrimbor's tower, that set is going to be used so fucking much, I swear.
Oh, yeah.
Every last scene of destruction will be best represented by the destruction of that area. We're like, look, it's
curious how bad
people
the
running through it and
statue will look
screaming,
when
and
they
then
push it down.
building falls over, and then some fires start up, and then orcs are running through it. They'll keep cutting back to that one area, but a different camera angle, and be like, see, it's a Region. It's different.
It's the city.
Well, they seem to want, especially going from season 1, episode 6, they seem to want to do everything in camera, even though using CG, as seen in the Peter Jackson films, for example, and over relied upon in the Hobbit films, does have advantages. You can do much larger scale things. You can have establishing shots to show where the armies actually are. And they haven't done that. Well, no, sorry. The only time they've done that in this episode, in season 2, is the shot that we just had of the orcs running around in the woods just now. That is it. So maybe they will suddenly throw in like an elven army fighting the orc army, and it will largely be, massive, wide, epic shots, largely consisting of CG with some close-ups. Maybe they'll do that, but we haven't seen anything like that from Rings of Power so far. So I don't know if it's reasonable to expect that.
Well then.
Okay, almost there. Yeah, we got Adar blows his bighorn. We see an establishing shot. A battle's gonna happen. Boy, that's not a very impressive army. Who knows what's gonna happen? There could be 12 elves inside for all I know. I have no clue what's going on. I have no idea.
Chaos in a Region though, like there's even someone fell over, which is what you do when there's chaos. Have someone fall down on the ground and be like, oh.
We have been suddenly set upon. There was no warning for this. No one could possibly have known anything. They pretend as though
only someone would have looked this way.
They make it seem as though once we get the shot of the shoreline and oh god, that was loud. The flames, the bonfires, the machines of war. They make it seem as though this is the moment that a Region is made aware that war is about to happen.
Yeah.
It's like you would have been made aware fucking ages ago.
It is pathetic. It is actually pathetic.
Just moving those fucking catapults up would have taken fucking ages.
Absolutely nonsense. The fact he's like, we're under attack. He's like, no fucking shit. What the hell?
Yeah, there's been an army traipsing around your country for what could be weeks now, and I guess no elf saw it. Not a single elf. Not one.
This one is well protected.
So, up in the tower, Brimby, he's doodling designs for rings. And
can I just
he
say,
is...
the one we see him doodle is easily the shittest. Someone else did the doodling.
Someone did the other one. Yeah.
Well, no,
they could have the same pen. It's like it's like the other ones are blue pencils. That's why it's just a regular one for some reason.
They could have drawn something out of that though, with it to demonstrate his deteriorating mental state. You have his different designs, and he's flipping through his book,
cool.
and they're getting worse and worse and worse. Is it the example I'm thinking of is probably not the best example, but the Abyss, where as he's going down into the trench, his speech gets worse and worse and worse because he's running out of oxygen. I don't know if there's a better example than that, but yeah, they could absolutely have done that, where he flips back through his sketchbooks and realizes how shit he is now, basically. But no, like you say, all it is he's just basically drawn a little circle.
Well, the implication is he just drew the much better looking one, and then this goober one, and then he crosses out the much better looking one.
This strikes me as a particularly why even bother when it's obviously didn't draw the other ones.
I like the subtitles of this as well.
Yeah.
I think.
Yeah, because
Do you think they told him just to help it the immersion? Can you draw a ring? And he's like, I'm not very good at drawing. It's like, no, just it's fine. Just just sketch one out, just sketchy.
We'll make the basics and you just
It's
draw
because
some shit on it.
when the scene starts,
they
it'll
get
look
the-
as though it'll be believable that you drew it. It'll be like, yeah, that'll be great. You just see this, you're like, it wasn't.
Why not have like a partially drawn one by the artist, and then just have him do some like hatching lines on the on
also,
that one, and then
whatever
shading and shit.
Whatever pencil the artist used, maybe hand it to him.
Yeah.
It wasn't the same one.
I was Celebrimbor's stunt double for the doodling scene.
God, it's so stupid.
Yeah,
doodle double.
This reminds me of the tic-tac-toe thing, where it's just like, how do you make these mistakes?
Yeah.
Well,
Was that in, what was that in again? The tic-tac-toe thing?
Black Widow.
Oh, that was
Widow.
Black Widow. That's right. Yes.
Disney can't handle tic-tac-toe.
Just remember
That's the height of incompetence right there. It's fucking
that
amazing.
was so
You
funny.
fucked up tic-tac-toe.
All you had to do is
It is an
play
advanced
around
video
of
game.
tic-tac-toe.
It's the kind of one you learn the most complicated shit, and then you get to tic-tac-toe as like the sort of like, can you do this? Brain teaser.
Jesus Christ.
The next level.
Brimby's doodling his ring designs, and he hears, oh no,
He hears
terror
screams.
outside. He's screaming, and alarms, brazen bells, the whole thing. And he's like, oh, that's kind of weird. I should go investigate. I'm going to go to the window and open it up. And Anatar's like, oh, no. And he closes the door. What's up, friend? How are things going? What's up? How are you doing? I'm cool.
You're
How
totally
about
not
you?
suspicious.
How
Have you taken your pills?
goes things? Yeah, have you taken your pills? Now, Anatar says, don't worry. I got stuff in the city. You didn't hear alarms at all. I got stuff in the city taken care of, right? You belong here in the tower making rings. Hey? You love making rings.
A really bad thing for him to say after hearing you screaming. It's like, don't worry, that's me that sorted that out.
Wait, what? No, I'm taking care of it. I'm taking care of it.
The screaming,
It's all good.
someone dropped the oranges splat on the floor. It's horrible.
The fucking things he says as well. He's like, I'm
Yeah,
just gonna go quickly check this out. It's like, you're gonna be the demise of everybody if we don't forge the rings. It's like, I just want to look out the window. Calm down.
I'm gonna tell everyone
I'll
you
go-
fucked everything up if you leave.
Anatar says, I'll take care of it. Brimby's like, yeah, I'll decide that. I'll go take a look. And Anatar tries to stop him, even touches him, which is important, grabs his arm. And when Brimby wants to leave, Anatar says, I am going to tell everybody in the seen and unseen world, all the men and everyone, that you are the reason for their downfall, and you suck, and you're bad, and you're to blame, and no one will like you. But Brimby walks off towards the door to go outside and check on what's going on. And Anatar, right? He has so he's doing some sneaky stuff here. I think this is where he like cuts his hand in the palm.
He cut his
that was
hand
bit
earlier in
earlier,
the
yeah.
scene, but he closes his eyes and he's obviously doing something.
He's doing some
Yeah.
spell
Some
stuff.
magic.
What the
he's-
hand cutting had to do with this is unclear.
He needs the blood on the outside.
How exactly does Celebrimbor square away? Like, dude, it was night. Now it's
Well, yeah.
day. What the hell?
He's
So
losing my mind.
we reach our first issue, our first major issue with how stupid and how incredibly thoroughly retarded Sauron is. Sauron closes his eyes up, and Anatar closes his eyes in the tower, and we see Brimby leaving the tower. He opens up the doors and he walks outside, and it's instantly, noticeably daytime. Yes, good job.
And it's
not-
nighttime inside the tower. Like you could tell
Yes,
from the windows.
it's
So
clearly night.
nice one,
So,
Sauron.
Good job, Sauron.
Yeah, good
Really-
You
you're
have one
really good
job.
at
You
this.
retard.
You have all this magic power and you can do everything, and you're still failing at the basic shit. It's sad to see. So, there's happy elves wandering around. Everyone's they're sewing, and the children are playing and laughing, and someone's walking their dog, and it's just a lovely day. Things are suspiciously wonderful. It's really wonderful. Isn't that great? All the children are playing.
a normal person would be highly suspicious of this, but obviously Celebrimbor is too far gone because he's heard screams and now he's walked out into a cartoon happy land where everyone is. It's literally
not even
like
necessary.
sunshine and lollipops. So
a normal person would know they're being fucked with, like not even being suspicious.
The excuse will be, well, he's just so far gone. It's like, so then why bother? Like, why even put all these illusions? Just say that he's fucking Sauron's puppet at this point. There's just no point. None of this would be convincing. It's all insane, and yet he's fully convinced by it. It's like, wow, everything's great.
I think the point of it is that they want. Yeah, I see because what Celebrimbor does is he basically refuses Anatar. He pushes back on him more than he has ever pushed back on him before. He's like, "Fuck you, get out of my way." He physically shoves him out of the way, and then goes outside. And the conclusion of this is that he basically gets re-manipulated and told, "Get in there and make some rings." But like you say, why bother? He was already doing that. But I guess they needed to account for the screaming and the alarm bells.
No, they didn't though. He could just make it so you can't hear that.
Yeah, it's also right after he told them, like, I'm gonna fuck all your shit.
That's what I mean about his power. They can just make it so that Celebrimbor is taking a shit, but he's actually forging the rings of power, and he doesn't realize it.
Yeah,
like they're just playing with it so much now. It's like there's just nothing to work with.
Yeah.
Anatar, he needs to convince Celebrimbor to go back in there and work on rings. And Celebrimbor doesn't want to work on rings. He's not working on rings, right? And the Eregion is about to be sieged by orcs. They're already shooting like fireballs at things. It's shit's bad, all right? So Anatar comes out in this illusion during the daytime, and he says that for centuries he has sought to craft these objects of great power, but he hasn't been able to do it. And honestly, it's not even because the Valar sent me, Brimby. It's because I really want to do this. I want to save all these people. I want to save Middle-earth. It's really me. The Valar didn't send me. Sorry for lying about that important fact this whole time. Now, what about Brimby says he can't forge more rings. He just can't do it. Not only does he not want to do it, he can't do it because, well, he's missing the vital ingredient.
One
love,
of two.
but also
Everything.
Mithril. He doesn't have Mithril. He needs it. And now comes a confusing bit that y'all might have to help me with, because I worry if I'm misunderstanding what's going on here. Now, Anatar says that he went to get Mithril from Narvi. He's never mentioned this before. He shows Brimby a whole bunch of it in this jar that's been refined to a powder. And 1/9 portion per ring should be enough.
If you don't fuck up any of them, I guess.
Also, that's not powder.
No, it's gravel.
Also, that's true. It's like pebbles. It's gravel.
That's why he didn't know what an alloy is. He cannot know what powder is.
He's not a geologist, okay? He doesn't know that.
He's like, fuck you, it's big powder. Shut up.
Big powder. That's not how powder works.
So, regardless of the illusion, in the real world, in baseline reality that we all share and have a wonderful time in, Celebrimbor needs Mithril physically to make these rings. He needs it. Without Mithril, he cannot make the rings. Anatar did not get Mithril at Khazad-dûm. He showed up, had a short meeting, got denied, and was escorted out by guards. He never talked to Narvi.
Could he have stolen it?
He went. He never.
I mean, he's Sauron. He probably could have done, but we should have absolutely seen that.
If they decide to say that this isn't a trick and this is actually physically Mithril that he has somehow stolen, and they just didn't show or even imply that happened during his Khazad-dûm trip, this show can go and fuck itself.
I like that you're saying that is what can make it go fuck itself.
It's been like,
the show is
5 million fucking atrocities before this.
There's many.
It can do it again, can it?
Like, there's two possibilities as far as I can kind of tell, which we were discussing yesterday, Regs. Is he either, his objective is either to just kind of trick Celebrimbor so that he goes inside and occupies himself doing stuff so that he is okay during the siege. So he's conjured up some imaginary Mithril, and he's like, get in there and get back to work and be a good boy and don't come outside for the next 24 hours. You know, that kind of thing. That's possible. I don't think that's what they're doing. What I think they're doing, they are expecting us to believe that Anatar did indeed get Mithril from Narvi, as he claims, off screen. How? He just did. Fuck off. He just has it now.
I would have liked to seen that interaction between Anatar and Narvi. But
And-
fuck us, I guess.
And he has also given it to Celebrimbor in like a dream state. This is not physical reality. Celebrimbor is currently drooling on the floor somewhere.
Maybe.
They are not physically
I get what
standing
you're
out here
saying.
during the day.
We got a few
So,
options as to what the nature of this mithril is, and we'll find out, I guess.
Yeah, which is partly why, again, until we know the details of Sauron's plan, we can't say for certain. But either way, I don't think it really works.
Well, no, it doesn't. Like everything else in this fucking show.
Yeah, this is what a catastrophic bundle of what is it called
We're
when
all
you
struggling. It's
bumble?
okay.
Is it a
I thought you were going somewhere else,
Bumbling?
but all right.
Bundle of sticks.
I
Yeah.
hate Rings of Power a lot. If it turns out that it's real and they didn't show us that interaction or him doing that, I
Yeah.
just like that's insane. What a storytelling catastrophe of a decision that is to be like, no, we just didn't show you that. He just did though. He did. He's Sauron. He could do that. We just didn't even begin to try and attempt to even let you know that he wanted to or could or did do any of that.
What I think is gonna happen, this is like actual physical mithril. He's gonna finish the ring somehow by using the hammer of Glombius. And then he's finished. Sauron takes the rings, he fucks off while all the fighting is going on outside, and then the season ends.
That's the other problem, though, is that he's basically said, if all of this is real and he's not tricking him and saying get in there and just kind of keep yourself busy, then what he is expecting Celebrimbor to do is to take the mithril, take Feanor's hammer, go inside and craft the 9 rings for men on his own during a siege within 24 hours.
And he will just make it, and then he'll die, and it'll be really sad.
Really
and
sad.
if he manages
into a banner.
If he manages to do that, then that is basically confirmation of a time frame for how long it takes to craft the rings.
I can't.
Well, an hour.
I can't wait for the scene
it-
when
essentially,
Galadriel
yeah.
finds Celebrimbor dying on the floor and just blames him for all of this. Like, can't believe you've done all of this. It's your fault. I just
Dude, I was so
impressed.
impressed.
Like, how could you fall under Sauron's corruption? How?
Yeah, you fool. Couldn't be me.
They were so
Can't
impressed with
believe you
themselves when they
committed
did the
suicide.
transition from day to night, and I thought I was struck immediately by how sort of like lazy it was, because they wanted the dynamic transition of the camera moving, but did you notice how there's no one that gets converted until we go to nighttime in the background? People are everywhere, and then we get the shot where it's like you can't see anyone except him, so it's much easier to control. When I think a really cool dynamic shot would be for every type of person who is running, screaming, panicking, you get the equivalent in the dream version, which is like happy person.
Yeah.
You know, like you could have done all of that,
That
but
would
it's
be
like, well,
way
now we
more
take
It's not very impressive.
yeah,
It's not very
yeah, we don't want to do
impressive.
that.
Yeah, now that you pointed that out, I really don't like as much anymore, because I saw
I
it first
don't
like,
like
oh, I guess they did something neat, I guess. But now that you pointed that out,
I mean, the effect itself is like finally done, but it's it's
Because what they're doing, based on what you actually see, is that Sauron has pulled the wool over Celebrimbor's eyes, and he's literally conjured an imaginary land. Whereas if he had done what you just said, then it would be that he is perverting something that actually exists, which would have been so much better. It would have meant so much more.
Yeah. I also need to go back a little bit to something he said before, because he's changed his story so many times about who he fucking is.
Yeah.
Like, once again,
he
now
does-
he's not even an envoy from the Valar. Like,
He also does another
He's just
patented
saying,
evil
"I'm-
look to the audience, which I just like.
Yeah.
I'm so
God-
tired of this shit.
oh, yes.
Yeah, he said God didn't send me, but I am an angel. This is just me
Uh-huh.
personally wanting to save the world, and I guess I don't have God on my side for whatever reason.
Yeah.
Trust me, though, I'm right. We gotta save the world. This is my thing, and I need you to do it because I've been trying for a long time,
I
centuries.
just want to, you want someone to be like, Celebrimbor, do you remember the last thing Galadriel told you about this person? He's like, what, not to speak to him ever? Like,
Don't treat with him.
Isn't that crazy? Yeah.
No,
crazy.
she said that about Halbrand.
Has it really-
not-
That's
yeah,
different.
a new guy
Why?
now. Yeah, he transformed into a new guy now. He doesn't even look like him.
Not even a little
Yeah.
bit. It's
So why
amazing.
does Sauron pose there like that? That
He's,
really
he's
confused
casting
me.
another
Because
spell.
he's evil.
He's doing something, we don't know what, right?
He's
Oh,
doing
man.
something.
There was
God,
a
the next
comment
episode's
from,
gonna be so like shit. Is the
It's going to be a
Gonna
complete
be
clusterfuck. It's
Big
gonna
action
be
scene of
go
them.
the entire time, and it's going to be a complete mess the whole way through.
I'm sure everything
was-
is gonna line up
Go,
perfectly
gadget
time-wise.
plug.
It's gonna
I
be
really-
great.
I really can't wait.
There was a comment from Benny McCreary that is actually like directing the music like literally in the scene, apparently.
As in,
when he stands up there on the wall.
So, yeah, let's just
He's
we'll just
breaking
wrap
the
up really
fourth wall
quick.
when he stands there.
He convinces, Anatar convinces him to go back in and start working on Rings of Power. He'll be like, yeah, the Silmarils will be nothing compared to your Rings of Power. Here's a hammer, get to it. Brimby is now convinced, I guess. And what I suppose is the case right now is like I sort of leaving, like hitting the end of the episode, we are left with Anatar's goal is to go and get him to make rings, get those rings done, deliver those rings to men while there is a siege happening on the city.
Mm-hmm.
And he's cast a spell on the tower. We don't know what it's going to do. And the orcs are going to, they're shooting their catapults.
We remember
and
this time frame is self-imposed because Sauron went to Mordor for no reason.
Yes.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, pretty much.
That's true.
Like, if whatever that was serving, whatever purpose, you could have just done it once the rings were forged.
No.
Well, that was where my whole theory of the sleeper agent thing came from, because that's the only thing that he gets from that is let my people go. Otherwise, he could just do all of this and then go and speak to Adar afterwards.
It doesn't make any sense, and I don't think they had a plan.
It's hard to believe that all of this is because an elf couldn't get from Lindon to Eregion to tell Celebrimbor that Halbrand was Sauron.
We
like,
made
not
it
a single
very-
one was able to do it. It
we
wasn't
made it
possible. It
aggressively
couldn't be done.
clear in our first episode coverage that like that is the season is the consequence for that insanity.
Yeah. Also, that Galadriel didn't tell him like immediately.
Yeah.
She could have just told him right there.
Which the show is like, see, and that's why you're going to be the reason that he died. It's like, are you going to hold her accountable for that at all?
No, it might be
No.
mentioned that she's bad, but then she goes back to being an amazing, incredible warrior, wise woman, girl boss, general lady who's always right and defeats the bad guys, and then she'll get her ring back.
Yeah. The scene you're at right now, Mauler, the fireballs also move incredibly fucking slowly.
I was about to say that, yeah.
Like
No,
they
That's
should
just-
be able
we're just
to be
in
in the
slow-mo.
air.
That's just, yeah, it's just because they're
No,
very
it's
light.
not.
They're very light.
No, it's
They're like
not.
tumbleweeds.
It's terrible.
You can see from how the fire moves and shit that it's not in slow mo. It's a lie.
No, the orc fire is normally really quick.
Super
here,
quick,
you
but
know,
when
it
it's
isn't.
evil, it slows down. Yeah,
It's evil.
It's also
fire,
not
yeah.
hot.
exactly.
Yeah.
These are
Also,
actually
yeah.
ice balls. When they hit the walls, they're gonna freeze
Oh
them.
my god.
Oh my god, like
no.
Sauron, it's like little mini Sauron explosions every time they
Yes.
hit. It'll be like a
Yeah.
Winter Wonderland in there when
And
the time,
people will
when the
have
orcs
water
arrive.
to put out the fires, but what they won't realize is that water's going to get frozen. They'll be like, no, our great plans. What we need is actually
No.
fire. And then they get the
Quick, go to
firemen,
the
because
forge,
in this
tell
universe,
Celebrimbor to make
firemen
up some
shoot
fire.
fire instead of
Gonna throw-
water, and they save
Gonna
the
throw
city.
burning oil on the fucking ice.
Well, yeah, the elves think that. What do you mean? Firefighters don't fight fires; they use fires to fight. What
Yeah,
do you mean?
they
Of
fight
course,
with
of
fire.
course, that's what they do. It's in the name. They're firefighters. Hey, guess what? The episode's over.
Oh,
Yay!
Thank the Lord.
I,
Jeez.
I forgot to throw something in earlier, which I'll just slide in now
Do it.
quickly. Adar
Same.
has seemingly two objectives. One is to defeat Sauron. The other is to live peacefully in Mordor.
DLC is
he
trolling.
should.
He is here assaulting Eregion in order to
Yeah.
stop Sauron because he just wants to be left alone in Mordor.
Yeah, like
Interesting.
as dumb as Galadriel's plan was, that was a better idea than this. Because if he demolishes Eregion, there is no way he is going to be allowed to live happily ever after.
Some nice pixel art.
I love
It's
Minecraft.
it's a little demon.
Yeah.
Oh my goodness gracious!
Oh.
It's over.
There
That's
was
pretty
God,
there
good.
was
over.
another thing that the Hobbit said earlier as well that kind of triggered me. It says, how many times have I told you he's important? A few more than a rabbit's dozen, I suppose. A fucking
That's-
rabbit's dozen.
So that's 14.
Is it?
Is a baker's
Well, that's
dozen
more.
13,
That's a couple more than. Well, it's a couple more than a normal dozen. He's a few more. A few is at least 2, right?
right? I have no idea. I don't farm
A
rabbits.
dozen. Listen, you don't farm rabbits. I guess you. I mean, it depends how deep you plant them. But if a rabbit's dozen is 12, and you have a few more than that, it's at least 14, right? A
Why
few
is the
at least
rabbit's
2?
dozen 12?
I would assume it is.
Wouldn't that just be
Potentially.
a regular dozen?
Yeah, but maybe it's a really quick dozen that's difficult to catch.
Doesn't make
Because
any
a
sense.
baker's dozen is 13.
Yeah,
So maybe
why-
a rabbit's
I already
dozen
said that.
is it's maybe 14 or 15. It's a decent
Well,
amount.
wrapped
I would
up. That's
wager
Doesn't
great,
make any
everybody.
sense.
Rings of
14
Power,
to
episode
16.
6.
I mean, no.
There we go.
Rings of Power, we're done. Episodes 5 and 6 are
man.
finished. We've done it. We've covered them
also
all.
Which means we get a
We've-
week off from Rings of Power.
Well, I'm not.
What do you mean you're not? You're doing it on Forges, yeah?
What?
Oh wait, you're doing your...
He's gonna edit shit.
I'm making videos. Did you already forget?
Well, I thought you meant like in terms of stream coverage. You're always doing videos. That doesn't count.
It's lies.
Like constant. You'll be doing that well after the last episode's out anyway.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's why I said I'm not getting a break for a while. Oh.
Sucks to be you, man. Or does it? Yeah.
Right now,
jive.
I've overdosed on cringe today. I've played Outlaws before the stream for 4 hours.
Nice.
Oh boy.
That was a good plan.
Tell me, what is better, Outlaws or Rings of Power?
Oh.
Yeah.
The thing is, I at least get to meme on stream while I play this. I can't do that when I'm just working on the video, I guess.
All right. Yeah, fair enough.
That's cruel. Do you mean like just ultimately as a product, what scores better overall?
God, it's probably gonna be
think
Outlaws.
so.
I think.
I'm not
I'm
sure,
not
man.
sure. Outlaws is like broken to the core. Like at least when like I can watch this show and it's not gonna like just freeze, or
Yeah, and I
like,
can mostly understand what the writers want to tell me as a story. I'm just poking holes in it
And then
everywhere
there
because
are
there's
just,
so many
like,
holes, but
aspects of the production that I guess are like, yeah, I mean, okay, yeah, a lot of work would have gone into that. Shame about the writing. Outlaws is just like actually dysfunctional, like on a fundamental level in a way that this almost can't be. Because the writing is dysfunctional, but at least like the scenes happen in order, right? And they don't it doesn't break.
randomly freeze.
I mean,
Just
yeah,
because
editing kind of breaks
Outlaws
sometimes
gives you the
too.
option to go in all the places, and then you do it, and then the game gets confused with the story. That's not their fault.
Rings of Power is also
Sauron should have just hidden
significantly
in the tall
shorter.
grass.
It is very shorter.
Yeah.
Whatever.
Ugh. Well,
Um,
before we even consider wrapping up, let everyone know where
Let
everyone
us?
is and what they're doobly doing. So, Mr. Random Film Talk, once again, thank you so much
Hello.
for clocking in such incredible hours with us and for your wonderful insights. What are you up to? What are you up to right now? What are you up to in terms of your current releases for your coverage of this awesome Lord of the Rings of Power TV show?
So I put out video on part 5 because I've kind of been no-lifing it with Rings of Power. I do enjoy my life, but right now I'm questioning my decision to do this.
Right there with
Yeah,
you.
so parts 1 to 5 are out. I'm well into part 6 at this point, and I'll probably have part 6 out by this time next week. 7 and 8, because obviously 8 is the finale. You've got a lot to talk about. 7, as I've said, there's going to be a lot that happens there. I'm expecting those videos will take slightly longer. But yeah, that's pretty much it at the moment. And then I've got an Arcane video that I'm going to be dropping before season 2 comes out.
Beautiful. I wouldn't want to presume, but I assume you would like to join us for Arcane coverage.
If I'm available, then absolutely, yes.
We'd like you to join us as well. It's going to be wonderful. Or I hope it is. It'd be very depressing if it's a bad season.
I really hope.
Oh God,
good.
please don't do this to us. I guess.
Very much looking forward to it. We need something good.
Give me a
again.
break. Just a tiny one, please.
Also, if season 2 of Arcane is honestly, if it's mid or bad, then it will be so disappointing because of what they had.
Oh yeah.
Yes, sir.
It would just be depressing.
Metal. How about you, my good man?
Hello. Well, I'm also working on Rings of Power videos. I am massively behind. I have episode 1 through 3 out. I thought I had 4 by now, but then I had to face the reality that I sometimes have to still do my day job, I guess, and then I'm not available for a day. And then I got a little sick, so I couldn't work, so that was all sucky. But yeah, the 4 should be coming out probably Tuesday or Wednesday, depends on copyright, I guess. But yeah, I'm trotting along, going through this. I guess I have all the notes for the next episodes already, so that's done. So, but yeah, check those out. But tomorrow, gonna be a bit of a palate cleanser. We're gonna be talking about Joker on the Forge tomorrow. In preparation for Joker 2 coming out. Fringy's gonna be there. Rag said you might be there.
I think I'll be there. Yeah.
Awesome. We got John there, and of course Mark is gonna be there. So that should be fun stuff. Good old palate cleanser. I haven't seen that movie since it came out, so I'm excited to watch that tomorrow before the Forge.
Fuck yeah. Cool.
Because sometimes you get what you fucking deserve. Yeah, and
don't say that.
I guess
That makes me feel like we deserve Rings of Power. No.
And I have one more stream of Star Wars Outlaws to do to wrap up the story. So that's gonna happen
And then
sometime next week.
Another 4 after that to do side quests, is what you said, yeah?
I don't plan to do so unless someone forces me to for some reason, and I hope that's not gonna happen because leave me
I
all
don't know
alone.
anybody who would force you to do that. That would be cruel.
Yeah, I don't have any friends that force me to play horrible stuff sometimes.
No,
Well, a friend
sorry,
wouldn't,
Bob.
You know,
Yeah.
it's not the kind of behavior a friend would, exhibit.
True.
But yeah, I don't know what I'm gonna stream after this. Probably just some Space Marine until I'm done with Rings of Power, because Monkey Game is gonna be my reward after all this, because I'm probably gonna spend a lot of time streaming that game. Yeah, that's happening. All kinds of content. The content machine is like actually running pretty hot on my channel, and approaching the 10,000 subscribers. And again, if we get there, we gonna do when I'm over at Mew Police, if we get there by the end of this year, we're gonna do the Dark Souls 2 playthrough.
Naked Hot Tub Dark Souls 2 stream.
Ew, I didn't
Absolutely.
agree with that.
Yeah, I don't know,
The
but
hot
I guess
tub thing.
that's canon now. So yeah, go check out all the things happening over there. Thank you.
Yeah.
Goodbye.
Sounds
I'm tired.
good.
Well,
Yeah.
Goodbye.
That
If you
sounds
actually-
exciting. Don't leave yet. We have to synchronize.
No, it's all good. It's all good.
Goga, how about you, my good man?
Yeah, Warlock stuff. Man, go watch it. Yeah.
Which I was supposed to put out on this Wednesday, but it's okay. It's gonna come out the 26th. All right.
Is it okay, Mauler?
You'll
Is it
get
okay?
your goddamn Braveheart. It'll be
Yeah,
great.
Braveheart's gonna be next Wednesday, so get
Yes.
excited.
Which then leads us into very close to the month of Spooktober, of which, my goodness,
my goodness.
yeah,
Oh, what a spooky ween
things
month.
have been worked on, all kinds of things you'll never believe, chat. You'll be like, whoa. And it'll also answer just some questions as to how certain amounts of time has been spent. I think you'll be a little bit surprised with certain things, but I don't know what I want to give away yet, because it's like several things are almost in stone. There's no reason why they won't be, but for that one chance that everything goes cataclysmically wrong, maybe it's worth saving it until next week before we say anything.
I think so.
But yes,
You have to wait a little bit longer, everybody.
but we're excited. Plenty of stuff. It's as per usual. We've got lots of things that we want to show you, celebrate with you, have some fun with. And hey, Agatha all along has been coming out. Ooh.
Amazing.
Are we doing what's going on with Agatha? What are we?
I don't know yet. We're gonna figure that out.
Let's hope it stays that way.
So, but yes, thank you all
Bouncing
so
between
much.
Rings of Power and Agatha. Can you?
I mean, that was
imagine?
insane though. We did what, like 9 hours to get through most of Rings of Power. We will return for it in 2 weeks' time to celebrate episodes 7 and 8.
Yes.
My brain needs a reset.
That's gonna be the 5th of October. We'll be into Spooky Ween at that point. Ooh.
Spooky wee.
What could be more spooky than the finale of Rings of Power?
Also, someone just said like you were forced to watch it for Open Bar. So true, yes. I'm not sure that I would have watched it that fast if not for Open Bar. But the thing is, I watched it, went to sleep, woke up for Open Bar, then I realized like, fuck, I gotta see Rings of Power too. I was like, you know what? No. I'm just not gonna do it this time. Not for this episode. Like, enough. This is ridiculous. Like, you can't just be throwing all this on me. I did it later, of course. But yeah, you know, like I said, fun things ahead. Thank you all so much. We appreciate it. We're gonna bring you everything you're looking for, I'm hoping, in the very near future. But for now, we're probably gonna head out. Being that, what a start to year 7 of EFAP. The first 3, which we were supposed to take a week off. That never happened. And
Cool.
and they're all like,
Art never rests. We can't either.
I'm hoping maybe November we can try and catch up to things, because October
Lol,
is...
no.
Yeah, it's not going to happen. We'll see what happens. In any case, thank you all so much for joining us. We shall see you in the near future. Unless, of course, there was anything anybody wanted to mention before we go.
I'm tired. Goodbye.
Yeah. Thanks for being here for this entire
good times.
thing. If you made it this far, you're a real fan.
I begged you.
I begged you. I begged you.
Oh my god.
I begged you. Okay, I'm going to go now. Bye.
Okay,
Goodbye,
bye.
everybody.
See you later.
Bye.
Bye.
I begged
Oh, that was a good
you.
one.